Very upset. So why are you upset about that? When I looked like I didn't understand what was going on, Jiangyi and Hyung sighed. Xianji, I'm not angry, so don't be scared, and let's check it out one by one. Yes. You know I like you, right? That much too. He nodded immediately. Do you like me too? Yes. I like you. I answered without a moment of hesitation, and then quickly added an afterthought. Me too a lot. Even though the words were thrown sloppily, Jiangyi and Hyung smiled. Huh. I like you a lot too. Now let's think about it the other way around. How would you feel if I said to you, I would be useless without you? The tone was soothing, as if trying to comfort me, but my doubts grew bigger. Why is my brother useless without me? What can I say like that? I frowned because I didn't understand. I'm just looking at an example. But the assumption doesn't make sense. My brother was living happily before he met me. So what do I care? Then you. Weren't you happy before you met me? I immediately answered the carefully asked question. Yes. I looked at the other person who was silent as if he had nothing to say and felt like it was a mistake. Of course, I lived a wonderful life thanks to the orphanage director. He eats 3 meals a day and goes to school thanks to that. I really appreciate that. I am already working every month to reduce the debt, even a little. However, apart from the gratitude of not starving to death, a useful life was a different matter. If I hadn't met Zhang Haiyan and started acting, I would still have lived a life focused on avoiding misfortune. I might not have been able to properly approach the people around me because I was afraid I might not have been able to shake off today's misfortune. I could never have dreamed of a life like now. Jinbei Hyung, who is always by my side, Bai Hyuk, who is always chattering, and all the people and fans around me who care about me. It was all thanks to the people in front of me that I was able to enjoy this luxury. Thanks to my brother, I realized that I like acting, and I even have fans who like me. Xianji, it's all thanks to you that the fans like you. It's a problem that has nothing to do with me. Do you think the reason Baiyan likes you is because she's close with Li Zhongyun? Of course not. I still don't know why Baiyan likes me, but I knew it had nothing to do with Jiangyan. When I obediently affirmed, the other person's voice grew louder. Okay, what you enjoy now was ultimately achieved through your hard work. You earned it all through your hard work. Yes, I know that. Then why on earth? I stared into the eyes of the other person who was trying to refute what was the problem. It's a separate issue from what I tried. I'm talking about the opportunity my older brother gave me. I don't think that everything I enjoy now is all thanks to my brother. Jinbei, Hyung, there are so many people who help me. Like my brother said, I also put in some effort. But anyone can make an effort. What matters is opportunity. If my brother hadn't encouraged me to pursue acting, I wouldn't have even tried. In that sense, I said that if it weren't for my brother, he would have lived a useless life. Of course, even if it wasn't for my older brother, I might have had an opportunity to act. But that was completely unknown at the moment, and anyway, I started acting thanks to Zhang Hai and I. Why is my brother upset? Which part of the sentence, which no one can deny, upset my brother? Although I was full of doubts, the first priority was to appease the other person. I spoke to the person who was looking hurt as if he had been stabbed with a knife. If I had known that my brother would be upset, I wouldn't have said it so lightly. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. I am. Jiangyan was silent for a while. The other person, who had been quietly looking at the floor for a long time, asked, How old were you when we first met? Well, I guess it was when I just turned 13. It was a sudden question, but I answered it obediently. My brother was silent as if he was thinking about my answer, and then whispered softly, I'm upset. It's a series. The voice was so quiet that I would have missed it if I wasn't paying attention to my brother. I tried to ask what was upsetting, but the other person was faster. Jiangyan Hyung raised his head. The reason I didn't meet you sooner. It's very upsetting that you haven't been happy for 13 years. The eyes we met contained pain. Even at this moment, I clicked my tongue as I met the soft and affectionate eyes. I can't rest assured. Should I put a location tracker on my brother? How can people be so kind? I was scared that someone would vouch for me later. There were many things I was worried about, but first I held the other person's hand. But I'm happy because I'm with my brother right now. The days before that were meaningless to me. Saying that my life would have been useless if I hadn't met my brother is the same as saying that my life before meeting my brother was useless. In other words, anything that happened before the age of 13 was useless. There is no need to suffer over useless things. I looked into those kind eyes and promised myself once again, I won't do the foolish thing of worrying about things that have already passed. So the two of us held hands for a while, until I heard the staff say through the tent that filming was ready. Xianji, this is fake blood, but if you press this part, it explodes, right? Yes. Li Zhonghayan looked at Li Yunjie, who was listening to the staff. You might think it wouldn't be noticeable to you, but you could see it in Li Yunghyun's eyes. I am afraid that the filming may be ruined due to my own mistake. Still, it's better than before. It was different from the face I saw while filming Butterfly Flower riding a Zelkova tree. Although he looked noticeably better than before, there was still something that didn't change. Zhonghyun Li sighed, pressing down on his chest, which had been feeling tight since our conversation earlier. That won't work. I couldn't afford to just assume things would get better someday. Li Zhonghayan went straight to Jinbei. Jinbei. The gaze that had been focused on Li Yunjie turned towards herself. Yes, this actor. Do you have time after filming today? Let's talk. Serial without knowing. Without the actor's knowledge? What's going on? He said as he looked at the other person whose face changed into a worried one in an instant. You know, what did the doctor say when I was at the hospital for a while? At that time, I couldn't ask because it wasn't something I could get involved in, but I can't do it anymore. Please let me know too. Test results and everything. It wasn't something I said out of emotion. Zhonghyun Li knew. No matter how much he cared for that child, he was clearly a stranger, not related by blood or guardian. But if it weren't for my brother, I would have lived a useless life. Yanji was a kind and good child. A sweet child who shouldn't think like that. I want to know too. No, I need to know. Now that I heard those words, I also felt responsible. And Jinbei, who saw Li Zhonghayan's serious face, thought for a moment and nodded. Scattered. If today's experiment goes well, let's eat something delicious with my brother. Cheer up today too. I told you not to call me horny. Although Han responded angrily, he waved at Kong Suk with a smile. So I went straight into the lab. There were 15 strangers standing in the laboratory. Han looked bored as he looked at the adults who were wary of him. Project 433rd experiment begins. And as soon as a voice came out of the ceiling speaker, Horn changed his posture. He took out a gun from his pocket and rushed towards the opponent. Horn quickly entered the crowd of people, and his hands moved quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued without a moment of hesitation, and people fell to the ground with whooshing sounds. The staff watching the scene through the camera was amazed. He's really good. Han. So Yanji Li used her body much better than she thought. Honestly, I didn't expect much action. Most people know that Li Yunjie is good at acting, but since she is 15 years old, I thought it was unreasonable to expect her to do action scenes. However, Li Yunjie was surprisingly good at action scenes. Soul, don't just shoot, you have to explode. Miss, I understand. Horn was irritated by the voice that came from the air. Horn rolled and snapped his fingers to avoid his opponent's attack. People who were shot exploded one after another and fell to the ground. I think, at that level we don't need a stuntman. After Li Yunjie's filming was completed, filming for the stuntman was scheduled to continue. However, the staff was shocked to see Li Yunjie moving strongly and naturally with only her own strength, as if she were hanging from a wire. At that time, Horn, who was so busy snapping his fingers that he missed the enemy hanging from behind, was strangled. Ugh. To make matters worse, the gun I was carrying also fell. The eyes of Horn, who was barely able to utter short sounds due to strangulation, moved quickly. All that remains is one person strangling himself. Horn stretched out his hand to somehow overcome this crisis, but could not reach the gun that was far away. Hey! The soul made a sound as if it were out of breath. Suddenly, the person who was strangling the spirit looked up into the air. Hey, can we stop now? The death row inmate placed for experimentation noticed the staff watching this scene. No words came out of the speakers hanging on the ceiling right away. It seemed like they were debating whether to stop the experiment like this. No. Han gritted his teeth. If I finish well today, I can have dinner with my brother. The experiment hasn't gone as planned these days, and it's been a while since my brother stopped eating dinner with me. I couldn't miss an opportunity that had come after a long time. Han, who looked as if he might lose his breath at any moment, and whose veins were standing up to his temples, raised his hands. and he bit his arm hard with his teeth. Crack! The soft flesh of the sole was torn by the hard teeth. Horn lifted his arm, which was starting to bleed, and then he immediately rubbed his arm against the face of the other person who was holding his neck. Ugh! Suddenly, the death row inmate with sole blood on his eyes and nose withdrew his hand. Without missing the moment of separation from his opponent, Han snapped his fingers. The other person's face exploded with a cheerful finger-snapping sound. Perhaps because the bullet burst the blood on the surface of the skin instead of entering it deeply, the opponent let out a deathly scream and died in agony. OMG. Huh. Horn sat down on the floor for a moment and caught his breath. There was a sea of blood all around. It was the same with his arm. A hand completely covered in blood came into view. At that time, the thick door opened and Kong Suk came in. We are separated. Today was a blast. The best. Han grinned as he looked at Kong Suk coming in with a bright face. Have there been days when I'm not at my best? Haha, this is how it is. What do you want to eat? I'll get everything to you. Han hid his hands behind his back as he answered Kong Suk, who was smiling with satisfaction. The wound on the arm, which was still bleeding profusely, was of no concern to the two people. Chapter 183. Ding dong. As soon as I rang the doorbell, the door burst open. Xiangji, come on. Hi. Song Un-jun, with a flushed face, opened the door. I think I was waiting at the door at this point. With that in mind, I handed over the envelope. Take this. Huh. That's why I came empty-handed. Wow. I told you I didn't have to worry about that. But you always bring something with you. I just bought it. I bought it because her brother likes it. Thank you. Yanji. Song Un-jun was very shy when asked about the fruit he bought in a hurry at the supermarket. I'll carve this and give it to you. Do you want to wait on the sofa for a moment? Huh. What about my brother's father? He left because of work. I see. I visited Song Yi-jun's house a few times in the meantime, and I often bumped into Song Yi-jun's father. Even when rolling 3 times down a hill, his appearance was so similar that you could say, this is Song Jun's father. There was a time when I greeted someone while feeling the wonder of jeans. Anyway, since there was no one home, I went into the living room without hesitation. After sitting on the sofa and waiting for a while, Song Yi-jun brought me a finely shaved melon. Haram didn't come today? Huh. The twins look a bit weird at Haram's age. I'm with Jinbei right now. Uh-huh. As expected, you are really meticulous. Don't you think that you are more attentive when you praise something that is not a big deal? I ate the melon, naturally ignoring Xiangjin's now all too familiar compliment. Of course, the more expensive ones taste better. Song Yi-jun liked juicy fruits like melons. Thanks to you, I'm eating a lot of fruit these days. There was a time when I hesitated because it was ridiculously expensive to buy something to eat, but thanks to this, my mouth has been happy these days. Is the viewing room over there? It looks like they did a lot of construction work. Huh. The structure has changed a bit, right? Dad paid a lot of attention to me. Should I watch any other dramas you appeared in other than Twins? Hello, my summer is also good, or you dashed. Brother, eat this. Town. Xiangjin, who started getting excited again, put a melon in his mouth. He nodded to Song Yi-jun, who was chewing the fruit in his mouth intently. Can I take a look at the viewing room? Huh. As Xiangjin said, the viewing room was comfortable and nice. After watching Twins and other dramas, the sun was already high in the sky. Now I have to go home soon. I stretched my shoulders, which had become stiff from staying in one position for several hours, and turned my head without thinking. Then I looked at it and threw it away. The picture frame on the shelf. Also, I see. He nodded slowly with a stiff head. Yes, it seemed like this. Perhaps because it was something I had expected for a long time, it was less shocking than I thought. As I was staring at the two people in the frame, Song Yi-jun came out of the kitchen. Xiangji, what should we watch next? It was a bright face. He was holding a plate full of food, as if he had already brought something with him. I'm sorry, but I think I have to go now. Oh, already? It's still daytime. I have a child at home. Jinbei is not the babysitter. Since I brought him here, I have to take care of him. As I was gathering my clothes, I asked if I could ask him anything. Of course. What? I spoke dryly, looking at the other person who was smiling gently. How do you know Un-tae-kyung? As soon as I finished speaking, Song Yi-jun got scared and took a step back. At the same time, the plate he was holding fell to the floor. I frowned as I saw the glass fragments spreading in all directions along with a sharp, bursting sound. Yanji. I will explain. Stay still. Anyway, I felt anxious. Jun, whose face was pale, took a step back and grabbed the broken pieces of glass one by one. Do you have newspapers at home? Paper or something? Huh. On the shelf over there. Brother, don't move. I'll do it. You two are dangerous. It's a series. I'm okay. Today's misfortune has been postponed enough to be completely eliminated. Any sharp pieces of glass were wrapped in paper and taped, and any remaining fine glass dust was wiped off several times with a wet tissue. Just in case, let's run the vacuum cleaner. Xianji, I will do that. It's okay. Brother, give me your hand. Are you hurt anywhere? Yes. He was so surprised that his face is still pale. I guess it's because I'm afraid my father will scold me. When asked if it was an expensive dish, Jun's face fell. No. Then why do you look like that? I didn't know that Take would suddenly start talking. Oh right. That. I forgot to eat because of the bowl. He casually pointed to the picture frame. There's a picture frame over there. Oh. Sorry. You always cleaned up, well, every time you came. I guess I was too distracted today. I asked curiously in a very frightened voice. What am I sorry about? Didn't you remove the picture frame? Or that you know Take Hyung? I expected it. Ever since my brother told me about a friend who went to Chum Middle School. This was exactly the story that came out at the dinner party before the first episode of the butterfly flower writing on the Zelkova tree aired. Seongjin's reaction at that time was also strange. Above all, Take Lee lived near Chum Middle School. In response to my words, Song Ijun muttered with a damp face. When I asked how the two met, the answer was that they had been friends since elementary school. When I came to Korea from the United States, in elementary school, you said you were bullied. Huh. At that time, Take helped me a lot. Of course, I couldn't bear it and switched to homeschooling. But we still contact each other often. I see. Song Ijun glanced at me as if he was watching me. I ignored his gaze and spoke as dryly as possible. I was briefly adopted by Take's brother's house. Maybe when I was 6 or 7. Huh. I heard. Then you must have heard that too. He continued speaking casually. It's because of me that Jihyun died. Do you know who Jihyun is? Take was your eldest brother. Take is the second oldest brother. And I went in as the youngest. The words flowed out more smoothly than I expected. It was strange. Apparently, just a few days ago, I couldn't breathe when I thought about this incident. It was so carefree. It felt like I was just talking about other people's business. At first, I felt like my brother was reluctant to me. I was wondering why, but it was because I heard about it from Take. Yanji, I'm really sorry. It's my fault. I treat you with prejudice. I'm really sorry. Song Ijun apologized numerous times with a pale face. I chuckled at the scared, childlike appearance. What am I sorry about? I would have done the same. I don't know what Take said, but I'm sure he didn't exaggerate anything. Song Lijun and Lee Take were 2 years older than me. When I was adopted when I was 8 years old, Take Lee was only 10 years old. I was too young, and he was too young, so I honestly don't remember that time vividly. However, I remember the look in my eyes when I last met Lee Take. Deep disgust. I'm a little upset. I said I wouldn't regret the past, but I guess it wasn't possible all at once. I clenched and unclenched my hands to relieve my nausea. It's true that I was worried about what Take said at first. That's why I couldn't treat you comfortably. But like I said, it's my fault. Yanji, I'm prejudiced against you without even meeting you. It's not prejudice. It actually happened. Jihyun died because of me. Lee Take was seriously injured. And then I returned to the orphanage. I haven't really spoken to anyone since, but I think it was natural that I was let go. I would have done the same. Well, did you know that so much of the unhappiness factor would stick to my body? I wish I had met the fog a little earlier. So, was Jihyun still alive? I thought for a moment and shook my head. Anyway, thinking about it now, it was useless. Xianji, are you okay? Huh. Does Take know too? My brother and I meet separately in play. Huh. I said it. I see. I was about to ask Take Lee what his reaction was. What can I do if I know that? Instead, he poked Song Ijun's cheek, which was pale and stiff. That's unexpected. Huh. Even after hearing all that, my brother still plays with me. Aren't you creepy? Why do you talk like that? I'm not playing games with you, and I'm not creepy. I laughed as I saw Seongjin speaking with an angry face that was uncharacteristic of him. Okay, thank you. It's a series. Then you won't meet me anymore. I frowned at the question that came back cautiously. Why? Don't you want to meet me? No. You asked, not me. I'm afraid you might hate me. Why do I hate you? No. Because Yoontaek and I are friends. I burst out laughing at the unexpected sound. Considering that Song Eun-jun has been seeing me, I don't think Lee Yoontaek told me not to meet him. Unless you don't want to see me, it doesn't happen. Don't say anything weird. Huh. Jaehyun couldn't be honest in front of Lee Yoontaek because of his brother's business. To Lee Yoontaek, he must have been the kid who stole his first brother, so how could I do that? But even so, there is no need to worry about Lee Yoontaek's opinions about my personal relationships. Anyway, he's a stranger. The divorce process has already been completed a long time ago. Anyway, in the past, at the present time, I had no relationship with Lee Yoontaek. Unless it's something to do with Jaehyun, there's no need for me to always act like a guilty person. Song Jun, who was looking sullen, poked his cheek. Song Yi-jun just looked at me, as if he couldn't bear to tell me to stop. I understand why Bai-hyuk is poking my cheek. It's quite fun. I enjoyed the soft texture and finally got up after stroking it. Then I'll go. Huh. Hyung, do you have anything to do today? No, I don't have one. I chuckled, looking at the confused face. Then come to my house. Let's play together. Song. Eun-jun's eyes widened, and then he laughed out loud. A clear mole under the left eye rose along with the smiling mouth. Huh. Anyway, act cute. Lee Jong-hyun sat on a chair and looked at the children gathered in the living room. Seonji, what were you thinking when you took that picture? What are you thinking? I just filmed it. Yeonji, you came out so pretty. Thank you. Eat this. Lee Yeonjae was sitting on the sofa answering the words of Han Haram and Song Yi-jun. The sight of three children in similar moods huddled together made them look like three brothers. It was a heartwarming sight, but Lee Jong-hyun felt bitter as he watched it. Inpatient treatment. Yes. The doctor said that my condition required immediate hospitalization. Or he said it would be better to combine it with medication, but they said the actor would be very repulsed because he was too mature for his age. Okay. If it were a serial, I would have said it wasn't necessary. Yes. So for now, we are watching closely and have been told to go back to the hospital immediately if symptoms of hyperventilation appear again or if the patient is having any difficulty. The actor doesn't know. Last night, the conversation I had with Jin Bae had a big impact. Lee Jong-hyun once again reflected on the long conversation he had with Jin Bae and thought carefully about whether there was anything he could do. Then, a sudden thought occurred to me and I jumped. Up, brother. If you wake up that hard, your blood pressure dashed. Seonji. Ignoring Lee Yeonjae's nagging, Lee Jong-hyun took long strides. Don't you want to do a live broadcast? A live broadcast. Huh. The one I filmed with Space's CN the other day. Instead, properly this time. Lee Jong-hyun laughed, while looking at the confused Lee Yeonjae. Chapter 184. Do you not want to do a live broadcast? It was definitely 3 days ago when Jeongyeon said that. How did this happen? I thought to myself as I absent-mindedly put on the white hoodie my stylist sister gave me. A soft touch passed over my cheek. Is everyone usually like this? It's not. Last time, Space Seon and singer Choi In-jun turned on the song on the spot. It was strange from the moment I arrived at the studio, which was crowded with people. I was quietly following the staff's orders, but inside I was thinking that something was strange. Seonji, is this a hairband? Try it. No, this isn't it. I opened my mouth because I thought something was definitely wrong. Sister, do you usually use something like this when broadcasting live? Why is this? How much do idols use these days? We even had a hard time getting this brand because we didn't have it in stock. Therefore, why am I using what idols use on stage even now? I touched my forehead, looking at the white hairband with the brand name engraved on it. Brother, Jin Bae, what is this all about? Now is the time to tell us. I just follow what this actor says. Jungyeon's words are important. My words are more important. Of course, the actor is important, but I am on this actor's side this time. Even though I glared at Jin Bae, he just shook his head and said he couldn't say more. What on earth? Jong-hai and I was behind all of this. It was a sudden live broadcast offer, but I immediately agreed. If you can see buy-in, why would you refuse? But as soon as I nodded, Jiangyi and Hyung told me that he would prepare everything. It's my live broadcast. Why are you dashed? Shoo, quiet. It's a series. I'll prepare something awesome for you. Don't worry. You might have noticed that his face was full of fun, but Jiangyan was serious. I wondered if something was going on, but I figured that since he was an adult man, he could take care of it. I shouldn't have done that. As I was wearing the hairband, I felt a belated regret. Xianji, would you like to close your eyes? Let's touch the ball a little bit. Do you also wear makeup? Just touching the ball. I love your skin so much. After all, being young is better. No, sister. Yes, Yanji. So pretty. Would you like to do the left cheek too? Why isn't everyone listening to me? At this point, I couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. After doing all the styling as if I was taking some kind of pictorial, I was guided to where today's live broadcast would be held. And I was speechless. Hyung Jinbei, let me ask you just one question. Please answer this one question. Yes. Please speak. Where is Jiangyan now? Where are you, this person? My field of vision was filled with thick-looking white blankets and cute little cushions that looked like something kindergartners would use. There were so many cushions that I felt like I would suffocate if I fell into the wrong place. Why spend this much money on a live broadcast? No matter how much I didn't know, I knew that this wasn't the kind of photo shoot that should be taken with such caution. There is no PPL, it is just a broadcast to communicate with fans. When Jiangyan asked again where his brother was, Jinbei answered in confusion. He's probably coming to pick up the cake now. Cake? A cake out of nowhere. Whose birthday is it? Does anyone on the staff have a birthday? There were people I saw for the first time today, so I slowly looked around, and Jinbei smiled awkwardly. No, this is a cake commemorating the actor's first live broadcast. My eyesight was dizzy. What on earth is this? This is what came out as soon as I saw the cake. At first glance, the homemade cake with a white deer decorated in the center looked like it was filled with care. Why can't I say something like this? At this point, I was confused. As soon as I saw Jiangyan, I thought I would ask him about this and that. As I watched a busy person picking up a pure cake and pushing it in front of me, I couldn't help but say harsh words. Let's light the cake after the broadcast starts. Yes. I even swallowed the question of why on earth I put so much effort into it. Why would you put in so much effort? I do it because I like it. Let's practice twice as much when we get home. I shouldn't have to disappoint someone who cares for me like that. We're already halfway through filming Killing Horn, but I need to show better acting in the remaining period. That way, Jiangyan will continue to like me. There are 3 minutes left until 8 o'clock. Everyone, please go to your places. The staff members quickly moved to the words shouted by the camera director. I wondered why on earth there was a camera director on the broadcast with fans, but I just stayed quiet. I went between the blankets and cushions that seemed to be covered with pure white snow. As I sat quietly, Jiangyan came closer and smiled. Our series is so pretty. Thank you for preparing this, even though you are busy. Next time, I'll do it for you too. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. First of all, today is your day, so enjoy it to the fullest. Hyunjong pointed to the teleprompter. The content you need to do today will appear there. I put together all the content, but if you don't want to do it, you can skip it. If you don't read it, the writers will pass it on their own. Can't you tell us the content in advance right now? Huh. Jiangyan. Hyung immediately nodded. That's very decisive. At this point, I felt liberated and started laughing. All right, I'll do my best. As I smiled and spoke, soft eyes met my gaze. Xianji, can you promise me one thing? The tone was playful, but the corners of his eyes were full of seriousness. I was anxious for a moment, but I tried my best to control my expression. Yes. What is it? Enjoy today's broadcast without thinking about anything. Don't think that you can't make mistakes, and don't think that you have to do well. Just enjoy it. It's just you and the fans anyway. Why is this guy? Why do you like me so much? I already know why my brother likes me. So I was anxious. Because I know that there are countless kids around the same age as me who are good at acting. What if my brother finds a new favorite child actor among them? So do we naturally grow apart? In what way will Jiangyi and Hyung abandon me? I thought about everything, but I had to keep the promise of the person who prepared this event. Yes. Okay, let's enjoy without thinking. I made a promise with my fingers that for now I would just see what was in front of me and enjoy it. Hello, this is Lee Yun-jae. As soon as I got the autograph, I bowed my head and said hello. Oh my God. And Bambi heartsuit, heartsuit, heartsuit. I'm crazy. The legend of Baycroc Dam was real. White deer came. Are you so cute, heartsuit? At the same time, the screen on the monitor changed rapidly. They provided a large monitor to check the comments. But even though they were quite large, the comments were so fast that I couldn't read them. After looking at the monitor for a while and deciding that it was impossible with human vision, I gave up. I made a brief appearance during the space broadcast last time, but I think this is the first time I've seen only the secret stories like this. Thank you for coming. I was a little embarrassed because the image of myself on the other side of the monitor looked like a very put-upon celebrity. Today's broadcast was prepared by Younghyun Hyung. No, Senior Lee Younghyun. Thank you. I was embarrassed because I felt like I was talking into the air, but I spoke steadfastly. I'm embarrassed because it seems like I made it up too much. They say that if you want to look good to someone, whether it's a man or a woman, you look in the mirror first. I would appreciate it if you could look at it that way. The miracle of saying thank you 3 times, even though it's only been a minute since it started. The fan cafe posts are really written by you. I was shocked to see a comment that happened to catch my eye. I pretended not to see it and said something else. It's great just to talk to Bayan like this, but Senior Jonghyun Lee prepared content separately. He's busy, but because of me. While I was talking, someone next to me waved their hand loudly. As I rolled my eyes inconspicuously, Jeonggi Hyung was typing a big X. When I looked at the teleprompter, wondering if I had made a mistake, I saw the words, "Please say your name is Jonghyun Hyung." Yes, Jeonggi Hyung prepared the content. First of all, I haven't been shared with you what the content is, so I'll take it one by one. I tried hard to hold back, but I couldn't stop laughing. I smiled unconsciously and read the sentence that appeared on the screen. First of all, a commemorative cake. Yes, a commemorative cake. My face felt hot. Is there anyone else in the world who cuts a cake to commemorate the first live broadcast other than me? I was so embarrassed that I made an excuse. I think Jong Hai and I prepared it with the feeling that he was doing a good job filming as well. Thank you. I received a cake with a white deer standing in the exact center. Jong Hai and I appeared briefly to light the candle, and the speed of comments became even faster. Among the comments at first glance, the words father and son appeared. I couldn't see it exactly, but I understood the context. I would think so too. Someone would do something like this to a close junior. The next content was content that would make the Lee Younghyun and Lee Yunjae father-son theory stronger. Second gift, giving ceremony. A gift. The staff came rushing to me in confusion and left gifts in front of me. I looked at the teleprompter wondering what was going on and saw the following words written on it. Because of the series that prohibits giving gifts. No, at some point I even banned it. I just said that loving you is enough. I spoke faster out of frustration. After correcting the incorrect information, I continued reading the sentence. I think Bayan must have been going through a lot of mental hardship. So, on this occasion, I prepared a gift that Bayan would have wanted to give to Yeonji. A sigh that I couldn't swallow came up. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath for a moment. Jong Hai and I's words passed vaguely through my mind. Enjoy today's broadcast without thinking about anything. It's a much harder mission than I thought. I had a lot to say, but I couldn't bear to say it in front of the fans, so I just laughed. Yes, thank you first. Let's open the first gift. So we opened the gifts one by one. Surprisingly, I liked the gift perfectly, without even having to show the obligatory reaction. Wow, this. I was already going to ask Jean Bei and my manager if I could buy it. Without realizing it, I shouted loudly and lifted the object. This is a new hand sanitizer. Not all hand sanitizers are the same, so you have to carefully consider the ingredients. The words came out in rapid succession without even having time to look at the teleprompter. My eyes lit up as I looked around at the neatly designed products. Wow, I can't believe I have this in my hands. This product company is a multinational company famous for cleaning products. There's a stain remover from here, and it's really good, folks. If you get mud or blood on your shoes, that's all you need to get it off right away. Before I knew it, I was so excited that I started talking in a home shopping tone. I barely stopped myself from saying more and looked at the comments. Ow, why are you so cute when you talk? Our Bambi is excited. Get hand sanitizer. The thing that talks a lot is really, really cute. How can you love it so much just because you received hand sanitizer? But we love you too. Chapter 185. Now I tend to travel empty-handed, but it was different before I encountered the fog. He carried it around so much that people around him started whispering, "Why does he carry such a big bag?" There were many items in a large bag that no one could say even if they made fun of him for being a babysitter. Disinfectants, ointments, and bands to wash the wound area, stain remover, and wet wipes to clean up blood or mud. Before I met the fog, I lived a daily life where I saw blood at least once a day. Of course, it was an insufficient tool to treat wounds large enough to tear the flesh. Most of the things were in the school nurse's office. Nevertheless, the reason I carried the above items with me every day was because I wanted to let everyone know that I am always ready. I have been using hand sanitizer from this brand for several years. I was debating whether to buy it or not because it was recently renovated. I also carried hand sanitizer for the same reason. At that time, there were many kids who were reluctant to touch me or even hold my things. I would have just overlooked it, but since I was young, I guess it was quite unfair. So, I spent half of my monthly orphanage allowance to buy this hand sanitizer. Perhaps because of the good ingredients. The price was high then and now, but the detailed product instructions gave me confidence. Maybe I too will become clean. So maybe he wanted to let you know that there was no need to avoid me. Applying hand sanitizer doesn't reduce the misfortune factor, so it was useless. So it was one of the things I couldn't find after encountering the fog. Still, I wonder if it's regret or greed. I visited the website a few times when I heard that a renewed product had been released. How did I know? I looked at Jiangyan, who was hiding next to the camera and showing his face, and Jinbei, who is standing upright next to him. Yes, I also have a personal fortune. What is the use of whether it was difficult or unfair at that time? I'm living such a blessed life right now. Thinking about that, I chuckled. Thank you. All right, well. Yes. I will open the second gift as well. After coming to my senses after looking at the teleprompter, I opened another box. Oh, this. The first thing I saw was pure white sneakers. The sight of light blue sneaker laces tied together was familiar. It was natural. It was the first time I received it from Bayan. These were sneakers that were put in a separate display case because they were not the right size. Sometimes, I enjoy watching it whenever I have time. It's much bigger than what I have. It seemed like they had prepared new sneakers in my size. I was just about to laugh and boast to Bayan. Wait for a sec. The moment I picked up my sneakers, I felt cold. Probably not. I tried to ignore the cold feeling and picked up my sneakers. At the same time, the remaining items in the box caught my eye. A miserable voice came out without me realizing it. How much did you spend? The box contained a variety of shoes, including loafers and sandals, in addition to sneakers. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't even think about the comment and hurriedly opened another box. Know this. All the boxes were full, from clothing such as hats, scarves, and gloves to items such as flower bouquets, bracelets, and wallets. For a moment, I forgot that the fans were watching and was about to say something to Jiangyan. I opened the last box and held my breath for a moment. The box was filled with what seemed to be well over 300 letters. As I was silently looking at the letters that I couldn't even bear to touch, I heard small applause from in front of me. When I raised my head, I was met with friendly gaze. It was all prepared by your fans. I paid for the gift, but Bayan bought it because she wanted to give it to you. Xianji, you forgot what I said before filming, right? Jiangyan barely nodded at his brother's words. Enjoy today's broadcast without thinking about anything. Yes, you promised. You should enjoy it. But even if I enjoy this dashed, as always, guilt came naturally. However, the letters that filled my eyes were meaningless and scattered. My heart ached. Something filled me up to the point where it was a bit difficult to breathe. Thank you. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. Normally, I would have been thinking, how can I be this happy? However, a new feeling filled my heart, as if I would not allow even the slightest feeling of guilt. Thank you. I looked again at the letters packed in colorful envelopes. I slowly traced the letter with my fingertips. The more I repeated the same actions, the more unfamiliar emotions took over me. I faced the staff, my brothers, and the fans behind the camera who were looking at me in silence. I feel very happy. When I came to my senses, I found myself smiling brightly. After that, we chatted for an hour. I didn't even know how time passed. I just kept smiling and fumbling like a kid with a missing screw. Huh. I hope this time never ends. When did my baby grow up so much? I love it when you talk a lot. My gums are dry now, and I'm dying. Please give me Bambi's number, so I can file a claim for damages. The speed of comments was still fast, but as I slowly got used to it, questions caught my eye. What's your favorite food? Well, I don't know. The food that the manager cooked? After thinking about it carefully, I added something more. But I have a lot of friends coming to my house to hang out. I feel sorry for asking my manager every time, so I often order pizza. Bambi doesn't like pineapple pizza? Hoya, pineapple pizza. I can eat most things. All the pizzas are delicious. But Lee Jun really hates pineapple pizza. Pineapple is also a juicy fruit, so I thought I would like it. I first saw Song Yi-jun's expression of extreme disgust when he ordered pineapple pizza. Now that I think about it, Haram doesn't like pineapple pizza either. Do Americans not like pineapple pizza? Lee Jun said he doesn't like pineapples being hot. How about buy-in? Do you hate it? Every time I asked a question, the answer was so informative that I didn't notice how time was passing. Do you want me to do a pizza mukbang later? I'll tell the company. But is that fun to watch? Because I didn't say anything when I was eating. But Bambi, stop worrying. Play it first. Just turn it on and talk. Oh, yes. I responded immediately to the strange force. It was cool because everyone had charisma. At that time, the staff pointed to the teleprompter. After doing something, I found out that the number of hearts exceeded 200 million. What is a heart? I don't know what it was, but the staff's expressions were so bright that they suddenly opened their mouths. Everyone. The number of hearts exceeded 200 million. It's good, right? Yes. Good deal. I'm so happy. Actually, I couldn't be happy because I didn't know what it was. After that, we talked about other things for a while and then secretly asked, but who gave me the heart earlier? Are they selected by platform officials? Is this the same concept as listed stocks? I thought I asked without revealing anything, but it seems it revealed a lot. While looking at the flood of comments, I realized that fans were giving hearts by pressing each one with their fingers. Thank you. But stop now. My finger hurts. When I was told that I was pressing down until my fingerprints disappeared, I tried to frown but quickly opened my eyes. Anyway, I shouldn't have used a harsh tone when I said I was doing it for me. Thank you so much. But you can stop now. I've already received a lot of hearts. I think it would be better if you would stop because it was conveyed well to me. Really? Did you really convey your heart well? Ha 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 ha, cute my baby. Then, Bambi, give me a heart reaction heartsuit. I was momentarily puzzled by the word reaction, but then I understood what was being said and immediately made a finger heart. It was good to practice with Baihyuk. Baihyuk said that he would definitely thank me someday, and it was true. As I skillfully created multiple versions of hearts, the speed of comments became even faster. After that, Bai-in showed me step by step the movements she asked me to do. I did not act out of a sense of debt or obligation. I'm just following a few movements. Seeing people who were happier than I thought made me happier. I'll have to broadcast more often from now on. As I get more used to it, I will be able to turn it on by myself like the space members. In the middle, is there something behind me? It looks like a ghost has passed by. I tilted my head for a moment because I saw the words. Do you all believe in ghosts? Cute. Without even realizing it, I started to laugh. I'm just like that. Rather than saying I believe it or not believing it, I think it's more like I don't have any thoughts. First of all, they say fog is a monster, so of course there are ghosts too. But I didn't think much of it. If it's there, it's there. Oh, there's something behind that guy, please tell me. Everyone. Take it in moderation, our Bambi. Only look at the good comments. Yanji, do you enjoy watching scary movies? Yes. I also enjoy watching horror and thrillers. You played a shaman in the old entertainment show Mission Clear. At that time, I watched a horror movie for reference. To be precise, I played Kim Soo-ho, who pretends to be a shaman and commits fraud. Now that I think about it, there was a lot of talk among the staff when filming the Mission Clear. When the members had just arrived, there was a scene where they saw a female ghost standing in the window of the gray building. At that time, the dinner party was buzzing because the actress who played the female ghost said something after filming was over. It's true that he filmed it, but he said his memories of that time are blurry. Did you say someone was whispering in your ear? She said she felt like something had hit her. I calmly relayed what I heard back then, but the comments went crazy. Someone brought up something scary. I changed the subject, please. Oh, were you scared? Sorry. Let me change the subject. I stuttered in embarrassment. As I was trying to figure out what to say, text appeared on the teleprompter. Ah, yes. This is the last content for today. Singing? Do you sing that song? I was a bit puzzled by the sudden request for a song, but then I was shocked by the karaoke machine brought in by the staff. When Jiangyan quietly looked at his brother, he was smiling as if he was satisfied. Wow, is it my birthday today? Oh, what is this? Bambi's song ants. I can't believe I'm watching this in real time. I took a quick look and saw that the comments were also crazy. To be honest, I was a little surprised because the reaction to buy-in was stronger than I expected. I should have called you earlier. I didn't really have any aversion to singing. The problem is there a setting where Bambi sings? Does not exist. After I got the nickname Bambi, I read all the related animations and novels. While I was wondering if singing might not be a behavior appropriate for Bambi, I suddenly realized. Are you crazy? I'm not even a real deer. No, come to your senses. You are human. My face felt hot. I'm glad, I thought to myself. I think I lost my temper for a moment due to the love from the fans. I didn't like buy-in because I thought she was the real Bambi. If you really like Bambi, you'll watch the animation. In the first place, I was a human, not a deer. They just like me because I'm me. In other words, I liked buy-in because she was Li Yanji. After thinking that without realizing it, I was dumbfounded for a moment. Chapter 186. Is this too arrogant? I wondered if I was failing to be self-objective, but even if I thought about it calmly, it was a reasonable inference. I am not a deer, but a human, and I have shown many sides to my fans so far. I don't know which Li Yunjae I like among them, but I like it because I'm Li Yunjae. From the current point of view, it was a sufficiently objective inferred value. I suddenly felt like my body was floating. I'm not mentally ready. What should I do? Even at this moment, I can't believe that Bambi will soon sing. Is this a dream? Comments were also piling up quickly. And there was a microphone in my hand. What? When did they give it to you? When I looked ahead, I saw Zhang Hai and I, who was struggling to hold back laughter. What could be so good? Wait a minute, this is such a daunting sight. How are Bambi? How about debuting as an idol? I know, but both the clothes and the microphone are very idol-like. I laughed and picked up the microphone. You've laid the stage like this, but I don't think you're leaving it out, so I'll just sing one song and end today's broadcast. It was my first time singing in front of so many people, but I wasn't particularly nervous. I'm not a singer, so there's no reason for me to be good at it. I'll sing Si and Hyung's Weather. I learned this song because of Baihyuk, and Baihyuk is my best friend. The staff searched the song name on the karaoke machine. I continued speaking while recalling the melody and lyrics in my head. Baihyuk told me that it was good for breathing practice, but it really helped me a lot. Weather, which Space Cian released as his first solo album, was not a flashy song. It wasn't a song that contained a series of high notes or required special techniques. Since it was a song that emphasized vocal tone, it wasn't difficult to get the pitch right. The problem is breathing. A long time. It was not easy at all, as it was a song that had to be sung low and the overall flow continued smoothly. Still, I didn't think much of it since I had sung it countless times while practicing. Fortunately, 3 minutes passed without incident, and the broadcast ended after a polite closing greeting. It feels like the storm has passed. I sat blankly for a long time after the broadcast ended. I saw someone squatting in front of me, so I looked up and, sure enough, it was Jong Hyun. Did you keep your promise to me? I think so. Kind. Our series. Brother, can I ask you one thing? Anytime you want. I asked as soon as I heard the friendly words. Do you like me that much? Hai and Jong looked dumbfounded for a moment, but then burst into laughter. Fuha. Driving me crazy. I literally exploded. I looked disapprovingly at the other person who was smiling and even shedding tears. I'm not kidding. I was genuinely curious. Am I so good that they take care of me on this scale? Why on earth? What did I do for you? I know why you like me. That's because I don't understand it. Even though I looked at him dissatisfied, Jiangyan didn't give a straight answer. I will do better. What? Until you don't have to ask questions like that. It was just a riddle like this. First of all, I enjoyed the hand stroking my head, telling me that I had worked hard today. Shall we go home now? I have to take a shower and go to bed quickly. Yes, go home. I stood up with a grunt, holding the hand in front of me. Bro, How about trying to guess the lines for the next scene while we go home? Do you have infinite stamina? Yes. No. But I left the script behind. Oh, don't worry. I have about 3 copies of the script in my car. Okay. Thank you. Jiangyi and Hyung smiled with a complex face and muttered softly. It was an incomprehensible thought to myself that I had to take nutritional supplements starting today. Whether sung by Yanji, 1 hour loop, / 1 hour loop. Oh, even though I'm not a fan, I'm still listening. 1.3 thousand likes. Addictive nausea. Hey, I got kicked out of a karaoke bar today because of this video. Because it was easy to sing, I played it without much thought and was publicly executed, 706 likes. Originally, this song was known to be difficult to sing LOL. It ranks high every year among the songs that trainees avoid as audition songs. Hey, every time I saw Lee Yun-jae act, I thought it would be good to sing, but I was surprised that it was better than I imagined. Aren't you really a fraud? You have a handsome face. Do your job well. He's even good at singing. My father is Lee Jong-hyun. It's all there. Lee Young-hyun's Sun Theory is now official, 2.9 thousand likes. Title: Sehuni Star Story has been uploaded. I guess he's really close with Lee Yun-jae. It even verifies that you are watching the live broadcast in real time. I took a selfie with only my eyes sticking out. Why does it look like a Janka? Ha 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 ha, so cute. I see Ian usually posts all the covers of her songs by other kids as a story. I know, happy face, but this is the first time I took a selfie and uploaded it with such an excited face. It's been 5 years since I've been on OZ, and my heart breaks every time I discover Ian's Janka moment. The kid who always lives as a silent leader is acting like a child these days. I'm really glad that the school violence controversy has ended well. Why are you mentioning something that has already ended? Erase it quickly. It's not a 5-year ounce, it's like a 5-year anti. It's okay. Ignore the comments above, haha. Ian just posted another story. I captured a text message with Lee Yun-jae. The content is so cute, haha. Take a look. Wow. Thank you, it's really cute. Why is it so cute that he asks me to go to karaoke with him? But Lee Yun-jae, who immediately hits an iron wall, is also hilarious, haha. Why did the tension between these two match so well? It would be nice if the two of you could release music together. You sang well. As soon as I arrived at the filming set, this was what actor Kim Suk-joon said. Agent Jang Yo-suk was wearing the combat uniform he always wore. Thank you. You're already dressed. Okay. I don't have anything else to do. Then, why don't you come out of the house a little later? I also tended to arrive 3 hours before filming, but actor Kim Suk-joon always arrived first. The more I got to know him, the more I realized he was a truly sincere person. I watched your video from beginning to end. Really? It took 2 hours. I told you. There's nothing special to do. There are probably more ways to kill time than watching my live broadcast. But I stayed calm and didn't refute anything. There's this guy who's your best friend. Bae-hyuk. Okay. Is he an actor too? No. I'm an idol trainee. I belong to WB Entertainment. Oh yeah. I wondered why he was asking that out of the blue, but actor Kim Suk-joon pointed behind me. As soon as I turned my head, actor Kim Suk-joon continued speaking. I thought his name was Bae-hyuk because he introduced himself as your close friend. Now that I think about it, he continued to say embarrassed that he didn't even ask my name, but I couldn't answer properly. I just stared blankly at Seo-gyo. Why is he here? Every time I saw Seo-gyo, he was wearing civilian clothes, not the school uniform he always wore. How did he know that my eyes were on him? He looked straight at me. Hello, Yanji. Why are you here? You really aren't looking at your phone. Seo-gyo came over with a grin. You know that I auditioned for the small role I mentioned last time. I didn't say anything because I might fall, but it was a killing horn. Uh-huh. The competition rate was 130 to 1, so this was an audition where I wasn't sure if I would succeed or not. You got an audition. I didn't know. No, actually I fell. Seo-gyo pretended to be embarrassed with an expression on his face that was not at all embarrassed. But I guess something happened to the person who was originally selected. I came because you contacted me last week asking if I could film. I contacted you right away, but you didn't answer. It was a live broadcast this week, and there was so much work to do that it was hectic. Anyway, congratulations. So your role is Agent Jang's nephew? Huh. There are only a few words, but there are lines. This is my first time playing a role that even has a name. Good. I knew that Seo-gyo had appeared in small roles in several works so far. It's the biggest role I've ever had. For the first time, Han encounters a boy his own age who is Agent Jang Yo-suk's nephew. It was a scene centered on Han's emotional acting, where he chatted with the other person with an excited face and then changed his attitude in an instant. Although Horn was the main character, the nephew's embarrassed performance was also scheduled to be caught on camera. For that matter, he doesn't seem to be nervous at all. Seogyo was, after all, Seogyo. As I nodded at his boyish appearance, actor Kim Suk-joon blurted out something. I heard you two are close. Yes. Yes. Seogyo and I answered at the same time, but actor Kim Suk-joon's expression was strange. Okay. You don't look friendly at all. I wanted to say something rude in front of a girl I was meeting for the first time, but I just shook my head. We're pretty close. My brother and Jeongyeon are at least close to each other. Then that means we're not close. As I laughed silently at the immediate rebuttal, the other person scratched the back of his neck shyly. Okay, well, it's not for me to intervene. Anyway, nice to meet you. I'm Seokjun Kim. What's your name? My name is Seogyo. Please feel free to call me. That's a good name. I have nothing to do, so please give me some lines. Isn't it time? Yes. Sure. Then let's go say hello to the director and staff. I suppressed my laughter while listening to the blunt voice of actor Kim Suk-joon. You grumble and do everything. I gave a cursory reply to Seogyo, who greeted me and said I would see him later. Are you really close with Lee Yunjae? Yes. As Yunjae said, there will be a relationship between you and Lee Jong-hyun. Wow, you're a bitch. And when did you say you were a senior? Just call me Hyung. I watched the two of them talking and walking away. I guess I was more nervous than I thought. After getting far away, I could finally see it. There was a slight hint of tension on Seogyo's smiling face. The tension was slowly fading every time actor Kim Suk-joon made a blunt joke. He's a kid too. He was a guy who only looked like an old man, but I had a strange feeling about him. Do I want to look like that in the eyes of adults? I need to watch you say your lines before filming. And I have to practice too. The priority was to create a strong environment where the other party could demonstrate their skills. After practicing alone for a while, I remembered my cell phone. That's right, I said I contacted you. I put it in my pocket and took out my cell phone, which I had forgotten about for a while. Second year acting class A. Seogyo, I have Killing Horn filming today. See you later at the filming site. And then there was an unexpected call. Lee Yunjae's real best friend by Hyuk. Hey, Seogyo sent me a text message saying he will be filming with you today. Is this true? Lee Yunjae's real best friend by Hyuk. Why aren't you answering again? I'm in the practice room right now, so I can't call you. Epsilon, asterisk. Why did Seogyo even contact this person? I sent him a message telling me to practice well with the message. It's true that I'm filming with Seogyo, and I just found out. As soon as I sent the message, the one mark disappeared immediately, and a reply came. Lee Yunjae's real best friend, by Hyuk. Don't talk to her unless it's absolutely necessary. That's because his personality is really weird. It's not jealousy, so don't misunderstand. TSK. I clicked my tongue while looking at the message. Everyone is jealous. It's funny. After reading it thoroughly, I looked at the script again. After collaborating with actor Kim Suk-joon and the returning Seogyo, we prepared for full-scale filming. Let's start filming. As I stood in place, I saw Seogyo slightly frozen. I whistled softly. I gestured to the guy who was looking at me curiously to relax his shoulders. And he said it with his mouth. Don't be nervous. It really doesn't suit me. The guy who was staring at my mouth burst into laughter. Why are you like that? This is the first take. 1-2 dashed. I closed my eyes while listening to the director's voice. Action. And then I opened my eyes. Chapter 187. I lay down on the mattress and stared blankly at the ceiling. I missed Suk-hyung. There was no answer to the mutterings into the air. I knew there was an employee who would listen to me 24 hours a day, but I tried to ignore it. How can you not come visit me for more than a week? I know what it means that Suk doesn't come to visit me. It was a kind of punishment. A friendly bee that tells you, if you want to meet me, you must succeed in the experiment. Since I had failed the experiment for the past week, it was natural that I would not be able to see Suk. Still, 1 week is rough. The rules were simple. If the experiment is successful, a meal with Kong Suk will be given as a reward. Even if your bones break, your flesh bursts, and you bleed, as long as you somehow complete the given mission, you can see Suk's smiling face. I can share delicious food with my brother, and chat for a while until he falls asleep. Suk stayed with me until I went to sleep with a friendly smile on his face. Of course, I was always alone when I woke up the next day. It was as if it were a dream. These rules did not arise all at once. Suk naturally reduced the time he spent with me. Even when I told him to please go away because it was annoying, he was the one next to me who was smiling. The person who seemed to always be by my side is no longer there. I know what the intention is. Anyway, even Suk knows that I am not stupid. The humans who created me must have put so much data into my head. Suk knows that I can judge this situation objectively. That's why I'm just sure. No matter what I know or what I think, nothing will change. And he was right. Then what do you want me to do? Should I commit suicide? I don't even know if that's possible. Even if I admit that I am being used as an experiment, nothing will change. Suk, me, and everyone knew. No matter what happens, I cannot be the first to abandon Kong Suk. Still, it's bittersweet. I have to live my whole life worrying about when I will be abandoned. Life was miserable, not knowing how long I would have left. At that time, a modulated voice came out of the ceiling speakers. Wake up. Agent Jang Yosuk is scheduled to enter. Yes. Still, they send me something stupid. As soon as I got up and stood up, the door opened. Agent Jang, who came in with a stern expression like any other day, was not alone. I sighed as I saw the unfamiliar boy following Agent Jang in. Is this an experiment again? I just came out feeling refreshed. The thought of having to see blood again made me depressed, but I held back while thinking about the meal I had with Suk. Yoziak Hyung, I told you not to call me that. Hey, you didn't show up today either. Okay, Agent Jang. He smiled and raised his free hands. I don't have a gun right now. I left it in the lab earlier. Should I bring it back? Why the gun all of a sudden? The stern face changed into a questioning expression. So I asked more curiously, then how do you kill him? Can I just get the blood on the outside like last time? Hey, why did you kill him? It's a surprise. Why are you yelling? My voice also grew louder out of frustration. This is my first time seeing an expression like that. I've always been a calm person, but this was my first time getting this angry. Agent Jang spat out the words with an annoyed face. You're killing me, Maine. Don't talk nonsense. This is my nephew. Nephew? I stared at the kid next to Agent Jang. The boy looked embarrassed. You two don't look alike at all. Whatever. Why are you so angry today? There was never a moment when Agent Jang was kind to me. I wasn't disappointed because I had Suk Hyung, but today I was also annoyed because I was in a bad mood. I wish I had done something. Since it was my first time seeing his face, I naturally thought he was a human experiment. I pouted my lips and glared at Agent Jang and the boy. Agent Jang must have felt my gaze, but he only looked at the boy as if I didn't exist. Jahun, if anything happens, shout out. Because I will come right away. Got it? Yes. Uncle, do not worry. The boy looked at me and answered politely. When I saw that, I didn't like it even more. Agent Jang, who was reciting precautions to his nephew from 1 to 10, only looked at me after a while. Don't be rude and be nice. Who is the rude person right now? What? Agent Jang frowned grimly. But I didn't want to lose. Either explain it in advance and bring it in. Why do you lose your temper when you suddenly bring a stranger with you on your own terms? Is this my fault? Did you have the courtesy to eat without eating? I'll call you brother. Foot. I know what that guy's name is. When I screamed so hard that the blood in my neck rose, Agent Jang stopped. I also froze for a moment. I'm sorry for cursing you. Although I had many swear words entered as data in my brain, this was my first time actually using them. Of course, it was my first time raising my voice this loudly. Even though it was my own voice, it was so loud that my ears were deafened. It sounded like a gunshot. Agent Jang looked at me blankly. It was the same with the boy. The gaze that seemed to be looking at an animal in a cage was particularly unpleasant today. Don't look. I don't know why I'm doing this either. As I gritted my teeth and held back the rising emotions, I heard a guidance sound coming from the speaker. Agent Jang Yoziak, I want you to come to the main conference room right now. A repeated guidance sound broke the silence. Agent Jang sighed in frustration and patted the boy's head. I'll come back. Jahun, you just have to follow the rules I told you earlier. After speaking to the boy in a gentle tone, Agent Jang walked out. He looked at me for a moment before the door closed, but it was only for a second or two. Hi, I am dashed. Don't act friendly. I cut off my words before a friendly voice continued. I turned my body and moved towards the mattress. I deliberately lay down on the mattress without looking at the boy. It's annoying. I curled up like a slug and looked across. It was a sickeningly familiar white wall. Cut. I blinked at the sound of a man's voice shouting loudly. As soon as I came to my senses, I sat upright on the mattress. I'll check the scene. While the PD was checking the footage, a staff member came over and straightened his messy hair. As soon as the setting was over, I approached Cogio. Cogio? Huh? Cogio, who was standing with a blank expression on his face, opened his eyes wide. I was even more surprised because his expression did not suit Cogio. Why are you surprised? Oh, no. I thought you were going to scold me. Cogio's acting wasn't bad. There was a slight look of nervousness, but it was similar to the facial expression the character should make, so it didn't bother me at all. Even if his acting wasn't very good, can I scold him? It really seems like he thinks I can do anything. Just by looking at what he said, he seemed like someone who was desperate to take advantage of me, but what he actually did was trivial. At best, he introduces himself to actor Kim Suk-joon as a close friend of Lee Yun-jae. If Bae-hyuk finds out, he'll say, "Look, I know it's behavior that will make people say, I said he was really weird." Whether it's small or not, it's true that he's trying to take advantage of me. But actually you look like a kid. It was just funny. The only thing he did out of self-interest was to introduce himself as Lee Yun-jae's close friend. What is that? Does it really help? If anyone sees it, they'll think you came here through my recommendation. I wondered why he was acting like that when he came in after an official audition. What's going on in this head? Understanding others seemed to be a very difficult task. So I stopped thinking more and patted Cogio on the shoulder. If there's anything to scold, the PD will do it. But you won't do it. You did well. Thank you. Even with a simple compliment, Cogio's face brightened noticeably. He looked so childlike that it felt unfamiliar. Is it because there is no Han Haram? On weekdays like today, Han Haram also had to go to school. I don't know if it was because I felt Han Haram's absence, but for some reason, I was particularly concerned about Cogio. Seonji, you acted really well. Thank you. I'm watching from the side, and it was so good. All I can say is that it's so good. Yes, how can you not be bothered when you act like this? The guy who usually smiled with his face muscles loosely gone is gone, and all that remains is a kid who mumbles blankly with a missing screw in his face. When the Jeonju International Film Festival was held, the hotel also showed a similar reaction. I didn't praise you so openly even back then. I could feel the staff glancing in this direction. I thought that if I left him alone, he would just keep praising me, so I covered Cogio's mouth. Town. I know I did well. I just practiced a lot for the scene, so I have no regrets. Without exaggerating, each line was repeated 200 times. I practiced like that to find the optimal tone and expression and just performed it very satisfactorily. I looked into the eyes of Cogio, who was speechless at me. You too. I took my hand off as I saw Cogio slowly nodding. It seemed like that. Cogio's acting was the same. No matter how much he had practiced, even a passing glance showed traces of worry. Even if you practice a lot, there are many cases where you fail in real life. From that perspective, Cogio was quite a talented actor. As if to prove my point, the PD shouted loudly, "Okay, I'll just go with the full shot, and I'll take the close-up shot right away." The staff cheered. I liked it because it meant I could get home from work earlier. The PD took off his headphones and approached us. "What did you say your friend's name was?" "Sorry, I forgot. My name is Cogio." "All right. Yes. I'll remember it. The acting is good. Thank you." The PD lightly slapped Cogio on the back and disappeared. I smiled at Cogio, who was standing blankly with his lips licking. "You're in big trouble too." What? You're in big trouble?" Looking at Cogio's dumbfounded face, I kept laughing. It was also a laugh of sympathy for the same disease. "I'm in big trouble too. You can't live without acting anymore." Cogio's expression became even more dazed at my words. His face looked like he didn't know what I was talking about. I thought it would be funny to pretend to know more in front of him, so I swallowed my words. "Let's start with Seekjun's close-up. Everyone, please go to your places." "Yes. You should put that light over there." I left the noisy noise behind and patted Seogyo on the shoulder. Seogyo, there's still a lot of filming left, so cheer up. Let's do well. Oh yes. After seeing the guy nodding his head, I returned to my seat. I guess he's ready to become an actor too. Seogyo said he wanted to become an actor because his mother abandoned him. But I am sure, regardless of his mother, Seogyo will continue to act. How do you know? Because I'm in the same situation. At first, I learned acting because I wanted to get rid of the unhappiness factor, and from then on, I continued because I liked having Jinbei by my side all the time. On the other hand, I acted because I wanted to continue to be loved by Bayan. But now I know. Even if the unhappiness factor and acting become unrelated, even if Jinbei Hyung leaves me, and even if Bayan stops liking me, I will continue to make a living by acting. I suddenly became convinced of that. Of course, I will have a relationship with Jinbei Hyung. Even if someone called me greedy, I didn't want to change my mind. Then you just have to be greedy, right? I was glad the solution was simple. We will resume filming. Everyone, please gather together. I raised my head after hearing the staff shout. Seogyo was still dazed, but was seen trying his best to come to his senses. I'll keep seeing your face from now on. I thought our relationship would end after we only met at school. I looked at Seogyo blankly. I felt like a kid who was just a classmate from the same school had suddenly entered the boundary. The problem was that it wasn't that bad. What are you saying to Baehyuk? It was obvious that I would get tired in the future, so it was a little difficult. Chapter 188. What is your name? The first to speak was Han, who had been staring at the wall for a long time. Agent Jang Yosuk's nephew, Kim Ji-hoon, looked surprised and quickly took care of it. It's Ji-hoon Kim. Ages. No, I'll just call you by your name. Huh, do whatever you want. Kim Ji-hoon looked somewhat dazed. It seemed like he didn't expect Han to speak first. The soul must have felt that too, and responded angrily. Well, why? You wouldn't have let me in to talk to you. If I say a few words, they will let you go, so what are you going to do with me? You will have a home. The words that came pouring forth sounded like the whining of a child, or the lamentation of a tired adult. It was so amazing that Kim Ji-hoon just stared at the soul. What you looking at? Kim Ji-hoon smiled softly at the sight of the test subject glaring at him with two eyes full of defiance. You? It's a lot cuter than I thought. When I heard about it from my uncle, I thought it had a hard image. What did Yosuk or Agent Jang say? You said you always have a blank expression when you don't open your mouth. You said something useless. Han's brow was deeply furrowed. It was clearly visible that his favorability towards Agent Jang had gone all the way to the basement. Ji-hoon Kim spoke slowly while looking at the test subject. I live with my uncle. I lived with my uncle since he joined this company, and for the past 5 years, I've only heard about you every day. My story. When you come home from work, he just talks about you for a long time. Agent Jang is talking about me? That was written on Horn's face with his eyebrows furrowed. He looked like a child whose thoughts were transparent. You're so cute. Ji-hoon Kim smiled softly. For a moment, Han thought he looked like Kang Suk. I will apologize for being mean to my uncle today. My uncle was always against me coming here. I think he took out his anger on me on you. Hey, do you know Suk? Kang Suk. Are you talking about Dr. Kong? Of course I know. After all, we know each other. Horn looked at the boy in front of him and nodded slowly. No wonder. The way they spoke was similar. I am very close to Dr. Kong and my uncle, so I have seen them often since I was young. It was thanks to Dr. Kong that I was able to meet you. Suk Hyung. He said he wanted to make you a friend. Ji-hoon Kim smiled kindly. We had dinner together yesterday. And do you know how many times Dr. Kong told you to be nice to him? He is a really kind person. They continued to say that you are truly blessed to know such a person. There was no answer from Han, but Ji-hoon Kim did not stop smiling. Kim Ji-hoon's shoulders seemed to be more slack than before, as if the tension had eased after exchanging a few words. Sol, who was staring blankly at that scene, finally asked back. Did you have dinner together yesterday too? What? Ji-hoon Kim said he was sorry he couldn't hear it and asked if he could say it again. Horn looked at the kind gesture and blurted out. Okay. You can just be friends. Let's be friends. It was a sudden remark, but what Ji-hoon Kim encountered was a soulful smile. Horn was smiling brightly like a child. If Suk wants it, I have to do it. Oh, if you don't want to. No. Now that I think about it, I think I need a friend. Horn's playful smile seemed very exciting. The corners of Kim Ji-hoon's mouth slowly rose when he saw that. Okay, then let's be friends starting today. Good. Friend. Huh. Han laughed like a child and held out his hand. Let's shake hands to celebrate becoming friends. Haha then. Ji-hoon Kim smiled and held the white hand of the cute test subject. It went really well. Huh. Horn continued to laugh. The clown who went up did not come down. At some point, Kim Ji-hoon felt that it was too much. Ha ha ha. Horn laughed so hard that the corners of his mouth were torn. It was a laugh so unnatural that it could easily be described as bizarre. Ji-hoon Kim instinctively felt something and tried to step back, but the hand he was holding was firm. Give me this. Why? Stop. The boy became scared in an instant. Han didn't let go of the hands he was holding and brought the other hand to his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Kim Ji-hoon. Crack. Horn bit down on his hand without a moment of hesitation. Blood was flowing from Horn's hands, and his mouth was covered in blood. Let go of this. Kim Ji-hoon's face turned pale as he knew what kind of power soul blood had. Han didn't stop laughing and touched Kim Ji-hoon's cheek. The boy's cheek was stained with blood due to the playful touch. Friend, what's the matter? I was wrong, sorry. Please let me go. Don't worry. If you were in real danger, your uncle would have come. Or not. Haha. Even Dr. Kong would have come. But no one is coming, right? As Horn said, the iron door was tightly closed. The employees who were currently watching the two on CCTV did not take any action. As soon as he realized that fact, Ji-hoon Kim's body stiffened. That's it. The soul laughed continuously in front of the pale boy's face. This is probably just an experiment anyway. Originally my life was. Maybe this is an experiment to see how I react when I make friends. Ji-hoon Kim's pupils got bigger. Horn tried to squeeze out a laugh as he faced the human who was afraid of him. However, with the corners of the eyes distorted and forced to smile, it looked more like a person crying. Then let me show you my reaction now. The blood flowing out from between the torn flesh quietly soaked the floor. Horn raised his blood-covered hands and cupped the boy's face. Kim Ji-hoon seemed to be in complete panic, unable to resist in any way. After seeing that there was some of his own blood on the other person's face, Han slowly raised his hand. Kim Ji-hoon's gaze was also fixed on Han's hand, so the thumb and middle finger touched. Han did his best to welcome his friend, just as Kang Suk wanted. When I say killing Horn, you say, let's make it a big hit. Now, killing Horn, let's hit the jackpot. The restaurant was noisy with dozens of people shouting at the same time. The sound of glasses hitting each other could be heard everywhere, but the table I was at was quiet. Seogyo. Come to your senses and eat more meat. TSK, the kid is out of his mind. It was an intense shoot. Kim Ji-hoon, played by Seogyo, was a minor character who only appeared once, but it was not an easy character to play. When people fall into panic, they react in various ways. Your breathing becomes dizzy, your whole body trembles, you stutter your words, or your gaze shakes uneasily. To put it simply, it's perfect to get criticized for your foot acting. Fortunately, Seogyo's acting was very good. I wonder if the PD would have held an unscheduled company dinner. The Seogyo I knew would have smiled loosely and said, "You were lucky. I thought you would say the same thing." However, the person involved was still bruised. I told him to come to his senses, but his mouth hurt, so I just put meat in Seogyo's mouth. Even if you don't want to eat them, just eat 5 more. I need to eat something because I used a lot of stamina today. Or fall down. Seogyo muttered intently and tried to ask something. Cereal dashed. I'll answer everything, so eat 5 more pieces of meat. Then ask. Seogyo paused for a moment, but listened calmly. I spoke only after seeing the 5 pieces of meat I had given him wrapped in wraps and smothered in abundance. What are you curious about? You then, so? Seogyo could not organize his words easily. I expected it well, so I waited patiently. The questions that followed were all within the expected range. How do you deal with these feelings? Can you get out of character as soon as you hear the cut sound? Sometimes it takes a long time. I tried it a few times and it worked. You can do this with practice. At first, I also found it difficult to get out of the character I was immersed in, so I understood the confusion that Seogyo was feeling now. After that, He faithfully answered every question Cogio asked. I put meat wraps in his mouth every now and then, and it was quite surprising how he ate them so quickly that he could ask questions. What does this feel like? Does it feel like raising a child? It's not. It felt different than when I was talking to Foggy or Han Haram. To be a little more precise, do you feel like raising a junior? As soon as I organized the sentences in my head, I sighed. Anyone who sees it would think it's been 10 years since they debuted. I'm already trying to listen to my senior. I was also lazy. I was worried that I might unknowingly be giving pretentious advice to someone called a senior assistant referee. I tried to keep quiet a little longer, but I couldn't because of Cogio's bombardment of questions. I had so many questions, so I answered them one by one as they poured in like a shower of water. Cogio, who had difficulty calming down, regained his usual self by the end of the dinner party. I was so excited. Sorry. No, are you okay? Rather, I feel a little disappointed. I felt embarrassed for hiding my true feelings. Cogio looked at the empty grill and suddenly asked, then the character I played, Jaehoon Kim, won't die? Huh. I'm planning to move on from that scene to the next episode. Horn pretended to snap his fingers and waited for the employees, but the iron door did not open until the end. Kim Ji-hoon faints alone, and Han returns to the mattress and lies down with a complicated expression. What followed immediately afterwards was the conversation scene between Kang Suk and Jang Yo-suk. The two, longtime friends and colleagues at the same company, were in conflict over an argument about how much to stimulate the soul. Jang Yo-suk's position was, this is enough to be used as a weapon, but Kang Suk was different. He passionately states that the soul's abilities have great potential for development, and asserts that we must further develop the remaining abilities, even if it means putting psychological pressure on them. In the end, one way or another, the purpose of both was the same: to gain economic profit by using the soul for murder. The experiment repeated every day was also for the purpose of how the soul can eliminate human life more efficiently. There were also moves by other companies to interfere with the two people's company, which grew even bigger with the success of the H project. During the first filming, we filmed an action scene in which we were attacked by someone and had to deal with them. But this also turned out to be the work of another company. Killing Horn was ultimately a story of adults fighting over something that would bring enormous economic profits. And in the meantime, the story of a dying soul. I'm looking forward to editing. Since the script is dark and realistic, the producer said that he would balance the overall situation with refreshing action scenes. Since science fiction dramas are not a very popular genre in Korea, it is difficult to expect it to be a huge hit, but they seemed confident that it would be a medium hit. Actually, I didn't say anything, but I thought the same thing. And it seems like this guy was the same. Cogio hesitated for a while and whispered so that only I could hear. To what extent will this drama be a success? Because of my mom. If you think it's going to happen, you have to prepare your mind in advance. He lowered his voice as if he knew he was asking an awkward question. I gritted my teeth quietly. I tried my best not to show off, but I guess my acting skills were lacking. It's a series. Would you rather just laugh? The soft words eventually made me burst into laughter. This guy is really funny. Chapter 189. Baehyuk, eat some more of this. I ate a lot. Whatever you eat a lot. Is eating 3 at most a lot? I couldn't control my facial expression because I was so dumbfounded. When I stared intently, no Baehyuk avoided my gaze. The one who broke the silence was space singer Injin Choi. Bambi, understand me. Before debut, there was a lot of pressure from above because of my weight. There's nowhere for him to take it off. Although they immediately refuted it, singers No Baehyuk and Choi In-jun shook their heads at the same time. The two people shook their heads and said that it is not easy to survive as idols and looked really exhausted. Then at least eat it, brother. I can't because I'm preparing for a comeback soon. No. Then why did we meet at a restaurant? I didn't understand, but I couldn't scold someone who was smiling when I saw their face, so I held it in. Singer Choi In-jun, whom I met after a long time, immediately chatted for an hour about the live broadcast he did last week. I thought it would be better if I was alone, but since No Baehyuk was there, I tried to stop him. Seniors, did you see him sing Weather at the end? If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be a song to sing. He said it was his first time going to a karaoke bar with me. Wow, really? Thank you. This guy went one step further. Aside from No Bai-hyuk, who looked proud as if he had founded some kind of country, singer Choi In-jun was equally dumbfounded. They just talked about me for a while, giving me all the thanks I could give to someone who contributed to the founding of the country. The three of us met to help Bai-hyuk debut. It was a place created after hearing that singer Choi In-jun debuted in the third year of middle school. But for some reason, it felt like we were going to break up just talking about myself. Even though I tried to change the topic by asking for tips for debuting, at some point it came back to me. I cried a lot when I saw Kim Ho-yoon crying at the end. No, when I talk about hello, my summer, we can't break up today. It's okay because I have a lot of time. Can I guess your favorite scene? It's the scene where Kim Ho-yoon cries. Wow, how did you know? Doesn't Hoyeon cry so beautifully? The camera director captured the lines next to our Bambi so well. Please stop talking about me. The embarrassment was mine. The two people, chattering with shining eyes, seemed to get along well. It certainly wasn't a bad sight. But this isn't it. When I see you, Bambi, writing on the fan cafe, I wonder when you'll grow up to write. Haha, bro, I'm turning 16 soon. I became dizzy from the unimaginable treatment. I wasn't foolish enough to ask for help from No Bai-hyuk, who was giggling next to me. I looked at No Bai-hyuk, wanting to change the subject just now. Is there anything difficult these days? Are you having any conflicts with the members? Okay, all my brothers are nice. They took care of me because I was the youngest. I'm glad. No Bai-hyuk was scheduled to debut as a 5-member boy group around early next year. Based on the expected debut date, No Bai-hyuk was the youngest at 16 years old. The leader is a 20-year-old adult, and the other is 19 years old. I was told the other two were 18 years old. What if I get ostracized? I couldn't help but be worried when I heard that there was a 4-year age difference between me and the leader. Singer Choi In-jun, who was quietly watching me and No Bai-hyuk talking, said, "It seems like you two are really close. When Bai-hyuk debuts, it will be even better to see his face often." Is that so? I don't think I'll be able to see you anymore once I debut. When I think about that, I still feel bitter. Since I couldn't fully hope for my friend's success, I wasn't good at becoming a big person either. Hey, Yeonji Lee. At that time, No Bai-hyuk grinned and poked my cheek. Don't worry and focus on filming. Eat properly. I eat more than you. Eat more. That way you can catch up to my height quickly. Anyone who looks at me would think I'm 180 centimeters tall. How much of a difference is there between you and me? I end up growing taller because of you. Even when I told him to stop, he kept smiling and smiling, so I ended up hitting him. It hurts. Because I said it hurts. When I didn't respond, No Bai-hyuk grumbled that he thought he had a lump. You two are really cute. Singer Choi In-jun was smiling softly. Maybe it's because of my flushed cheeks, but for some reason, I feel a little. You seem like a pervert. But I didn't want to scold. Buy-in, so I held back. No Bai-hyuk also seemed to have gained some level of immunity to singer Choi In-jun, so he naturally turned his attention to singer Choi In-jun. So, when will Killing Horn be released? Around February next year? Oh, it's similar to when I debuted. I don't think I'll have time to watch it because I'll be so busy once it debuts, but I hope it comes out before then. You said flicks, right? What is he saying now? Bai-hyuk, don't forget that it's a request. Oh, let's not do this. Yeonji Lee, don't do this. There must have been numerous cruel scenes of people's heads exploding, but they couldn't be shown. When I shook my head with a helpless expression on my face, No Bai-hyuk made a face that seemed unfair. So you don't watch it either? Huh, of course. When I spoke confidently, No Bai-hyuk was speechless. No, really? Are you really not going to watch it? You're the main character? It's not that I don't see it, it's that I can't see it. Don't look either. Wow, where is this? I laughed as I looked at the guy with a speechless expression on his face. I really wasn't planning on watching it either. In Korea, I have to see the fog in my dreams. As I said last time, dreams are not reality. I have to see the final edit to see what my acting actually looks like. Then, I was able to act even better in my next work. If you think about it that way, there's no reason not to see it, right? Done. Trying to make excuses is just lame. Although it was a trick that no one knew, I was a little embarrassed. But when I saw the fog I loved so much, that feeling disappeared. Really? Really? Are you really going to watch it with me? I answered curiously, looking at the mist covering my mouth with an expression of disbelief. Then, we always watched it together. I thought it would be taken for granted, but it was an unexpected reaction. You said so firmly that the humans around you wouldn't see it. I wasn't even thinking. Ugh. The fog killed my conscience with its innocent words. Hi. I hope it comes soon next year. I want to watch the drama quickly. It's fog. Calm down. The fog seemed quite excited and was jumping around. I felt a sense of relief when I saw Han Haram doing a somersault. If I had known you would like it this much, I would have told you a long time ago. It's been a long time since I've seen the fog so excited. Me too. I want a body. After the fog said that, we were acting as if we had never had that conversation. I was used to acting, and the fog didn't act too bad either. Of course, it's hard to say that he's perfect, and I've often noticed that he has droopy eyes or looks sad. If it had been anything else, I would have said it first without hesitation. There's nothing I can do for you. There wasn't a single thing I could do to help with Fog's concerns. That made me sad sometimes. But other than that, it was a pretty good daily routine. Even when he was busy preparing for his debut, Bai-hyuk came home once a week, and Han Haram did the same. Although he still seemed unable to escape his mother's pressure, he still seemed to have made many friends at school in that short period of time. Conversations with Seogyo have become more enjoyable these days, and the occasional phone call with Haein has also been comfortable. So the day of filming the second half of Killing Horn arrived. Today, Han witnesses Kang Suk's death right in front of his eyes. Why are you two coming together? When Jong Hyun got out of the car with his brother, actor Kim Suk-joon asked with a puzzled look. That person is here again, even though he is not filming. Before I could reply, Jong Hai and I hit the player. Didn't I tell you? We decided to stay at Yeonji's house while filming Killing Horn. You don't even have money, so why do you depend on your child? Well, do you have a friend to live with? You dash. It's starting again. Jong Hai and I, who was sarcastic in every detail with a smiling face, and actor Kim Suk-joon, who was talking loudly, seemed really close, as if they were not close friends. As I was pretending not to notice the now all-too-familiar argument, someone approached me. Actor, can we talk now? Yes. I knew it before I even spoke because of the huge shadow. Today, I faced Jinbei, who had unusually gentle eyes. Are you okay with filming? If you're having a hard time, promise me you'll rest in between. What? The tone was so full of worry that for a moment I was confused about something about today's filming. I answered in confusion and then belatedly said, Oh, I think it'll be okay. I've had enough practice. Before Kang Suk completely dies, Han hugs him covered in blood and suffers. It was quite difficult as it was a performance that required you to show your mental state in real time. But this isn't the first time I've had an emotional scene. Twins also expressed it well when filming the last scene. Since my skills are better now than then, wouldn't it be easier? When I spoke casually, Jinbei immediately shook his head. I wasn't worried about the actor's acting. Sure, the actor likes this actor very much. Kang Suk, who dies today, is played by actor Lee. The words he spoke carefully were kind, but I still didn't understand the meaning. Jinbei, who saw my expression, sighed a little and continued speaking. Because I have to see someone with this actor's face die. I'm afraid the actor is having a hard time mentally. Ah, what did you mean? I laughed involuntarily at words that I now understand. The face in front of me was confused by the laughter that was louder than expected. Seeing that made me laugh even more. My brother is so. Do you know that I'm scared of you sometimes? Yes? Me? Because you were so kind to me. He was a person who cared about me to the extent that it was difficult to call it a manager's work ethic. Jinbei's concern has always been warm, but just now I thought it might have gone too far. Don't worry, bro, Kang Suk dies, not Jong Hyun. I'm not young enough to be confused about that. This is a problem that has nothing to do with the actor's age. Yes, that's true. But anyway, you don't have to worry. Anyway, I'm being overprotective. In fact, I felt more cheerful because of Jinbei. As soon as I finished, Jinbei sat quietly next to me, not sure if he wanted to say anything more. And after a while, he asked, If you could please tell me why I'm scared dash. Fuha. In the end, I burst out laughing too. As I was whimpering with my face buried in my hands, Jung Hai and I, and actor Kim Suk-joon, stopped fighting and approached me. What? What's the matter? What is it that makes Yeonji laugh like this? Why does Jinbei look like that? In an instant, the surroundings became noisy. Actor Kim Suk-joon tried to tap my cheek, asking what was so funny, but Jong Hai and I laughed and blocked his hand. The two started fighting again, which made me twice as distracted. It was a noise that I would normally have disliked, but today it was pleasant and pleasant. I think the filming will go well today. For some reason, I had that feeling. And well, just like my life has always been, it didn't go as planned. Chapter 190. Mr. Yanji. When the staff member spoke hesitantly, Li Yunjae raised her head. Yes. I think I'll have to remove the part that's magnetically connected to the shoulder. The PD said it reflects in the light. Yes. Would you like me to take off my clothes and give them to you? No. I'm just removing the magnet on top, so just stay still. Yes. Please take your time. The staff member was usually very shy. I tended to avoid conversations even with fellow staff members, but I was nervous to talk to someone who could clearly tell me, I'm a celebrity. What if I make a mistake? My hands were shaking for fear of ruining my clothes or offending the celebrity. The magnet is stuck too tightly. My senior said that all I had to do was remove the magnet and come back. It was not as easy to separate from clothes as I thought. When I noticed that the time was getting longer, Li Yunjae, who had her eyes closed, spoke to me. I think it's really amazing. Yes. If something happens, you solve it right away. I don't think I can do that. The staff member was stunned by the soft voice before finally answering. It's no big deal. At the same time, with a thud, the magnet fell. Before the staff member who had finished the work could think of anything, Li Yunjae opened her eyes. Look at this. The eyes we met were full of laughter. It went down well. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, thank you. The staff member hesitated and took a step back. As soon as I returned, my senior hit the staff member on the shoulder. What took you so long, you bastard? Let's go. We have to move that box. Yes. Why is this reaction? What did he say? No. You didn't say anything. When the startled staff member shook his head vigorously, the senior chuckled. Li Yanji's personality is okay, right? I've been on set for over 5 years, and I've never seen a combination of characters as good as these actors. I think so. You said this drama is your first work. Pick out everything you can from me and eat it. I am willing to raise you. The staff glanced to the side in response to the senior's bravado-filled words. Li Yunjae was smiling and talking with Lee Jong-hyun and Kim Suk-jun. To be together like that, it's really... I felt like a celebrity. A celebrity who shines brightly. The staff looked at Yanji Lee blankly. The celebrity, who was much younger than him, was calm and quiet. It's funny that I felt a sense of kinship and said, You're quieter than I thought. But the two actors who were talking to me looked very lively. Did Jeongyeon really say that? Hey, you're the only one who doesn't know. Lee Jung-hyun also got a lot of criticism for being rude when he first debuted. Haha, Seekjun. Can you stop talking? Just shut your mouth. Look, you bastard. The three looked extremely happy. Everyone was looking at them. You're truly gifted. Conversing casually while being watched by so many people was also a talent. Then, I realized that. The staff member himself was also staring at the three people. Amazing. A charm that steals people's attention like they are breathing. I definitely felt like we were a little closer when we talked a little while ago, but I felt a distance as if it had been that way for some time. If I work for a long time, will I be able to feel close to people like that? I made a promise to myself that I would hold on until then. However, when filming began, the staff who saw Lee Yunjae's acting for the first time realized something. Distance is a word that can be eliminated more easily than you might think, and that the emotion called awe can replace it. In the dark of dawn, a truck moved quietly on the road. The trailer behind the truck was full of men with guns, and a boy with white hair was sitting inside it. In a situation where everything seemed dark, only the boy shone. The white hair, pale skin, and white clothes made me feel foreign. The strangely mysterious atmosphere. Please relax my hands a little. I'm going to tie you so tightly that I'll cut off your wrists. The boy's mouth opened and was cruelly broken. My whole body hurts. If you're going to be moving around for this long, shouldn't you have common sense and bring a cushion? Is it so difficult to bring even one cushion when you bring so many guns? The grumbling continued. The tension that had filled the inside of the trailer dissipated, and the men looked at each other. Who will answer that question? You do it. Why are you looking at me? I do not want to. Hey, can't you hear me? Be quiet. If you keep talking, I'll shut you up. Joy, I know you won't. I don't know who ordered it, but you told me to bring it to you so it doesn't hurt me as much as possible, right? My soul responded casually to the words of an unfamiliar man. As Horn said, the pupils of the men who were tasked with bringing back the item as intact as possible shook slightly. So, please make this line a little weaker. I think they tied it too tightly so the blood doesn't flow. Don't be fooled. I know it's a futile effort. It's a shame that. Also, since you talked to me, I thought you had a soft personality. Han smiled brightly. Rather than being scared in a kidnapping situation, they seemed to be okay. The men who were on alert glanced at Horn. Didn't you say it was an experiment? But for that, it's so human-like. The men had been given the mission to steal stuff, as they always did. Confusion passed over the men's faces. Either way, Han had a bored expression on his face. My hands are really hurting. When will Suk come? The reason why Han was calm was because he knew Kong Suk would come. Of course, I didn't trust Kong Suk. Han simply believed that it was still too early for Kong Suk to abandon him. As if to prove that fact, a huge explosion was heard. Bang dash. A bomb fell right next to the truck, causing the car to shake. Soon, bombing rain poured down as if it would engulf the truck. Everyone get down. Ball, how can you be so ignorant? The attack was carried out without any regard for what was inside the truck. The truck lost its balance due to the mind-boggling bombing. Hey, drive properly. You bastard. Contact headquarters first. As the bomb fell in front of the truck, the conversation between the kidnappers could not continue. A loud explosion sounded, incomparably louder than before. At the same time, the truck left the road and flipped over. Bang dash. The heavy car body fell cruelly to the ground. It was a miserable message to not expect survivors, but the employees who participated in the H project knew it. H doesn't die under any circumstances. I'm dying. And the soul did survive. Sigh. He held his breath and removed the corpse that was crushing him. I grabbed something and woke up, but my vision was blurry. Am I the only one who survived? The surroundings were quiet. Something sticky ran down my forehead. Thinking that my forehead was torn, I roughly wiped it with my hand. It was okay not to worry about the tear, as it would come back together on its own. The problem is pain. It kind of hurt. Horn sighed after confirming that his right arm was broken. Through hundreds of experiments, we learned that souls have greater resilience than humans. However, recovery occurred quickly, and the sensation of pain was the same. Horn did his best to get up from his seat. I felt nauseous, as if my internal organs were mixed up. Tinnitus rang in my ears. Wake. I have to get out first. Brother Suk must have come to pick you up. This is my first time being kidnapped, but I don't think they will punish me here. Suk will be waiting for you. When I stretched out my hand between the collapsed walls, the agents came running as if they had been waiting for me. Let me help you sooner. I wanted to click my tongue, but strangely it didn't work out the way I wanted. A familiar face came into Horn's field of vision. It was Agent Jang Yoziak. Agent Jang, what about Suk? When I asked while lying on the floor, a cold gaze fell on Horn. I suddenly came to my senses from that cold gaze. Was this really an experiment? Jang Yosuk slowly nodded. At the same time, a sigh flowed from Han's mouth. Somehow, something was strange. It was my first time being kidnapped, so I thought I didn't know much. Horn recalled the security perimeter being somewhat lax. His head felt dizzy. The right answer would have been for Horn to kill everyone in the truck first and escape. It was an opportunity to be recognized for my usefulness for the first time in a long time. You stupid bastard. Horn mocked himself. I thought Suk would save me. It's not like I'm waiting for a prince on a white horse. I've made some kind of mistake. The miserable and complicated feelings that Soul must be feeling were revealed in his facial expression. Jang Yosuk looked at that in silence. Are you really angry, Suk? Are you not angry? Is Kong Suk still important in this situation? What? You broke your arm. Blood is dripping from my forehead. If you want, you can kill us all with that blood. Why don't you do it? Why do you wait for Kong Suk every day? Wow, this is my first time seeing this guy talk so much. Jang Yosuk poured out his words with a cold face. When Han glanced at him, Jang Yosuk became even more angry at his childish gaze. This experiment was designed by Kong Suk. Your kind brother planned it. No, there was nothing in Horn's experiments that Kong Suk was not involved in. Horn responded curiously, wondering what kind of obvious statement he was making. Jang Yosuk gritted his teeth. But you're not angry? What's wrong with you? Why are you pretending not to know? Han looked at Jang Yoziak quietly, and opened his mouth. If I get angry, will you help me? What? What will you do if I get angry? Are you going to steal me away and raise me instead? Why should you play the role of Suk-hyung instead? Jang Yo-suk was unable to respond to the words, which were full of ridicule. Horn said with a smile that he knew that would happen. Do what you do, do what you do. I'm already playing house with Suk, so don't bother me. Perhaps because he wasn't smiling brightly. Like usual, the words that came out of Han's mouth were particularly cold. After confirming that there was no emotional confusion on Han's face, Jang Yo-seok took a deep gulp. I've done enough. Goes. What? While I was interpreting Jang Yo-seok's unexpected words, someone approached me from behind. I knew who it was before I even turned my head. It was a familiar smell. Goodbye to all of us. Brother Suk. It was Kang Suk. Han's eyes, which had looked exhausted the entire time, shone. Kang Suk had a more bitter expression than usual, but Han was too happy to notice this. Why did you come? I failed the experiment? Wow, that's really Suk-hyung. I tried to touch the face I hadn't seen in a long time, but when I realized there was blood on my hand, I quickly pulled it out. Kang Suk smiled and grabbed Han's hand as he tried to escape. Han laughed like an idiot and then froze. It was a title I had never heard of him before. As Han looked at him with a confused expression, Kang Suk spoke in a calm tone. I was happy throughout the H project. I was so happy to meet you, and it was the best 5 years of my life. Why all of a sudden? I believe you have great power. A power that is greater and more wonderful than my current ability. It must be in here. Kang Suk's fingertips touched Han's chest. I can't use it right now due to limitations in my consciousness. All you have to do is provide enough shock to break your mental limits. You just need an opportunity. Kang Suk gently stroked Han's head and then took out a gun from his arms. It was a gun that Horn had always used. Kang Suk taught us everything from how to use to how to care. Kang Suk smiled after putting the gun in Han's hand. Brother, why? Kang Suk guided Han's finger to the trigger and then placed his own finger on it. Horn was about to shout, wait a minute, in a situation he couldn't understand. I'm sure you will do it. Horn met soft eyes. Please don't disappoint me. Those kind brown eyes smiled like that. At the same time, a bullet was fired, with the gun pointed at Kang Suk. Chapter 191. The staff member looking at the camera thought, it's really crazy. It was my first time on a filming set, so I couldn't make up my mind. Is it really like this? Are actors really this good at acting? It's just someone else. There was no shining celebrity who smiled politely and said thank you. There was a spirit who faced the other person blankly with its white hair soaked in red blood. I'm sure you will do it. Lee Jong-hyun, who plays Kang Suk, spit out his lines smoothly. Please don't disappoint me. I don't know if they were working together separately or if it was an ad-lib, but the two people looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds. Bang dash. And then Han shot Kang Suk. To be precise, Kang Suk's finger pulled the trigger. In any case, the exact facts were meaningless to Horn. The moment I heard the gunshot, I felt it right away. At this moment, this memory will follow me for the rest of my life. Brother? At first Horn looked somewhat puzzled. A loud gunshot was heard right in front. Hot blood pouring out as if something exploded. Suk falls backwards helplessly. There were many factors entering the brain, but they all worked in a scattered manner. Han, who did not realize that Kang Suk was shot, was dazed for a moment. Then, they found Kang Suk suffering, with blood pouring from his mouth. Brother, this... Wow, is this an experiment too? Seol, who still seemed to have no sense of reality, unconsciously stopped the bleeding in Kang Suk's stomach. When I touched the area covered in blood, more warm liquid spurted out. Sigh. I think I'm going to die soon. Cough. I wanted to see it before I die. I guess that was too greedy. I was so surprised that it hurt more than I thought. In the midst of this, Kang Suk made a joke with his eyes gently folded. What brought Han to his senses was a friendly smile. The thought, this could be the last time I see that smile, filled Horn's mind. Why? Only then did Han move his hands vigorously with a pale face. He quickly took off the white shirt he was wearing, rolled it up, and pressed it hard on Kang Suk's wound. It hurts. Quiet. Horn's mind became as white as a sheet of paper. Han, who was barely breathing like a scared child, didn't know what to do. Kang Suk died in his arms. The movements of a child who wanted to save brother Suk were desperate. Why? Why? Why are you doing this to me? Ugh. Ball, don't just sit around and do something. Horn cried like a child and then screamed at the agents who were just watching from the side. Meanwhile, the two people's clothes were soaked with Kong Suk's blood. My blood-soaked, heavy clothes felt like a prison I couldn't escape. It was only then that the soul had an intuition that this person is really going to die. Kong Suk dies. In the end, you abandoned me first. Why? What did I? Did you do that wrong? I whispered softly as if I were breathing, and Kong Suk, who was still on the verge of losing his breath, smiled slightly. He immediately opened his mouth and looked like he was about to say something, but it was not something that could be interpreted. Just like that, Kong Suk completely closed his eyes. The script said this. Soul screams while hugging Kong Suk, who has completely stopped breathing. Jang Yo-suk hugs Soul, who fainted from exhaustion for a long time. Jang Yo-suk says, the experiment is over. We are returning to the facility, and the scene fades out. Ugh. Han hugged Kong Suk, who was no longer breathing, and cried. The sad cry was as if he was suffering, as if he were dying. The staff member who was watching stroked his swollen arm. It's crazy. This scene was the most difficult emotional scene in Killing Horn. We had to strongly show the extreme thinking circuit of Kong Suk, the company that ignored the choice of a talented doctor, and the sadness of Soul, who became a victim in the midst of it all. It was an emotion too deep for a child actor to pull off, but no one was worried about Lee Yun-jae's acting skills. It's hard to feed yourself, so why worry about the world's youngest actor to win the Best Actor award it can? Everyone already knew that Lee Yun-jae was good at acting. So, the shock that the staff is feeling right now was a natural emotion that they had no choice but to experience, even taking all of this into consideration. Isn't that how you get dehydrated? Lee Yun-jae, who had become a soul, was crying like a child. The sight of him screaming in sorrow looked very confused. Eyes that wander aimlessly, eyes that are sore from crying, cheeks wet with tears. Meanwhile, whether unconsciously or consciously, Han's hand continued to stop the bleeding on Kong Suk's wound. Of course I know it's acting. There was no way the staff didn't know that fact. Still, tears naturally formed. A boy who has lost his only reason to hold on. The pain that came out of his mouth was more vivid and devastating than I expected. It almost made me wish he would pass out quickly. Shouldn't the PD cut it off at this level? In order for the actor to focus on his emotions, the camera kept rolling, starting with the conversation between Kong Suk and Han. Lee Yun-jae, who cannot yet handle gunpowder, imitated shooting Lee Jong-hyun with a fake gun, and Lee Jong-hyun suddenly fell down out of nowhere. It was a raw situation that seemed funny in some ways, but the emotional expressions that followed overwhelmed the viewers. The crying, which seemed like it would never end, gradually subsided. I think I'm about to faint now. The staff, who were about to move to finish filming, froze when they saw the spirit. What? Horn stopped crying for a moment. Her cheeks were still wet with tears, but nothing was flowing from her eyes anymore. Horn sat so still without moving an eyelash that I wondered, is he breathing? As if the batteries had been taken out of a doll, the soul suddenly stopped everything, including breathing. The clear change in which the light disappeared from the pupils occurred immediately. Everyone around him fell silent as he looked like he was completely crazy. The staff and actors also held their breath. The silence that seemed like it would last forever was broken as Soul's eyes slowly moved. Soul, who looked at the cold corpse in his arms for a moment, stood up. Rather than fainting, Horn calmly stood up and patted his knees. I checked to see if my broken right arm was fixed and spoke to an extra actor standing next to me. Hey, put this in my room. I'm going straight to the experiment building. The extra actor, who had originally decided to stand still without saying a single line, could not hide his embarrassment. When there was no answer, Horn stopped twirling his wrist and frowned. Are you deaf? No. But if this is... The voice of the extra actor, who had been standing silently for several hours, was low. Thanks to this, it gave off a much more nervous agent feel. Are you comfortable calling me a corpse? Then do that. The extra actors were struggling to figure out how to match the ad-libs. At that time, Kim Suk-jun, who plays Agent Jang Yo-suk, intervened. The extra actor, seeing the look in his eyes telling him to step back, immediately lowered his head and took a step back. Han, who was watching this, cursed softly. Foot. It seems like only my words can be heard as. Jang Yosuk looked at Kong Suk's body with a confused face, and then looked at the soul. Horn, who was checking to see if his right arm was fully attached, looked strangely fine. HU. There's no time, so go back to the facility right away. I have to make sure Suk-hyung's wishes come true. The spirit that was about to pass by Jang Yosuk, who was speechless, suddenly stopped. He tilted his head and poked Jang Yosuk on the cheek. Just in case, don't play around with that. There was a mischievous smile on his lips. After the experiment, I went to my room. If you don't have that, you all die. No. Han smiled and pointed to Jang Yosuk's cheek. Jang Yosuk absent-mindedly followed his gesture and raised his hand. When he touched his cheek, a small amount of blood came out. If it exploded in this state, it wouldn't be life-threatening, but that wasn't the point. The message Horn gave himself was clear. I can kill you now. Jang Yosuk looked at Kong Suk's body lying on the floor. You? Is this what you wanted? There was no answer to questions about the corpse. It felt like his future, so Jang Yosuk fell into a deep sleep and closed his eyes. Cut. Even though the PD shouted in a loud voice, everyone could not let go of their tension. Most people seemed not to understand what had just happened. When I was just breathing in silence, Lee Yunjae quietly moved. Writer. Yes, yes. Yanji Lee approached the main writer, who was dazed. I was so absorbed. There was too much ad-lib. I apologize for arbitrarily changing the content in the script. No. Oh my no. It's a series. Don't worry. I loved it so much. Really. The main writer hastily shook his head. It was always unpleasant to experience actors ignoring their own script and changing the story at will. There are writers who absolutely hate even 1 or 2 words of ad-lib. Just now, Yanji Lee walked out on her own feet without fainting as written in the script. Although it was an action that completely ignored the script, the main writer held Lee Yunjae's hand tightly. Seonji, thank you. It was a feeling that I could not possibly convey in words. The author has just faced the moment when the character he created becomes complete. I knew how difficult it was to go through this experience, even more so because it had been so long since I had written about it. There would be no other actor who could have played Horn other than you. Thank you so much. Lee Yunjae smiled softly at the sincere thank you. I'm glad you're not offended. Then is it okay if I don't film it again according to the script? I like the changed version better. PD, what do you think? When the main writer called, the PD intervened as if he had been waiting. Of course I have to go with this version. I'm glad to hear that the author also agrees. Yanji, you are so. How do you act like that? In response to the PD's praise, Lee Yunjae quietly raised the corner of her mouth. The producer smiled with satisfaction at the sight of him appearing okay despite filming a difficult emotional scene. Good. It was at that moment that I thought I had to resume filming right away so that the flow would not be interrupted. A man with a large physique approached with long strides. The PD instinctively took a step back and realized that he was Lee Yunjae's manager. PD, author. I'm sorry, but would it be okay if I took a short break before filming? Yes. It's okay because I have a lot of time, but wouldn't it be better to continue filming? Now, I think it would be difficult for the actor to capture the emotions again. Jinbei immediately shook his head at the PD's words. No, I need some rest. Please understand. The tone was polite, but very firm. The PD nodded without thinking. Wow, he takes great care of his actors. I heard that manager Lee Yunjae was very overprotective, but it was true. What about rest? You look fine. That was when the PD thought so and turned his head. Lee Yunjae, smiling like a doll, came into his field of vision. The PD opened his mouth slightly. No matter what reactions people around her had, Jinbei didn't care and carefully lifted the actor's chin. And Jinbei faced empty black eyes. Actor, take a breath. Chapter 192. This episode contains depictions that may cause trauma. Please be careful with your impressions. I heard a strange sound in my ear. Quad duck, quad duck. It sounded like something breaking, but it also sounded like something being held together. Woonim. Yes. I smiled while keeping my expression as calm as possible. I was confident that my expression was quite natural. However, the other person made eye contact as if he wanted to find my loophole. The nausea got worse when I met those gentle eyes. It's okay. Keep looking at me. What's okay? It's not okay at all. I felt like screaming. Everything felt pointless. Why am I here? First, take a deep breath. Are you okay? It's not okay yet. Oh, I wanted to get annoyed. But the opponent was wrong. Above all, there were many eyes watching. But why me? Shouldn't you worry about what other people think? Lightning struck every time I closed and opened my eyes. He was out of his mind. Jinbei? Doctor dashed. For a moment dashed. The people in front of me were talking. Among them was Zhang Hai and I, a person looking at me with worried eyes. Zhengyi and Hyung. What I just did was acting. The person who died was Kong Suk, not Zhang Hai. He wasn't confused by it. But I couldn't escape the emotions in my soul. What on earth does it mean? I felt like I was in a swamp. Why do I have to live like this? What is the meaning of a life that avoids misfortune every day? Should I live like this for the rest of my life? Even if I live like this, what about the people around me? There's something wrong with those people. What if someone dies again? Even before that, I dash. Can you hear me? Someone stood in front of me. I had seen him a few times, so his face was familiar. Psychotherapist. He was someone who was brought in by the drama production company from the beginning of filming. They say they sent it to prevent controversy due to the high level of violence in the script, but I haven't said anything about it a few times so far. The discomfort became more severe. I'm sorry, but can you leave me alone for a moment? I gritted my teeth to be as polite as possible. I'm sorry, everyone, but please leave. I'm fine. Nothing could be heard properly. Only a vague noise lingered in my ears. What did I do wrong? It was unfair. Even though I thought I shouldn't whine like a child, I felt sad. It was just hard to think anymore. Actor. I dash. Someone hugged me tightly. It was big enough to cover me. I don't know who it was, but I thought it would be nice to fall. What if the unhappiness factor moves on? That shouldn't have happened. She had to be told to fall. I had to do it. I also had to do it. Because I am someone who knows. You were innocent victims. Don't push it away. Please. I struggled to get out of his embrace. The more I tried, the more strength the other person gave me. I felt like I wanted to have a seizure. I wanted something to explode. As my body trembled, the other person begged. Sweet whispers continued in my ear, but I couldn't interpret them. Then, suddenly, a word pierced my ear. Yes. I immediately raised my head. The other person was still hugging me tightly, so all I could see was the coat. But I urgently asked again. Fog, fog. Yes, the actor's friend. Sure, it's okay. Just think about the fog. Did you know? Fog. That's right. I nodded eagerly. Just think about the fog. I miss you. I was about to cry. A large hand patted my back. You are doing really well. Just think about the fog. A gentle vibration spread regularly throughout my body. My eyes closed without realizing it. My blurry vision became increasingly blurred. I lost my mind like that. Jinbei finally took a breath after confirming that the actor was asleep. It was a sigh that condensed and melted emotions that could not be expressed in words. I was so surprised in that short period of time that my back was covered in sweat. As I stood up holding the actor, Lee Young-hyun approached me. Jinbei, we'll sort this out. Go quickly. The usual friendly smiling expression was gone, and it was a miserable face. And Jinbei tried to ask him if he was okay, but stopped. Jinbei must also have the same expression. Thank you. Please take care of me. I'll go home as soon as this is settled. I was really fortunate to have an actor from the same agency. While Jinbei entered the tent holding the panicked actor, Lee Young-hyun's manager blocked the view. While checking to see if anyone was taking pictures, he quickly joined the production crew. Since Willian Entertainment was in charge of extensive management, worrying about articles was a luxury. Lee Young-hyun apologized to the production crew who were embarrassed by the unexpected situation. Everyone waved their hands as they apologized to each person. Meanwhile, Jinbei called a doctor as soon as he returned home. Jinbei, long time no see. I'm sorry for contacting you so quickly. I'm not in a good condition to go to the hospital. No. How long has it been since you lost consciousness? The doctor put the actor on several fluids, including sedatives, and then left. After that, Jinbei looked at the actor's face for a long time. As was his usual sleeping habit, he was sleeping soundly without making a single breathing sound, as if he were dead. What should I do? Jinbei washed his face dry. He hoped for an answer, but all he got was his own sigh. It seems the condition is more serious than I thought. Lee Jong-hyun, who came back after sorting out the situation, muttered. Just hearing his voice was enough to tell how shocked he was. And Jinbei answered blankly. Yes. When you wake up. I think I need to start medication. Okay. If you explain it well, you will definitely understand. Early last year, in preparation for filming Twins, Lee Yun-jae underwent psychological counseling with a psychiatrist for several months. Additionally, he was diagnosed with suspected depression, anxiety disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder. I can't say it's a positive situation, but I think we'll have to wait and see how it goes. He is young, and considering his tendencies, I cannot hastily recommend drug treatment. The doctor presented the test results that Lee Yun-jae personally checked. Some of the questions seemed particularly defensive, so I contacted the daycare center, and they said the test had already been conducted several times. The initial test results were similar to what I expected. Okay, are you saying the actor intentionally tried to fake the test results? Yes, and from what I've interviewed so far, I think they think it's better for everyone. The doctor talked about other unusual things he discovered during the interview. Severely low self-esteem, excessive self-hatred, intentional avoidance of the experience of divorce, excessive pressure on oneself, etc. He also added that he was fortunate that he had never harmed himself before. The doctor may have said this without much thought, but Jinbei, who knew what happened to Lee Yun-jae, remained silent. His actor didn't need to do that. Because I've lived a terrible life with no need for self-harm. You probably didn't do it because you didn't feel the need. My mouth was so bitter that I felt nauseous. And Jinbei repeatedly opened and closed his hand. I should have met you a little earlier. You should have found it first. He should have kept that from happening. Huh. And Jinbei sighed endlessly. Lee Jong-hyun, who was only looking at Lee Yun-jae from the side, asked, "What did you say to Yeonji earlier?" Fog. Yes. I was half out of my mind, so I said something, but he reacted to that word. And Jinbei held the words in his mouth once again. Fog. I've been thinking this was strange since the award ceremony, but I think I need to look into it in earnest. I'll look into it separately too. If we have a harvest, let's share it. Jong-hyun Lee answered, remembering his personal connections. How would you react if I told you that you had to take medicine? I think I should say this in a way that doesn't shock you. You won't have any objection to taking medicine. It's literally just medicine. I once saw a movie about an actor in depression. At the time, the actor said, "Why is there such a strong reluctance to take psychiatric medication? It's the same as putting a bandage on a wound." Yes, it's about getting the right treatment for your symptoms. It's hard to say so carelessly, but I hope people who are having a hard time don't miss out on treatment. Don't make it any harder. Unless it is mild, it is wise to improve all diseases by consulting with a specialist and receiving appropriate medication. The same was true for mental illness. However, the reality was that there was still a clear aversion to the Department of Mental Health Medicine. Fortunately, the actor had no aversion to drug treatment. They just don't realize that their condition is that serious. If I calmly explain the opinion and test results, I'm sure they will follow along. Because he is a wise man. There are clearly areas where it is difficult to improve through one's own will alone. Nevertheless, the reason Jinbei did not inform the actor of his condition was because of greed. Guardian. First, guide the client to actively express his or her emotions. Yes. All right. Now I have a strong tendency to suppress my emotions. It seems like they think it's wrong to even feel emotions if there's no good reason. We need to get rid of this feeling of rejection first. And Jinbei eagerly followed the doctor's instructions. I did everything that could help the actor. As if it wasn't completely useless, the actor slowly changed. It was a surprising development, considering that he had been vomiting alone for nearly 2 weeks due to Han Se-young's perfume. I want to stay with my brother longer. So what should I do? The actor, who neither expected nor wanted anyone's help, became greedy. Even the first desire he showed was that he wanted to stay by his side for a long time. At that time, Jinbei answered with a calm and dependable face, barely suppressing her loveliness and embarrassment. You can just do it like you do now. And Jinbei also became more greedy. Wouldn't just having me by your side be enough? I had that hope that maybe everything could get better in an instant. And I felt it after seeing the actor in Panic today, that it was all his own arrogance and greed. Jinbei, I'm just saying this just in case, it's not your fault. No. Lee Jong-hyun glanced at Jinbei's pale face. And Jinbei smiled. Yes, I know that. I don't know what would have happened today without you. Everyone knows that you cherish Yeonji. Of course you know serialization. You know the actor too. Always say thank you for taking care of me. Lee Jong-hyun was about to offer comfort by saying, look at that. And Jinbei smiled bitterly. But you think it's because I'm the manager. Huh. They thought that if I quit being a manager, we would never see each other again. Oh. Lee Jong-hyun was speechless. And Jinbei muttered something that I wasn't sure if he was saying to the other person or to himself. I don't think the actor ever thinks that people will be nice to him for no reason. The moment an actor encounters something for the first time, he first searches for a reason. It's not like I couldn't understand it, because no one would have approached me without a purpose. However, that fact made Jinbei sad. There was silence for a long time after that. It was a small voice that broke the suffocating air. Is it fog? Chapter 193. When I opened my eyes, everything seemed black. Is it fog? I immediately opened my mouth because I thought it was a dark space. I heard someone approaching. Actress. Oh, I just put a wet towel on your eyes. I'll clean it up, so close your eyes. Yes. I answered calmly, but all sorts of thoughts passed through my mind. Why did you come straight to reality? My last memory was being cut off from the filming set. I clearly remember being caught up in a useless afterimage and acting like a fool. They say I lost consciousness. Why didn't I meet the fog? Something happened again? My mind suddenly became anxious. I couldn't keep my hands still, so I tried to move them, but Jinbei hurriedly stopped me. You must not move. The sap is still there. Hyung, did I sleep? Yes. Didn't you sleep? Did you sleep? What? I muttered without thinking, but came to my senses when I saw the other person's expression. Stop. He immediately hit me hard on the cheek. The loud friction sound was more painful than the tingling sensation. Actor. Seonji. Jinbei and Jeongyeon even joined in screaming. My ears will rip. I'm fine. Wait a minute. I felt a tingling sensation in my cheeks. Thanks to you, the dazed feeling went away. Wake. At best, all you have to do is fall down and get up again. It wasn't like it would have any effect on the fog. Let's not judge hastily now. For now, the priority is to understand the situation. I didn't want to make the people who cared about me even more scared. Phew. After clearing my complicated head, I raised my head. How long did I sleep? Have you been waiting long? Why are you slapping me in the face all of a sudden? Oh, I'm trying to come to my senses. Hyunjong covered his face with both hands. I'm really going to turn away because of you. I gritted my teeth and a voice full of anger came out from my mouth. I was embarrassed because it was my first time hearing this tone from Jeongyeon. Sorry. Before I could think about anything, my hand moved. I should have checked first to see if anyone was around. I was about to apologize again, but I felt something cold on my right cheek. Actor, please don't behave like this in the future. Jinbei's face looked calm as he held a cold, wet towel against my cheek. But I realized that he was shaking from the vibration I felt on his cheek. I won't. Sorry. I was momentarily frightened by the unfamiliar sight. Promise me. Yes. I immediately put my finger on it and made a promise. I repeated several times that no matter what happens in the future, I will never do that. Only then did Jinbei stop trembling. I should never do that. I can't believe I surprised such a gentle person. It's entirely my fault. Jinbei gave me an intravenous injection and then brought me porridge. I got it because it moved so naturally. I don't really want to eat it. I stirred it with the spoon a few times and then opened my mouth. I think everyone was surprised because of that on set. Do you want me to call you now? Don't worry about it. Just eat that first. Still dashed. Actress. I immediately picked up the spoon after hearing the firm voice. What? Are you angry? You seem angry. Jinbei's expression and behavior were the same as usual, but he was somewhat scary. Without even realizing it, I made eye contact with Jeongyi and Hyung. Jinbei, come and get some fresh air. I'll tell Yunjae. Hurry. You can't help me now. As Jong-hai and I urged him on, Jinbei washed his face dry. Yes, I'll stop by my parents' house for a moment and then come back. Jinbei left with the words, if you need anything, please contact me. The back of him going out looked particularly exhausted. I looked at him and asked, Hyunjong, did I make a mistake? Do something to Jinbei while he sleeps. Seonji, you weren't asleep, you were unconscious. You have to speak properly. It's ruined. We're equally angry here. I slowly put down the spoon. The rattling sound was particularly loud. After being silent for a long time, Jeongyeon opened his mouth. Xianji, how about taking a break from acting for a while? Yes. If I work hard, I think I can postpone killing Horn for about 2 weeks. I'll take a break and finish the rest, and then do the rest. Brother, what are you talking about? I was so surprised that I stopped talking without realizing it. Jiangyi and Hyung was calm. Xianji, will you listen to me calmly? If you do, I will listen to everything you have to say. After hesitating in a calm voice, I answered that I understood. Zhang Haiyan told me many stories. From the test results, what the doctor said, and even a third party's perspective on what I looked like on set today. I nodded quietly. I see. To be honest, it wasn't a shocking story, but it was a little unfair. I won't even be able to talk about the unhappiness factor in the future. Of course, the unhappiness factor and my mental state are separate issues, but they can't be viewed as completely separate. However, if something like today happened again, filming would inevitably be disrupted. It was an action that was a nuisance to fellow actors, staff, and everyone else. If I take medicine and get better, it's good for me. After thinking about it, I answered that I understood. When I didn't complain much, Jiangyan's expression brightened slightly. As much as I wanted to keep seeing that, there were more important issues. Then, if I take my medication properly, I can continue acting? I deliberately spoke in a casual way. I held back a sigh because there was no answer. Bro, there's no guarantee that I'll get better if I don't act. From what I remember, I think there was also drama therapy among the treatment for anxiety disorders. If you think about that, it might actually get better. Okay, did that kid collapse while filming today? That's right. I worked hard to find another persuasive comment, but Jiangyan was faster. Yanji, I know you like acting, but if you don't do it now, it won't be a big problem. Something big is going to happen. What big deal? When I countered without realizing it, Jiangyi and Hyung asked back. I thought I shouldn't leave here, so I spit out something. I have to act for my brother to continue to like me. What? Oh, this isn't it. Wait, no? I said something strange. Have you thought that way until now? I like you because of your acting. Something seems to be going wrong. Why does it seem like the more I talk, the more twisted it becomes? In times like these, we need to be sparing with our words. I tried to organize my thoughts first, but Jiangyi and Hyung urged me. Really? Did you really think that? Did I look like that? No, that's it. You just said that. I like you because of your acting. But that's what my brother said himself. I don't know where it came from, but it was true. When Zhang Haiyan had only recently known his older brother, he treated him like a child sex offender. Then obviously, to be honest, I was shocked to see you acting. Of course I like it so much. My acting. I said this. Jiangyan was dumbfounded by my words. He was silent for a while with a shocked expression on his face, and then asked, Yanji, won't you like me if I tell you I don't act? What kind of nonsense is that? Jiangyi and Hyung saw my expression and raised his voice. Okay, your expression is the expression I want to make. You also like me because of my acting, right? When you really like someone. For a moment. Please calm down. I calmed down the confused look on his face. And I corrected the obvious errors. I didn't like you because of your acting. What? Then? Because my brother was the first person to like me. I felt comfortable saying this because it was an obvious fact. Well, if I had met the fog earlier, it might not have been Zhang Hyun. It could have been the orphanage director or teacher who did that. But no, matter what, at this point, Zhang Haiyan was the first. Nice to meet you. You're the child actor who decided to appear today, right? I'm not an actor, but it's true that I decided to appear today. I see. I'm Jiangyan Lee. This is Lee Yunjae. Speak comfortably. The first person who looked at me with kind eyes without any prejudice. It doesn't matter to me if he doesn't act or if his appearance changes here. Anyway, it's still Zhang Hyun. Even if my brother hates me, even if that moment eventually comes, I can like my brother for that reason alone. Zhang Hai and I was silent for a while. Then he suddenly fell down. I was sitting on the bed, and my brother was sitting on the chair next to the bed. In that state, I lowered my upper body and suddenly fell onto my knees. Brother? Where does it hurt? When I asked in surprise, what came back was a confession. Xianji, I love you. It was unexpected, but I answered calmly. I know. No, you don't know. I know, but I don't know. Was it that shocking that I fell? Even if I fall in the future, I have to make sure Zhang Hyun doesn't know. I made a firm promise. Jiangyan Hyung muttered to himself for a while. Yanji, when you like someone, there's usually a reason. Yes, sometimes there is a clear purpose, but I don't need a reason to keep liking it. I understand. No, not at all. Jiangyan looked up at my face. Look, acting may have been the reason I fell in love with you. Or maybe he approached you to watch you act in detail. Do you understand up to this point? I nodded. It's a separate issue from that opportunity and purpose. The reason I like you now is, now I don't care whether you act well or not. It's the same as Jean Bei continuing to like you even if he quits his job as manager. Questions poured in without giving me any time to avoid them. Let's take buy-in as an example. There must be various reasons why your fans like you, right? The purpose may be to give you a gift. Yes. But at some point, there comes a time when those things don't matter. Jiangyan looked straight at me. How about you? What would you say if buy-in tells you at some point that she doesn't like you anymore? I met kind eyes. My mind was empty. She hesitated for a while. But the moment I opened my mouth, the words came out against my will. I still like the secret story. Okay. Jiangyan Hyung laughed. So do we. I like you that much. The brown eyes smiled sweetly. I held my breath for a moment. Whether it was an illusion or not, I felt like I was suffocating. Jiangyan Hyung laughed when he saw my stupid expression. Cute. It's a shame that I'm the only one who sees this. A refreshing sound of laughter and warm warmth lingered near my knees. Even though Jiangyan smiled, he made eye contact with me. Why is this angle so familiar? I slowly frowned due to a strange feeling of DJVU. Oh, then I remembered. This angle where Jiangyan's head is resting on my lap. It's the same as before. Kong Suk was the same as the god who died. Of course, only the composition was the same, but everything was different. The facial expressions and vitality of the characters and the atmosphere they give off. The most important thing above all is, Junghyun Hyung is not Kong Suk. That was the best. Before I knew it, the corners of my mouth had turned up. Chapter 194. It's fog. Huh? What do you need? Would you like me to make you some more pillows? As soon as I spoke, I grabbed the shoulder of the confused fog. No, I just called you. Oh, the fog was embarrassed. The embarrassed face was also funny, so I lightly slapped my cheek. Why are you so surprised? No, I know you need something. The way she pursed her lips was cute. I just need you. I embraced the fog. I liked the feeling of being filled in my arms. Time flies. It's already been a week since I fell asleep on set. I was anxious because I didn't see the fog at the time, but fortunately, I encountered no problems that night. As soon as I met the fog, I started asking questions such as why I couldn't meet him, what happened, and if I was okay. The fog waved its hands in confusion. No problem. You're the one who fell. I'm okay. Why didn't we meet before? For us to meet, you must be completely unconscious. Your condition was so unstable. Earlier, simply put, it was because I was in an ambiguous state where I couldn't completely lose consciousness. I didn't think it was a big deal, so I ignored it. You always faint once in your life. I was wondering if that could happen by chance. Unfortunately, other people didn't seem to think like me. Hello dashed. Hey, how are you? We can postpone filming further, so tell me right away. As soon as our eyes met, actor Kim Suk-joon suddenly spoke. I sighed as the words came to me without even saying hello. I'm fine. I told you this on the phone too. He always says he's fine. Manager, how is he? Is it okay if I film it? Actor Kim Suk-joon didn't even pretend to listen to what I said and looked at Jean Bei. No, if it's going to be like this, why did you ask? It was absurd. Regardless of whether I looked at him with a sullen expression or not, Jean Bei calmly answered. After resting for a week, I felt much better. You promised not to overdo it today. Thank God. Everyone here has their schedules organized. Even if I can't film everything today, it won't affect the filming at all. So if the manager sees something strange, please cut it off right away. Yes. Thank you. I'm talking about you. Why don't you include me? When he interrupted in a rough tone, actor Kim Suk-joon snorted. It's obvious what you're going to say. Okay. It's nothing. Sorry. I will do my best today. I was speechless. Still, I didn't want to admit something, so I pouted my lips, but then realized it was childish behavior and put it back. Everyone takes it too seriously. Of course, even if it were me, I would have been surprised if the kid I was filming with was muttering like a crazy person and collapsed on his own. That's why the fog followed me around all week, just paying attention to me. Needless to say, Jinbei Hyung and Jiangyi and Hyung also didn't want to leave my side, so it was difficult. It was my first time seeing them cling so tenaciously, so I was embarrassed. Brother, you have to go filming now. Huh, that's how it should be. Shall we make a video call while we go? Why don't you just leave it at that or leave it connected until you get home? Just mute the sound and show me your face. I'll just see if you're okay. Please calm down. Thanks to my agency and production company postponing my filming schedule, I have rested comfortably for the past week. In other words, the other actors' filming schedules were messed up because of me. When I contacted him separately to apologize, he just told me not to even think about coming to the filming set until everyone was okay. Thanks to my generous schedule, I was able to visit the hospital. The psychiatrist I hadn't seen in a while greeted me with a calmer face than I expected. I didn't really feel like talking, but fortunately the treatment time wasn't long. The treatment ended with the doctor telling me to gradually adjust the dosage, and I was prescribed medication. This was how I felt after taking psychiatric medication for the first time. It's no big deal. It wasn't as big of a deal as I thought. I wondered what would happen if I was dazed all day or spent too much time sleeping like I saw in movies, but I was overly worried. It's different for each person, but fortunately, I think I'm a good fit. I don't know if this really works. If people around me could put their minds at ease, that was enough. I definitely feel like I'm sleeping more comfortably. Thanks to this, I felt like I was leading a more regular life. Anyway, to sum it up, I was fine. I rested enough. So, this level of consideration was not necessary. Cut. Yanji, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I immediately shouted at the PD's words without even having time to blink. I just say it's okay a few times. I think I did it over 200 times today alone. When I arrived at the filming set, I asked every face I encountered if I was okay, and I repeated the same thing countless times. After that, the PD came running with an urgent look on his face. I was even more puzzled by your fidgety words, saying that you were really sorry and that you were so mature that you forgot your age. When he said that he would be more careful during the remaining filming, I nodded, although I didn't know what he was being careful about. And when filming started, I could see what the PD was worried about. Actor, it's okay. Even if you are my brother, stop saying that. I think I'm going to get neurotic. I immediately cut off Jinbei's words. When I made a disgusted expression, Jinbei smiled. That's because I'm worried. So am I, and so is the PD. The actor doesn't show it too much. I'm really fine. Yes, I will stop asking when I can believe it. What the? As I shook my head, Jinbei smiled and handed me water. I thought as I took a gulp of water, I must never fall again. Every time the PD took a cut, he repeatedly said, "Are you okay? And should we take a break?" Aside from being annoying, I was worried that the filming seemed to be taking place. So I asked if I could just pretend that what happened before never happened, but instead I got scolded. It's because I'm really okay. It was a little unfair. I'm not saying it was okay out of habit, but it was really okay. Even when I was about to get lost in the thought, what's the point of living like this? I remembered Zhang Haiyan's words. So do we. I like you that much. The impact of a single kind word was huge. No matter what I was trying to do, those words kept coming to mind. I felt like I was shackled by those words. After that, I couldn't think. What's the point of living like this? Even as I was trying to think about that, I was cut off because Jinbei's face, Jiangyi's face, and Baihyuk's face came to mind. At the same time, I remembered the universe I saw at the fan meeting. Like twinkling stars, their eyes were directed at me. Fans who looked at me like I was someone special. When I think of the tragic story, I end up with this thought. Living like this is meaningful. No matter how much I think about it, it's too much. It was a love so great that it was too much for me. Well, that doesn't mean I want to let it go. I smiled and stretched. What should everyone do if they get caught by a greedy person like me? I have no intention of letting go now. He expressed regret for the faces that emerged. Maybe he's going through the process of becoming similar to the soul. Because I also have someone like Kang Suk. A life lived for Kang Suk. A life influenced by Kang Suk's every word. But the fortunate thing is that Kang Suk is not just one person to me. If one person leaves, another person will come and comfort them. If you live like that, won't you become an adult? No matter how I think about it, it was a huge blessing that my Kang Suk were warm people. So I have to do better. It wasn't the sense of duty or debt I usually had. This was greed, a desire to do better for the people around me. Now I was so busy being greedy that I had no time to worry about the meaning of life, the cause of misfortune, or useless things. Xianji, should we go back to filming? He immediately stood up and shouted at the PD's words. Yes. I hurriedly approached. The staff continued to nag me not to run. I had to say once again that I was okay in response to words full of worry, but it wasn't all that annoying. After that, we filmed for a whole month, and the filming of the last scene was completed without incident. Until the end, when Kang Suk dies, everyone was very worried because Seol's emotions reached their limit. He seemed worried that I might collapse again. I was already confident that I would do well, but I couldn't show my true feelings, so I just kept repeating that it would be okay. But I guess there was no trust. Jinbae Hyung, Jong Hyoni Hyung, and actor Kim Seek-jun were all clinging to me. No Bae-hyuk even came to the filming site without missing a beat during practice. He's already busy preparing for his debut. I didn't say anything to him on purpose, but Jinbae made a mistake. When I brought up the story of how I collapsed while the three of us were having dinner with No Bae-hyuk, he was surprised, and I was surprised. I had to barely stop No Bae-hyuk from shaking my shoulder in shock. Now that I think about it, I don't think it was a mistake. I was so busy at the time that I couldn't pay attention, but I don't think Jinbae had the look on his face of someone who made a mistake. If you look at his eyes, he seems like a really gentle person. At times like this, it seems like it's a fox again. Well, I don't even know if I know the person. Whatever it is, it's okay because it's good. It didn't matter whether it was a fox pretending to be a bear or a clumsy bear. After all, it's Jinbae Hyung. Actor, please eat fruit. Why are you doing this? Seeing a face that doesn't know anything makes me a little angry. Still, I wanted to say something about the past, so I pretended not to notice and picked up the fruit. Thank you for cutting it. Yes, there is more, so eat a lot. Actor, you need to eat more. Now that filming for the drama is over, people continue to tell me to eat and not worry about my weight. It's something I've been hearing a lot these days. Yes, I'll eat it. Oh, you eat it too. Huh, thank you. I handed the fork to Song Yi-jun, who was just rolling his eyes next to me. Song Yi-jun noticed this and told Jinbae that he would eat well. When will we become friends? It seems like it's been a while since the two have seen each other, but it seems like things are getting more awkward as time goes by. I asked Song-jun, who was quietly eating a pear. How did you get the idea to become a celebrity? You're very shy. As you work, you have to meet a lot of new people. When I asked calmly, Song Yi-jun looked confused, but then quickly laughed. I already worried a lot about that. I wasn't even sure if I could do well. But I did it. Acting was too fun to give up. Song Eun-jun smiled shyly. I also laughed at the fog-like appearance. A calm conversation continued. Yanji, then you don't have any schedules for the time being? The filming is over. I see. I'm just asking just in case. Do you want to go on a program with me? Program? Before I could open my mouth, Song Yi-jun spoke urgently. Of course, you don't have to if you don't want to. Just tell me comfortably. I just wanted to ask the doctor if you're okay. Hyung Shil, calm down. Song Yi grabbed Jun's shoulder. He's always like this. I suppressed the urge to click my tongue. I'm not going anywhere. Tell me slowly what the program is. Song Yi-jun took a deep breath with a flushed face. And then he opened his mouth. It's a variety show where you and I go on a trip. Travel? Where? Hey, Italy. One of my eyebrows rose without me realizing it. Italy. Chapter 195. The program proposed by Song Eun-jun was an entertainment show. The Healing Travel Program was once hugely popular and is still a steady seller. Thanks to Song Lee-jun's father, who had a wide network of connections, Song Lee-jun also knew quite a few people in the entertainment industry. The producer of Dogs on a Leash, in which Song Yi-jun played a superpowered character, is a representative example. And this entertainment PD was the same. So the PD first suggested that you do a variety show? He said it would be good if you and I put together a program. I think it would be great to go with you, but you can refuse if you are uncomfortable. Please feel free to tell me. I thought quietly as I looked at Song Yi-jun, whose cheeks were puffy. It's entertainment. Wayne Entertainment, where I belong, was not pleased with its actors appearing on entertainment shows. So, I said that I had to first get permission from my agency. Song Yi-jun nodded eagerly and looked at me. If the agency says it's okay, are you up for it? Well, that's fine. Italy. It was a place I never thought I would go, because I've never really traveled domestically, let alone overseas. I've been to France to attend the Cannes Film Festival, but I haven't been able to do any proper sightseeing. As I haven't experienced it so far, it would be a lie if I said I wasn't interested. To be honest, I'm interested. Okay, but I don't want to be treated like that again. Huh? Song Yi-jun was confused. He said calmly, looking at his foolish expression. You know, the producer of Dogs on Leashes. His older brother, who he said he had followed as his uncle since he was young. He may have been good to my brother, but he wasn't to me. Oh. Song Eun-jun's face turned pale. Since I have a good memorization ability, I'm sure Song Eun-jun will remember it well. What the PD said to me when Song Yi-jun's mistake resulted in several NGs. Yeonji, aren't you here as an extra? No matter how good you are at acting, you can't imitate the main character. The producer of Dogs on a Leash was not a very pleasant person. Well, it wasn't to the point where I couldn't stand it. At that time, good things are good things. I just passed it on. I didn't want to force a smile when I met someone like that again. If you're going to film, it's good because the production company will cover the cost. Why? I don't want to be treated like that just to save money. I'd rather not go. Song Jun was speechless at what I said. Song Yi-jun, who had been contemplating something for a while, suddenly stood up without any warning. TSK. Hyung, it's not good for your health to wake up like that. What should I do if my blood pressure rises? I clicked my tongue without realizing it. Song Yi-jun excused himself by saying he was healthy, then said, "This is not it." He looked at me with a face like that. Yeonji, I will make sure that doesn't happen. Brother? Huh. First of all, the PD who just contacted me is famous in the industry for his good personality. You won't, but I'll tell you in advance. Song Yi-jun swallowed his saliva. And, if something like that happens, I'll be the first to ask. Thank you, but my brother won't have to criticize me. I'm going to argue before that anyway. That's what I meant, but I guess the intention wasn't conveyed. When Sung Jun asked me to trust him again, I made fun of him and asked him what kind of presidential candidate speech he was giving. Don't worry, Yeonji. Now I'm good at saying things I don't like. I said I'm not worried. There was no time to worry about Seongjin, a high school student of Korean age. I have 3 noses, so who cares? First, I told Song Yi-jun that I would ask his agency, and then change the topic. There was a high possibility that I would be fired by my agency anyway. Really? Can I go? Huh. The CEO also gave permission. Really? Why? Is this entertainment? When I asked the question with an expression on my face, team leader Wu said indifferently, "You collapsed a month ago, and it was quite a shock to us." Oh. No matter how much we make money by selling celebrities, we have no conscience at all. I wonder if you had even told me once that you were having a hard time. Team leader Wu clicked his tongue. We should have thought about the mental hardship you were going through, but we failed to take proper care of you. That even happened because of the script we chose. I was the one who ultimately chose the script, and we said okay with that choice. The CEO gave the final confirmation. Then it's our fault, and it's the CEO's fault. Team leader Wu said as he organized the documents. It was difficult to open my mouth in such a light tone, as if I was stating an obvious fact. This decision was made with you in mind rather than the agency's policy. I was wondering if you could take a break at this time. Team leader Wu shrugged his shoulders. Of course, it's hard to call it a complete trip because it's filming, but it seemed like you would go anywhere at least in the name of filming. I'm just as good as Jean Bei, right? Now I understand your tendencies to some extent. I smiled shyly, looking at team leader Wu who was laughing. Yes, you know very well. Even though I was told to go somewhere before the Cannes Film Festival, I was a kid who thought it was a waste of money and just practiced acting at home. How will I feel when filming for the drama ends? I guess I'll be stuck at home more now. I had nothing more to say as the words continued without interruption. Why don't you at least change your mood now? The producer there and I know each other, so you don't have to worry about editing. Yes, then I'll come back. I answered awkwardly, touching the back of my neck. I didn't know it would be this easy. When I told Sung Jun this news right away, he got a huge response. Brother Lee Jun, haha. Lee Jun this is awesome. Thank you. Yeonji, I will do really well. Lee Jun you won't regret it. I will do really well. You don't have to go and do anything. I'll do everything. What? Am I getting married? I laughed at the passionate reaction. I left Sung Jun, who was acting like he had just gotten a proposal, and prepared for the photo shoot on my own. Actor, the tea is ready. Yes. The meeting schedule was scheduled sooner than expected. The meeting place was a traditional tea house with a quiet atmosphere. Then let's assume we leave the country right away on November 4th. The schedule is 10 nights and 11 days. Please note that Lee Jun has an interview scheduled the next day. Yes. Is it okay if I go with the concept I sent you in advance? The adult conversation continued for a long time. I picked up my teacup, trusting team leader Wu, who was calmly discussing the conditions on my behalf. As expected, it was convenient because there was someone who was good at the job. It smells good. I was impressed by the bitter yet sweet taste at the end. After drinking tea quietly for a while, it was almost time for the meeting to end. Team leader Wu looked at me. Yanji, do you have any other questions? There's something I'd like to ask you. The slightly chaotic atmosphere calmed down after my words. Everyone looked at me, but I just looked at the production crew without paying attention. Me and Lee Jun are not having fun. In an instant, a speechless expression came into view. But I opened my mouth because I felt I had to say something. No matter how healing is the concept, if we go together, I think it will be a documentary, not an entertainment show. I'd like to ask if you have any special thoughts about that. The purpose of all programs, including entertainment, was ultimately one. Rating. No matter how good the meaning was, it was of no use if the viewer ratings were low. There's no way the production crew, who have already done several entertainment shows, wouldn't know this. So why did they choose Song Joon and me? The PD was taken aback by my question for a moment, then smiled. Are you okay? Both of us will only include the fun parts. Yes. Your two faces. This time I was speechless. The other person was puzzled by my reaction and added that it was a joke. It was a joke. Entertainment isn't just about fun. The gentle fun that comes from chemistry is also really important. The PD added that no matter how funny a comedian is, if there is no one to applaud, it will inevitably become boring. As soon as those words were finished, the PD looked at Song Yi-jun. I've been seeing Lee Jun a lot over the past few days, and every time we meet, he talks about actress Lee Yun-jae like that. PD. Oh, sorry, was it a secret? Song Eun-jun's face turned red. He handed me a teacup, telling me to calm down as my face was as hot as a tomato. Drink this. It's hot, so be careful. Song Yi-jun naturally patted his back, but I felt the writer's eyes glued to my fingertips, so I stopped for a moment. The PD smiled and continued speaking. The Lee Yun-jae that Lee Jun-I mentioned is the world's youngest actor to win the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival in May this year. Nevertheless, he disappeared right away without even giving a few interviews. I decided to do a drama. I didn't mean to do that, but I ended up sounding like an excuse. Whether I did it or not, the PD continued his words. But one day, an actor who didn't even have a personal SNS became a hot topic again. At best, I only appeared on other people's live broadcasts for less than 30 minutes. You're talking about the broadcast that Space Cian did with his brother and singer Choi In-jun. I knew that there was an uproar over the news of my discoloration, which was suddenly discovered before the broadcast went off. When I laughed awkwardly, the PD laughed as if he knew that would happen. You may not know it, but Yun-jae is a hot topic icon. He's a star that people like us want to take away, even if it means getting down on his knees and begging. The PD laughed without hesitation. It was a smile that seemed simple, but it was clearly visible to my eyes. The greed filled in the eyes. I got lucky because Lee Jun told me about it. Everyone here knows that more than 1 or 2 places have contacted Yanji so far. Isn't it too honest to be honest? I knew from team manager Wu that there were so many proposals coming into me. The contract has already been concluded, so praising it won't make a difference. I guess it's because I've seen so many people's expressions change the moment they stamp the contract. The appearance and words shown by the PD were refreshing. Sounds fun. I was curious about how this PD would edit me. Well, I'm not even a comedian. Even though it's called entertainment, I have no obligation to be funny. I already warned the production crew once, so there was no need for me to worry anymore. I finally smiled, feeling refreshed. Yes, thank you, please take care of me in the future. When I laughed, everyone laughed along. At the same time, it felt like the membrane filling the room was broken. It may have been an illusion, but at that moment, I felt like everyone was watching me. I hit my forehead in my imagination. I'm seriously suffering from celebrity disease. Anyone who sees you will think you have become a big star. As I was sighing and trying to come to my senses, the PD spoke to me with a look on his face. Yanji, can I ask you a favor before filming? You can discuss it with the company and tell me. Yes. What is it? The PD smiled embarrassedly at my question. Are you thinking about dyeing your hair a different color before leaving the country? For example, the words that followed were something I had never thought of. Chapter 196. Yanji, can I go with you? Han Haram cried with tears in his eyes. I was embarrassed, but I had decided what to say. I'm not going there to have fun. I'm going to work, so that's not possible. We'll go next time. When next time? I gently stroked Han Haram's head. At this age, you probably shouldn't lie. But it was painful for me to tell the truth. After hesitating, I carefully swept up Han Haram's bangs. When you grow up. Let's go then. I'm all grown up now. Big. At Han Haram's words, Jinbei, who was next to him, gritted his teeth. It was the same for me too. No, you're all grown up. A trembling voice came out as he was trying to hold back laughter. Xianji, are you a rabbit? What's the matter? Han Haram asked with an innocent face, which made me suffer even more. It was only after a while that I was finally able to calm down. When I say all grown up, I mean when you become an adult. When you can go abroad without parental consent. I do not know what I mean. I stroked my sullen face. The language was changed to make it easier for the child to understand. When you are old enough to fly far away on your own without your mom. Let's go together then. Without mom. Han Haram asked back uncertainly. I smiled and nodded. Yes. How about it? Can you do it? Han Haram twitched his fingers. He pursed his lips, hesitated, and eventually nodded. Okay, you have to wait. You can't change your mind later. The expression on his face that he thought was solemn was funny. Okay, let's stop talking about the trip now and take a nap. Can't you talk a little more? There's dinner. I'll wake you up, so sleep a little. Thanks to Han Haram, I spoke English fluently. I coaxed Han Haram, who didn't want to sleep, and put him to bed. I couldn't refuse the request to sing a lullaby, so I sang it for a long time and left. When I came out into the living room with the door half open, Jinbei smiled. The actor is particularly weak towards children. What? It's cute. After avoiding eye contact, I sat down next to him. As I silently packed Jinbei's luggage, he smiled as if he was willing to let me go. Han Haram is cute. It was cute in a different way from the fog. Unlike the fog of drug use, I could see unspoiled purity. I know that he is too involved in Han Haram's life, even though he has no relationship whatsoever. I literally know it. So, I wonder what to do. I'm going to reach puberty soon anyway. There will come a time when you cannot bear your mother's strong pressure and explode. And I will help you do that. I just need to stop there. By then, my brother, whom I only knew by name, will quickly forget. I thought my role would end there. If that's the case, I won't be having a negative impact on Han Haram's life. I gathered my thoughts and finished packing. Before I knew it, it was the day before I left for Italy. So you can't make phone calls while filming? Even at night? No, Bai Hyuk grumbled over the phone. You can do it, but it's better not to do it. If you call from abroad, you will get a lot of money. If anyone hears it, they will think you are an ordinary student, while making a lot of money. The guy's voice was sharp. You're not making an excuse because you don't want to call me, are you? Bai Hyuk. Sorry. As soon as I said a word, an apology came back. It looks like the preparation for debut is really not easy. The kid who used to smile and pretend not to notice things that made him cry has been getting irritated these days whenever he gets the chance. Sorry, I just heard something from the vocal teacher. I didn't mean to solve it for you. I'm really sorry. Are you okay? Did you get scolded a lot? Just a little? Anyway, I'm sorry. Just hearing the buzzing voice on the other end of the phone, I could picture No Bai Hyuk's facial expression. This is it. How is it different from Han Haram? I know that No Bai Hyuk is my age, but at times like this, I really can't help but treat him like a child. There's still quite a bit of time left before debut. Just practice. Don't be nervous. Okay. The voice that answered calmly was full of anxiety. I thought about the guy who was flicking his fingertips with a sullen face. If he had been a little less serious, he would have been joking. If it doesn't work out, he might have joked that he could debut under our agency. But I know how serious No Bai Hyuk is about being an idol. I know how hard he puts his efforts into practice to make his dream a reality. Bai Hyuk. Okay, so I didn't make any nice jokes or pointless consolations. Why are you doing this when you already know? What? There is nothing that cannot be done with practice. You know that everything will work out if you do it. Oh. Until I come to Korea, I will reflect on the points pointed out by the teacher. You can do it because you have plenty of time, right? It's just gum to you anyway. The words were spoken, lightly, as if dealing with something insignificant. No Bai-hyuk was silent for a moment and then laughed empty-handed. By the way, I understand. It's no joke. I will check it myself in 11 days. Oh, I understand, teacher. Please come carefully. The guy chuckled. After exchanging a few words, we hung up. Actor. We'll be there soon. Yes. I looked out the window at Jinbi's words. Still, having been there once, the airport felt somewhat familiar. There may be reporters there, so put your hat on in advance. I will take a look. I put on the hat that Jinbei gave me. I was afraid that my hair color might show, so I put my hair inside the hat without any gaps. But I wonder what this means. Brother, but won't we get caught in Italy anyway? It's impossible for someone walking around with so many cameras to go unnoticed. There was no way there were no Koreans in Italy. More than anything, I feel like my picture will be taken even if I don't know who I am. I looked at myself awkwardly in the mirror. The hair is permed and has an ambiguous color, whether red or orange. Anyone could see that he was not an ordinary person. Despite my words, Jinbei focused all his attention on hiding my head. Brother, why aren't you listening to me? I am listening. Actor, please look down for a moment. You're not listening. I looked at him sullenly, and only then did Jinbei smile and make eye contact. I think that's exactly what the production team wants. It is more effective for ordinary people to take pictures and post them on the internet than to write articles. Is it so? Yes. That's why appearances on entertainment shows and departures are done in secret. Even if it's uncomfortable, just hide it until then. I couldn't say anything more as he patted the hat and said it looked good on him. Unlike my last departure to France, I parked in a field near the airport. As soon as I opened the car door, the staff rushed in. Hello. I didn't show it, but I was a little scared. I'll fill in the microphone first. Yes. The camera with the red light on was pointed straight at me. They say that these days, people start off without a separate greeting. It's true. Lee Jun is waiting inside the cafe. Yes. I guess I should go to the cafe first. As I calmly walked towards the direction the production crew pointed out, numerous people followed me without saying a word. When I saw the cafe in the distance, I felt like I had to say something. I'm sorry for greeting you wearing a hat. There are circumstances. Yes. Oh, I was talking into the camera. I guess I said it too out of the blue. The staff member answered for me and pointed to the hat. This is my first time greeting the viewers, and I'm wearing a hat. I'm going to take it off when I get to Italy, and then I'll greet you properly. He looked straight into the lens and said. There was no answer this time. While I was walking to the cafe, in silence, all sorts of thoughts came to mind. But I'm doing it for money. Even though it's an entertainment show, it wouldn't be okay if it wasn't too interesting. Maybe they should have brought Bai-hyuk with them, pretending to be crazy. I guess I did it for no reason. I opened the cafe door with some regret. Rattle. The door opened with a bell ringing, and I raised my head to see eyes focused on me. Seonji, Song Yi-jun came into view. I burst out laughing without realizing it. Song Yi-jun, who was running like a puppy that found a snack, stopped. Is it Yeonji? Oh, sorry. Sigh. I tried to hold back laughter when I saw the other person's puzzled expression. But the laughter that broke out when I let my guard down did not subside easily. Why are you laughing? What did I do wrong? What did my brother do wrong? Just because it's funny. As soon as I opened the door, Song-jun's expression was even worse than mine. A look of deep regret. There were more cameras than I expected. It was obvious that he must have been watching alone amidst the cameras and people. Smiling, he poked Seonjin's cheek. Brother, I was regretting it. I decided to do entertainment. It's not like I regret it. I've at least appeared in Mission Clear, but I heard that this is Song Yi-jun's first time on a variety show. It looks like he was burdened too. I must have had a hard time sleeping last night, so the area under my eyes was slightly dark. It was funny because I could feel the relief on his face as soon as he saw me. Still, it's comfortable to have one comrade. There is no turning back now anyway. I guess I should try something like this, right? He patted Seongjin on the back and went back to his place. As we sat down on the chair, the producer said, Would you like to relax and say hello to the camera? These days, I don't usually include cuts like this, but I'll leave them out just in case. Yes. All right. Lee Jun, I'll go first. Yes. Song Yi-jun swallowed his saliva. He seemed to catch his breath for a moment, but then grinned. Hello. This is Song Eun-jun. It is an honor to be able to participate in my home from today. It's my first time doing entertainment, so I'm inexperienced, but I'll do my best. I buried my face in my hands without saying a word. Song Eun-jun's embarrassed voice reached my ears. Seonji, why do you keep smiling? Sorry. Sigh. I was about to quickly apologize, but a laugh escaped me that I couldn't stop. If anyone sees it, they'll think you're giving an acceptance speech. In the meantime, an actor is an actor. It was even funnier to see the adult smile created in an instant. It was because I was so good. After all, he is my brother. The best. I feel reassured. Don't tease me. How did you know I was making fun of you? I thought he didn't know. Song Eun-jun glanced at me with a red face. Now it's your turn. Their gaze was to see how well they could do. I made eye contact with the PD in front. The PD, like me, had a smile in his eyes. After talking with his eyes for a moment, he grinned. I guess it would be better to say hello in Italy, right? As soon as I finished speaking, the PD smiled and answered. Yes, I think it would be better. What? How can I do this? Where is it? It's here. Brother, look over there. I guess that's the question we need to answer. No, you should say hello too. Huh, you have a flight time. Because you can't be late. Right, PD? When I spoke naturally, the PD accepted me like a snub. Unfortunately, that's the case. First of all, the interview I'm going to do now will focus on questions about my thoughts before the trip and what I'm looking forward to during the trip. Yes. Should I take the picture first? Good. As I quickly got up from the chair, Song Yi-jun looked over at me and looked at the PD in turn. It looked like a raccoon that was confused by cotton candy dissolving in water. I felt like I shouldn't laugh this time, so I gritted my teeth and held it in. It's more fun than I thought. I was quite looking forward to it. This entertainment. Chapter 197. And, so cool. Seonji. I know. Stylish. If you go that way, you will see the Trevi Fountain. Wow, it looks cool even from afar. It's the same as what I saw in the movie. I know. Same. Soulless words flowed from my mouth. It's all about the fountain, and I just want to sleep. Italy was really cool. Sunny weather, exotic scenery, and lively streets. It was a pleasant sight just to look at, but I did not have the stamina to enjoy it. I'm tired. It took 13 hours to fly from Seoul to Rome. Naturally, I had to spend the day on the plane. In other words, acting to remove the misfortune factor had to be done on the plane. I practiced by going in and out of the bathroom several times throughout the night. In a situation where I couldn't sleep properly, experiencing jet lag felt like death. Brother, don't run. It hurts. Huh. Meanwhile, I was even busier trying to stop Song Yi-jun, who was running around like an excited dog. I was trying to control my facial expressions as best as I could, but honestly, I was so tired. I feel dizzy. It won't work. I stopped walking and looked around. As soon as I discovered the gelato shop, I called Song-jun. Brother. Huh. Come here for a moment. When I stretched out my hand, Song Yi-jun came closer. When I entered the store, the employee looked at me in confusion. It was worth it since there were so many cameras. Normally, I would have explained the situation first, but with my blank mind, all I could do was say hello. 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 A variety of languages are spoken in the city-state of Italy. Italian, Roman, Venetian, etc. I can't learn all those languages, so I've only memorized a few sentences. In Italian, which is used in standard language. Fortunately, I guess my pronunciation wasn't bad. The employee's face lit up and he said something, but I couldn't understand a word. Can I order in English? Sure. What flavor would you like? Brother, what flavor do you want to eat? When I turned my head and asked, Song Eun-jun answered pistachio with a puzzled expression. I thanked the employee who handed me the pistachio-flavored gelato. It looked like the employee was trying to talk to me more, but I pretended not to notice and left the store. Seonji, why don't you buy yours? Huh, I am. I was thinking of answering that I would sleep while you ate the gelato. However, Song Yi-jun casually holding a gelato in front of an old-fashioned building was quite a sight to see. No matter how sleepy I am, I have to take a picture of this. Brother, let's take some pictures and let's go. Suddenly, Huh. Stand there. Song Ei-jun calmly posed while making a puzzled expression. After all, celebrities are celebrities. It came out well. Thank you. I'll take a picture of you too. No. Now let's go over there. Huh. He pointed to the bench he had pointed out earlier. Seongjin, who was confused, grabbed his arm and dragged him to the bench. And then he suddenly said, "Brother, I'll just sleep here for 30 minutes. There was still a long way to go to the accommodation. Until then, I might be able to hold on if I grit my teeth, but filming was a different matter. What if an attitude controversy arises like this?" It was fortunate to hear that the PD was close to team leader Wu. However, if the facial expression of the person arriving at the destination looks like this, it would be difficult to edit. "Oh, are you tired? Sorry, I didn't even know that. Don't apologize. What I wanted was sleep, not apples." I made Songjun sit down and roughly lay down on the spare bench. "Are you going to sleep here?" "Huh. I'll just sleep for 30 minutes. Brother, eat gelato in the meantime." "Got it." I set the alarm on my wristwatch. "You'll feel much better after sleeping for at least 30 minutes. Song Ei-jun looked worried. "But it's too noisy here. Are you okay?" "I can sleep well wherever I am." "He's nice. Please wait a moment." I was so sleepy that my head felt dizzy. After that, I responded to what Songjun said, but I couldn't even remember. In an instant, we encountered fog. "It's really you." Song Ei-jun looked at Lee Yun-jae, who was sleeping and breathing fluently. "I think it would be uncomfortable." The leg that was sticking out of the bench looked very uncomfortable. I tried to move carefully, thinking it would be easier if I got out of the way, but the PD waved his hand strongly. As Song Eun-jun looked at him in confusion, the PD whispered, "Stay where you are. I like the picture now." Uncle too." Song Eun-jun smiled awkwardly and sat down. Again, the staff moved around busily. The camera moved around and tried to capture the beautiful scenery of Rome and the two good people. Despite all the noise, Yeonji Lee slept really well. After putting the finished bowl of gelato aside, Song Ei-jun looked down at Lee Yun-jae. The hair color came out really pretty. Lee Yun-jae's hair color was a bright orange color. When exposed to the strong sunlight of Rome, it sparkled like a jewel. It was a sparkle that showed that the PD's suggestion was not wrong. Are you thinking about dyeing your hair a different color before leaving the country? For example, it's orange or something. Orange. Yes. I'm going to stop by a small town in the middle of my trip, and there's a famous movie that was filmed there. You know the movie Under the Orange Tree? Under the Orange Tree was a movie that no actor could not have known. A movie about a boy with orange hair who falls in love with a girl who travels to Italy. Thanks to the visual beauty that captures the emotions of first love well in color, it was a popular movie in Korea as well. Since Lee Jun and Yeon-jae are both actors, this travel destination focuses on places that appeared in movies. Don't you think it would look pretty if you cross-edited it with actual movie scenes? The PD was friendly, but Lee Yeon-jae's face was full of doubts. So his face asked why he had to dye his hair orange. He looked puzzled when I turned to him and asked if it would be a waste to just cover it up with black hair, even though his hair had already been bleached. Still, he nonchalantly answered that he would do it if the company said it was okay. And a week later, I actually dyed my hair. Not only Song Eun-jun, but all the staff looked at Lee Yun-jae blankly. It matched so well that I couldn't say lightly, "It suits me better than I thought." Her hair was playful due to the light perm, but her expression was as calm as always. Rather, the contrast caught my eye more, even though I don't know it myself. The same was true in Italy. As soon as she arrived at Rome airport, attention was focused on Lee Yun-jae, who took off her hat. The slightly reddish-orange color was a color that was difficult to digest. It was difficult not to look at the indifferent-looking boy with that haircut. Even though she was a local and a tourist, and everyone was looking at her, Lee Yun-jae looked dazed. When I asked if it was okay for people to stare, the answer I got was surprising. "I can't help it. Even if it were me, I would have been staring if there were this many cameras." Yes. Song Ei-jun, who already knew that Lee Yun-jae was not an ordinary person, also responded quite awkwardly to that comment. If it were Lee Yun-jae as usual, she would have noticed the awkwardness and asked why. But he was standing there silently with a blank expression on his face, so I did something. I guess I was sleepy. Without even knowing it, he was dragging a tired child around. I felt sorry and embarrassed. But I'm the older brother. I knew that he was a child who cared for others to an excessive extent because of his very friendly personality. Still, isn't he 2 years younger than me? Seongjin made up his mind after seeing Lee Yanji sleeping quietly without changing her posture even once. Let me lead. Lee Yunjae said this is her second time appearing overseas. It's an unfamiliar place. Even the language is different, so it's bound to be awkward. Of course, considering that, I went into the store without hesitation. Song Eijun pledged that he would lead the remaining schedule, and that promise was shattered by Lee Yunjae, who acted as if Italy was her hometown. It was good to take a nap. When I woke up and realized that I had slept in, the daze was gone. I walked around feeling much refreshed. On an afternoon when the reddish glow of the sunset engulfed the center of Rome, the production crew handed over a piece of paper. It's time for dinner now, right? I will give you a mission. The PD made an evil expression. You can go to the place written on the paper within an hour. If you can't arrive on time, dinner will be cup ramen. No internet searches. The paper had an unfamiliar language written on it, not English. As I was staring at the paper, Song Eunjun shouted bravely, Seonji, I'll ask that person and come back. Are you okay? I know where. This is. Song Eijun tilted his head. The gesture, which meant, how do you know that, was quite cute. I saw it in a book. Book? Huh. The one I read on the plane. It was my first trip, and I couldn't come empty-handed. Over the past week, I have read 3 books about Italy, including a guidebook with a list of good restaurants. I saw it in a book. No, I memorized the place. Song Eunjun asked with a blank face. Does that make sense? I'm not a genius. How can I memorize that? He chuckled and poked Seongjin's cheek. Just remember which street you are on. But that street is where we went earlier. We just have to go back. He grabbed Seongjin and turned around. I could see the production crew's faces in despair, but I pretended not to see them as much as I could. Mr. Yanji, how can you do this to us? I pretended not to hear the PD's despairing voice. Still, I felt like I needed to extract some of the content, so I used the information I read in the book as much as possible. Hyung, if you go this way, you'll come across a castle. Let's go for a short walk. Is that okay? Wouldn't it be late? It won't take 20 minutes to walk. There are now 57 minutes left. Are you okay? After looking at my watch, I answered indifferently. Why are their facial expressions like that? But for some reason, the production crew's expressions were not good. I watched in wonder as their bodies trembled, as if they were enduring shame. Do we need more quantity? I thought it was not enough, so I talked about more information I could remember. Gelato is the most popular at that place. I heard that busking is often held in that square, etc. I was talking really hard, but my expression got worse. Why are you like that? There it is. You really are amazing, Song Eijun said in a bewildered tone. I was also quite proud, so I smiled instead of saying it was done. The PD muttered in a gloomy voice. Yes. I also take a walk in between. Do some sightseeing. I also bought some snacks. There is so much time left. I can't believe you arrived 10 minutes early. Don't you usually arrive 10 minutes before your appointment? I came here deliberately calculating the time. The PD was so depressed that he scratched the back of his neck shyly. Should I pretend not to notice starting tomorrow? After filming tonight, I will ask Jinbei what he would like me to do. Since the mission was successful, we were told to enjoy dinner to the fullest. I went inside with the polite guidance of the server. Italian seafood stew, pizza, pasta, etc. were served. Brother, this is a little spicy. Be careful. It was time to warn Songjun, who cannot eat spicy food. Someone came up behind Song Eunjun, who smiled shyly. Hi. Hello. Is he a kindergartner? Is he an elementary school student? It was a girl who looked younger than Han Haram. What are the odds that a young girl will start talking to you while eating at an Italian restaurant? Even in Korean? It looks like it's a mission. With that in mind, I was about to look at the staff. I fell in love with you at first sight. Why don't we get married? Your voice is so loud. Thanks to the girl almost shouting, the area became quiet. Even foreigners who couldn't understand Korean were looking this way. I looked at the girl who was looking exactly at me. It's a face I don't remember. No matter how hard I tried to think about it, it was my first time seeing it. So I spoke politely. No. Chapter 198. Why? Instead of saying the cliché, isn't this our first meeting? I looked at the production team. As soon as I looked, the production crew collectively shook their heads. We didn't invite you. Trust me. As I stared at him, the PD huffed with an aggrieved look on his face. It's not really. He was the kid who was eating there. So, I guess he was assigned the role of talking to us while we were eating here. While he was scolding the PD with his eyes, Song Ei-jun intervened. Yanji. I quickly turned my head when I heard a voice full of trouble. Song Ei-jun pointed to the side with a wink. As I shifted my gaze, I suddenly saw a girl with tears in her eyes. Why? Why not? Huh. I'm going to cry like this. I sighed and asked as kindly as I could. Did you come alone? The girl shook her head. I came with Mom and Dad. Where are you two? Excuse me. When I looked at the table the girl pointed to, there was a woman who looked Korean and a man who looked like a foreigner. The woman was laughing as if she was almost crying, and the man was also having a hard time holding back his laughter. As soon as the man made eye contact with me, he sent me a sign saying he was sorry. Now I have a rough idea of what the situation is. I'm not afraid. No matter how much they are watching, they are making strangers talk to them. I looked at the girl, thinking that parents' parenting styles are very diverse. I'm filming this. Are you okay? Filming? Are you talking about wedding photography? Is marriage the only thing on his mind? I barely answered while holding my throbbing head. I'll take you to your seat first. The meal was cut off due to the girl's sudden intrusion. Even so, I have to feed Sung the food he gave me. Brother, I'm eating. I'll take you there. Oh, huh. Fortunately, the girl's original location was within a nose's reach even if she fell. The problem is that when I got up, the girl held onto the table. At least give me an answer. Is it because you hate me? This guy is really great too. After thinking for a moment, I lowered my knees. He made eye contact with the girl and spoke. What is your name? For reference, he spoke informally first. My name? Amy. Amy. I thought about the girl's name again and chose what to say. The camera is rolling now. It must be done in moderation. Anyway, it was someone else's child. From being told not to speak informally to being told not to embarrass strangers. There were many things I wanted to say, but that was the responsibility of my parents. The longer it drags, the colder the food gets. Song Ei-jun was not the kind of kid who could shamelessly eat food in this atmosphere. Look at that. You're still watching. I open my mouth calmly. Amy, it's not that I don't like you, but it's my first time seeing you. Normally, you don't marry someone you meet for the first time. But my dad asked my mom to marry me the first time we met. You can't miss your first love, but I think you are my first love. Passion runs in the family. My vision was blurred by the fiery confession of love. Thank you for that. But I think it's better to choose your first love carefully. I also marry carefully. But, ask Dad for more details. Now, did you hear my answer? Now let's go back to our seats. Okay. Fortunately, Amy understood well. Amy nodded with a sullen face and hesitated. Then can't we just hold hands while you're on the way back? What's the point in holding hands for at most 5 seconds? It was absurd, but I insisted that I couldn't do it without my parents' permission. Then I'll ask and come back. No dashed. Amy ran like a bullet without even listening to me. Please just don't come. Fortunately, Amy did not return. A woman who appeared to be her mother grabbed Amy, and a man who appeared to be her father came to apologize to me. I'm sorry for interrupting you during your meal. The Korean that came out of the man's mouth was somewhat slurred. I guess I learned Korean from my mom. As if my guess was correct, the man immediately switched to English. This is because our daughter is very aggressive. Even when we try to stop her, she doesn't understand right away. She only gets angry when we confront her. Anyway, I'm really sorry. Instead, we'll pay for the meal you two ate. He was polite, unlike his daughter. He apologized several times, so I replied that it was okay and sent it back. Although it was brief, the intense conversation left me dizzy. As I sighed involuntarily, Song Eun-jun made a worried face. Seonji, are you okay? No. I held back the words that were about to come out to the tip of my tongue. Are you okay? Brother, eat quickly. Fortunately, it didn't cool down. I ate a lot. Let's just have one more slice of pizza. No. I'm full. Okay. I didn't force Sung-jun because I knew he always kept up with the news. He spoke lightly, swallowing a sip of water. But brother, I think I ate too little compared to my activity level today. I won't feel sick if I eat one more slice of pizza here. Of course, you said you were full, so you don't have to eat. Still, wouldn't it be better to eat it? Of course it's my Brother's heart, but dashed. I'll eat. Huh. Songjun immediately transferred the pizza to the bowl. That's nice. It was amazing to see Song Ijun calmly eating pizza. As expected, I think I'm more suited to the gentle type. And that thought was further strengthened by what Amy said as she left the restaurant. Goodbye, my first love. Ugh. Don't shout so loudly. I waved my hand while controlling my facial expression as best as I could. You're popular. Song Ijun muttered next to him. Uncharacteristic of Songjun, he rolled his eyes at the teasing words. Do you want to do that too? Really? It was just like Under the Orange Tree. The gender has changed, though. In that movie, there is an opportunity for the male protagonist to fall in love with the female protagonist. It felt like fate from the first time we met. Just now, there was no such thing as probability. It was clear that Amy was a casted actress. Song Ijun shrugged his shoulders at my words. Some people don't need a trigger to fall in love with someone. Okay, are you sharing your experience with me? It's not like that. The smile that seemed mature quickly faded. Song Ijun spoke with a red face. As expected, this face suits her best. I chuckled as I watched Song Ijun hastily change the subject. That was the end of a fairly noisy dinner. The accommodation we arrived at after dinner was quite spacious. Part of me wanted to lie down in bed right away, but there was still something to do. Lee Jun, Yanji, please introduce your house. Yes. I awkwardly responded to the PD's words. In line with the name of the program, My House from Today, we had to imitate the house owner. In other words, even though it was my first time coming to this place, I had to introduce myself as if I knew it. I didn't know what to say since I didn't know anything, but fortunately, I found a way halfway through. Brother, where is our bathroom? All I had to do was ask Song Ijun. Song Ijun hesitated and pointed to the side door. Restroom? Ah, maybe here. Uh-huh. My brother uses the dressing room as a bathroom. You really? I held back my laughter as I looked at Songjun, who was blushing. It's fun to tease. It was interesting to see the immediate response when I touched it. After that, he continued to ask questions with a natural look on his face. When asked the same question, Song Ijun focused on answering it faithfully. TSK, even if it's mild, it's too mild, and I'm falling for it. What should I do if someone guarantors me later? Why are there only such gentle people around me? I'll have to check around him when I have time. If there is a strange child, you should get rid of it in advance. I'm going to change the tape. Fortunately, the accommodation introduction ended without incident. Since it was break time, I went straight to the PD. PD. Huh? No, yes. Just speak. Comfortably. Is that okay? Thank you. The PD seemed a bit preoccupied with organizing his luggage. I felt uncomfortable because I felt like I was bothering a busy person, but I was still more curious. I want to ask you something. As I squatted down next to him, the PD had a question mark on his face. What? I stared at the face that seemed to have no thoughts. I'm not filming right now, so please be honest. What? Amy, you're the actress we hired earlier, right? As soon as I finished speaking, the PD shuddered. I'm dying of injustice. Tell me how many times. Because it's not. Isn't it true? Nowadays, if you invite someone to film you, it gets noticed and you get criticized even more. I'm not the type of person who broadcasts that poorly, right? I didn't mean it that way. Why are you so stubborn because you don't look like that? Please believe me. I heard earlier that her face has to be mosaicked because she couldn't get permission from her father. Why do mosaics if you hired an actor? That's right. The PD's words complaining of injustice seemed sincere. So it became even more confusing. There really is someone who confesses to a complete stranger. There are so many different people. The more you know, the more you don't know. After saying sorry to the PD for the misunderstanding, I returned to the room. Xianji, I have 2 beds. What do you want to use? I'm fine with anything. Choose your brother first. The room where Songjun and I were staying had 2 beds placed side by side. I looked around the other room where the production crew was unpacking. I'll just have to act in the bathroom. I didn't have a good place to wake up tomorrow and act. As I was looking around the small bathroom attached to the room, Song Eun-jun spoke to me. Xianji. When you act tomorrow morning, you can use the room on the right. What does this mean? When I turned my head, I made eye contact with Song Eun-jun. I heard it from Gio. I heard you practice acting as soon as you wake up. As soon as I heard you were doing a variety show, I told the producer separately. When you find a place to stay, ask for 1 more room for us. As I looked at him in confusion, Song Eunjun smiled. I scratched the back of my neck with a strangely adult smile. Thank you, brother. I didn't know that Song Jun would take care of me. I was embarrassed for no reason. Song Ijun's smile grew deeper when he saw my expression. There is enough space for everyone else to sleep, so don't worry. Huh. Okay. Make sure to do it in that room. You can't do it in the bathroom. Got it. Gio, you bastard. How much did you say? After sighing, I answered that I understood. There is no need to worry about where to act throughout the trip. What had been a problem all along was resolved in one cue. When I said thank you again, Song Ijun smiled brightly. I told you. I will do everything. I chuckled at the proud voice. Was that text sincere? I'm really popular. From Amy's passionate confession to Song Ijun's care. It was a great day and a first night in Italy that I will never forget. Title: Everyone, I'm a non-executive right now. Lee Yunjae and Song Jun sightings. Look at this deal taken in Italy. What? An article just came out, and it said that Bambi will appear on a variety show. I knew Song Jun was close with him, but I didn't know they were close enough to go on a trip to Italy. No, it's a variety show appearance, and it's Italy. That's not important. What is that hair? Who planted an orange on Bambi's head? Chapter 199. Title: Lee Yunjae's orange hair is now in turmoil. JPG. Photo 1, Photo 2, Photo 3, Photo 4. Digesting this. Turned around. Oh wow, this guy can be an idol. Confident actor saying I'm. Look at that picture. Anyone can see that it looks like they are filming a movie. No, but it's not really a movie shoot. It's an entertainment show, right? Isn't that just bullshit? I'll see the title. I came in, nodded and left. As expected, celebrities look better when taken with a phone camera. It doesn't feel real. Lee Yunjae Orange of Confidence Award at Yunjae__orange. I correct you. Starting today, the Lee Yunjae Confidence Rabbit Award will be operated as the Lee Yunjae Confidence Orange Award. Please refer to the photo below for the reason. Orange Bambi. 1. Orange Bambi 2. Serial Day at Yunjae_day. I am. This guy? I do not know what should I do. Even when I came here with gray hair, I thought there was such an actor. If even orange hair suits you this well, how should I live my life? As I live, the day comes when I get caught up in oranges. My Bambi DM for mail order inquiries at Bambi Crush. I just finished surveying the demand for white hair Bambi stickers. Now I have to make orange Bambi stickers to Ha Bambi. Even though I finish all my work at work, I work overtime every day because of you, but I love you for giving me pink hair too. The internet is going crazy. In a dark room, a staff member checked his phone. Why? I heard there was a sighting report. The sightings began to spread a long time ago. There must be an uproar now that the article has been published. It's now 2 p.m. in Korea. All right. Time difference. Another staff member was stretched out on the bed. I felt proud that the internet was going crazy, but I was more tired than that. It was always difficult for the youngest children to have a lot of chores. I just want to sleep for one more hour. Me too. The staff in charge of setting up the camera in the morning burst out in laughter. Everyone was lying down silently, but when one person turned on the light, they had no choice but to get up. Let's quickly set up and sleep. Yes. The staff members who left the room flinched. The hallway, which I thought would be dark, was already lit up. When I went to the kitchen, there was an unexpected person standing there. Hello? Did you sleep well? Yes. It was Lee Yunjae. She shines even this morning. I was wondering if the celebrity was a celebrity, and it felt strange to see his face not even swollen even at this early morning. Anyway, why did you wake up so early? Did you have any trouble sleeping? No. Did you sleep well? Then, when the staff asked why I woke up so early, an indifferent voice came back. It's become a habit for me to practice when I wake up in the morning. I just finished. Yes. They are even diligent. While the staff was working hard to turn on and set up the camera, Yunjae Lee was also busy moving around. While I was doing something, I glanced and saw that they were distributing nutritional supplements. What is all this? Vitamin D. Take 1. Although the staff declined and said it was okay, Yunjae Lee silently handed out nutritional supplements. Everyone was shocked to see the staff coming out of the room one by one and putting nutritional supplements in their hands. No, if you give us everything like this, what will Yunjae eat? So I packed a lot. I had nothing to say to the pumpkin-like answer. Lee Yunjae put one in Song Jun's mouth as he came out with a wet face. and only then did he lie down on the bed. He seemed even more silent than yesterday. Everyone subconsciously noticed. I'm not feeling well. Song Yi-jun quietly approached Lee Yunjae. Seonji, are you sick? Why? Does your face look bad? Lee Yunjae, who had been hanging limply, suddenly stood up. Seeing him immediately looking for a mirror, Song Yi-jun waved his hand. No. I asked just in case. Okay. Does your face look okay? Will it show up on camera? Is it okay to wear makeup? Song Yi-jun was rather taken aback by the urgent questions that were pouring in. While Song Yi-jun hesitated, the low voice returned. Actress. It was Lee Yunjae's manager and on Jinbei. He approached Lee Yunjae without even knowing when he came and patted Lee Yunjae on the shoulder. I asked the producer, and there was over an hour left until filming. How about sleeping until then? Then you may suddenly have to start filming. Then I can wake you up. Despite her dependable voice, Lee Yunjae showed an expression of discomfort. While everyone was looking at them with puzzled faces, only Jinbei remained calm. Wouldn't filming go better if the actor is in good condition? If you think far ahead, that might be a better choice. Yes, that's right. Think of it as a nap and sleep a little longer. Jinbei unskillfully laid down Yanji Lee. Lee Yunjae, lying on the bed, fell asleep in less than a minute. As Jinbei closed the bedroom door and came out, Song Yi-jun hesitated and asked, "Where does it hurt? You will feel better after you sleep." He always acts like that if he doesn't sleep for more than 6 hours. Jinbei answered while looking at his watch. You must have woken up at 5 a.m. to practice. About an hour is not enough. As long as you fill the time, you will be fine right away. At those words, the staff whispered with their eyes. 5 in the morning? At that time? Why? I don't know either. While the staff was confused about hearing this news for the first time, Song Yi-jun muttered, "Thank God. You must have been tired because it was the first day, but only today is the day off from practice." It was a very upset voice. And Jinbei, who was more upset than anyone else, answered, "I can't help it. If you miss even a day, he gets very anxious, so it's better to just let him do it." Is that so? You were particularly tired yesterday, probably because you were practicing acting on the plane. He said the same thing when he went to France. The staff, including Song Yi-jun, exclaimed, "I finally understand what it was like yesterday." Jinbei spoke politely to the people who seemed lost in thought. "Can I ask you a favor? When the actor wakes up, he will apologize for not being able to manage his condition. Please just say one word. Are you okay?" "No." And Jinbei shook his head and smiled. There was no problem with filming at all. That way you will feel safe." Everyone was silent, and Jinbei was smiling bitterly, as if he was used to the silence. As soon as I woke up, I apologized to people. Sorry, I had to manage my condition well. It's my situation that I have to remove the unhappiness factor. It was a different matter to cause trouble to the staff who came all the way to this faraway country for filming. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone shook their heads. No, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. When filming an overseas trip, it usually starts around 10 o'clock. Is it so? Huh. And yesterday's filming was good, and the amount of footage was well chosen. Don't worry, there's no problem. I was surprised to hear him speak as if he had just received a script, but I felt reassured after hearing the producer's words. As I was nodding, Song Yi-jun approached me. "Yanji, how are you tired?" "It's fine now. I usually sleep like this. What about your brother?" "I'm okay." He looked strangely depressed. There were a lot of things I didn't understand, but I had to film it first. I walked around Rome and did various content that I couldn't stop by yesterday. Time passed faster than I thought. I was very tired when I just arrived in Italy, but as time passed, the scenery became more noticeable. Unfamiliar scenery and exotic streets that are hard to find in Korea. Wow, that's cool. I know. When I moved from Rome to Florence, the feeling of heterogeneity doubled. Even though I only moved cities, I felt like I was in a completely different country. "Yanji, do you want to try this?" "I think you'll like it." "Okay." As I was eating street food with Song Yi-jun, I felt a strange sense of liberation. My body sank without me knowing. Is this why you come on a trip? Unlike Korea, where you always had to wear a hat and mask outside, I felt free. Of course, there was a lot of attention here because of the camera, but that didn't help. I sat on a bench and looked at the artwork in a daze. It's already been 5 days. I know. It's a shame. I responded to Seongjin's voice full of regret. You can come again next time. Okay. At that time, you should come without a camera. It would be fun if you brought Baehyuk and Jeongyeon with you. For some reason, my body felt excited. Song Eun-jun said, "It's good to hear," and I wondered what he meant, but I realized too late that I was just humming. You seem so excited. As I looked a little embarrassed, Song Eun-jun smiled. I saw you on live broadcast, and you sang well. Thank you. Now that I think about it, you dance well too. Is there anything you can't do? It was my responsibility to be embarrassed by such innocent, childish questions. When I told him to stop feeding me because I had nothing to give him, Song Eun frowned. It's not a joke. No, I just did it because I was embarrassed. He said thank you and patted Song Eun on the back. I think you're good at drawing too. Well, I've never drawn it properly. Still, I think Jeongyeon can draw better than his brother. The circle that looked like it was about to dry out and die remains in my memory no matter how many years have passed. I quickly shifted my gaze to the artwork. I have to cover it with something good. There is something so wonderful right in front of me. There's no need to think of Jeongyeon's picture. As I was looking at the artwork installed all over the street, I felt a hint of hesitation next to me. Why? There's something I want to ask you. How did you know? How can you not know when you furrow your eyebrows like that? After waiting patiently for the question, Song Eun-jun asked, Yeonji, have you ever thought about doing something else besides being an actor? Suddenly, you sing and dance well. Memorize long lines well. I think I would have done well in another job. I couldn't understand the intention of the question that came out of nowhere. As I stared at him, Song Eun-jun spoke carefully. I know how much you love acting. Because I also like acting. But sometimes I wish you did something other than acting. What does that mean? I feel like you're feeling pressured. I'm worried because I feel like I'm not resting too much. His sincere words were slow and cautious. He immediately raised his hand as he seemed to be worried that I might be in a bad mood. Song-eun patted his back and thought, it's a burden. Is it possible not to feel burdened by making money? It was even more so when I thought about the fans who loved me. Of course, if you want to be proud in front of someone you like, you have to do well at your job. There's no way Seongjin doesn't know that. So, the acting I'm talking about right now probably refers to acting to get rid of the unhappiness factor. For me now, it was something I had to do. I can't even explain the unhappiness factor. As I was choosing words to say, I felt silence. I quietly raised my hand among the people waiting for me to open my mouth. What do you think when you see that? He pointed to a finely carved work of art. Perhaps because it was an unexpected question, Song Eun-jun hesitated and said, Cool. I said with a smile. I wonder who made that piece. I'm curious about what you were thinking while making that sculpture, what the circumstances were, how painful and satisfying it must have been, etc. As I thought endlessly and filled in the empty pieces, the character was completed before I knew it. It was also a task that could only be done by completely erasing the person named Lee Yun-jae. In the past, I liked acting for that reason. There is nothing more reassuring than saying that I will disappear. But now I know. But I am curious. It is only possible if I practice. So I like it. No matter what the result was, I was the one creating the process. No matter how good I am at making a statue, the misfortune factor won't even be able to tell the difference. Thinking like that made me feel proud. I'm tired from waking up at dawn, though. Is there anyone who doesn't have a hard time? I was too busy looking at the people around me to whine. I can't tell everything to Song Eun-jun, but these words were sincere. I'm so happy right now, I can't stop acting. I had to act. Not for living, but for me. Seeing Song Eun-jun looking at me blankly made me laugh for some reason. It was a pleasant feeling. Chapter 200. We arrived in Venice, which is called the City of Water. It's already been a week since I came to Italy. I'll be in Korea in 4 days. I never knew a week was this short. The time I spent with Song Eun was calm and peaceful. Even though there was a camera. He's such a good kid. Song Lee-jun was a really nice person. Slow speech, moles under the eyes that go up when you laugh, small sounds of laughter. There wasn't a single thing I didn't want to see. Seonji, the water isn't as cold as I thought. Especially smiling like this in front of the sea. Song Eun was squatting on the sandy beach and putting his hand into the sea. I smiled and grabbed his shoulder. Brother, come to your senses. It's almost December. From yesterday. When we get to the sea, it would be nice if we could soak our feet together. I thought it was a joke because he said the same thing. I didn't know it was real. When you look at him like this, he really looks like a child. He sighed and handed me a handkerchief. I have a cold. Wipe your hands. I heard it's not really cold. The weather is so sunny. That was it. It had been chilly to travel so far, but the sun was warm today. The reason Song Yi-jun was running around like an excited dog was because of the mild weather. You heard what the guide said. It's really hard to see weather like today. Okay, but since when does that mean it's okay to go to the beach? I said when I would come in. I'm just getting my feet wet. Huh. I couldn't bear to hit my 2-year-old brother on the forehead, so I barely held back. Brother, then let's soak our feet in the bathtub this evening. Okay then. Sometimes I feel like you treat me like a child. Do you know that now? As I wiped the moisture from his hands without saying a word, he became uncharacteristically nervous. I can clean it myself. Song Yi-jun quickly withdrew his hand and turned his back. I stared at him crossing the sandy beach alone. Are you doing that on purpose? When I looked towards the staff, the PD immediately shook his head. We didn't order it. What was so funny? The smiling face wasn't particularly believable. Still, there was no reason for the PD to lie. Then is he really upset? Really with that? No way. No matter how much I treated him like a child, Song Yi-jun was 17 years old. He was also a senior actor who had been making a living in the entertainment industry for 7 years. I couldn't tell if Song Yi-jun was acting out of his wits or if he was really upset. Well, let's match the rhythm first. After making the decision, I followed Song Yi-jun. Even though I felt like I was being loved, I was stabbed in the back for not turning around. Why are you pretending not to see me? No matter how much I do, it's upsetting to pretend not to see it so openly. He spoke with his eyes playfully rolling. Song Eun-jun stuttered with a puzzled expression. What? Why do you speak English? The sight of him asking questions with a dumbfounded face made me lose steam. I didn't mean to. I immediately removed the smile from my eyes. The corners of her mouth also lowered. The other person was even more embarrassed by the way he changed his expression as if he had a double personality. What? What did I miss? No. I thought he did it on purpose. What? When asked what he was talking about earlier, he shrugged his shoulders. This is the filming location for Under the Orange Tree. Ah. This is where the female protagonist pretends not to notice and avoids her, so the male protagonist chases after her. Song Eun-jun's brisk walking behavior was very similar to that of the female protagonist. I thought it was intentionally laid out to facilitate cross-editing. Then you were really upset. The male protagonist put aside the facial expression he often made and immediately apologized. I was in a really bad mood just now. I'm sorry, did you feel bad? No, it's not for you to apologize. I'm just upset. Song Yi-jun answered blankly. I know. Song Yi-jun, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly spoke loudly. What you just said in English was in a movie. Huh. When did you memorize that? Should we film that? Was there anything like that? Song Yi-jun looked at the PD with a confused face. This time, too, the PD shook his head vigorously. I answered unimpressed. No, there was nothing like that. I just memorized it. Why? It's the movie the PD mentioned, just in case. You can't come to Italy empty-handed. Song Yi-jun looked like he couldn't understand what I was saying. I didn't mean to make you understand, so I left it alone. It was the PD who broke the silence that had been going on. Wow, how are you so good at acting? Do actors really get into it that easily? Pretending to know nothing was an art. I think you should do the acting yourself. I already knew what kind of picture the PD wanted when we first met each other. Innocent Song Yi-jun shook his head. No, it's not me, but the series is great. Now that things have come to this, how about you two try imitating the scenes in the movie? Come to think of it, Yeonji's hair is also orange. Wow, what a coincidence. I like coincidence. I chuckled at the snide PD's words. It wasn't something I expected, but I was trying to give a rough answer, but an unexpected reaction came out. Oh, I don't remember the lines exactly. Song Yi-jun looked embarrassed. Sorry, I should have memorized it too, but I thought. Brother, don't apologize for being weird. Naturally, Song-jun, who was digging a tunnel, cut off his words. The PD also apologized with a surprised face, probably because he hadn't expected this trend. Oh my, Lee-jun, sorry. It was just something I said. No, I'm sorry. It would have been better if I had memorized it in advance. When I saw Song Yi-jun blaming himself, I couldn't help but sigh. I should have told you in advance. The PD wouldn't have asked her to dye her hair orange for no reason. Do you have to change the route so complicatedly that you stop at a location that appears in the movie? To me, it only sounded like a request to reenact scenes from the movie at the actual filming location. I thought Song Eun-jun had noticed it too, so I left it alone. I ended up showing off to myself. I was thinking about apologizing to Song Eun-jun, but I ended up thinking that the atmosphere would become awkward. I looked at Song Yi-jun, who was trying to search for lines so that he could memorize them right now, and the PD who was trying to stop him and apologize urgently. Lee Jun-hyung. Huh. Do you remember some of the male protagonist's lines? Under the Orange Tree was a movie told from the perspective of the male protagonist. Most of the memorable lines were also from the male protagonist. I asked Seonjin because he has good memorization skills, and as expected, the answer was positive. Huh. It's not exact, but that's it then. I will act as your counterpart. My brother is the male protagonist. Is that okay? Why not? Still, I laughed when asked if the orange hair was you. All the color has gone. So what? Just a week ago, it was dark orange like a carrot. After only a few days, my hair became light with a hint of orange. Still, Song Yi-jun hesitated. What bothers me so much? Are you okay? Your hair is orange because of the sunset. What is it? The urge to say something that made sense came back. When I told him to start when he was ready, Seongjin made a strange expression. So, did you memorize your partner's lines? Huh. Why? Even if it's the male protagonist's line. Why do you memorize the woman's lines? I was even more puzzled by his sincerely puzzled words. Was I not supposed to memorize it? To remove the unhappiness factor, I had to act every day and study various characters to extend its duration. Changing the script every time was quite a hassle. Is there a reason to practice only the main character? So I practiced all the characters in the script. Everyone, regardless of gender or age. It was better than I thought. At first, I started doing it because it was annoying, but as time went on, I thought I was getting better at it. There were many cases where the main character build-up became more detailed through the dialogue of surrounding characters. If you think about it that way, there's really no need to do it. Song Yi-jun pursed his lips at the words I spoke calmly. You're so strange. The strangest thing is that they always talk about it, as if it's no big deal. Song Yi-jun looked at me as if he were looking at an alien life form. You're strange too. It was amazing how surprised he was like a rabbit every time, even though it was no big deal. My brother was about to say it was strange too, but he just nodded. Then, let's play an act with strange me. If I keep doing this, I will lose everything. I have to finish it quickly and go to the hotel. Since it wasn't a point-and-shoot filming, I just imitated the way they spoke and the lines they said. The voice was not altered or exaggerated for a female character. Anyway, the PD probably didn't want us to be immersed in acting. Song Lee-jun definitely acted well. We worked well together because he easily imitated the male protagonist's unique, flustered facial expression. The problem is, who cuts it? The point is that I missed the right time to quit. Perhaps it was the same for Song Eun-jun, but his smiling face was slightly stiff. You have all sorts of experiences. I had no idea that I would come all the way to Italy and act in such a mess. It was both absurd and shocking, so I burst out laughing. I don't know what this is doing. Song Eun-jun paused at the words he said without realizing it. That's right, but isn't the sunset pretty? The voice that came back was not the male protagonist, but Song Yi-jun. It was the same English, but I could understand it at once. That subtle difference instead signaled the end of filming. I laughed for no reason. That's funny. All the staff with cameras were looking at us. There are so many people, but we are the only ones who can tell when the acting is over. Should I say that it feels like I am openly sharing a secret password? He said to Sung-jun with a smile. Next time, let's come in the summer. Then we can at least get our feet wet. You don't have to get your feet wet. I was just saying it earlier. It wasn't. It's true. The conversation naturally continued in English. As Song Eun-jun and I were chatting comfortably, it wasn't until a while later that the PD intervened. Well, maybe. Is the acting over? As soon as I heard the cautious question, I made eye contact with Song Eun-jun. They both burst into laughter at the same time. I could feel the staff looking at us with puzzled faces. Yes, it ended earlier. When I said something full of laughter, people asked me what was so funny. I know. What's so funny? I just shrugged my shoulders, feeling like I couldn't put it into words. The PD will know when you act. Are you saying I'm not an actor? The producer continued slyly, asking if non-actors would live in shame. I couldn't stop laughing at those words. It was definitely difficult to share this feeling with someone who doesn't act. It's really fun. How can it be this fun? The acting was surprisingly fun. Is it possible to enter and exit a character through a brief gap or a subtle difference in tone? It was a strange feeling. I felt like a powerful person holding a country, and I also felt like an insignificant person. We're in big trouble. I sat on the sandy beach filled with the orange glow of the sunset and thought. At this point, it wasn't something I could just say was fun. Can I live without acting? I smiled and answered the question I had in mind. The answer was no. Chapter 201. Before I knew it, it was the day of departure. For the final interview, I went into a different room from Song Eun-jun. How was your trip? I immediately responded that it was good to what the PD said. Should I say that I now understand why people are so clamoring for travel? Exploring an unfamiliar place was difficult, but it was also very memorable. Of course, it wasn't a simple trip, because I came here for filming. But I think it was better because Lee Jun came with Hyung. Wow, Lee Jun will really like this. It was okay because it was a shoot with Song Ye-jun. When I was filming the Zelkova tree, I had no idea it would be this close. They say you never know what will happen to people. I've already come across this phrase several times in books, but this was the first time I felt it in person like this. The chemistry between the two was really good. How does it compare to before the trip? I think I've become closer to Lee Jun. I thought about what the PD said. We became closer. Of course, there were other things that changed. I think Lee Jun's thoughts about his brother have changed. Oh, in what way? My brother is so kind and gentle. In the past, I was a little concerned about that. I'm worried that I might get hurt somewhere. To be precise, I was worried because I felt like I was being scammed. However, I was just deciding what to say because I thought it might not be an appropriate word to use for a senior actor. Oh, so, has Lee Jun become more dependable through this trip? Yes? No. I unconsciously looked at the PD's words with a straight face. I'm even more worried now. It was gentler than I thought. Yes. I wonder what would happen if even a strange person got caught. I would have accepted everything without knowing anything. The PD's expression looked somewhat shaken, but once the words broke out, they did not stop. That's also why I almost got ripped off in Florence. If something like that happened, even though there were cameras, I would have said everything. It's usually worse. A sigh came out of my mouth. It sounds serious as you say it. What should I do with him? Should I carry it next to me like Han? Haram. As I was seriously considering it, the PD hesitated. But it's a bit. The boss asked for an excessive tip. What are you talking about? I'm asking for a tip for just buying juice on the street. That person is strange. Lee Jun tricked his brother because he seemed gentle. If I hadn't intervened, he would have given me the money with a smile on his face like he didn't know anything. Yes. Sorry. I was wrong. Calm down. The PD made a motion to stop him, telling him to calm down, but it was just the beginning. Song Eun-jun told a series of stories about how he almost fell on the street and how he was buried in a crowd of people and couldn't get out. There were many other things I wanted to say, but the staff looked tired, so I barely held back. But hasn't Lee Jun ever seemed dependable? Even once. I thought deeply about the PD's face, which looked somewhat earnest. Song Lee Jun has never looked so dependable. There was a time when I felt like my brother was a professional. Oh, when the PD's face lit up. I also smiled and opened my mouth. I was worried before the trip. There are some foods my brother can't eat, and I thought he might be skipping meals because of that. I wondered if Song Eun-jun could eat Italy's unique greasy cheese and salty ham. Luckily, I ate well the whole time. I'm not a picky eater either. When I think about it, it was amazing. Still, I eat food that I can't eat just because the camera is rolling. Well, Song Jun is also older. Of course, I still had the impression that I was being tricked because I was nice. At least he's older than Han Haram, so whatever. Let's not take too much care of it. I was just thinking that I should just take it lightly like I do now. PD muttered softly. What about our Lee Jun? I can't be your older brother for the rest of my life. Yes. No. Then let me ask the next question. I couldn't hear what he was muttering, but the rest of the interview went smoothly. Was it always this cold? When I arrived in Korea after a long time, I felt strange. It seems much colder than Italy. Fortunately, it wasn't too cold thanks to Jean Bei tying me a scarf. Brother, go in carefully. You had a hard time. Since I lived in the same apartment as Sung Ijun, I came to the lobby together. You worked hard too. Go home and get some rest. Perhaps because of the cold weather, Seongjin's nose was red. Have we been too attached all this time? Maybe it was because I was there all day for almost 2 weeks that it caught my eye. Brother, put this on and go. Huh. Please do this until you get home. I have a cold. I got off on the 10th floor. Song Ijun, who was in front of the elevator, looked puzzled. Either way, Song Jun hung the scarf around his neck. I can't be as pretty as Jean Bei. Still, I hurried to try it, thinking that there would be no problem with keeping warm. Go quickly. Wash your hands first when you enter the house. You too, be careful. I'll contact you. Although Song Eun-jun was embarrassed, he waved his hand vigorously. I turned around only after confirming that Song Eun-jun was getting into the elevator. We're going too. Yes. Actor. Why are you smiling? I don't know why, but Jean Bei was smiling subtle. I like the way you take care of actor Song because it's like family. What a family. I answered hesitantly, wondering if I was using too big of a word. Lee Jun is so kind. Yes, you're kind. By the way, you know that actor Song will soon become an adult, right? And even before the actor. Who doesn't know that? When I answered with an expression, Jean Bei smiled mischievously. I told you because I thought you didn't know anything just by looking at the way the actor was taking care of things. Don't make fun of me. Haha, yes. I'm not even denying it anymore. I thought about responding to the obnoxious laughter. I know that Seongjin is my older brother. There was no way you wouldn't have known it just by looking at its appearance. That's why I'm more concerned. How do I live with that personality? When I first met Song Jun, I was 13 years old, and Song Jun was 15 years old. In just a few years, Song I-jun has grown up a lot. However, despite his changed appearance, I still felt that he was gentle, so I couldn't help but pay attention. Of course, Song I-jun has never whined. I also know that he is a person who does his part. At this point, I was also curious. Why do I feel like I have to take care of Song Jun like this? What do you think of Lee Jun? Don't you look so nice? He seemed nice. Yes? It seems like everyone should take care of it, right? After all, it wasn't just my eyes that saw it that way. I was about to feel relieved because Jean Bei seemed to be doing the same thing. I feel like I have to take care of it. You didn't? Yes. Jean Bei said with a smile. First of all, you are tall. That's right. You tend to speak in a friendly manner, but when you work, you are professional. But your face looks gentle. When I immediately refuted it, Jean Bei laughed. Yes, you're right. But do you know that the actor looks gentler than the actor Song? Yes. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? When I was shocked, Jean Bei shrugged and told me to ask someone else. Are we here for cereal? I thought I was dying to see you. As soon as I arrived home, Jeongyeon came running to me. Even though filming for Killing Horn was over, Hyun Hyung-jong's room was still in our house. Brother, can I ask you one thing? Huh? What? Wow, it's chocolate. Jeongyeon was hugging the souvenir I bought like a treasure. Who looks more gentle between Seongjin and me? Of course you are. Even questions that came out of nowhere were answered right away. I frowned unconsciously at the unexpected answer. You say I look more gentle. Huh. You are both from similar families, but based on your appearance, you look more like soft tofu. Where did soft tofu come from? No. Do I really look gentler than Lee Jun-hyung? Huh. Why? What? My mouth dropped open at the answer I couldn't accept. Even if Sung Jun is taller than me. This isn't it. Aren't Jean Bei and you the only ones who feel that way? Haha. Well, Jeonggi and Hyung laughed for a while, perhaps because of my unusual appearance. I don't know what it looks like objectively, because I am answering with what I see from my perspective. Jean Bei will do the same. Sweet smiling eyes turned to me. And you too, right? I was speechless. Before I knew it, Jean Bei, who had finished organizing his luggage, approached me. In the eyes of the actor, it may seem like actor Song deserves much more attention. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, just do it proudly. It's a series. What kind of virtue are you doing? I don't know where the conversation got off track. As I was just sighing, Jean Bei patted my back. Don't worry too much, actor. Yes. In my eyes, the actor looks like that too. Even if she becomes an adult and gets married later, she will still feel like she is 13 to me. What is this guy talking about again? It was absurd. Haha. Jinbei, look at Yanji's expression. Brother, please put that aside and talk. The chocolate is all melting. No, I'm going to sleep hugging this. Today, Jiangyan hugged the chocolate he had bought as a souvenir again. It was even more unfair to see that. I think I'm the most adult here. What is that guy's age? The next day, I arrived at the WB Entertainment headquarters. Even though it was before the travel fatigue was over, I had to keep the promise I made to No Bai-hyuk. Li Yunjae, it's here. You're tall too. Suddenly, even when asked again why he was doing this, he stared at No Bai-hyuk. I know. He's tall too. Why? Why are you taller than me? Younghyun Hyung and Jinbei Hyung are adults, so let's just say that. No Bai-hyuk and Song Ijuan are bigger than me. The new height difference made me feel strange. What if Han Haram becomes bigger than me? My body trembled at the thought that suddenly occurred to me. It's scary to even think about it. Don't rub shoulders today. What? I don't know. Just don't come any closer. The tall No Bai-hyuk was unfamiliar. I didn't want to admit that the kids I thought of as kids actually looked more like adults than me. Let's go home and have some milk. Are you okay? There is still a long way to go before the growth plate closes. I may not know Song Yi-jun, but he is bigger than No Bai-hyuk. How tall are you? What? Why are you suddenly stuck on the key? What happened in Italy? Oh, what about my gift? Stay at home. I'll give it to you later. So, when I asked him again how tall he was, No Bai-hyuk said, casually, I guess I'm 178 centimeters. But I think I need to look at it again. The hem of his pants got shorter than last week. Li Yunjae. Done. Just look ahead. It was confusing. My complicated mood got better as I toured the WB Entertainment headquarters. That's our member-only practice room. Did you take it out completely this time? It was also nice to see No Bai-hyuk introducing various places with an excited face. I laughed as I watched them chattering without stopping for a moment. Okay, what do you do when you're bigger than me? I just take care of it if I want to take care of it. I had just organized it neatly in my mind. Brothers, have you been gathered here? No Bai-hyuk shouted as he opened the practice room door. People were pouring out the door asking if our youngest child had arrived. They seemed to be getting along well. Thank God. I don't have to worry about being bullied anymore. I brought my best friend, so I'm going to say hello. Perhaps because he came to his home ground, No Bai-hyuk looked brighter today. I grinned and followed him inside. At the same time, I heard a voice in the back of my memory. Jae-hee Lee. I immediately made eye contact with the owner of the voice. I held my breath without realizing it. Hello, Yuntaek. My awkward voice fell to the floor of the practice room. I looked at the other person in the practice room that was only used by No Bai-hyuk and debuting members. What? Do you two know each other? Who is Lee Jae-hee again? No Bai-hyuk looked at Lee Eun-taek and me alternately with a bright face. I answered in my mind what I couldn't say out loud. It's my second name. Jae-hee Lee. This is the name she was given in her adopted home. And Lee Eun-taek, who was quietly looking at me, was once my family. Yeah, really. You don't know how people work. Chapter 202. When was the time you were let go? I remember it was before I entered elementary school. Then it's been almost 7 years since I've seen your face. My second brother, Lee Eun-taek, whom I met after a long time, was glaring at me. To be honest, I wasn't really interested. How do you know Eun-taek Hyung? If I hadn't found the picture frame at Sung Ijun's house, I wouldn't have even remembered what Lee Eun-taek looked like. Maybe I forgot about Lee Eun-taek's existence. One day, when we run into each other, we think, it's a familiar face. You could have passed it on. I wasn't that interested. Really, that's why I just didn't ask. I was briefly adopted by Eun-taek's brother's house. Maybe when I was 6 or 7. I heard. Then you must have heard that too. It's because of me that Jihyun died. It was a whopping 7 years ago. They say things change in 10 years, so there's no need to cling to things from 7 years ago. So I didn't ask. I didn't want to be interested. Anyway, no matter what I do, I can't undo what has already happened. Long time no see. I felt sick. There was no response to my greetings. Eun-taek Lee kept glaring at me, but I just smiled. The atmosphere calmed down in an instant. What's wrong with you two? Did you fight? No Bai-hyuk joined in with an awkward look on his face. Then the people who were with Lee Eun-taek approached. Are you actress Lee Yunjae? I'm a real fan. Every time my youngest said that he was close to actress Lee Yun-jae, I asked him if he was lying, but it was true. Ah, bro, why do I lie? Everyone made efforts to change the atmosphere. To match that, I also worked hard to manage my facial expressions. But honestly, my mind was blank. I feel like I'm going to throw up. So, Eun-taek Lee is debuting together with Bae-hyuk. No. It's ruined. I should have asked in advance. I should have asked No Bae-hyuk the member's name. Then something like today wouldn't have happened. You could at least ask Song Ijun. I didn't even know that Song Eun-jun and Lee Eun-taek were friends. If I had just asked Lee Eun-taek what he was doing, something like today could have been prevented. Why didn't you do that? Haha. I guess Bae-hyuk is playing around here too. Wow, it's no joke. Even when he gets scolded, he gets really harsh. Even while I was laughing and talking with the person called the leader, my eyes were stinging. Something stirred inside me. Stupid bastard. It was my fault. This was something that could have been easily prevented if we had just checked in advance. Whether Lee Eun-taek becomes an idol or not is none of my business, but debuting in the same group as No Bae-hyuk is a different matter. I should have asked Song Ijun. I should have done that. Why did you do that? Pathetic. I was so miserable with myself that I felt like I was going crazy. I just didn't want to run into him. In the end, the reason I covered up the past as just the past was for my own sake. Why did I think I would never meet this person again? I just hoped so. I didn't want to think about Lee Eun-taek. Because naturally, Jihyun's thoughts followed. But that didn't work. Unless you wanted to reunite with Lee Eun-taek in front of Bae-hyuk after 7 years, you shouldn't have done that. Thank you for welcoming me. I'm the same age as Bae-hyuk, so you can talk to me comfortably. Wow, more than I thought. Haha, yes. I couldn't interpret what the other person was saying. I was smiling, but my vision was blurry. Every time I swallowed, I felt a bitter taste in my throat. Meanwhile, the stares pouring down on the side of my face were so stinging that I felt like I was going to die. Eun-taek, you too, say hello to Yeonji. The person called the leader called Eun-taek Lee with an awkward look. Eun-taek, hurry. Huh. Eun-taek Lee, who was glaring at me, stood up. He came over to me and grabbed my shoulder tightly. A long time? You get along well even. If you kill people. Congratulations on winning Best Actor. I would have liked it if my brother were alive too. Do you remember? Your brother cared about you so much. The thorns on the horse stung. The shoulder that Eun-taek Lee held was trembling. I wasn't the cause of the vibration. He was the master of the hand. Really you. He really lived well. Lee Eun-taek was holding back something to the point that his body was shaking. He and I were holding back something. It may be an old feeling that is hard to digest and smells like musty mold. But the good news here is, nice to meet you too, bro. It was the fact that I was an actor. It wasn't difficult to act like you didn't know and smile in the middle of the street. When I smiled, Lee Eun-taek laughed as if he was shocked. Could you please take your hands off me first? Just give it some strength. I'm dying from pain. The hand on my shoulder didn't want to come down, so I just slapped it away. You foot bastard dashed. Brother, let's not swear. What? I understand how you feel, but it's not because I can't swear that I don't swear. When I spoke calmly, Lee Eun-taek became more aggressive. Understanding? You understand? Hey, Lee Eun-taek. It was the members who stopped Lee Eun-taek from running towards me. The members, whose faces were frozen in embarrassment, quickly intervened. Lee Eun-taek, who was screaming like crazy, ignored him and turned his head. Bae-hyuk. As soon as I made eye contact with No Bae-hyuk, I apologized. I didn't know Eun-taek was a member of the same group as you. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. No, but what is this? I looked at No Bae-hyuk for a moment as he asked me a question with a blank face. Will he digest this disgusting story? What should I do if I get sick? My head was pounding. What is Lee Eun-taek thinking? There's no way No Bae-hyuk didn't talk about me all this time. In the first place, we filmed a commercial together. Unlike me, who had no idea about Lee Eun-taek's current situation, Lee Eun-taek must have known. Whether it's No Bae-hyuk, Song Ijun, or just because of work, you'll run into me someday. Come find me sooner. If my emotions had built up to the point where I had a seizure as soon as we met, I should have resolved it a long time ago. You could have secretly come and hit me with a fist, stabbed me with a knife, or done anything. Why are you making a fuss in a place where everyone is? I sighed and spoke as simply as possible. I said I was adopted when I was young. At that time, I changed my name to Lee Jae-hee. Eun-taek was the second older brother in that family. I realized it while talking. Now that I think about it, this guy. The reason I called you Lee Jae-hee at first was on purpose. At this point, I think he waited until I came to visit him. What is the purpose? Why? My head turned quickly. What did you want from me? Have you ever wanted to cry and pray in front of people? It's not that difficult. Should I just give it a try and be done with it? As I was racking my brain, a low voice came back. What do you mean, killing someone? No Bai-hyuk had an expression that clearly showed that he was trying to remain as calm as possible. I only realized it after seeing it. I see. This is what you wanted. Now I know what Eun-taek Lee wants. At the same time, a weak laugh came out of my mouth. This is what I was hoping for. I wanted to tell No Bai-hyuk directly with my own words. Jae-hyun died because of me. Boring. It was difficult to control my facial expressions, so I covered my face with my hands. I heard No Bai-hyuk asking why, but it was difficult to answer. No, that foot bastard goes first dashed. I wanted to put a sock in Lee Eun-taek's mouth as he screamed loudly behind me. What did I do so wrong? Okay, I must have done everything wrong. I know that. But me too. I did my best. Who would have known that the unhappiness factor would be so attached to my body? There was nothing we could do about the past. No matter how hard I try, nothing changes. There is no way to go back in time and bring Jae-hyun back to life. I want to see the fog. It had been 7 years. However, I was tired of the memories that still clung to my body like leeches. This was a terrible moment when I had to tell the person I cared about, with my own mouth, that I had killed someone. Actually, the most terrible thing was me. Yeonji Lee. At that time, No Bai-hyuk tried to grab my face. No. The touch of another person's hand on my cheek gave me goosebumps for a moment. My hands moved without me knowing. I shook something off so that it made a loud thud. The surroundings suddenly became quiet as the sound was loud enough to echo in the room. Sorry. I quickly grabbed No Bai-hyuk's hand. I unconsciously overreacted to the thought of someone touching me. I've had enough practice. There is no way the unhappiness factor will move later. Why are you acting so stupid? I bit my lip. I'm sorry, Bai-hyuk. Really sorry. Hey, calm down. Are you okay? I'm really sorry. I dashed. Lee Yeonjae, come to your senses. I'm really fine. No Bai-hyuk sighed softly. My body stiffened at that small sigh. Hey, why are you doing this again? No Bai-hyuk grabbed me with a frown. I was dumbfounded and shook my head, saying it was nothing. It's scary. It was ridiculously scary. I couldn't handle the expression you made after hearing the story. My body stiffens like this even at the sound of a sigh, but if you wake. I shook my head quickly. Nothing was solved by whining like a child. Bai-hyuk, let's change seats first. I still felt dizzy, but I gritted my teeth and got up. You shouldn't be here. If No Bai-hyuk's reaction was the worst, he could have fallen into a real panic. We couldn't show symptoms of hyperventilation in a place that wasn't our agency. I was about to go outside with No Bai-hyuk, thinking about reducing the number of eyes I saw. No Bai-hyuk. Just get out of here. It was at that time that Lee Eun-taek growled and spoke. Yes. You just go out. The debut date hasn't even been confirmed yet. Can you handle it? Brother, what are you talking about? No Bai-hyuk smiled. Lee Eun-taek sprinkled ashes on the barely smiling face of the child. You know that fights between members are also included in the evaluation criteria, right? The moment you follow that bastard, I'll go straight to the manager. Eun-taek, you stop. You don't even know? Do you think I'm doing this for no reason? The leader member sighed deeply while trying to say something at the sight of Lee Eun-taek screaming so viciously that his blood ran red. The atmosphere was dangerous, as if something would break if there was even the slightest movement. I was the one who moved first in the silence. No Bai-hyuk slowly let go of the hand he was holding. Bai-hyuk, first talk to the members. I'll tell you about that later. Hey, Jinbei will be nearby anyway. If I call you, they'll be there in less than 5 minutes, right? It wasn't very funny, but I laughed. No Bai-hyuk looked at me with a stern face. Feeling the inside of my mouth dry, I bowed to the members. I'm really sorry for making a fuss. I'll greet you properly next time. No, I'm more sorry, Yeonji. Why are you sorry, bro? Lee Eun-taek. Get there. Do it in moderation. Fortunately, the leader member stopped Lee Eun-taek. I turned my back to leave the room. The moment I turned my back only lasted a few seconds, but I could see it clearly. No Bai-hyuk is avoiding my gaze with an embarrassed face. Foot. I felt nauseous for a moment, but I barely held it in. One step. Oh, Lee Yunjae. It's popular since morning. Ah, Bai-hyuk. Another step. It's really shameful. He's only kind to Park Ha and doesn't even let him touch his best friend. Who is your best friend? Look, why are you so cold? You're just so cruel to me. It's difficult, a man like you. I told you to stop looking at the internet. Every time I took a step, no Bai-hyuk's laughter rang in my ears. The sounds of laughter overlapped and overlapped, sounding like screams. This moment felt like a nightmare that I could not escape from no matter what I did. Sweet. The moment I heard the door closing behind me, the screaming disappeared. There was only silence in the hallway. I slowly clenched my fists as the surroundings suddenly became quiet. It's over. It's all over. A hollow laugh escaped my mouth. Finished. It's over. Chapter 203. I once asked the fog out of the blue, "Why do we meet now?" The fog rolled its big eyes around and asked what that meant. The first time we met was when I was in the 5th grade of elementary school, when I got hit and run. Yes? Why then? Why didn't we meet before? The fog seemed not to understand the intention of my question. I couldn't pressure a kid who didn't know anything, so I just said it was okay. But I was really curious. Why did it have to be a car accident when I was 12? To say that I encountered fog due to a major stimulus such as a traffic accident, that doesn't make sense. There were many accidents before that. Of course, the 12-year-old's hit-and-run car accident was quite serious. But there was an accident that happened much earlier and more seriously. When I was 7 years old, my older brother Jihyun got hit by a car instead of me in a car accident. To be honest, I didn't remember much at that time. When I think about those days, what comes to mind are fragmentary memories. Well, with a pale complexion, the smell of perfume wafting over her, the damp atmosphere of the house, and people becoming more and more speechless. And even Lee Eun-taek's disgusted gaze towards me. I think I wanted to escape that memory. I lived as if I couldn't remember anything, and it wasn't until a long time later that I looked for my divorce record. It was also a time when I was so obsessed with books that the teachers were whispering about it. I wanted to know why this was happening to me, but no matter how many books I read, none of them had the answer. So I secretly entered the room while the director was away. The records I managed to find in the director's office were more unremarkable than I thought. My adoption years, which lasted less than 2 years, were summarized in a few lines. IX1. 02. 10 Confirmation of personal information of Lee Yunjae's family wishing to adopt her. Father, Jong-hyuk Lee. Mother, Se-ran Kim. IX2. 04. 20 Lee Yunjae's adopted family's first child, Lee Ji-hyun, passed away. IX2. 10. 22 Lee Yunjae's adopted family's second child, Lee Eun-taek, is hospitalized. IX2. 10. 23 Application for divorce suit in family court. Temporary admission to a daycare center. IX3. 01. 03 Dissolution established during mediation process. Lee Yunjae re-enters the orphanage. The name written in those few short lines. Lee Ji-hyun. The moment I saw these 3 letters, I was terrified. It was also a moment when forgotten memories came flooding back. Hi, I'm Lee Ji-hyun. Hello. Call me Ji-hyun Hyung, Jae-hee. Ji-hyun was kind to me from the moment I was first adopted. Lee Eun-taek, who didn't like me from the beginning, hated me even more because of that. I hate him. Brother, can't we just hang out like we used to? Yun-taek. What if I say that to my younger brother? He's not my brother. I don't know. Yun-taek Lee really hated me. The adoptive father's name is Lee Jong-hyuk, and the eldest son's name is Lee Ji-hyun. And the new name I was given was Jae Lee. There was a time when Lee Eun-taek cried, wondering why his name wasn't the same. When I think about it now, I completely understand that Lee Eun-taek hates me. This is a world where even pets must be brought in carefully. If you say to a child you don't know, now, from today on, this is your younger brother, you're bound to feel rejected, right? In the meantime, the good older brother seemed to like the new kid, so he must have hated me even more when he was young. But Lee Eun-taek never bullied me openly. Even if that were the case, it would have been understandable, but whatever. From what I remember, Lee Eun-taek was quite nice. At that time, following Ji-hyun's advice, I tried very hard to impress Lee Eun-taek, and Lee Eun-taek didn't just push me away. One day, After we all had lunch together, Eun-taek Lee secretly put candy in my hand. I think I was so surprised and happy that I slept holding on to that candy for several days. With a small piece of candy that I can't even remember what it tastes like now, I felt like I had the whole world. It was around that time that the accident occurred. Well, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Jaehyun, my baby. Jaehyun's mom, come to your senses. Phew. It was about a year after I was adopted. I was on the road and a car was coming towards me. And then Jaehyun pushed me. That's all I remember. Honestly, I didn't even want to remember anymore. Where are we? When I came to my senses, I found myself standing in an unknown hallway. I don't even know how I got here. You're crazy. Walking around someone else's agency building, I was completely out of my mind. A photo wasn't taken, right? Come to your senses. The unexpected reunion with Lee Eun-taek was quite embarrassing, but that was all. There was no reason for me to be shaken. Bae-hyuk. We can talk about it later. Even if he had appeared with no Bae-hyuk anyway, it was obvious that he would have spoken gibberish. It may have been better that Lee Eun-taek blocked it. Okay, let's go home first. I'm going to go home, calm down, and organize what I want to say to No Bae-hyuk. No, I think it would be better to see some fog before that. Do you think you can sleep if you lie down now? I felt a bit dizzy. Well, this situation is a disaster. There were times when I couldn't sleep no matter how long I lay down. Should I go to the hospital and get some sleeping pills? That wouldn't be bad either. Then I have to ask Jinbei to take me there. First, I have to call first. Perhaps because I was dazed, my head didn't turn quickly. I slowly took out my cell phone. When I turned on my phone screen, I saw a huge pile of missed calls and messages. I thought it was Jinbei, but it was someone else. As I was staring blankly at my phone, a name that had already left numerous missed calls appeared on the screen. Lee Eun-jae's real best friend, Bae-hyuk. I stared blankly at my vibrating phone. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon. Was it that long that I was out of my mind? Then it was more of a problem. Let's answer the phone first. That's what I thought, but my hand didn't move. Today, I thought that the disobedient body was being cruel, but even those thoughts slowly dissipated. And within a few seconds, a lion who was heard from behind. Lee Eun-jae. It's a surprise. My heart almost sank from the tremendous decibels. As I turned, I made eye contact with No Bae-hyuk, who was taking a deep breath. Why are you calling, Mr. Lee? Cough. Ball, how much dashed? Bae-hyuk. Speak nicely. Is that what you want to say now? No Bae-hyuk, drenched in sweat in this midwinter, grunted. I felt embarrassed when I saw the guy who looked so angry. Stop without even realizing it. I was embarrassed because it was a habit I had to say. Still, it's important. It's not another place, it's a company. Then what if someone hears it? A kid who is about to debut needs to be even more careful. As I spoke softly, No Bae-hyuk cut off the conversation with an annoyed look on his face. Oh, I don't know. It was ruined anyway. You finished talking with Eun-taek, right? I asked this just in case because I had no sense of time. At least, I was able to ask this question because I was confident that he didn't do that. So, I never thought I would get an answer like this. Don't you understand me? It's ruined. I just came out. No Bae-hyuk nervously brushed his sweaty hair. Why do you carry a cell phone if you're not going to answer the phone? Do you know how many times I've been calling you earlier? Even Jinbei says he doesn't know. I've been looking for you since the 5th basement level, really. Oh my, you're not even answering anymore. Are you 5 years old? If you're going to go out on your own like that, you should at least pick up the phone right away. No Bae-hyuk gritted his teeth and poked my cheek. The force was so strong that it was incomparable to usual, so my body was pushed back every time I was stabbed. And I thought foolishly as I was pushed aside step by step. Why? Why No Bae-hyuk? Not another kid, but No Bae-hyuk? It was a situation I couldn't understand. After listening to No Bae-hyuk's grumbling for a long time, I asked back. It's crazy? What? What are you? Is debuting a joke? One of No Bae-hyuk's eyebrows went up. I was even more dumbfounded by the guy's bewildered reaction. Is he really crazy? Did you forget what Eun-taek Lee said? What are you going to do if he interferes with your debut? Hey, if Eun-taek said that once and you're going to be pushed back from debuting, wouldn't it be right not to do it? And I'm not that anxious. No Bae-hyuk grumbled. Until just yesterday, Lee Eun-jae. What does the guy who said, "Can I really debut?" say? I was angry. No matter what, if you debut, Lee Eun-taek will be a member of your group. Why are you making things worse between us? Even if you force yourself to smile, put your hat on. My stomach was boiling. The more he spoke, the angrier he seemed. Not knowing that I was like boiling lava, this guy just stared at me. Did you just call Yuntae Hyung your brother? Now he says it out loud as Lee Eun-taek. Does it matter now? You immature bastard. Maybe this guy is good. I wasn't coming here in the first place. It's all my fault. It's just that I dash. Hey, don't overdo it. What broke my continuing thoughts were No Bae-hyuk's words. When I looked up, I saw the guy's sweaty head. Originally, members fight among themselves. Is fighting a big deal? You can reconcile. Even if I could solve it with my brothers at any time. Would you feel at ease if I sent you away alone like that? No Bae-hyuk wrinkled his nose with a puzzled expression. Well, actually, I hesitated for a few seconds. Still, I followed along right away. But there's no one in the hallway, and you're not answering the phone. Wow. I ran around so much without even knowing I was hiding in a place like this, really. No Bae-hyuk fluttered the clothes he was wearing. I could feel the heat. How long have you been running around? I was speechless. No matter what I tried to think about, there was nothing I could do with my blank mind. I don't know either. Let's go out first. Let's eat. Something. I'm hungry. I need to get out of here. After contacting Jinbei, I left the lobby. Bae-hyuk. I asked just before completely leaving the building. Do you think you won't regret it? The guy looked at me for a moment and then laughed. Aren't you going to do it? I already regret it. I thought so. I sighed and pushed back to go back. I'll wait until I'm finished, so come talk to me quickly. It's okay. I told my brothers that we would talk together tomorrow. It's going to be a scary atmosphere tomorrow. No Bae-hyuk shuddered, saying he was already worried about tomorrow. The guy said, looking too refreshed to say he was regretting it. I just want to listen to you today. I heard you told me about it earlier. Well, you can tell me later when you're ready. You don't have to do it today, but... No, just do it. Curious. The words change every second. I was dumbfounded, but all I could do was nod. Okay, let me tell you. Oh, okay, but let's eat first. I'm really hungry. Jinbei says he's in the parking lot right now. How does he live without you? No Bae-hyuk shook his head with a tired face. I glanced at the guy's profile. That's interesting. I felt like everything was a mess. Strangely, it didn't seem like such a mess. Chapter 204. After arriving home, I briefly explained it to No Bae-hyuk. Jaehyun's brother's death, resulting in divorce. Until the reunion with Lee Eun-taek. No Bae-hyuk's response was bold and short. Lee Eun-taek, you were crazy. Bae-hyuk, you really speak nicely. I'm really worried now. This kid really only has a few months left until his debut. When I sighed, No Bae-hyuk jumped up and down. Hey, if you react this way even after hearing this story, it's normal. And I don't usually swear, right? Then who was the girl who swore at me as soon as she ran into me? That's because you don't answer the phone. No Bae-hyuk frowned. Anyway, thanks for talking. But I'll be honest. What is your reaction to this disgusting story? No matter what reaction you give, let's not show it. It was my responsibility to bear whatever attention I received. I was just thinking about that and putting on a calm expression. Lee Eun-jae, I have more to worry about. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. Do you know what I'm talking about? No, I don't know. The guy who saw my expression made a confused face. What kind of guy's hedgehog thorns are so soft? Can't you give some strength to the thorns? Why is the hedgehog coming again? It's because I'm so frustrated. Eun-taek, a friendless girl, says she knows her older brother, and the conversation between them is bloody. Do you know how surprised I was when I heard that you killed someone? The guy's thick eyebrows drooped. Even though you don't deny it, I don't know anything. What do you need to know to fight or defend yourself? There was nothing I could do other than just stand there like an idiot. I don't know anything, so I can't intervene. No, that doesn't mean you want me to intervene. The guy spoke gibberish. Therefore, sorry. No Bae-hyuk covered his face with his hands. I was the one who was puzzled by the sudden apology. Why are you sorry? For not doing anything when Eun-taek threatened you. For letting you go out alone earlier, and for whining that you should talk to me quickly dashed. The conversation continued without a break. I laughed when I heard the droopy voice. I didn't tell you, so I didn't know. Why are you sorry? And even if Lee Eun-taek threatened him, it was no big deal. He didn't even have a knife in his hand. You have a knack for saying scary things without any hesitation. No, Byhuk muttered. Either way, I said what I had to say. I should apologize. It's my job with Lee Un-taek, and I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Don't worry, I'll make sure no harm comes to you. I told you to worry about yourself. I can take care of it. I'll do really well. I snorted and mentally organized what I had to do. I'll have to talk to Lee Un-taek first. I understand Lee Un-taek's position, but influencing No Byhyuk's debut was a separate issue. While I was thinking about what to coax, No Byhyuk lightly poked me on the cheek. Hey, can I say one more thing? Huh. That person named Lee Ji-hyun. My body stiffened. Involuntarily at the sound of a name I hadn't heard in a long time. I don't know why you say you killed him. They said it was an accident. Pure thinking. But how is it your fault? Even though Un-taek could have resented you when he was young, he is no longer a child. If you still think that way, it's your problem. No Byhyuk's eyes carefully examined me. The way he spoke was gentle and friendly, as if he was walking gently on snow. It was too much for me to receive, and I smiled bitterly. It's true that I was wrong. Byhyuk. Ji-hyun died because of me. I killed my brother. I know that better than anyone else. Lee Yun-jae. Just because someone gets hurt trying to save you, doesn't mean you hurt that person. Of course I can't help but feel guilty, but, Ji-hyun, that accident wasn't the first time you had to go to the hospital. No Byhyuk was interrupted. I didn't want my friend to have to defend a murderer. 10 times. The number of times Ji-hyun went to the emergency room after I was adopted. At best, we were together for a year. My mouth was bitter. I was able to find out because Ji-hyun's hospital visit records were written in detail in the divorce application form. From broken fingers to burns on thighs, Ji-hyun was caught up in numerous incidents over the course of a year. I was always by his side. My brother's life is also miserable. How did it catch me? Ji-hyun had an adult personality and was calm. It is also said that he was so healthy that he did not even have the usual bruises. At least that was the case until he met me. I was lucky to have met you. It's funny. His bad luck started when he met me. On the other hand, the number of times I get hurt has gone down a lot. It was so noticeable that I thought there was something strange. I was just thinking. I had to move, not just think. Something should have been done. If you approached him hesitantly, you should not cling to the person who willingly lent you his arms. It all happened because I was greedy for affection that was not my share. It didn't happen because of you. After a while, No Byhyuk gave a childlike answer. Like a kid who thinks that if he keeps insisting, it will really happen. I can't even bring up the topic of unhappiness. 1. It seems like the conversation keeps going in circles. Despite the sinking feeling, I felt like there was no benefit to the conversation, so I changed direction. There is someone who did the same thing you just said. Who? Jinbae Hyung. No, Yun-taek Lee. A question mark appeared on No Byhyuk's face. Ji-hyun sent my brother off like that, and my adoptive parents had a hard time. At that time, Lee Un-taek walked around with me. Are you saying it bothered me that I walked around next to you? Like before. No, you did a really good job. There was a feeling of a bit of a fuss, though. That was Lee Un-taek's unique bluntness. I asked No Byhyuk, who was in doubt. How is Lee Un-taek usually? Before anything happens today. No Byhyuk said while looking at me. It's not that bad, didn't you? It wasn't very friendly. I've never seen you swear like you did today. I nodded in response to the fully expected answer. Didn't Song Ei-jun do the same? He was the only friend who came to me when he was bullied at school. It was like that even after Ji-hyun died. At a time when my adoptive parents and I were in shock, Lee Un-taek was busy. He somehow showed a lively side in front of his adoptive parents, and he still got into fights with me. Even when I felt the absence of Ji-hyun, Un-taek Lee was always by my side. You did that to me several times. Ji-hyun didn't die because of you, so come to your senses. For the sake of Ji-hyun, we have to hold on together. This is why bringing up stories about the past is meaningless. Nothing has changed, but I am buried in emotions for no reason. I shook my head vigorously to shake off the rising emotions. Anyway, Un-taek Lee has feelings for me, and it has nothing to do with you. So talk to me about that part tomorrow. Yun-taek, why did you change your mind? Why are you saying you killed him now? I laughed at the cautious tone. The answer is so obvious. Lee Un-taek is starting to get hurt. Ji-hyun was just like Hyung. I was always by your side when you got hurt. Then, after Lee Un-taek, was hospitalized. The day Yoon-taek Lee fell down the stairs instead of me and broke his leg. It was only then that I was able to tell my adoptive parents. I think I have to go back to daycare. I'm sorry I spoke so late. The adoptive parents hesitated for a while and then nodded. I remember refusing when he said he was sorry and tried to grab my shoulder. I didn't know about the unhappiness factor, but I knew that if you got close to me, you would get hurt. After saying my final goodbyes to Lee Yoon-taek, who was lying in a hospital bed, I returned to the orphanage the very next day. I told Lee Yoon-taek I was sorry. What happened to Ji-hyun and everything else? There was no answer. Only the eyes filled with deep disgust came back. That's how I broke up with Lee Yoon-taek. Lee Yoon-jae. No Bae-hyuk, who had been silent, called me. The guy who stayed still for a while even after I called him spoke. Sorry. Why do you keep saying sorry? It's none of your business. Not that one. Then what? I met No Bae-hyuk's eyes. I'm sorry I couldn't talk to you in first grade. I was speechless. I looked at him blankly and muttered. What a stupid thing to say. I became close to No Bae-hyuk after we were in the same class in 6th grade. Before that, we didn't even have a chance to talk. No Bae-hyuk said with a gloomy face. It would have been better if I had been by your side at that time. Then you must have been hurt. No. I'm confident I won't get hurt. What? I burst out laughing at something so absurd. I definitely started laughing because it was ridiculous, but after laughing, I felt much better. He's really amazing. I still looked at No Bae-hyuk with smiling eyes. The guy was looking at me, whining like a dog that had just been hit by rain. Bae-hyuk, don't look at me. Are you not paying attention? In the meantime, it was funny to see him immediately denying that he had pride. I'm rather grateful. It could be a creepy story. I told you not to say that. Okay, now let's get ready for bed. I comforted the grumbling guy. No Bae-hyuk skillfully took out his clothes and changed as if it were his own home. I'll take a shower and come back. Bae-hyuk. What time are you going to the practice room tomorrow? Around 12 o'clock? My brothers usually come around that time too. He nodded with a disinterested expression, and as soon as No Bae-hyuk entered the bathroom, he took out his cell phone. Hello? Lee Jun-hyung. I'm Lee Yoon-jae. Did you rest well? Aren't you tired? At that moment, I said something. Now that I think about it, I've only been in Korea for 2 days. I even forgot that I went to Italy because of work today. I was so embarrassed that I blurted out my words. Well, roughly. Brother, can you tell me one thing? What? I asked Song Yi-jun to give me Lee Yoon-taek's phone number. Song Yi-jun, who was momentarily embarrassed, said he would send it to me in a message. 010 XXXX XXXX. I looked at the message and pressed the call button. The call connection tone continued about 2 times. What? I'm Lee Yoon-jae. No, just tell me what you want. Lee Yoon-taek's unfriendly voice came through the phone. I sighed and took out my business. Let's meet briefly tomorrow morning. Ding dong. I'm going out. I stopped Jinbei from waking up at the sound of the doorbell. I took a short, deep breath before opening the door. Hi. Despite my greeting, Lee Yoon-taek glared at me without saying a word. Can't we just meet at a cafe normally? What are you, Mara? Come all the way home. Thank you for coming. That's it. Yoon-taek Lee glared at me coldly and then came in. I walked into the house with great strides and stopped when I saw Jinbei. It's Jinbei Hyung, my manager. Hello? This isn't Jinbei. Yes. Hello. Yoon-taek Lee greeted awkwardly. I realized it late in the strangely flowing silence. I guess I should introduce it. This is Yoon-taek's older brother. What should I say? He hesitated and continued speaking awkwardly. He's the older brother who debuted together with Bae-hyuk. For some reason, Lee Yoon-taek's eyes became cruel. Chapter 205. Jinbei probably knows that Lee Yoon-taek was my brother. That much would have come out during background investigation. The FOB once told me that. Jinbei was looking into my past. Sure enough, Jinbei silently nodded. Nice to meet you. I will be in my room, so please talk comfortably. Jinbei took the book and went into the room. I pointed to the sofa to Lee Yoon-taek. Sit somewhere comfortable. Tell me your business quickly. The voice was even colder than what I heard on the phone. I swallowed a sigh and stretched out my hand. Okay. Before that, will you give me your cell phone? Why my cell phone? Hyung, you're recording right now. Lee Yoon-taek's impression became grim. Lee Yoon-taek, who was glaring at me, clicked his tongue and took out his cell phone. How did you know it was being recorded? Just a rough feeling. Actually, I took a picture. I thought it was a long time since you didn't swear earlier. I never thought they were actually recording. It's scary. It was only after confirming that the recordings were deleted that I could catch my breath. Is it because of the recording that you asked me to come to your house? Did you think I would plant a recorder in the cafe in advance? You just don't know. I shrugged my shoulders, and Lee Eun-taek looked bored. So? I'm trying to say something so profound that I even blocked the recording. It's not that profound. What I wanted to say was simple. Brother, don't have any ill feelings towards Bae-hyuk. He's really nice. Are you talking about no Bae-hyuk, who told me to come all the way home and then brought it up? He said calmly while looking at his furrowed brow. You probably didn't prepare to become an idol with a light heart. I decided to debut as a member because it's good for my brother if we get along well. I didn't know you had a son without seeing him. Since when did you act as his mother? We play family games, and the two of us have fun. I have no intention of acting foolishly. At the very least, don't treat her poorly because of me. Well, I'm already disqualified from being friends with you. People are like each other. I can't communicate. I was tired of the conversation leading to arguments at the end of every word. A gaze even sharper than the one I encountered in the practice room pierced me. Should I just say sorry? It wasn't that difficult. Anyway, what happened to Ji-hyun was all my fault. However, the problem was that saying sorry to Lee Eun-taek had no effect. It's obvious that it starts with "what are you sorry for?" and continues with "so you end up apologizing for killing someone?" I want to stop talking about Ji-hyun. I wanted to stop bringing up the past, which I couldn't change. While washing my face, I slowly opened my mouth. Hyung, just because you're a good person doesn't mean only good people come next to you. Sometimes in life, even people who aren't like that get caught up in it. Are you teaching life now? I'm older than you. You probably already know. Naturally, I cut off Lee Eun-taek's words as he started arguing. Just as the new member of the family may not be a good person. That doesn't change the fact that he is a good person. I met eyes filled with anger. Friends are the same. Just because I'm next to you doesn't mean Bae-hyuk isn't a good person. Eun-taek Lee did not refute. I guess so. This wasn't just a story about no Bae-hyuk and Lee Eun-taek. If I refute it here, I'll be insulting Ji-hyun too. There was no way Lee Eun-taek, who had liked Ji-hyun since they were young, would say something like that. Bae-hyuk has nothing to do with me. Don't say anything to her because of me. What if I want to do that? The horse, full of determination, came back. I looked at Lee Eun-taek for a moment and then got up on the sofa. As I approached Lee Eun-taek, who had been standing the whole time, my gaze went up. You're tall. It has grown a lot, even though I haven't seen it in a while. I guess this is similar to Bae-hyuk. It could be bigger. What? As he got closer, Lee Eun-taek frowned with an unpleasant look on his face. I held my breath quietly and made eye contact. Be smart. Brother. What? The person who should be in trouble now is not me, but my brother. What is that? Who do you think will be embarrassed if the news of the breakup of the relationship becomes known? As the words were muttered under one's breath, the other person's pupils widened. I quietly watched the change. It is not yet known that I was adopted and then abandoned. But is it really because reporters don't know that they don't write articles? I'm doing that because I don't get anything out of using it. Because if you mess with ordinary people, things get annoying. I deliberately created an indifferent tone. When I tapped the button on Lee Eun-taek's jacket, Lee Eun-taek flinched. When my brother debuts, he will no longer be an ordinary person, who would be in bigger trouble if an article like that were published. Among the actors who won Best Actor and the new idols who just debuted. I know. It wasn't Lee Eun-taek and his adoptive parents' fault that he was adopted. I didn't want to bother a member who would debut in the same group as Bae-hyuk. The threats end here. After confirming that the other person fully understood, I smiled. So let's get along, bro. Don't vent your feelings to Bae-hyuk about things related to me. Got it. Eun-taek Lee gritted his teeth. There was a crackling sound, but there was no rebuttal in the end. I assume you understand. I didn't expect words of understanding to come out of Lee Eun-taek's mouth, so I leaned back. As soon as he got too far away from me, Eun-taek Lee let out the breath he had been holding. I went psycho without you seeing me. I shrugged my shoulders and said thank you. I returned the phone, ignoring the increasingly intense gaze. Let's have a meal together with Bae-hyuk sometime next week. Do I look like I'm going to eat with you? I don't want that either, so calm down. I also feel better about starving than eating with Lee Eun-taek. I looked at Lee Eun-taek as if he was immature, as he got angry and said, I don't have time to give you. This is all because of you. What? What did I do? Did you only tell Lee Jun about me? Lee Eun-taek, who had been running wild all the time, kept his mouth shut. I knew it would happen. I tried not to look pitifully at Lee Eun-taek. Everything my brother has said about me so far is news. When my brother debuts, it's only a matter of time before news comes out. Through the fog, I learned that Lee Eun-taek had been talking about me to his elementary school friends. The gap has already been opened. There are no permanent secrets in the entertainment industry. Once an article is published in the wrong way, it will be a real headache. Even if that's the case with Lee Eun-taek, Bae Hyuk's debuting group member shouldn't be the subject of gossip. You have to take pictures in advance before you debut. What picture? A photo that proves we are close. If the news of the divorce becomes known, it is highly likely that Lee Eun-taek and his family will be criticized. Most people are not even interested in the reason for breaking the relationship. So, we need to notify you in advance. Regardless of what happened in the past, Lee Eun-taek and Lee Yun-jae are currently very close. That way, even if an article is published, we will be able to resolve it somehow. Let's choose a place where there are a lot of people. I'll just wear a hat so people can take pictures. When you meet outside, don't ignore what I say. It's okay to swear, so I smile appropriately when people are watching. Okay. Eun-taek, Lee answered nervously. I don't know if I can act properly. Anyway, my business ended here. After confirming that he had nothing more to say, Lee Eun-taek turned his back. With a movement full of frustration, he roughly shoved his feet into his sneakers and hesitated for a moment. Hey. You so? Is there anything else to say? Did you really call me to talk about no Bae Hyuk? What to say? He looked at Lee Eun-taek's back for a moment and said calmly. Sorry. As soon as I finished speaking, Lee Eun-taek turned his back. What? What am I sorry about? The boiling eyes were bright blue, just like those eyes when I said my last goodbye 7 years ago. I looked into eyes that seemed to contain many emotions. Jihyun killed my brother, hurt him, and showed up again to be a bother. I'm sorry for everything. The corners of Lee Eun-taek's mouth rose. Even if you didn't look into his eyes, the angle was such that you would have thought he was smiling. You really? You dogfoot bastard. Lee Eun-taek, who was looking at me fiercely as if he was going to bite me, opened the door and went out. I stood blankly in the empty entrance hall with the sound of the door lock. That's interesting. The face, expression, and voice of Lee Eun-taek, whom I met after a long time, were unfamiliar. If anyone sees, I think he is the one who got criticized. The gaze that glared at me like a badly wounded animal was clear. I looked at the closed front door and opened my mouth. Brother, you can come out now. Have I been too obvious? I laughed at the embarrassed voice. I'm surprised you thought that size would be hidden. When I turned my back, Jinbei was standing there awkwardly. I laughed when I saw him open his arms as soon as our eyes met. Anyway, just looking at his background, he doesn't appear to be a very gentle person, but I don't know why he seems so gentle. He shook his head and walked over to me and hugged me. The hand touching my back was large and cozy. Actress. Yes. Would you like me to buy you a rice cake? That damn cake. It looks like you know the formula. Do you think that if I'm in a bad mood, you can just bring me rice cake? Are you okay? It's better to stay like this. Jinbei patted my back in silence for a long time. As I quietly enjoyed the touch, words came out without me realizing it. I feel a little depressed. Please. Yes. To be honest, a little much? I think I got even more depressed now that I said it out loud. I was also worried that I might be spreading negative emotions to the other person for no reason. But perhaps because the body holding me was so rigid like a robot, I ended up loosening up for no reason. It's Jinbei's fault. He pouted his lips and buried his head into his brother's chest. Even though I was grumpy for no reason, Jinbei patted me on the back like nothing happened. Can I ask why you're depressed? I think it's because of helplessness. Feeling helpless? I nodded. I really like it now. Because there is something I can do. If I do well, everything is fine. The people around me will no longer get hurt, and my brother will continue to be by my side. The reason I was able to breathe through the fog was not simply because I learned the cause of my misfortune. It was because we also found out how to solve it. That too, a way to shake it off with my own hands. Now I can prevent new misfortunes. But things were different in the past. There was nothing I could do. Even if the fog cries that it wants to have a body, it's like there's nothing I can do. It's just that I did everything wrong, so I just want to cover up the old stories. Even if I touched it more, nothing would change anyway. After all, Coincidentally is in the same group as Baihyuk. Whether you like it or not, you will inevitably have to run into it a few more times. But what if you happen to run into Coincidentally's parents? It was already dark before my eyes. As I was suppressing my sigh, Jin Bae-hyung whispered kindly to me, It would be great if I could help, but I don't know how to go back to the past. I laughed at the truly regretful tone. I was just about to joke and say that I couldn't find out that through background investigation. Then, actor, for a change of pace, shall we go do something fun? Is it fun? When I raised my head at the sudden remark, Jin Bae was smiling at me. The gentle eyes were full of mischief. We together. Title. Guys, a trailer for Lee Young-jae and Sung Ii-jun's variety show has been released. The trailer is 10 minutes long, haha. Everyone take a look quickly. To be honest, I was preparing for no fun, right? But what's going on with the trailer? Why is it so noisy? LOL. Lee Young-jae and Sung-joon are quiet, and only the production crew is so loud. Lee Young-jae's expression is funny when the production crew looks at her with an expressionless expression. I know. When will our Bambi have a son? For 32, is this the way a 15-year-old looks at his 17-year-old brother? Yeonji's dad moment that even fans didn't know about. Father Lee Jong-hyun. The first child, Sung I-jun. Second child, Lee Young-jae. People who become real mothers should pay twice as much in taxes. I can file for bankruptcy for tax reasons, so why not try that position? Chapter 206. Title. No, but am I the only one surprised? When did Lee Young-jae and Sung Eun-jun become so close? When I watched the trailer, I was embarrassed because it looked so friendly. Wasn't Sung-joon the shy type? Lee Young-jae is also very quiet. I thought it would be quiet since I heard it was just the two of them, but the sound fills up the room to make it feel like they're playing house. So it feels like watching a calm, healing movie. When it airs, it will probably be my side dish for a while. I think the production staff must have felt sad when they wrote something like, two people who keep bullying the production team, as a subtitle. But rather than being close brothers and sisters, don't you think they really feel like father and son? I think I learned it from Lee Young-hyun LOL since Lee Young-hyun walks around holding me so much. I think he does the same to other people. No, but why would you do that to a brother who is 2 years older than you? Anyone can see that he is the younger brother. Title. I'm already tired after the first episode comes out and thinking about the GIFs. There were 200 GIFs in just 10 minutes of trailer. What should I do? This is all our Bambi's fault. Orange Bambi 1. Orange Bambi 2. Orange Bambi 3. How can you not make a GIF when you see this? Isn't the combination of Italian scenery and orange hair a fatal hit? It feels a bit like Under an Orange Tree. Our Bambi is the best. Please do more broadcasts in the future. Oh wow. I thought I was the only one thinking about it under the orange tree, ha ha ha, especially smiling on the sandy beach. Isn't it similar? It seems like the production crew was also aiming for this. Oh, I wish someone would make a video of Bambi's Italian part. Me too, haha. What came out of the trailer was intense. What can't we Bambi do? I'm good at French and Italian. I even took a nap well. Let's create an award for an actor who takes a good nap and give it to Bambi. Crazy. If that's the case, why don't you just say you can breathe well? How did you know? Our Bambi is also breathing amazingly. It was just my mistake. Title. I'm jealous of people who actually saw Bambi. If Bambi had been an idol, he would have been at least active in attack and defense. After all, Choi Ae is an actress. I can't follow you while filming for fear of disturbing you. The baby is scared. Just wait until the fan meeting. Don't do anything sassying for no reason. It's a carrot. That's not what I meant. I just want to see it. I also want to see Bambi in real life. I should have gone to the fan signing event in the past, but I had a favorite at that time. Bambi is so famous now. Right when will I see you in front of me? Ugh. Hey, look at that person. What? Who? A woman raised her head at her friend's words. The first thing that came into the woman's sight was a very tall man. Wow, how big is it? He was so tall that he stood alone in an amusement park full of people. When the woman joked that it was like a telephone pole, her friend sighed in frustration. No, not that guy, but the guy next to me wearing a hat. Don't you feel like a celebrity? When I turned my head after hearing my friend's words, there was a slim-looking boy standing next to the tall man. I was wearing a hat and mask, so I couldn't see my face. I know. I feel like a celebrity. The atmosphere it gave off was unique. When the woman said yes, her friend's eyes lit up. Would you like to talk to me? Arthur, what if I'm not a celebrity? Or it's not? If it's right, you've missed it. The woman looked at her friend's light tone with a straight face. If they were real celebrities, they would have just come out to have fun, so just leave them alone. Humph. What kind of hing is that? Speak like an adult. What happened to you? How can you be so heartless? The country's economy is ruining because of people like you. I'm saying this all for your benefit, so don't listen to it in a negative way. Hey, you're so mature. Fuha. The woman and her friend giggled. As I was walking around on the rides for a while, the people I had talked to earlier caught my eye again. Hey, it seems like that person isn't a celebrity. Okay, what? Look over there. There's a kid. I think we just came out to have fun as a family. Ah, I see. My friend made a sound of disappointment. The woman scolded her friend, asking what he expected, but glanced to the side. The tall man was sitting on a chair with a tired look on his face, and the boy with his hat pulled down on his face looked somehow troubled. And the boy, who was snuggling right next to the boy, was smiling brightly. When the ice cream he was holding spilled, the boy was startled and quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped it up. The woman looked at that and thought without realizing it. What a cute family. Thanks for cleaning me up. Cereal dashed. Haram. I told you not to call me names here. All right. Han Haram laughed and said he had forgotten. There was still more than half of the ice cream left in my hand. Look, you won't even be able to eat it all. After arriving at the amusement park, I was about to buy food for Han Haram. Han Haram's eyes rolled back when he saw a person holding a long ice cream that seemed to be 20 centimeters long. He said he wanted to eat that too and was acting cute, so I had no choice but to buy it for him. There's only half left. What should I do with this? I don't like creating food waste. I couldn't even easily take down my mask for fear that someone would notice. As I was in a difficult situation where I was stranded, I heard voices that were almost dying. Actor, please give me that. It was Jinbei. I looked at Jinbei with a pale face as he stretched out his hand. Why on earth did someone who can't even ride the Blue Dragon train ask to come to the amusement park? Just rest for 10 minutes, and you'll be fine. TSK, what's wrong with being okay? Then, actor, shall we go do something fun to change our mood? Is it fun? Let's go to the amusement park. Together. After Eun-taek Lee left, Jinbei suddenly asked me to go to an amusement park, which was embarrassing, but I had no reason to refuse. It must have been said with some care. Since it was the weekend, even Han Haram, who came to visit, packed his bags and arrived at the amusement park. But to my surprise, the depressed feeling disappeared. It's not some kind of kid. I felt so good that I was embarrassed. When I was in elementary school, there was a time when the school went to an amusement park to play. But I thought something might happen, so I just replaced it with school self-study. There was no particular disappointment, because I hated crowds of people anyway. It's funny that I thought that way in the past, but the amusement park I visited for the first time in my life was so much fun. As I stood still among the excited people, I felt uplifted without realizing it. Good. The funny thing is that Jinbei Hyung can't ride the rides. Even though he had asked to come, his face turned pale when he got on a ride that was even slightly higher. He crawled out of the play equipment with a tired look on his face, and I laughed when I saw him out of breath on the bench. Brother, you don't have to go on the rides anymore, so take a breather. No. Actor. I'm fine. Yes. It looks really good. I smiled as I looked at the other person who had dark circles under their eyes. Drink some water. Thank you. Yun, no, bro. Let's go ride. That thing. A clear voice intervened. Han Haram was 200 times more excited than usual. I'm so excited. Maybe it's because I'm not afraid of heights, but I wasn't particularly impressed by the rides I tried for the first time. It's just crazy. The most exciting one was Han Haram. At first, I got out of the car with no expectations on my face, but as soon as I got on one of the rides, I started to get really excited. Jinbei's face turned blue even more as the little kid was so fearless that he wanted to ride all sorts of things. What do you want to ride? Me that. Spinning around? Merry-go-round. Huh. Hurry. Let's rest for a moment and then get on board. Take a breather. I'll buy you churros instead. Yes. That's nice. I bought churros sold right next door and fed Han Haram a bite each. With his free hand, he patted Jinbei's dying back. Amazing. In fact, I couldn't even ride a few of the rides. It was frustrating because of the hat and mask. Yet strangely, the corners of his mouth kept turning up. There really is an atmosphere that can be felt in a place. Perhaps because it was the weekend, the amusement park was crowded with people everywhere. Loud music flowed from speakers installed everywhere. Complex noise, inconvenience, and crowds that make you feel discouraged just by looking at them. These were all things I disliked. But it was good. Yanji, are you smiling now? Han Haram whispered in a low voice. I laughed out loud as I saw Han Haram smiling brightly with a bunch of sugar pieces around his mouth. Yes, it's fun. Thank God. Han Haram laughed. I smiled as I wiped the area around his mouth. I have really changed. It's okay to be around people. It's okay to be around so many people. There is no need for the unhappiness factor to be transferred to someone else. No one will get hurt because of me, and no accident will happen. The feeling of realizing the change with my whole body was more exciting than I expected. I felt alive. The sunset has already set. While I was quietly looking at the sunset that covered the amusement park like waves, Han Haram poked my side. I want to go to the bathroom. Why do you whisper that? I was puzzled, but after saying I would understand, I got up. Jinbei, I'm going to the bathroom with Haram. No, I can go there alone. Makes sense. I shook my head at Han Haram's twang. I don't want to put on a show looking for lost children. What is Mia? Lost child. I'm not a child. I moderately comforted Han Haram, who was lashing out in English with a tearful face. I kept insisting that I could really go alone, so I ended up compromising. Okay, I'll stay here. Come here as soon as you leave the bathroom. Huh? I sat in front of the bench right in front of the bathroom. I stared at Han Haram as he entered the bathroom. There's only one entrance, so there shouldn't be a problem. I couldn't lose a child who wasn't mine at an amusement park. I didn't take my eyes off the entrance just in case, but luckily Han Haram came out quickly. I laughed when I saw him patting his wet hands, as if he had washed them thoroughly. And that smile quickly disappeared when he saw the man approaching Han Haram. What? I suddenly got up from the bench and started running. Han Haram. Just before the man reached out to Han Haram, he managed to intervene. Serial dashed. Come on. As soon as Han Haram reached his hand, he roughly pulled him back. At the same time, I glared at the other person in front of me. Who are you? I'm out of breath after running a little. I tried not to show my slightly troubled breathing and was wary of the person in front of me. A simple-looking man waved his hand with a puzzled face. Why aren't you talking? Even though he was extremely embarrassed, I was moved to tears as he moved his hands around. I was angry and asked why I was touching someone else's child, but I stopped for a moment when I saw the hands connecting. I quietly watched him point to his ear and then vigorously hit the X mark. Are you deaf? He placed his index finger on his temple and then spread his palm forward and asked. I lowered my mask because the other person might be speaking, but the other person seemed to be focusing on my hand movements rather than the movement of my lips. The other person, whose face brightened even more, nodded as he said, That's right, using Korean Sign Language. But I was still full of caution. There are so many adults around. Why are you talking to the child? When I asked in Korean Sign Language what was going on, the person on the other end immediately handed me his cell phone. Chapter 207. What? I looked suspiciously at the person who handed me my cell phone. I pulled Han Haram behind my back again and glanced at my phone. There was Han Haram on the phone. To be precise, it is a pictorial photo taken by Han Haram as a model. Then the man turned on the notepad and wrote something. The girl next to me is my daughter. I said hello to you out of joy, but I'm sorry for surprising you. In the pictorial photo the man showed again, there was another girl besides Han Haram. Even though I finally understood the face of the man who approached me with a smile, I was wondering how I could believe it. Dad, a loud voice intervened. A girl who looked to be Han Haram's age approached me. It was also the kid in the photo I just saw. I don't think it's a lie. Honey, what happened? The adult woman with the girl appeared to be the mother. As soon as I saw the mother and daughter approaching with puzzled faces, I quickly put up my mask. While the man was explaining the situation to his family in Korean Sign Language, I looked at Han Haram. Yanji, are you angry? What? No. What does this mean again? I stroked the head of Han Haram, who looked up with a slightly frightened face. Did I look angry? Your expression earlier. I did it because a stranger approached you. I'm not mad at you. When he softened his expression, Only then did Han Haram cling to him with a relieved face. Hey, are you the kid I took a picture with in the summer? At that time, a girl came and spoke to Han Haram. Han Haram clung to me with a timid look on his face, so I picked him up. Wow, it's gotten heavier. As soon as I picked up Han Haram, he buried his head in my shoulder. It didn't seem like he wanted to talk, so I greeted Han Haram instead. Hi. Hello. The girl bowed politely and then glared at me. But you weren't talking to that Appa, were you? I was talking to him. Okay. I couldn't help but laugh. It's crazy. As I was smiling through the mask, a woman who appeared to be my mother hurriedly approached me. Yanji, I told you not to embarrass strangers. I'm not a stranger. That's the girl I took a photo shoot with. Still, can't you see that your friend is in trouble? The girl's lips were pouting. We're not friends. She babbled, but quickly became quiet as if she was listening to her mother. The woman apologized with an embarrassed expression. Sorry. Her husband and her daughter were so mischievous that they had an accident while I was in the bathroom. It's okay. They said they did it because they were happy to see him because he was a friend who did a photo shoot with my daughter, but that's still true. I'm so sorry. When she said that she would go home and scold her hard, it felt like she was treating her son, not her husband. I smiled and replied that it was okay to constantly apologize. I feel relaxed for no reason. In those few seconds when the man reached out to Han Haram, I was imagining all sorts of things, and it was funny that they were talking like this. As I was suppressing the laughter that escaped me, the woman lowered her voice and asked carefully, but aren't you actress Lee Yunjae? Oh. Now an awkward smile appeared. Yanji, Haram, give me these cookies. Mom gave it to me. He doesn't respond to what I say. Haram was scared because you were acting like you were going to eat him. They say you acted like I was going to eat you at any moment. Joy, it wouldn't be unfair if I really caught and ate it. Kim Yunji, the girl who took a photo shoot with Han Haram, grumbled. 8-year-olds these days even talk differently. As I watched with a smile, Kim Yunji, who had surrendered to her mother's words, approached me with a sullen expression. Hey, Mom said I should give you this. The words I spoke to Han Haram did not receive an answer. That's because Han Haram has been in my arms ever since I arrived at Kim Yunji's house. Since he still didn't want to take his head off my chest, I got him a cookie instead. Thank you. I will eat well. I didn't give it to you, right? Haram spoke on my behalf. Really? She can't do anything without her brother? The more I heard the dissatisfied voice, the funnier it became. It was also funny to see Han Haram twitching in his arms every time Kim Yunji said a word. Cute. Is it this funny to see little kids bickering? I looked to the side and saw that Jinbei was also having a hard time holding back his laughter. I guess I'm the only one who finds it funny. I smiled and handed the cookie to Han Haram. Haram, do you want to eat this? No. Eat cereals. Why are you down? He's scary. Han Haram was in tears. I patted his head as he mumbled that he seemed angry at me. I'm not angry. I think he might want to talk to you. With me? You don't want to talk? That's not it. Han Haram pursed his lips. His voice is so loud it's scary. It's just like when Mom gets angry. As soon as I heard Han Haram's words, the corners of my mouth lowered. I see. As I hugged Han Haram tightly, he came to me as if holding on to his lifeline. I felt Jinbei looking at the two of us from next to me. Ugh, did I come here for no reason? As soon as Kim Yunji's mother asked if she was actress Lee Yunjae, even Jinbei came up to her. Actor, what's going on? The sight of him immediately pulling me in and asking me gave me a violent feeling. Because of his size, people were looking at him even if he just stood still, but the sight of him being wary of his surroundings attracted even more attention. Maybe it was because of what the woman I had just heard said, but I felt anxious even though I was wearing a mask. If it's okay with you, can I treat you to dinner at my house? That was why I quickly nodded to the woman's offer, which I would have normally rejected. I don't know what kind of chaos would arise if my identity was discovered among all these people. I came out thinking that I needed to get out of the amusement park, but I felt strange coming to the house of someone I had never seen today. I wondered if this was okay, but seeing Jinbei's smiling face next to me made me feel nervous. Thanks to the actor, I have had many amazing experiences. Eat a meal with someone you've never met before. Right. It's an amazing day, seeing as how my brother is afraid of amusement rides. To be exact, I wasn't scared, just a little tired. Yes, if anything happens, this person will solve it. With Jinbei next to us, there won't be anyone stupid enough to harm us. After thinking about it like that, I even felt the fun of looking at an unfamiliar house. So, I didn't expect Han Haram to be this scared. I can't ask a girl to speak softly. I didn't know my mother's influence would be this great. It was around this time that I was wondering if it would be better to just go home. We made eye contact with a man sitting at the table smiling at us. After thinking for a moment, I looked down at Han Haram. Haram, if you're scared of talking, would you try talking with your hands? Huh, you can't just communicate with words. I patted the head of the guy who was tilting his head as if he didn't understand what I was talking about. I taught Han Haram a few Korean sign words to use when greeting him. Maybe it was because they intentionally taught me with simple movements, so I followed along well. Do it when you're ready. He smiled and patted Han Haram on the back. Han Haram hesitated and looked at Kim Yunji. Kim Yunji must have been paying attention to Han Haram the whole time, and as soon as she felt his gaze, she turned her head. Cute, cute. Ah, why are you so cute? It was cute to see the children taking care of themselves. As Han Haram awkwardly greeted him in Korean Sign Language, Kim Yunji looked at him sullenly. Then, with both hands bent, he placed them on both breasts and moved them up and down twice. To Han Haram, who immediately looked up at me, I interpreted it as, I'm glad to see you. When I stroked his cheek to show that he had done well, Han Haram smiled with a flushed face. How is it? Isn't it fun? Huh, fun. Ask Yanji to tell you more. Yanji knows better than me. When I subtly pushed Han Haram's back, he hesitated and fell out of my arms. Kim Yunji took Han Haram away as if she had been waiting for him. This book is the most fun. It's a cartoon. Do you read the cartoon? No. You can look at it now. Kim Yunji took out a book related to Korean Sign Language from the bookshelf and started talking about various things. Han Haram, who had been answering awkwardly, must have gotten used to it after a few minutes, and soon started talking with a smile on his face. After all, they're kids, so they adapt well. As I looked at him with a smile, Jinbei, who was next to me, asked softly, Actor, when did you learn sign language? When I was at daycare. At that time, I had a friend who was deaf. This was a friend who used Korean Sign Language as his first language instead of oral language. Asterisk understands the meaning of the other person's words by the shape of their lips and speaks it out loud. So, all the children in the orphanage at the time learned about Korean Sign Language. It's been so long since I wrote it that I thought I'd forgotten it, but luckily I remember it. The more you know about an actor, the better he is. A voice full of sincerity made me chuckle. I think my older brother is cooler. Yes, you're afraid to even go on amusement rides, but the thought of asking me to go to an amusement park for you. Actress. Haha. I laughed out loud without realizing it, at Jinbei's uncharacteristically tearful tone. Han Haram, who had been lying down reading a book, probably heard me laughing, got up and ran to me. Seonji, I learned a few more things. Did you? Good job. Huh. Yanji told me. I guess. Yanji gave me cookies too. How did you know? Han Haram, who had cookie pieces around his mouth, widened his eyes. When I smiled and wiped the corners of my mouth, the guy then covered his mouth with a red face. Cereals are amazing. How do you know this? It's so cool. Thank you. Is this like a dance move? He patted the child who asked with clear eyes. No, it's one language like Korean and English. Korean Sign Language. Korean Sign Language? Yes. Even if you are in a faraway location where your voice cannot be heard, if you know this, you can convey my message. When I asked if it was cool, Han Haram laughed. Yeah? Cool. You're really cool. I looked at the guy for a moment who naturally moved on to my praise. Then, I placed the palm of my right hand on my left cheek and lightly tapped it twice. What does that mean? I won't tell you. Why don't you tell me? He smiled at Han Haram, who was looking at him with a puzzled face, and repeated the same motion. The guy's eyes widened even further, but I didn't answer until the end. This is why Jong Hyun Hyung is making fun of me. Seeing Han Haram's eyebrows twitching like caterpillars, I finally understood how Jong Hyun was feeling. Dinner is ready. Contrary to the words of the woman who smiled sheepishly and said that she had not prepared the ingredients because she did not know such an important guest would come, the food on the table was plentiful. Jinbei admired every bite and asked the woman for the recipe. I answered the man who asked me when I learned Korean Sign Language. and Han Haram was busy chatting with Kim Yonji. Dinner with people I met for the first time went by in a hectic manner. Let's meet again next time. Sure. I smiled and responded to the last words the woman said. It wasn't just a polite way of greeting me. I was thinking that it really needed to be said. Since we got it this time, I thought we should treat ourselves to a proper meal next time. Long time no see. Yes. Hello. It's only been 2 days, but it's been a long time. The faces of the woman and man were still bright when they saw each other again after 2 days. Why are these people here? I was filled with questions as to why Kim Yunji's mother and father, whom I had dinner with 2 days ago, were with our agency. When I looked like I didn't know what was going on, Team Leader Wu opened his mouth. Seonji, are you thinking of making a Korean Sign Language education video? It's not a stiff video, but a mini-drama feel. Yes. As I answered blankly, Kim Yunji's mother handed me a business card. The introduction is too late. My name is Choi Ji-min, and I work at the National Institute of the Korean Language. Chapter 208. Kim Yunji's mother, Chief Choi Ji-min, greeted. I am currently in charge of public relations related to Korean Sign Language. This is Taemin Kim, a person who helps me when I need sign language advice. I introduced him to you 2 days ago, but he is also my husband. The man next to me greeted brightly. I responded in the same way to the gesture. It's nice to see you again. Director Choi Ji-min waited for me and the man to talk for a while, and then handed me a proposal. As Team Leader Wu just said, I would like the actor to appear in an educational video promoting Korean Sign Language. An educational video? Yes. Korean Sign Language is a language designated as the official language of the Republic of Korea, along with Korean. There is also Korean Sign Language Day, but there are so many people who don't know about it. Not all hearing-impaired people use Korean Sign Language. There are people who can read other people's mouths and go about their daily lives without much trouble. In other words, it means that you can learn and use Korean Sign Language even if you are not hearing impaired. Korean Sign Language is one language like Korean, English, Italian, and French. I appear in a video promoting such language. I am honored. But the proposal was a little strange. The content is poor. Although the broad outlines were set, details such as scheduling and recruiting writers were lacking. When I looked at the proposal with a questioning expression, Director Choi Ji-min laughed awkwardly. Because we are a government agency, taxes are used when we proceed. It is an issue that inevitably becomes sensitive in terms of cost, so it is very rare to separately hire a celebrity. I nodded. They came to check if I was interested. Are you saying that you will proceed after first confirming my possibility of being recruited? If a famous person like an actor directly mentions Korean Sign Language, it will have a huge impact. The influence it will have, especially on the younger generation, will be significant. There is no need to deliberately float it like that. I awkwardly replied, thank you, to the formality. The worry was short-lived. When I glanced at Team Leader Wu, our eyes met as if we had been waiting. I nodded slightly, and Team Leader Wu raised the corners of his mouth. At this point, I will greet you properly. I am Wu Hyan Wu, team leader of Wayan Entertainment Team 1, who is in charge of managing actress Lee Yun-jae. He naturally intervened and expressed my opinion on his behalf. We will have to discuss the schedule in detail, but we are thinking positively. I'm so glad. Let's report it to the higher-ups and discuss it again. And I don't think you need to worry about the cost. It's an honor for us to be able to participate in something for a good cause. That means... Director Choi Ji-min looked embarrassed. Yes, the actor's appearance fee will be provided free of charge. Team Leader Wu smiled kindly at the other person who responded with a surprised expression of gratitude. I clicked my tongue while looking at the smiling face. What would that person have done if it weren't for this? The signal given to Team Leader Wu meant, I'm fine, so do whatever you want. I thought Team Leader Wu would do the same, but I was a little surprised that he actually said what I expected. He's truly a natural. Even if you receive money from a national government agency, there will be limits anyway. It's not like there aren't companies that give me advertising suggestions. In the meantime, it was possible to make a lot of money through advertising. The reason I didn't do that was purely to increase my ransom. With this, we have risen even further. As it was done by a national organization, it was an opportunity to improve one's image by appearing for free in a fairly large project. It's not just about the immediate benefits, it's about looking further. For team leader Wu, it was like a piece of cake. Then, I would like to ask Director Choi to collaborate with the media. What? Of course we have to do it. I will contact you again regarding the keyword. We are refraining from using words like good influence or talent donation these days. I think it's a bit glitch. From then on, team leader Wu paid attention to every detail like a loach. From the acceptable range of text to be published in articles to donation events to be held in parallel with the project. Director Choi was taken aback by the words coming out of team leader Wu's mouth, as if he had been waiting for them. Is work the only thing on that person's mind? Suddenly, I became curious about team leader Wu's private life. Do you think about anything other than work? As I was zoning out, it was my turn to intervene. Then we'll need a script first. I need to recruit a writer, but does Director Choi recommend anyone? I hope Wayne can help me with that part. Since it is a video released under our name, it needs to be censored appropriately. Yes, it would be better if a writer with some experience does it. Team leader Wu smoothed his chin. Looking at that, I quietly opened my mouth. Team leader Wu. Can I try that? What? I responded calmly to a question filled with curiosity. Writing a script. What? You write the script? Bai-hyuk, please lower your voice. Oh, sorry. No, Bai-hyuk immediately apologized. Why? Suddenly, what kind of wind is blowing? I shrugged my shoulders as my voice became quieter. Just, I want to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, it's over. Are you Lianji? I laughed out loud when I saw No Bai-hyuk with a nervous look on his face. Why? It's not like you're harming anyone. There were no writers already invited, nor was the schedule tight. I've never written a screenplay before, so of course it would be a mess. Still, you can give it a try, right? Anyway, recruiting writers will be done separately. No matter how well I write, I need a writer to polish it into a finished version. Work is no joke. That's probably why team leader Wu willingly asked me to write it. When I spoke in a light tone, No Bai-hyuk tilted his head. Well, about that, that's interesting. What? Because it's not like you. If it were you, you'd think, I'm not even a writer, so why do I write? It's not like we have experts for nothing. He knows me better than I think. As I watched with a sour expression as he even imitated my speaking style, No Bai-hyuk chuckled. Am I right? Even when a film director you met at the movie theater asked you to work on a script, you turned it down. Wow, when was that? It was probably exactly a year ago. It was right before Christmas. Ugh, was that already a year ago? It's gross, it's gross. No Bai-hyuk shook his head. This guy doesn't even have dried blood on his head, but he talks like he's alive. It was a shame that the cute flavor disappeared a bit. So, at that time, you flatly refused and said you had no intention. So why did you change? I told you. It's just that. Lee Yun-jae is just that. No Bai-hyuk made a face that said he didn't understand, but he didn't have anything to say, because it was really just. Originally, I would have thought it was right to focus more on acting. There was no reason to worry about other areas, and there was no time to do so. The reason why my thoughts changed was because of the confidence I gained in Italy. I'm going to spend my whole life acting anyway. I like acting. So I became curious. The part of me that likes other things too. I will continue practicing acting. I thought it would be a good idea to just try it. If that's the reason, it's good. I was already worried that you seemed too obsessed with acting. No Bai-hyuk grinned, saying he was glad. I was going to say that writing the screenplay would also help with acting. I swallowed my last words because I thought I would be called a crazy guy for acting. As I was chatting with No Bai-hyuk about something unusual, the cafe door opened. Ding! The bell on the cafe door rang, and as soon as I saw the face of the person just entering, I stretched out my hand. Yin-tae Hyung, it's here. I smiled brightly and deliberately raised my voice. I could feel the eyes of the people in the cafe turning towards me. When Lee Eun-tae saw my smiling face, his expression hardened for a moment, but then he straightened up. That's right. It looks like you have any plans to become an idol. I had been worried because I had only seen him so emotional, but seeing him control his facial expressions in an instant put my mind at ease. It's gross. Do not laugh. Eun-tae Lee sat next to me and whispered. I answered with a grin. You're disgusting too. My expression falls apart. Smile. When he performed ventriloquism with a smiling face, Lee Eun-tae gritted his teeth and smiled. How do you become a celebrity with that personality? That's what I want to say. At least I don't swear like my brother. This doesn't say a word. The horses clashed sharply in the air. No Bai-hyuk, who was awkwardly watching us from the front seat, intervened. I don't know if the relationship between the two is good or bad. Do you like this? Speaking of that, why are you sitting next to Lee Yun-jae? The seat next to me was also empty. I sat down so naturally, and now I understand. That's because I don't want to look at his face. Although he was smiling as if he was aware of the people's gaze, Lee Yun-taek's words were still sharp. That or not, it was none of my business. He looked down at his watch and said, just stay there for about 30 minutes. Don't forget to smile. Does this work? Yun-taek Lee grumbled that he felt like he was wasting time. He responded with a dissatisfied voice flowing through his ears. There's a reporter sitting next to us. There are Saesiangs in the back seat. How do you know that? There's no need to tell you that. I came here because I heard it was a cafe frequented by entertainment industry reporters, and there were a lot of familiar faces. I should send a text message to Director Yoon to thank him. Director Yoon's first piece of advice was that if you want to manage your image, memorize the reporters' faces first. I looked at numerous lists and memorized them, wondering if they would be helpful. But they really are. You don't even seem to listen to me. More than that, did you apologize to Bai-hyuk for being rude to him? When I changed the topic, Yun-taek Lee clicked his tongue and nodded. And I also told you not to be friends with me. He didn't even pretend to listen. You two play similarly well. No Bai-hyuk laughed awkwardly at Lee Yun-taek's barbed words. Bro. I hope you did well this morning as well. Why are you like this? You're making a fuss on purpose because Lee Yun-jae is there. Hey, put yourself in my shoes. It's hard to stay here smiling. I calmly watched Lee Yun-taek and No Bai-hyuk talking. I guess I apologized properly. Although it seemed a bit difficult to mediate between Lee Yun-taek and me, No Bai-hyuk did not seem to be having a hard time with Lee Yun-taek. Yes, we will remain as the same member, so we should get along well. Since I couldn't let go of No Bai-hyuk, there was no other way for Lee Yun-taek to be nice to No Bai-hyuk. I can't just threaten Bai-hyuk to be nice to him. What should I do with him? As I was looking at Lee Yun-taek, a crooked comment came back asking me what I was looking at. After organizing my thoughts, I spoke up. Brother, let's have a party at my house this Saturday for Christmas. What? Lee Yun-taek was taken aback by the sudden words. Either that or not, he continued. I decided to get together with my manager, Bai-hyuk, actor Lee Young-hyun, and Lee Jun. So what? I asked. Lee Yun-taek, who looked back with a disapproving look on his face. Do you want to come too? Lee Yun-taek's eyebrows twitched. Chapter 209. On Christmas Day, the house was bustling with people. Jinbei, I think this is done. I'll put it on a plate. Oh, thank you. While Jong-hai and I and Jinbei Hyungs were working hard to put food on their plates, Han Haram was having fun. Excuse me. I want to move that. It was quite cute to see him snooping around to help with his tiny body. Yes. Then please do me a favor. Jinbei smiled as if it was the same, and handed a small plate to Han Haram. Lee Jun, how was Italy? It was really good. Song Lee Jun and No Bai-hyuk were chatting for over an hour because it had been a while since they had seen each other. Both are amazing, really. Really. It was the best trip of my life. Was it that bad? I envy you. I wanted to go too, but have you ever been to the Colosseum? On the second day. Didn't Yanji tell you? He never tells me anything related to filming. There might be trouble. When No Bai-hyuk grumbled, Song Ei-jun laughed, saying it was a cereal. It was quite nice to see him smiling happily. I'm tired. Everyone is in good physical shape. I don't know why I feel so sleepy even before the real party starts. I should go to my room and rest for a while. Everyone tried to escape while taking advantage of the chaos, but they ended up getting caught by Nam. Inhu, where are you going? I need something in my room for a moment. You're laughing. You're going to be lying in bed. I can't refute it. As I hesitated, Nam Inhu grabbed my sleeve and told me not to go. Why? What's going on? No, it's a little awkward. We met often even after Twins filming was over, so now it's awkward. When I tilted my head and asked, Nam Inhu made a puzzled face. No, not you. That brother. Nam Inhu nodded and pointed to the side. Yun-taek Lee was there. At a party where everyone was looking happy, I was alone with a dark look on my face. Nam Inhu said as if he felt uncomfortable. I thought it was similar to Lee Jun's brother's friend, but should I say he's a bit cold? The expression is dark. Let's see if something bad happens. You said you knew him. Are you usually that silent? I don't know if it's my mood, but it seems like he's especially cold towards me. It seems like you're ignoring me. Nam In-hoo grumbled slightly. It was also the first time I had seen him in a long time. I held back the laughter that was about to escape and opened my mouth insinuatingly. Brother, do you remember when you first met Bai-hyuk? I think I spoke similarly to my brother back then. It seems like Bai-hyuk is ignoring his older brother. The day Nam In-hoo first met No Bai-hyuk. Seeing No Bai-hyuk taking care of Song Yi-jun, Nam In-hoo misunderstood that No Bai-hyuk was ignoring him because he was not famous. After that, Nam In-hoo apologized first, and things are going well. There's no need to repeat the same mistake. I looked at Nam In-hoo. Yoon-taek may be ignoring you, but he may not. How about we talk a little more? It might be awkward. We've met each other a few times, but this is my first time in this situation. Well, it's not an awkward-looking face. When I glanced at him, his expression seemed closer to irritation than awkwardness. I looked at Lee Yoon-taek, who looked very uncomfortable, as if he were wearing clothes that didn't fit. If you're going to do that, why did you come? While he was wondering inside, Nam In-hoo sighed. You're right. I was so paranoid just now. I'll try to have a proper conversation first. Why do I have such a strong sense of inferiority? I also hated my personality, so I tried to change it. No matter how hard I try, it doesn't work out. Nam In-hoo scratched the back of his head. I laughed out loud as I saw him blaming himself with a face that made him feel like he was going to die. Where's the perfect person, bro? There are so many people who can't even be objective about themselves. It's okay if you're my brother. If you have that kind of personality, it's okay. Is that an insult or a compliment? Nam In-hoo asked with a serious expression on his face. Additional explanation was added. People's personalities are incredibly diverse. Yes? No matter what personality you have, there are pros and cons. Kindness sometimes turns into easygoingness, and honesty sometimes spreads into rudeness. There are people who try to be kind to everyone and miss out on their own share. And there are also people who are selfish towards everyone, but do not starve their own family. If you look at it that way, there is no such thing as a perfect personality. What constitutes a good personality will also vary depending on what standard you use. So, fix your personality is a sentence that makes no sense. By what standard are you going to fix it? There is nothing stipulated by law. After hearing what I said, Nam In-hoo made an ambiguous expression. But, isn't an inferiority complex bad for anyone? They usually say fix it. Any person is bound to have some twisted parts. In Nam In-hoo's case, he has an inferiority complex about not being famous. Feelings of inferiority arise from the desire to take the place of others compared to oneself. In other words, if you use that mind well, you can actually use it as a driving force to achieve your dreams. I don't think there is a problem with inferiority complex itself. In fact, it's harder not to have it. Yes, but in the end, what matters is how you utilize your sense of inferiority. I raised my hand and stabbed Nam In-hoo in the chest. I made eye contact with Nam In-hoo, who had a perplexed face. From what I see, my brother is still doing well. I think just being aware of your own kinks and trying to control them is enough. So, my brother is a good person. At the quietly added words, Nam In-hoo closed his mouth. I was about to become puzzled by the way he was looking at me blankly. You are so interesting. Okay. When I asked what was interesting, the answer was that it was interesting that I didn't know that. I furrowed my brows unconsciously at the alumni book answer, but Nam In-hoo laughed. Thank you for the kind words. Then I have to go and relieve my inferiority complex. I need to talk to that guy. I smiled at Nam In-hoo, who was smiling even more cheerfully. When I told him to do well and fight, his wrist was immediately grabbed. Where are you going? Let's go together. Oh, I am. You said you knew each other. Please introduce yourself. That will lighten the mood. It will get worse if I go. I tried to explain, but it was already too late. Nam In-hoo grabbed my wrist and walked towards Lee Yoon-taek. Hello. I wasn't able to introduce him properly earlier, but he is Nam In-hoo, who filmed a movie with Yoon-jae. Ah yes. My name is Yoon-taek Lee. That. With Lee Yoon-jae. Lee Yoon-taek hesitated and said vaguely, we knew each other before. Wouldn't it be okay if I told you that I'm debuting with Bai-hyuk? Or you could call him Sung-jun's friend. I was puzzled, but stayed still. The two people exchanged words about various things, and even ended up talking. Hey, let's just speak. Informally. It's awkward to speak politely. Lee Yoon-taek grinned and lightly tapped Nam In-hoo on the shoulder. And I barely suppressed the laughter that was about to come out. I looked at him like he was going to kill me. He was a person who could smile like that. I felt strange. I looked at the profile of Lee Yoon-taek, who was laughing and talking with Nam In-hoo. My fingers twitched without me knowing. My fingertips were rough, as if I had touched a candy wrapper. What am I doing? I swallowed a sigh. The reason Lee Yoon-taek was invited was for No Bae-hyuk. When No Bae-hyuk and Lee Yoon-taek debuted, there was a high possibility that the three would inevitably meet. If Lee Yoon-taek shows a hostile attitude every time, only Bae-hyuk, who is caught in the middle, will suffer. I can't undo the past that has already happened, and I can't become a family with Lee Yoon-taek again. I have to focus on what I can do. You just need to get along with Lee Yoon-taek to the point where you don't swear at him openly. It's just a place for that. What I was saying was that this was not the time to get my second brother back, who secretly gave me a lollipop with a smiling face. Come to your senses. I took a small, deep breath. The meal is ready. Everyone, please come. Jinbi's voice intervened with good timing. I walked slowly, following the crowd moving to the table. I guess today isn't the day. Let's try to restore our relationship with Lee. Yoon-taek next time. Just being invited to the party is enough for today. Let's not even look at the rest of the time. That's what I promised. In conclusion, it failed. That too for sure. I sighed in the bathroom I ran into. I'm going crazy, really. As I washed my face, I recalled the situation just now. The atmosphere was good until the meal was over. Neither I nor Lee Yoon-taek looked at each other or argued. Starting with talking to Nam In-hoo, Lee Yoon-taek talked to his brothers, and even laughed and joked with Han Haram. To be honest, yes, I felt bad. Of course, I know that Lee Yoon-taek has no choice but to hate me. You're not so shameless that you don't know that. So I know I should keep my mouth shut. I know that. It's a bit like that. The more I saw Yoon-taek Lee smiling at others, the more I felt depressed. When I realized my condition, my mood became so bad that I could not control it. That's because I realized an undeniable fact. I was paying attention to Lee Yoon-taek. No, Yoon-taek Lee is a stranger. Song Ijun's friend and No Bae-hyuk's group member. That's all he is. There is no need to worry about strangers who have nothing to do with you. That shouldn't have happened. Because the past doesn't change. Actor, are you okay? I finally came to my senses when Jin Bae-hyung whispered something softly to me. I think I was cutting a steak just a moment ago, but there was a cake in front of me. I reflexively answered that. It was okay, and picked up my fork. As I took a bite, I thought, how has time passed so quickly? As soon as I recognized the taste on my tongue, I saw Lee Yoon-taek trying to eat the cake. I suddenly woke up without even having time to think about anything. What dashed? 8. I heard the sound of my chair falling backwards and the table shaking. A loud noise buzzed in my ears, but I didn't have the presence of mind to pay attention. Did you eat the cake? The fork that Yoon-taek Lee was holding had already been taken away and thrown away. When I tightly grasped the hand that was holding Lee Yoon-taek's wrist, Lee Yoon-taek frowned. Let go of your hands. What are you doing? Dashed. Did you eat it? I could see the other person's frown furrowed at my sudden action, but I just repeated the question like a parrot. I couldn't think of anything else. After asking 4 times, Lee Yoon-taek said, I didn't eat it. Let go of your hands, he shouted. I came to my senses only when Jin Bae grabbed my shoulder and said, Actor. Only then did I see everyone looking at me with puzzled expressions. Lee Yoon-taek was glaring at me. Seeing everyone's eyes demanding an explanation, I muttered under my breath. It tastes like peanut butter. Yes, the cake tastes like peanut butter. The dazed feeling hadn't gone away yet, so I could barely mumble the words. Peanut allergy. Everyone looked like they were asking what that meant. Even if it were me, I wouldn't have understood it. As I was trying to come to my senses, Yoon-taek Lee's gaze landed on my cheek. Lee Yoon-taek, who was staring at me, slowly opened his mouth. Allergies are gone. When I was in middle school, they continued to say that it was only a bit severe when I was young, but it naturally went away after I entered middle school. I didn't do any special treatment, but it went away on its own. I answered blankly. I see. I did not know. Oh. The words came to mind again, and I hit my head against the wall. I did not know? Was that the best? It's natural not to know. Because I hadn't seen it for a while. Why did you answer so stupidly? After saying that, he ran away, saying he wanted to go to the bathroom. I went too far. It was a mistake to remember that Lee Eun-taek was taken away in an ambulance because of his peanut allergy. I sighed as if the earth would tremble. Go out and say something. I was just trying to decide what to say to resolve the situation. Suddenly, a knock was heard. Chapter 210. Hey, open the door. The voice was harsh, not matching the polite knocking sound. As soon as I heard Lee Eun-taek's voice, I couldn't help but sigh. Why? He came. I thought Jinbei or Jeongyeon would come. I only hesitated for a moment out of embarrassment, but the knocking sound got faster and faster. It was a sound that seemed more appropriate for knock-knock rather than knock-knock. I answered, because I thought I was going to break the door. I'm doing some business. I'll leave a little later. Do something for more than 30 minutes. Are you constipated? He's a really nice guy as long as he keeps his mouth shut. It's a problem because you don't keep your mouth shut. While I was sighing, the threats continued beyond the bathroom door. Hey, hurry. Open the door. I have something to say. I'm leaving in a little while. I don't have time. Come out quickly. When I heard the evil voice, all my worries suddenly disappeared. What am I doing here? Let's go out. What are you doing to fix it? I've already seen everything I can't see. All I had to do was put an iron plate on my face. It's better. Anyway, the atmosphere is ruined, so I have to tell everyone to leave. With that in mind, I opened the door, and at the same time, there was a loud bang. Evil. Eun-taek Lee collapsed right in front of him. I hit my forehead against the door I opened, and the sound was so loud that I gasped. It was so loud that I thought for a moment, isn't my head broken? Hey, you ah. Eun-taek Lee crawled on the floor, holding his forehead. I couldn't even tell him how much it hurt, so I hesitated and spoke to him as he was groaning. Are you okay? Does this look okay to you? Sorry, I didn't mean to. If you're going to open the door, tell me. It really hurts. Eun-taek Lee frowned. There were tears in my eyes. When I saw Eun-taek Lee glaring at me with wide eyes, I felt sorry, but at the same time, I felt sorry for him. My brother told me to open it. What? Lee Eun-taek's eyes became even more cruel at the words that came out without my knowledge. Even after saying this, I thought it wasn't right and apologized. Sorry. Because it hurts. That's enough. Just sit down. Let's talk. I moved calmly at the nod, pointing to the desk in my room. Eun-taek Lee sat on the desk chair, and I sat on the bed chair. I should have sat on the desk chair. There was already a height difference, but sitting lower made the gaze go higher. My pride was a little hurt. Eun-taek Lee stared at me without even knowing what I was thinking inside. Hey, I'll be honest. Do I still hate you? I answered dryly the words that came out without any hesitation. I know. What do you know? You don't know anything. I was speechless due to the pounding that immediately came back. What's the problem with this guy? When we started talking, he had a bad attitude. Regardless of what I did wrong to Eun-taek Lee, he didn't have the attitude of someone who wanted to have a conversation. After deciding that a productive conversation was impossible, I relaxed the facial expression I had been maintaining the whole time. Then what should I do? One of Lee Eun-taek's eyebrows went up at my words. Either way, I suppressed the growing irritation. Brother, if you want something, say it straight away. Don't talk in circles. You dashed. If you want me to kneel and pray, just say so. If you just want to argue, go home and write in your diary alone. Don't just argue like a child. You can't talk. There was no answer to the words I said while pressing my forehead. Since it had been a long time since I spoke without a filter, I thought Lee Eun-taek's reaction would be harsh, but surprisingly, his calm voice came back. Then what about you? What? When I looked up, I saw Lee Eun-taek's calm face. What's the difference between not being able to talk because I started a fight and not being able to talk because you treated me like I didn't exist? What are you talking about? When asked after a moment of silence, Eun-taek Lee slowly took a breath. I said I didn't like you. Do you know why? I frowned at the obvious answer. I tried to open my mouth right away, but Eun-taek Lee raised his hand to stop me. It's obvious what you're going to say. Because Jihyun killed his brother. For hurting me. Bother. Right. You have nothing to say to me other than that. There won't be anything I want to say. I was speechless due to the incomprehensible response. I wanted to ask what he wanted to say, but the expression on Lee Eun-taek's face made it impossible for me to say anything. The silence continued, and Lee Eun-taek sighed deeply. The reason I hate you is not because you killed Jihyun. It's not because you hurt me. Then what is it? You keep treating me like I don't exist. Do you know how shitty that feels? What? As I frowned, Lee Eun-taek spoke dryly. Lee Yun-jae and Jihyun are already in the past. It was a long time ago. I know. No, you don't know. Eun-taek, Lee dragged the desk chair he was sitting on towards me. You've been like that since long ago. Apologize for being wrong even though it wasn't your fault. I'm sorry. The distance between the eyes that met each other became shorter. How many times do I have to tell you this? Jihyun said he didn't die because of you. It wasn't anything to do with you that I got hurt. I said that, but you didn't even hear what I said, right? Well, I guess that's how he ran away. I felt like Lee Eun-taek's words touched my forehead. It was unpleasant. Without realizing it, I glared at Lee Eun-taek with a frown. Escape? I ran away. Then what is it? I heard you said you wanted to go back to the orphanage first. That's because my brother will get hurt if I stay next to him. How many times have I told you no? You didn't even want to discuss it with me. What should I do with my top? My brother got hurt because of me and had to have surgery. He shouted in an angry voice. It was behavior that wasn't like me. I tried to stay calm, but I was so angry that my hands were shaking slightly. Even as I was raising my voice, Eun-taek Lee had an expressionless expression. When I saw that face, I got angrier. Why is this happening all of a sudden? You also admitted it. What am I doing? I killed Jihyun's brother. He told everyone around him that he died because of me. You said that when we first met after a long time. So why suddenly? My voice trembled from so much emotion. My heart was pounding like it was in my temple. Let's stay calm. I was overly excited. She clenched and unclenched her fists to calm herself down. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, and a calm voice settled in my ears. Then I thought you would come visit. What? I thought you would come to see me upset. The mouth opened slightly. As I looked at him without saying anything, Eun-taek Lee faced me quietly. As soon as I was discharged from the hospital, I prayed to my parents. Please tell me where you are. But they didn't tell me. So I called all the nearby daycare centers. Is there a kid named Lee Jae-hee? They said they didn't have any. As if reminiscing about that time, Lee Eun-taek made a bored expression. To top it off, the story went on to say that they even called an orphanage in Busan. Everywhere I called, they said it wasn't there. Of course it wasn't there. Because your original name was Lee Yun-jae. I didn't even know that. I went on a hunger strike and tried everything, but you still wouldn't tell me where you were. What? That's why I still don't have a good relationship with my parents. I couldn't interpret every single word that came out of Lee Eun-taek's mouth. I was suffocated by the information that was too much for my brain to accept. When I think about it now, it was a method that didn't make sense. Are you going to come back because you curse at the girl who left on her own feet in the first place? I'm sorry about that. I was too young back then. Eun-taek Lee smoothed his eyebrows with an embarrassed expression. And I also realized that you were younger than me. So, I felt embarrassed. I thought it would be better to just forget about it. Stop swearing. However, Lee Eun-taek, who was looking at the floor, chuckled. Eyes full of laughter looked at me. You were on TV? I felt the air sinking. The more I looked into Eun-taek Lee's eyes, the colder my body became. At first I was surprised, I couldn't believe it, and then, after that, I thought it was fortunate. I even took a screenshot of something from your drama and showed it to my parents. Look, I was right. I didn't get hurt because of you. If that was really the case, there's no way he would have done this well. Just screaming. Haha, you should have seen Mom and Dad's faces back then. Eun-taek Lee laughed with a face that didn't look funny at all. I couldn't say anything. The laughter that continued lightly for a while turned bitter. I thought you realized it like your parents did. What happened at that time really had nothing to do with you. So I waited for you to contact me. You win the popularity award, film a movie, appear in a drama, win the Best Actor award. But I still didn't get a call, so I thought about it. He wants to pretend that what happened with us never happened. Eun-taek Lee shrugged his shoulders and said, honestly, I would have done the same. I also feel resentful towards my parents. But what do you think? It's probably not a good memory to recall. So I tried to forget too. Until Sung-joon told me that he talked about you and me. You told me that you found out that Seongjin was friends with me, and I thought it was time to come. I also got your contact information back then. When you call, I'll apologize for swearing at you behind your back and congratulate you on something that went well. But there was no contact. Lee Un-taek smiled shyly. Of course I could have contacted you. Did you feel that way? I called every daycare center in the country to find you, but you never contacted me even after hearing my story. You said you didn't even ask Song Yi-jun how I live. You vulgar bastard. When No Bai-hyuk told me the night before that he was bringing you to the practice room, I was so nervous that I couldn't sleep. I wonder what I should talk about when we meet. But as soon as you saw my face, your expression, it's not like I'm watching some kind of horror movie. Un-taek Lee chuckled. She didn't look so cheerful. I'm a human too, and I felt offended. Before I knew it, I lost my temper and said all sorts of things that I didn't mean to say. You didn't deny it. I'm honestly surprised that you still think it's your fault. When I called him home the next day, Un-taek Lee said he thought it was an opportunity to have a conversation that we hadn't had before. However, he got angry when I only brought up the topic of No Bai-hyuk, and he got even more angry when I kept repeating that I was wrong about what happened in the past. I guess there was a way for me to act more maturely. It would have been better if I had told you first that it wasn't your fault. But the way you look at me is so. Lee Un-taek blurted out his words. Although he didn't say it directly, I knew what he was trying to say. After meeting Lee Un-taek, I saw him as a complete stranger. I couldn't say anything for a long time. It was surprising that Lee Un-taek found me after I left, but it was even more shocking to learn the reason for his recent behavior. Therefore, you mean you were disappointed? When I wanted to pass over the past events as having already happened, Un-taek Lee waited. The day when I treat Lee Un-taek as Lee Un-taek, not as No Bai-hyuk's group member or Sung-jun's friend. Like this moment. Chapter 211. As I remained silent, Lee Un-taek, who had been waiting quietly, looked embarrassed. Hey, please say something, I asked while looking at the embarrassed figure. Then you don't think I killed Ji-hyun? Huh. How many times have I said the same thing? What if I really killed him? What? I looked expressionlessly at the other person who was frowning. I clenched my fists without being noticed. Let's not get our hopes up. Calm down. You shouldn't be hasty in your expectations. Even if I really had something to do with Ji-hyun's brother's death, and it was because of me that he got hurt, do you still want to be by my side? I told you. It's not your fault. No matter how much you say that, my thoughts won't change. Lee Un-taek frowned when he heard that his brother wouldn't understand. I was aggrieved by the gaze that seemed to be on a stubborn child, but I couldn't bring up the topic of unhappiness. So I just repeated the same thing. I think everything happened because of me. Even if you call me foolish, my thoughts won't change. From now on, that won't happen. That's how I will make it. But you can't change what has already happened. Ji-hyun died because of me, and his brother got hurt because of me. Is it still okay? Are you still upset with me? He pursed his lips and spoke. Un-taek Lee looked at me intently and spat out words. I'm sad. So, please contact me in the future. The tone was so light that it made me angry. As I frowned at the rising emotions, Un-taek Lee shook his head. You are really difficult. Don't say this lightly, but think a little more. Earnestly. I'm very serious. I meant it. Sincerity is inherently fleeting. Everyone always says they are sincere. That he truly likes me. That he truly cares for me. That he truly loves me. That you will always be by my side. I know that the emotions contained in those words are not fake. I must have meant it at that moment. Then what do? Nothing can be guaranteed based on momentary emotions. Responsibility is something that must be taken forever, not just for a moment. Don't say anything that you can't take responsibility for the rest of your life because of a decision made in the moment, bro. When I spoke with a solemn face, Lee Un-taek showed a puzzled expression. I'm just saying that because I'm confused. Did I just ask you to marry me? I didn't ask you to contact me. It's because I'm greedy. You? I nodded my head calmly in response to the disbelief. Once I get my hands on it, I don't want to let it go. Jinbei is like that. Bai-hyuk is like that. And so are the fans. If something happens where I have to let them off my hands, I will make sure that doesn't happen. Even if it's just childish whining, there's nothing much to say. If something like that happens, I'll take it with me, even if it means getting rid of it. And so will you. I quietly looked into Lee Un-taek's eyes. I'm giving my brother a chance. If you think you'll hate me later, just carry on like you are now. I will do my best to avoid causing any harm to my brother. So, you have to think and speak properly now. Un-taek Lee looked at me quietly and raised his hand, and he hit me on the forehead. For a moment, I saw stars before my eyes. As I grabbed my forehead, Take Lee muttered as if he was in despair. You're such a kid. Huh? What have I been doing all this time? Why are you hitting me all of a sudden? Try to be quiet. Because I feel guilty. What does that mean? I glared at Lee Take while touching my numb forehead. It really hurts. It was so painful that it couldn't be compared to when Baihyuk played a prank on me. Whether I glared at him or not, Lee Take muttered to himself for a while and then sighed. Huh, baby. How can you guarantee what happens between people? I don't know what might happen tomorrow. Even if I don't hate you, what if you hate me? Then what should I do? Aren't you scared of that? That doesn't happen. So, brother up. Think and speak. Oh, why do you keep hitting me? My forehead, where I had been hit twice, felt like it was burning. I got angry and raised my hand, but Lee Take easily dodged it. That bastard is real. When I ran towards him, Lee Take giggled and grabbed my hand. Are you upset? Normally, the older brother hits the younger brother, and that's it. Why are you saying such ignorant things? Ignorance? Did you call your brother ignorant? Because I say ignorant things, they call me ignorant. Brother, think about it, and tell me. As I gritted my teeth and spoke, Take Lee also screamed. When he put his hand to my forehead again, I pushed the chair Take Lee was sitting on with his foot. Take Lee fell with a crashing sound, and I fell with him as he grabbed my clothes. Hey, won't you let go of this? Let go of my brother. There is such a thing, hey? Don't bite. It was truly a mess. I bit Take Lee's arm, and Take Lee grabbed my head. There was a series of sounds of furniture colliding with our struggles. I too lost my senses and moved my body without being able to think of anything. Actor. A loud noise. What are you two doing? I couldn't even hear Jinbei opening the door and coming in. Everyone must have been waiting in the living room, so they rushed into the room. What? What are you two doing? Jinbei, you catch the cereal. Hurry. Jinbei held me from behind, while Zhang Hai and I, and No Baihyuk held on to Lee Take. I felt a familiar sense of stability behind me, but I was feverish all the way to the top of my head. Without missing the moment of being forced to separate from Lee Take, he hit Lee Take's solar plexus with his foot. 100 million. Lee Take held his breath for a moment, as if he had hit it right. Jiangyi and Hyung was scared and screamed at me. Seonji, stop. Actor, calm down. Jinbei whispered in my ear, but I couldn't calm down. My emotions rose to a level that I couldn't even understand. I couldn't tell if this was anger, fear, or upset. I just wanted to scream. Hey, my solar plexus, Mr. Lee, have you ever killed someone? So when Lee Take shouted this, I shouted. Okay, I'm killing people. A voice that shouted in frustration burst out of my mouth. He died because of me. But what should you do with me? I couldn't help it either. It happened because of me, but I didn't know about it. An unfair roar filled the room. What on earth should I do? Confused looks poured in. But once the cries broke out, they did not subside easily. After that, I continued to yell several times without stopping. Maybe it was because I was so angry in such a short period of time, but my throat suddenly became hoarse. I mumbled, feeling my throat tingle. I really didn't know either. The words that came out without any reason were filled with tears. As I sobbed quietly, I felt silence filling the room. Jinbei was still hugging me from behind, so my hands were tied and I couldn't cover my face. I lowered my head and shed tears as my vision blurred. I feel dizzy. I felt like the body tightly bound inside my chest was being released. The sight before my eyes turned yellow and black repeatedly. At that time, someone approached with the sound of footsteps. Seonji, Han Haram, who was shorter than me, came under me without any time to stop me. At the same time, the tears that had flowed from my eyes fell down Han Haram's cheeks. As I was staring blankly at the tears that fell as if a child had cried, Han Haram whispered, "Don't cry. Are you okay?" The cheek of the guy who hugged me touched my stomach. It was warm. Jinbei fell as I unknowingly applied strength to my body. With my free hand, I hugged Han Haram. I won't. Surprised? I quickly wiped my face and trimmed my neck. I wondered if I had behaved in an indecent manner in front of the child. My mind was blank. As I was trying to come to my senses, Han Haram, who was in my arms, muttered, "Don't apologize. Cereal did nothing wrong." It was something I had heard countless times from Take Lee until just now. It's not my fault. But he denied it. Because it happened because of me. This is because the unhappiness factor attached itself to my body. So it was my fault. Eun-taek Lee said no, but Ji-hyun could not bear to accept the words from someone who knew his brother out of guilt. However, thank you. I hugged Han Haram and muttered. Actually, I guess I was desperate for these words. It was only from the mouth of a child who had nothing to do with it that it came into my head that it was not my fault. As I was looking at the floor blankly, I saw someone approaching with strides. Lee Yun-jae. It was Lee Eun-taek. Unlike other people who looked complex, Eun-taek Lee's expression was calm. And what he said was simple and clear. I'm sorry for hitting you on the forehead. For a moment, I even forgot that I had cried at the refreshing apology. I suddenly nodded. I'm sorry for hitting your solar plexus too. Are you okay? Originally, brothers grow up fighting and fighting. Who? I saw it in a drama. I was the one left speechless by his overly confident attitude. As I looked at him dumbfounded, Lee Eun-taek opened his mouth once again. I'm sorry for making you upset. I'm sorry for lying about you to the kids in elementary school, and I'm sorry for saying rude things to them when we met in the practice room. It must have been hard for you too, and I'm sorry for acting like a child and only thinking about myself. It was a time when I listened to the apologies pouring out as if I was rapping. Eun-taek Lee said without avoiding my eyes. And I'm sorry for leaving you alone until now. I didn't know you could dig a tunnel by yourself for this long. If I had known it would be like this, when you said you were going, I would have cut down on the four and everything else, and just followed behind you. What are you talking about? Lee Eun-taek laughed when he saw my shocked face. You're right. What can't be done is what has already happened. You can't change the past. So I'll just keep telling you. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I'll tell you until you get sick of it. So just contact me. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words came out. As I stared blankly, Lee Eun-taek joked with a smile to lighten the mood. You didn't even save me on your phone, right? My expression hardened at those words. You really didn't do it? That is... Hey, didn't you do too much? Eun-taek Lee searched my pockets with a tearful face. When I said to Han Haram, who was still clinging to my stomach, Kid, get out of the way, Han Haram screamed like an angry cat. I'm not a little kid. Your phone isn't in your pants. Stop fumbling. Then where is it? Did you really not save it? I was planning on doing it today. That must have been so bad. Jinbei hurriedly stopped Lee Eun-taek from hitting me on the forehead again. Meanwhile, I broke Lee Eun-taek's shin. Evil. Stop hitting me on the forehead. Hey, mister, you were the one who just hit me. The quiet room was suddenly filled with the sounds of Lee Eun-taek and I screaming. Jinbei and Han Haram were clinging to me, while Jong Hai and I and No Bai-hyuk were holding on to Lee Eun-taek. Sung Eun-jun and Nam In-hoo, who didn't know what to do when I cried, said, let's watch TV outside, and went out to the living room. That night, Lee Eun-taek and I, who had been scolded by Jong Hai and I, wrote a memorandum saying, we will not fight with each other. 2 days later, the memorandum was torn when I ran into Lee Eun-taek, who came to visit my house. And a new contact was added to my phone. Chapter 212. Actress. Jinbei got into the driver's seat and spoke to me. Eun-taek wants me to unblock his phone. Does Eun-taek know your number? Yes. You asked me the other day. I answered Jinbei's words without hesitation. Then block your brother too. Jinbei burst out laughing happily. What were you fighting for again this time? You asked me to go on a trip with you on my birthday. He needs to go before he debuts. Don't you like traveling? But I think you two will have fun when you go on a trip. Jinbei asked jokingly, but I looked at him with a straight face. Hyung, I have a fan meeting that day. Right. That was it. That's it. It was annoying to refer to the fan meeting with the demonstrative pronoun that, but I couldn't say anything to Jinbei, so I grumbled inside. I waited a year. They didn't care about my birthday. What was more important was that it was an opportunity to see Buy-in for the first time in a year. In order to make it even more perfect than last year, we have been preparing by contacting the fan club management a month in advance. Where can you go on a private trip ahead of such an important day? Still, this is the first time I've seen an actor block someone. Eun-taek Hyung keeps being annoying. I shook my head. I want you to choose between the two. Who is Buy-in and your family? Not only that, but he kept calling me baby. He must have done it even more because he knew I hated it. It's disgusting, really. What did the actor say? Of course I chose Buy-in. Lee Eun-taek lunged at me at the words I spoke to him without a moment of hesitation. And after that, well, it was all shit. Since bickering with Lee Eun-taek had become a daily routine, Jong Hai and I, who was on the sofa at the time, didn't pay any attention and just read the book. Fortunately, the winner of yesterday's fight was me. Even after I punched Lee Eun-taek in the back and sent him back to the practice room, he kept calling me, so I blocked him because it was annoying. I don't know why I did that since I was planning on seeing it in the evening after the fan meeting anyway. That guy gets grumpy in strange places. Jinbi's laughter automatically followed my grumbling. It was nice to hear the comfortable laughter. We will leave now. You're wearing your seatbelt, right? Yes. Despite my answer, Jinbei habitually touched my seatbelt once. Afterwards, I looked out the window when I heard the sound of the engine starting. I've been busy since the morning because of Lee Eun-taek. After Christmas, a lot has changed. First, a contact with the unfamiliar name Second Brother was added to my phone, and the number of lambs coming to my house increased. Originally, No Bai-hyuk only visited once or twice a week, but Lee Eun-taek came to visit almost every night. I was hectic every night because he came to my house often saying he didn't want to go home, and I was doubly hectic because No Bai-hyuk was always behind Lee Eun-taek. And last week, the entertainment show My Home From Today with Song Ii-jun was broadcast. It's truly healing. It's been a while since I've seen a healing entertainment show. Is it such a good thing to see two boys traveling with each other? The two of you get along really well. No matter what they do, I keep watching them because it's nice to see them being considerate and caring. Why does Lee Yoon-jae look after Song Ii-jun so much like a mother bird and a baby bird? Haha. Of course, the baby bird is bigger than the mother bird happy face. Sung Jun's personality seems really gentle. Every time her brother calls, she runs away. Cute, slightly smiling face. Is there a season 2 of this too? Please, don't change the members. Just take these two and send them somewhere else. I thought I would only see buy-in with Song Eun-jun's fans, but it became a hot topic more than I expected. First of all, the winter Italian scenery suited the year-end atmosphere quite well, and editing and marketing also played a part. There may have been a deal with the copyright holder of the movie Under the Orange Tree, but the concept was completely similar. From the main poster to the OST and filter processing, it was very similar to the movie. In other words, the visual beauty was good. Thanks to topics such as my orange hair and Sung Ii-jun's fashion becoming a hot topic from the trailer, the viewer ratings were surprisingly high. Killing Horn also said it was in the final stages of editing. I heard that Killing Horn, filmed with Hyun Jong, actor Seek Jun Kim, and Geo Geo, is scheduled to be released before the Lunar New Year holiday in February. It would be difficult to say that it was a drama worth watching for the whole family, as it was a popular drama, but there was definitely a demand for it thanks to the refreshing action scenes. I don't know how time flies. Every day was hectic. Thinking that I had to choose my next project, I increased the amount of scripts I read and also increased the time I spent practicing acting. The number of people I had to take care of was increasing, and in the meantime, I had to go to the hospital from time to time. It was a busy day where I felt like I would fall back asleep a few seconds after waking up, but it was okay, because there was always fog at the end of the day. What is the fog doing now? As I looked out the window, my breath filled the window with moisture. I looked at the scene blankly and raised my hand. I miss you. I wrote it quickly because I thought Jinbei would see it, and the handwriting was messy, but not to the point where I couldn't read it. When I put my head back, the writing disappeared along with the moisture. It was still a one-way street, but it wasn't as difficult as it used to be. Because I know that when I fall asleep today, the fog will come running to me and say, I missed you too. I looked out the window, feeling the corners of my mouth rise. The January air was cold and clear. And then I turned. 16. Actor, you can get off. Yes. Jinbei skillfully parked the car and turned off the engine. As I opened the door and went out, an unfamiliar studio came into view. It had a sophisticated interior, as if it had been recently built. Oh, it seems things have changed a lot in 1 year. As if it wasn't an idle guess, Jinbei Hyung next to me whispered. Director Jang Jun-suk. No, the writer said that the play he put out last year was very popular. It is said that he also opened a studio while selling the rights to the play. I see. I said thank you for letting me know and went into the studio. As soon as I opened the door, a neat-looking man in a coat approached me. Hello, it's been a while. Hello, director. Wow, it's been a while since I heard that title. Just call me Writer. Writer Jang Jun-suk smiled and waved his hand. He looked much more confident than when I saw him around this time a year ago. The exterior has also changed a lot. Would you like to write a scenario with me? The day I visited the movie theater with no Baehyuk, there was no man with shaggy hair and a dirty trench coat who asked me an earnest question. Instead, there was only a man standing in front of me with neatly groomed hair and a brand new coat. Would you like some tea first? Manager, would you like something to eat? The way they treated us leisurely seemed quite nice, but there was still something I didn't like. After hesitating whether to speak or not, I cautiously opened my mouth. Writer. Huh. Why are you dressed so cold? Huh. I sighed as I looked at the puzzled face of author Jang Jun-suk, and he pointed to the empty neck of artist Jang Jun-suk. I think I told you several times last year to dress warmly. You really aren't listening. While muttering, I untied the scarf I was wearing. Before writer Jang Jun-suk could say anything, I wrapped my scarf around his neck. Author Jang Jun-suk, who had accidentally ended up wearing a scarf, was embarrassed. No, you don't have to give it to me. Hey, why do you give me a scarf every time you see me? So, the writer, please wear something comfortable. No, it was because it was indoors. Author Jang Jun-suk looked embarrassed. When I looked expressionlessly at him trying to return the scarf, he noticed me and put it on again. Huh, really? You haven't changed. Author Jang Jun-suk, who spoke with a puzzled expression, looked at me. If you give me this, what about you? You won't be cold anymore. I don't get cold very much. I'm saying this because the manager is glaring at me. Really? When I turned my head, Jinbei had the same expression on his face as usual. What? After seeing Jinbei smiling gently at me, I looked forward again. Why do you even say things that aren't there? Done. Writer Jang Jun-suk shook his head and handed me a box. Then you do this. It was a gift box carefully tied with a ribbon. I thought about what this was and opened it, and there was a scarf inside. It was a scarf that writer Jang Jun-suk gave me along with the scenario a year ago. At that time, I sent it back along with the scenario, and I received it back like this. Thank you. He chuckled and took out a scarf. Jinbei very naturally took the scarf. I couldn't help but smile as the hand carefully wrapped it around my neck. You are pretty. Actor. I know. Goes well. Writer Jang Jun-suk had a happy face. Who would have predicted that a day like this would come just a year ago? You know what real people do, but you don't know. After the script was rejected by me, director Jang Jun-suk did not contact me after that. Oh, I did get a call to congratulate me when I won the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival. I waited and believed that they would send the scenario to me when it was completed. I never thought I would leave the film industry altogether. How are you these days? Huh, I was better suited to theater than I thought. When filming a movie, I always felt like something was off, but it wasn't until I wrote the play script that I thought, this is it. I realized it. Author Jang Jun-suk laughed. The face definitely looked more comfortable than last year. It wasn't just a matter of being financially comfortable. That facial expression was one that a person who loved the work he or she created could make. It was nice to see. So why did you come today? I probably didn't come here to get my scarf back. Writer Jang Jun-suk placed an antique cup in front of me. Steam was rising from the tea containing the tea bags. I need help from the author. My help. I nodded and raised my glass. There was one reason why I came to see writer Jang Jun-suk, who has now established himself in the theater world. I'm trying to write a screenplay. Can you help me? You? I laughed looking at the dumbfounded opponent. When people responded that they thought they heard it wrong, I explained it properly. From filming a video promoting Korean Sign Language to writing the script as a test. There is something I want to write about, but expressing it in writing is a whole other field. A screenplay is different from just writing. Technical terminology had to be included, and it had to be determined whether the scene could be filmed. It wasn't something I could do all at once, having only read scripts and acted. I need a helper, and I hope the writer will play that role. When I said I wanted to write a script, team leader Woo and Choi Ji-min, head of the National Institute of the Korean Language, had the same reaction. A light smile and an expression without expectations, such as if you want to do it, then do it. My pride wasn't hurt. Rather, I thought it was a natural reaction. But that's what it is. The desire to be good at what I do was a separate thing. Writer Jang Jun-suk hesitated for a moment at my words, but easily nodded. What? Good. There is no need to call it a break right now. What do you want to write about? Because it's sign language. Deaf romance. I think that would be the most common. It's a little obvious, but I think things will turn out well if we try hard. I guess someone is not a writer, he said, looking at writer Joe, who quickly focused on the topic. No, I hope deaf doesn't become the main topic. Huh. I smiled when asked what that meant. Then he shifted his gaze slightly and looked into the air. It's fog. Are you here now? I swallowed the words I couldn't say out loud and spit out other words. I want to write a script that talks to people who can't talk. Chapter 2:13. Sionji. The voice I heard before I even opened my eyes made me laugh. He raised the corners of his mouth and opened his eyes. It's fog. I now saw a black space that felt like home. The fog came running laughing. Ugh. I missed you so much. The fog that clung to my body like a cicada was cute, but a little heavy. Even though I was used to raising the fog, I scolded him for no reason. You seem to be getting heavier. Why don't you eat something while I'm gone? Foggy wrinkled his nose and laughed. Cereal, love? What the? Hi. The fog tension was high today. It wasn't that I didn't understand. You must have heard everything I talked about with Jang Junsuk today. Sure enough, the fog touched my cheek and asked, do I like cereals that much? Wow, this is tricky. When I lightly bumped my forehead against him, he laughed. I also smiled brightly. Wow, it's really heavy. Why is it even reflecting the weight? The weight he was holding was really heavy, as if it reflected Han Haram's actual weight. I think he'd be upset if I told him to come down. I was hesitating what to do, but fortunately the fog changed its appearance. The fog, which changed from Han Haram to Song Yijun, held my hand and led me to the sofa. I loved what Yanji said today. You wrote it with me in mind, right? I think you're a real genius. Thank you. I wish we could have a conversation like that script. I know. That would be great. I stroked the cheek of Foggy, who had a sad face. But I still like it. I see you every day. It would be nice if I could talk directly to the fog in real life, like the script I wrote today. But just being able to see the fog every night makes me want to go somewhere. Because the fog has never suddenly disappeared since then. The black stone was still embedded in my body, and one hand of the fog was still black. Still, as the suspicious person I encountered at the time said, nothing much happened as I stopped being curious. I hope it stays like this. A life where I meet fog every day, live with Jinbei, and have Lee Eun-taek and No Bai-hyuk come to visit. A day full of fun. I was satisfied with that alone. The fog seemed to have reached my sincerity, too, and laughed. So do I. I'm so happy that I can watch the series every day. The sparkling, smiling eyes were like stones in a river. A stone like a glass bead that glows when exposed to sunlight. As I gently wiped away the fog from around my eyes, I also felt curious. But why are Haram and Lee Jun acting like Hyungs these days? Originally, he looked more like No Bai-hyuk. In response to my question, the fog tilted its head and said as if it was obvious. That's because Yanji likes this face better. Is it that obvious? Huh. I felt embarrassed when the words came back immediately. If you know the fog, everyone around you will know it too. I wonder if Bai-hyuk will be upset. It seems like you've been thinking a lot about Lee Eun-taek these days. Just in case, I told you one more time last week that my best friend was you, but the pouting of your lips didn't seem to indicate that you understood. Anyway, he's as jealous as he is. No Bai-hyuk was only tall, but he really looked like a child. There was a lot of secret jealousy and a desire to be exclusive. Considering the thesis he showed during the sports competition, it's not hard to understand. But these days, he's been showing behavior that can't be dismissed as jealousy about losing a friend. As if you want a relationship that is closer than best friends. Like brothers. After my relationship with Lee Eun-taek recovered, it got even worse. There was a time when I openly asked if we could hang out together without Lee Eun-taek, so it was outrageous. I understood. No Bai-hyuk grew up as an only child and was neglected by his parents. Although he appears active on the outside, he is secretly a defensive person and sets clear boundaries with people he is involved with in his work. In other words, I haven't yet been able to relax my mind about the members debuting in the same group. The only friends I confide in are me and Park Hoon. Since I can't meet Park Hoon often due to the distance, she will have no choice but to rely on me more. I feel strange. I was just thinking about a situation where I was jealous of the members who debuted together with No Bai-hyuk. Who would have thought it would actually be the opposite? Although it was difficult, It honestly wasn't that bad. I wonder if this is what it feels like to raise a child. This was a common symptom that appeared when reading books on parenting methods. There are more than one child following their parents around. At least I should consider it fortunate that there are no symptoms of separation anxiety. Whatever it is, it will get better with time. If you live in the same dorm with other group members, you will eventually open your heart to them. There will come a time when I become so busy that I can't even think about it. If that happens, I'll be even more upset. And just thinking about it made me feel sad already. I even felt like a mother bird staring blankly at an empty nest. Let's enjoy the moment. Baihuk will find someone else later anyway. Until then, just enjoy this state. Still, I shouldn't take too much care of Han Haram and Song Eijun in front of Baihuk. Seonji, what are you thinking about? I was just dazed for a moment. The fog stirred, asking why you were absent-minded while I was with you. I thought as I casually patted the aggrieved Foggy on the back. No matter where you go, it's full of kids. There were more than just one or two people to take care of. I also felt like a babysitter. Well, anyway, the warmth of the fog touching my entire body was warm. In my imagination, the nest was full of baby birds. Among them, the smallest, white baby bird came twitching. Seonji, I really like it. I chuckled at the mutterings of the fog. I whispered the same thing in his ear. It seems like a good fit. I laughed at the thought that I had suddenly found another job other than being an actor. You really wrote this? Team leader Wu's eyes turned to me. His eyes were wide as if he couldn't believe it. I sighed at the gaze that seemed to be looking at a fraudster. I didn't write it alone, but writer Jang Jun-suk helped me. If you look at it, you will see an estimate. No, I mean, writer Jang helped, and in the end, it was you who wrote it. When did you think of this? Did this idea suddenly come to you during a meeting with director Choi Jimin, or is this what you were originally thinking? Do you have any thoughts on becoming a writer? Would you like to take a screenwriting class? I told him to calm down as the questions continued nonstop. I was the one who was taken aback by team leader Wu's uncharacteristically excited tone. I wondered why this person was like this, but I had more questions, so I asked that first. So you don't think you can use it? I remembered the fog that smiled brightly after hearing the contents of the script. I think it would be a bit of a shame if I couldn't use it. Even if I fix it, I can't use it. At my words, team leader Wu looked at me as if he were looking at something strange. No. As soon as I heard team leader Wu's words, I sighed in relief. Then I can use it. Oh, thank God. Then why are you making such a fuss? For a moment, I thought I might have to throw it away. I sighed inwardly and looked up to see team leader Wu making a nervous expression. Why do you look at me like that? You? That's it. Even if I say it, my mouth will only hurt. Team leader Wu avoided my gaze and shook his head. It was a strange reaction, but I didn't even have time to ask questions as the drama was immediately skipped over. If I follow your script, there will be 5 episodes of about 10 minutes each. The script seems sufficient as of now, but just in case, I'll talk to writer Jang Jun-suk one more time. Can I get advice from other writers? All right. We'll leave the directing to someone from our side. Let's discuss the filming after your fan meeting. I'll also have a meeting with director Choi Jimin first. Yes. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. Is there anything else you can ask for? No. I was about to say I didn't have it out of habit, but stopped. Team leader Wu looked at me with an expression of surprise at my reaction. What? It's just my opinion. All you have to do is tell the PD that you have this idea. You don't have to do what I say. Okay, so what is it? At team leader Wu's urging, he scratched the back of his neck and said, I have an actor to recommend for the role of a ghost. He's my friend. Your friend? Who? I could hardly open my mouth easily. As I was saying this, I wondered if this was true. I'm sure he'll be good at it. Still, getting in through a formal audition is different from getting in through my recommendation. You said that you have nothing to gain from being next to me, but is it right for me to do this? But I really think she'll suit him well. I became even more greedy after seeing his acting during the filming of Killing Horn. I wish we weren't friends. Then I recommended it without hesitation. When I hesitated and couldn't speak, team leader Wu chuckled. Yanji, I kind of understand what you're worried about. No matter how good of a friend you are, if the production crew thinks you're a loser, they can't pick you. Don't worry. But my words won't have any impact at all. I guess so. But we haven't decided to hold an official audition for this role. This is the original version. People are usually selected through personal connections. Everyone comes here based on someone's recommendation. But that doesn't mean he became friends with you because of his connections, right? I felt embarrassed by what team leader Wu said with a smile. That's exactly why. I thought of Gio, who approached me saying he wanted to benefit from being by my side. How would he react if he heard that I personally recommended Gio? Do you really think that you will be happy that you have benefited from me? A day like this does come. In the end, my pride was hurt because it turned out as Gio said, but I didn't want to give up on an actor who was a good fit for the role because of that. It's not just a drama, it's a script I wrote. I sighed and told team leader Wu Gio's name. Since it was literally just a recommendation, they even warned that you should not hire them right away and that you should verify your skills. Team leader Wu nodded once or twice, but when he showed no signs of finishing what I was saying, he kicked me out, saying he was busy. Actor, shall we go home right away? Yes. As I got into the car with Jean Bei, I took out my cell phone. I realized this while searching for Gio's name. Come to think of it, I've never contacted him first. This guy is really strange. Gio was a really strange kid. A loose smile, light eyes, and a sensitive atmosphere that cannot be hidden. I recalled the first time we met, when he openly approached me with the desire to benefit from my side, and the conversation in which he freely told me the story of his mother who abandoned him, and the face that looked at my performance with blank eyes during the filming of Killing Horn. I don't know if this is a good thing to do. I'm not sure, but it's already too late to regret it. Team leader Wu, who is good at his work, is probably already on the move. The stakes were already high, and you wanted a chance. It's up to you to pick it up and eat it. Let's see what's ready. After staring at the 3 letters Gio on my phone for a while, I pressed the call button. Chapter 214. I thought again. Gio says it's strange. Gio. Please say something. Don't just look at me like that. Gio had been staring at me silently since a while ago. Why are you like that? If you have something to say, say it. I felt embarrassed just looking at it. As expected, this guy is strange. I expected what Gio's reaction would be when he heard that I had recommended him. I thought he would respond slowly, with a loose smile on his face, saying it was surprising or saying he expected that to happen. The actual reaction was completely different from what I thought. The guy looked at me. Just stay still. For a while. I couldn't help but sigh as I looked at him intently, as if analyzing a living creature he had seen for the first time. Gio, why are you looking at me like that? It's going to wear out, you bastard. When Gio said he would get up first if he had nothing to say, only then did he open his mouth. It's because I'm disappointed. What? My prediction was wrong. When I asked with my eyes what that meant, the guy laughed slowly for a beat. I was wondering who would open his heart to me first, you or Yun. I thought of course Yun would come first, but you came first. It's different from what I expected, so I'm both sad and happy. Who is Yun? Gio replied that it was his cat. There's that stray cat I always told you about. I brought it here because I kept stepping on the snow. I see. I felt strangely uneasy. The name? It may not be possible, but I secretly felt bad because it was similar to my name. As if it was evident in his expression, Gio smiled. Don't misunderstand because I didn't make it. My younger sister's name is Yun. He's just named after her end. Of course, I like it because it's similar to your name. You don't have to talk back. Huh. I just wanted to talk. The guy let out a heartless laugh. When I looked at him with a straight face, the corners of Gio's mouth went up even more. I think you look more like Yun because of your expression. What is my expression? I was the one who actually brought it home, but Yun didn't like me. My father, stepmom, and younger siblings all like me, but they don't want to be around me. It's strange. I also provide snacks. I think I know why he does that. I was just thinking this to myself, but Gio looked like he had read my mind. No, you hate me. Of course, I understand why you don't like it. I clicked my tongue at the way he spoke slowly. I said I don't hate you. If you didn't like it, I wouldn't recommend it. That's different. Even if you hated me terribly, you would have recommended me if you thought I would be a good fit for the role. You really know me well. It made me feel even more uncomfortable to see that he was penetrating me more than I thought. When I looked at him with a reluctant expression, Gio smiled loosely. Anyway, thank you. For people not to think my acting is bad, I decided to audition this week, and I'll do well. You just don't have to be nervous. Then it will stick. As he spoke casually, the smile around Gio's eyes grew even stronger. You are so strange. Even though it seems like he hates me, he always speaks kindly to me. You're weirder. When I refuted it right away, the guy grinned as if he knew I would do that. Anyway, strange guy. After that, we talked about the drama for a while. What meaning does the ghost he will play have for the main character? What did I focus on when writing the scenario, etc.? Cogio listened carefully to what I said and took notes from time to time. The conversation ended only after the guy's notes were full of writing. This is all I can tell you. Thank you. I will practice a lot, referring to what you said today. Okay, good luck with the audition. I've done this, but it won't fall. When I got up and told him to contact me when the results came out next week, Cogio looked slightly embarrassed. Why are you waking up already? Busy. Didn't we meet to talk about this? I woke up because I finished my business. I was skeptical, but said it right away. Huh. I have to go get my hair done. Head. Oh, are you covering it in black? The main character I would play in the drama was an ordinary student attending school. They told me that my hair, which had lost its orange color and was now mottled, was not appropriate, and that I had to cover it with black before filming. No, but not today. I shook my head and replied that I would cover it in black before filming. So what are you going to do today? This guy is really bored. It was unfamiliar to me to ask trivial questions, even though it wasn't helpful to me. After confirming that there was a long time left until the hair salon reservation time, I sat down again. I have a fan meeting tomorrow. Fans voted for their most desired hair color. To achieve that hair color, I was planning to bleach my roots twice more today and dye it additionally. You're dyeing your hair just for one day? Cogio looked at me curiously. I think my head is still very damaged. It's because I bleached my hair too much. His hands playing with my hair bothered me, but it was so annoying that I let it go. Although I also took care of my nutrition, maintaining bleached hair was not an easy task. My hair was definitely more damaged than before. Well, in any case, you just have to grow your hair back. It's more important that Bayan is happy. When I said that I wanted to give my fans a perfect day, Cogio furrowed his eyebrows slightly. But it's your birthday. Huh. So that's what I'm saying. There was no need for a birthday present. Just seeing my fans smile with happy faces in front of me is enough. Just thinking about it made my heart tingle. Cogio quietly looked at me smiling and muttered, "You tend to care too much about others. Fans are not strangers." When I immediately refuted it, Cogio said that everyone who wasn't me was a stranger. I laughed out loud because it sounded like something Cogio would say. You don't know. Cogio will never understand how I feel about Bayan. These are people who like me because I'm Lee Yunjae. I couldn't half-heartedly prepare a day for those people. It has to be perfect. Tomorrow will be a perfect day. I will make that happen. In that sense, there was something to decide. I closed my eyes and thought about it. What should we do with that bastard? The time has come. Kwanina, the president of Lee Yunjae's fan club, Bayan, thought as soon as she opened her eyes. That day has finally arrived. The long-awaited fan meeting. I woke up quickly after checking the clock that it was 5 a.m. While taking a shower, I couldn't help but hum. As expected, virtue is the best. When I went to work, it was painful just to open my eyes, but now I feel so refreshed that I feel like I'm flying. I feel it every time I do it, but the power of love is great. And our Bambi is the best in the world. The chairman's clown rose as if he were going to hit the sky. My child might really be an angel. I already knew this from many years of experience as a teacher. Even new celebrities who don't know what to do in front of the love of their fans become dull after a few years. Even if it wasn't Dante's eyes, he couldn't hide his increasingly indifferent eyes. But Bambi was different. Bambi acted like he was anxious to do something more for his fans. I knew it better because I personally watched it for a month while preparing for the fan meeting. Bambi checked one by one what the fans wanted and rehearsed countless times. Even the fan club executives were a little tired of the rehearsals that seemed to never end. When I asked my manager if he usually practices acting like that, he smiled slightly and said, "You are putting up with a lot right now." Yes. He feels like he wants to practice more, but then we have to wait next to him, so he's holding himself back as much as possible. The president had to sigh when he heard that he would go home and practice again. It's so nice that you think of us. I hope you think about yourself too. Like a child who had just learned how to love, Bambi wanted to do one more thing for his fans. I had a lot of complicated feelings, but anyway, today was D-Day with a lot to do. I had to work hard to help Bambi so that all his efforts would not go to waste. The management team met first and moved to the location where the fan meeting would be held. Perhaps because we had rehearsed countless times, our hands worked together well today. Hello. And 3 hours before the fan meeting started, it rained. It was a friendly voice, just like any other time. Not. As soon as he heard Bambi's voice, the chairman looked up with a smile and immediately lost his words. The management staff turned their heads at her strange reaction, and then everyone kept their mouths shut. Why are you doing this? Bambi tilted his head. After a while, the chairman finally said, the head. He only uttered one word. Ah, yes. I got my hair dyed yesterday. When asked if it was strange, the management staff barely managed to smile. Well, it suits you. Really? Bambi looked puzzled by the management, who were as stiff as stone statues, but there was no time to ask questions, so they said thank you and moved on. As soon as Bambi disappeared behind the curtain, the management quickly let out the breath they had been holding. Their eyes collided in the air. Crazy, crazy. The same thoughts were read in his eyes. Pink looks good on me. Cereal day at Yanji_day. Hey guys, I dyed Bambi's hair with Gaminchin's pink hair. I'm crazy about Yanji at Vera Crazydrill. Oh, did you think I was crazy about dyeing my pink hair? Today is not the cereal's birthday, it's my birthday? Bambi's dyeing was a huge surprise to fans. The fans who arrived at the fan meeting venue despite the cold winter wind froze as soon as Bambi came on stage. I even forgot the cold as I saw her with light pink cotton candy-like hair and a bright smile as she said, I missed you. Bambi even posted a selfie on the fan cafe right before going on stage, saying that fans who couldn't come to the fan meeting might be disappointed. It was truly perfect fan love. The chairman looked at Bambi as he was busy moving around under the stage. Bambi on stage shined very brightly. It wasn't just that he was handsome or pretty, he really shined purely. You look really happy. Kind words continued to pour in, along with greetings saying that it was great to see each other after a long time. He seemed very happy as he looked at his fans one by one and talked to them, as if he were looking at a priceless jewel. The chairman looked at Li Yunjie quietly. When I didn't know Bambi well, I often thought he looked like a laid-back aristocrat. A leisurely movement that attracts attention no matter what you do. A calm expression familiar with the numerous gazes directed at him. I liked how he seemed like a born celebrity. Of course, it still looked good. But the Bambi I see now. You look like a child. Bambi was smiling like a child who had been loved for the first time. Like a bird that has just hatched from an egg. The helpless look on its face against the love in front of it was lovely, but at the same time, it was sad. The more I saw him smiling with a happy expression, the stronger those feelings became. The chairman became upset at the sight of a sense of desperation. I need to love you more. It would have been nice if Bambi had the same color eyes as Dante. Hoping that the day will come when his celebrity receives love for granted, the chairman pledged to work harder. It was an idea that I was able to do because I had no idea what the smiling Li Yunjie was thinking inside. At the same time, Li Yunjie looked at the fans affectionately and glanced at the staff seats. At the same time, his eyes shone coldly. Found. Li Yunjie, who discovered the child in question, smiled brightly. Chapter 215. At the time when the fan meeting was in full swing. It's Inya. Come here. One of the fan club executives called President Quan Ina. What's the matter? By any chance did that person do something to you? What? The chairman looked puzzled by the sudden words. When I asked what she meant, the woman nodded and pointed to someone. That guy. Who? That part-time worker? He kept looking at me earlier, so I thought it was because he was in a bad mood. But he said he had just sexually harassed Minji. Doesn't she want to do it with her? What? The chairman was astonished. The person the woman pointed to was a daily part-time worker selected for today's fan meeting. This was because the scale of the fan meeting was larger than expected, so someone was needed to assist. At first glance, the man wearing a black hat looked ordinary. Damn, I ended up getting caught. The chairman pointed to his throbbing temple. No matter where you go, there are crazy people. You didn't touch it or anything? He just said it. I guess there wasn't even time to record. I think he's a repeat offender, so don't approach him either. Okay. The chairman sighed deeply. I thought about informing security, but the situation could have escalated for no reason. The characteristic of a guy like that was to raise his voice and ask for someone to catch a live person without any evidence. I felt like I wanted to kick him out of this place right away, But today was Bambi's birthday. Bambi did not want the fan meeting he had personally prepared for nearly a month to end in commotion. How long is left for the fan meeting? Not even 30 minutes left. Okay, then ignore him until the end, and tell the kids not to go near him. The woman nodded that she understood. The chairman looked at the stage again to clear his mind of frustration. Bambi, who knew nothing, was smiling like sunlight. He said he wanted to give his fans everything they wanted, but his hair was messy, probably because he changed his clothes several times during the 2-hour fan meeting. Light pink hair like cotton candy floated like dandelion seeds. Lovely. When I saw that scene, some of my lost love for humanity was restored. After taking a moment to heal, the chairman took a deep breath. No matter where you go, there are crazy people. Especially in such a complex field, there was no need to say anything. Let's get through the remaining time safely. The chairman turned his head and looked at the bastard in question. If you do something stupid, I will kill you. The chairman thought he should personally check to make sure the man didn't do anything strange to the other kids. For a moment, where's here? It was a few minutes later that the chairman felt something was strange. It was a mistake to make a similar move out of fear that the man in the black hat would disappear from sight. I followed him, obviously keeping my distance, but when I came to my senses, I found myself standing alone in a dark hallway. Where has this bastard gone? It was right in front of me just a moment ago. Even when I looked around, all I could hear was the whirring sound of a machine. Perhaps because I had just come from a place that was crowded with people, the silence felt somewhat chilly. Let's go back first. The chairman turned around with a calm face. Hello, pretty. Foot. The chairman narrowed his eyes at the face that was immediately visible. You've been following me since a while ago, right? Because you want to do it with me? It's cute. A man wearing a black hat was smiling and making a clown. The chairman kept an expressionless face at the disgusted sight. We shouldn't have paid attention to these guys. I think you misunderstood. I took a wrong turn. Please get out of the way. You don't have to turn around and say it. I also like thrills. What is this foot bastard saying? The chairman took a step back and quickly looked around. Because it was a narrow hallway, there was nowhere to run. When the chairman was caught off guard, the man's hand suddenly approached him. Whoa, calm down. This dashed it. We don't have time to do it properly anyway. Let's just enjoy it lightly. The chairman screamed, desperately trying to shake off the hands that were trying to grope his body. No, I was trying to scream. The man tightly covered the chairman's mouth with one hand. That was when the man's other hand moved to the chairman's body. Bang! A huge hand reached out from behind and threw the man into the wall. Ugh, what dashed? The man, taken aback by the sudden attack, tried to say something, but the huge hand pushed his face into the wall. Don't move. Town dashed. It was a man whose size was large enough to block the lighting in the hallway. The chairman was equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of the man. What? It was when the chairman looked at the two people confronting each other with a puzzled look on his face. President, are you okay? Pink hair moved gently before my eyes. Is it Bambi? Li Yunjie was kneeling in front of him. The chairman finally came to his senses when he heard a familiar voice. The person who subdued the man in the black hat was Li Yunjie's manager, on Jinbei. Where are you hurt? Shall we go to the hospital? As the chairman stared blankly, Bambi furrowed his eyebrows. No, I wasn't hurt. The chairman, who still didn't understand the situation, looked around. He saw Bambi looking at him worriedly, the manager holding the man in the black hat firmly in check, and the production crew holding a camera. Camera? The chairman looked at the production crew holding the camera with a puzzled expression. The production team also had a puzzled look on their faces like the chairman. One of the staff muttered, "What is all this about?" It was also the thought that everyone had in their heads. Actor. First of all the fans were sent back safely. Is there anyone missing? Yes. I checked all the access lists. After hearing what Jinbei said, I let out the sigh I had been holding in all along. The man was taken to the police station right on the spot. The scene where the man tried to attack Chairman Quan Ina was clearly captured on camera, so there was no room for excuses. Thanks to finding the chairman in time, he was able to stop it before it happened in earnest. But in other words, the man's crime was only an attempt. And the punishment for attempted sexual crimes in our country is ridiculously weak. At best, it's obvious that you'll get a warning or a few fines. I can't leave it like that. Even if dirt gets into my eyes, I cannot see it. I touched my fingertips, which were cold with anger. Jinbei, please tell this to the company. Yes, please speak. This is entirely our fault. There was a problem with the personnel our company hired, and because of that, an outsider almost caused a big problem. Please tell them not to just stop the news, but to make sure victims are taken care of first. All right. And I hope you can help me too. I asked that any method be used so that the crazy person would not get involved with the chairman again. Do not worry. Actor, I will definitely finish it. I looked into his trusting eyes and nodded. As soon as I opened the conference room door and entered, the chairman jumped up. Bambi, how did you find out about it earlier? What is that camera? They were so surprised that they made the chairman sit down and even spoke informally, which he didn't normally do. I put a blanket over her shoulders and quickly explained the situation. After the fan meeting, I decided to do a behind-the-scenes interview. The production crew came earlier than expected and took us to the filming location. Then I found it. Actually, I was looking for the missing chairman Kwanina. I swallowed the backstory that she couldn't understand and apologized first. Really sorry. President. What? This is what happened today. It happened while I was helping with my fan meeting. Bambi, why are you like this? Do not say that. He waved his hand and asked, how could anyone know that the person the chairman chose as a part-time worker was such a crazy person? But I knew, so I felt guilty. I should have found it sooner. In the meantime, I briefly checked the past of people attending the fan meeting through the fog's ability. Is there anyone who could cause trouble, and is there anything I can deal with in advance? I wanted to know if there was anyone who would ruin my perfect day. I prepared so thoroughly. The man who had been urgently hired for a daily part-time job the day before yesterday was a variable. When I read his memories, they were absolutely garbage. A piece of trash that commits sexual harassment in a way that is too vague to warrant legal action. I couldn't stop someone who was fine on paper, even if they had a criminal record, from coming just because I felt uncomfortable. More than anything, there was no guarantee that I would do something trashy today. The fog's abilities are limited to seeing people's memories. Through the unhappiness factor attached to a person, you can roughly know how much the person will be hurt the next day, but you cannot know what the person will do. So the most I could do was monitor. I couldn't accuse someone who seemed fine on the outside as being suspicious for no reason. Even though I was smiling brightly on stage, I kept my eyes on the man from time to time. Fortunately, nothing notable happened for 2 hours, and I let my guard down without realizing it. It was after the fan meeting was over that I noticed that the man and Chairman Kwan Ina had disappeared. Where did Ina go? My heart sank when I heard the words of one of the fan club executives. I immediately moved my feet without even thinking. A place without CCTV. There were 3 blind spots that were confirmed in advance. Among them, I recklessly moved to the place closest to the fan meeting location, and the production crew carrying cameras for the interview followed me without even knowing what was going on. Fortunately, the chairman was there in the first place and was able to stop the man before it was too late. But that was it. It's just blocked. What is a perfect day? It was a messy day. I wanted to solve it neatly like the main characters in the movie. Of course, I know that I'm not a hero and I don't have any superpowers. We also know that we cannot prevent all crimes that occur in the world. The man wasn't the one who had anything to do with my unhappiness. No, it's not all my fault. However, is it really not my fault at all? Is it really not my fault that my fan, the person who came to see me, ended up in such a situation? In the end, it happened because he liked me. Can I confidently say that this is not because of me? Many thoughts filled my mind in an instant. For the first time in a long time, I was feeling motion sick due to helplessness. Bambi, I'm fine. The chairman patted my shoulder. Eyes full of worry turned to me. How can you be okay when something like that happens? It's really okay. To be honest, it's not really good, but it will gradually get better. If you hadn't come then, I would have been in real trouble. Thank you so much. I was uncomfortable with the thank you message being directed in the wrong direction. When I didn't say anything, the chairman spoke again. Bambi, you looked really happy today. How was it in reality? I was happy. I was very happy. Thank God. I quietly looked at the bright smiling face and lowered my head. I couldn't bear to say that he didn't want to abandon me anymore. I was afraid that the answer would be yes. Chapter 216. The evening after the fan meeting. What should you do with that responsibility? When I told him what happened today, The first thing No Bai-hyuk said was this. You are too hard on yourself. I've become so withdrawn that I'm useless to other people. Didn't I tell you to raise your eyebrows? I grabbed the finger of the guy who was poking my cheek and pulled it down. If you're going to talk about hedgehogs again, get out. I'm not talking about thorns for nothing. Let go of the idea that you have to do everything. It's not your business. It's someone else's business. Fans are not strangers. What if you say something like that? Isn't that something that should come out of the mouth of a kid who is debuting soon? Hey, to you, I am also a stranger. Jinbei Hyung is also a stranger. If it's not you, it's everyone else. You have to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. I know that too. What are you doing if you always say that you only know things in words? No Bai-hyuk clicked his tongue. I know that fans are precious. Your fans will continue to increase in the future, but can you prevent bad things from happening to those fans? Do you think that's realistically possible? That's right. As I kept my mouth shut because I had nothing to refute, No Bai-hyuk became even more energetic. No Bai-hyuk. Just leave him alone. It was then that a grumpy voice intervened. It was Lee Eun-taek, who was doing push-ups in the corner of my room. Are you going to listen to what he says? Your mouth just hurts. That's right. You swear openly in front of people. Whether I looked harshly at him or not, Lee Eun-taek continued to do push-ups. He's just scared. If we continue to be by your side, it will get better on its own. For a baby who is naturally scared, love is immediate. I told you not to call me a baby. Eun-taek Lee shrugged, saying that he was just calling it a baby because it was a baby. The funny thing is that No Bai-hyuk was persuaded by Lee Eun-taek's ridiculous words. I think you're right. I'm not a kid who will listen to what he says. That's what I said. These kids are real. When I frowned, No Bai-hyuk pressed my forehead, saying it was causing wrinkles. For a moment, I felt grumpy and thought about putting more pressure on my eyebrows, but I ended up thinking that it was really childish behavior. When I'm with these guys, I keep getting looser. Let's act like an adult too. That promise was broken in 5 seconds by what No Bai-hyuk said. But when I think about when I first met you, you seem amazing these days. Are you my older brother? What's so special about it? What can I say about a child whose birthday is later than mine? When I started to cry and raised my voice, Eun-taek Lee intervened and told me to be quiet, making the room even more noisy. I just want you both to get out of my room. While he was closing his eyes and developing patience, Lee Eun-taek asked No Bai-hyuk, so what's so special about it? When I first met him, I wondered what kind of kid he was. He responded to everything with a somber expression. I can't help it. It was so difficult for me to watch him from the side. It's roughly as expected. It's nice to see that the kid who was so droopy seems to be active these days. I think it's better to be upset like I am now than to not react at all. But the problem is that it's all someone else's business. No Bai-hyuk said with a puzzled look on his face, but I was just as dumbfounded. If you think about it that way, I'm a stranger to him too. You are so interested in other people's business, so why do you say such things only to me? It was unfair, but I held on to it because there was no one here who would take my side. They're gathering for my birthday, but they're only mistreating me. I want to see the fog, or even Hanharam. I was starting to get irritated because the large room felt small due to the tall kids making a fuss. But don't you think he would have become popular even if he were an idol? What kind of actor does pink hair look so good on? My words. Isn't the world so unfair? Brother, he even dances well. Before I knew it, the topic of their conversation changed to my hair color. I had closed my eyes earlier with the intention of not dealing with him. Click, click. I heard the sound of a camera shooting in my ear. You're filming again. I knew it without even opening my eyes. Eun-taek Lee is taking my picture. After the Christmas party, he took pictures of me whenever he had time. So one time he got angry and asked why he kept taking pictures. Eun-taek Lee answered this with a sour face. I've been so frustrated because I haven't had any pictures of you for a while, so just look at them. What? I told you. Your parents didn't tell you where you were. I had a really big fight because he threw away all the pictures I took with you without my knowledge. He also said that he was annoyed because he couldn't remember my face accurately until I appeared on TV as an extra in Yellow Hat. He said he wanted to take as many pictures as he could, but his face looked so serious when he said that I couldn't bear to tell him not to do it. He said he wouldn't post it anywhere and kept it only for himself, so I told him to do whatever he wanted. After hearing the clicking sound for several days, I was getting used to it. Click, 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 click. Ugh. Still, isn't this too much? I opened my eyes in bewilderment at the sound that seemed to never end. I finally opened my eyes. Did you take a picture like that to see me open my eyes? Just tell them to open their eyes. When asked what was difficult about saying a single word, Untakely chuckled. I took a few pictures just for fun. Atta, it's clear whose younger brother it is. He speaks like an old man. What man? Whether Untakely frowned or not, I touched his ear. The word, younger brother, felt unfamiliar. Let's take a selfie with the three of us. Hyung, that's how addicted I am to photography. You have to take as many pictures as you can. If we debut, it will be difficult to get together like this. The baby is filming a drama now. Oh, I told you not to call me a baby. I endured enough. When I ran straight towards Untakely grabbed my arm in a familiar way. While Lee Untake and he were fighting back and forth, No Bae-hyuk leisurely escaped and took a selfie. The photo showed No Bae-hyuk acting alone, me running towards him with my teeth clenched, and Lee Untake holding me with a smile. It was truly a crazy birthday. The fan meeting incident turned out to be bigger than expected. It seemed like the agency didn't want it to be covered in the news, but in fact, from the time I reported it directly to the police, it was almost impossible for it not to be covered in the news. Part-time workers sexually harassed by fan meeting staff. Celebrities should report it themselves. Celebrity A's birthday celebration fan meeting turns into chaos due to sexual harassment by a staff member. Is it okay to leave the constant sexual harassment of staff alone? Reporters who smelled it flocked to the area, and articles continued to be published. Bayan seemed upset that my birthday was ruined, but I thought I was glad. There was a strong tendency to treat sexual harassment as a minor incident compared to the nature of the crime. If there was going to be an article, it was better to make it as popular as possible. And the next day, the perpetrator's identity was spread on the internet. As soon as his identity became known, numerous comments poured in from victims saying that they, too, had been sexually harassed by this person. An incident that almost passed off as attempted sexual harassment has grown to a point where it cannot be ignored. Because there was so much attention from the media, it seemed like the police were also conducting a careful investigation. Actor, the CEO is calling. As the situation grew, I was also called to the agency. I don't regret reporting it, but I understand that it was a pain in the ass for the agency, so I was prepared to listen to what was said honestly. After seeing my face, CEO Jang sighed and said this. Yanji, if anything like this happens in the future, please at least tell us first. The explanation was that they fully understood my position, but that it would be easier to respond to the media if they shared it with them as well. He said he was sorry for immediately reporting it to the police without even saying a word to his agency. It is true that the agency called the police because they were worried that the matter would be quietly buried. CEO Jang made a puzzled face as if he knew what I was thinking. Yeah, to be honest, if you hadn't reported it, we would have wanted to move on as quietly as possible. I'm sorry it's trash, but there's nothing good about it getting bigger. Yes. Just next time something similar happens, let us know first. No. Just tell me right away even after reporting it. At least. Get ready. The half-muttered words had a tone close to resignation. After leaving the representative office, I apologized to Jinbei. No matter how much I think about it, I don't regret reporting it, but I thought my brother would get in trouble for not stopping me at the time. Jinbei laughed after hearing what I said. Don't apologize for that. If the actor hadn't done it, I would have done it. What are you going to do if the company gives you a disadvantage? Then let's beat it up, okay? Jinbei's big hand patted my back. Instead, the actor should hire me separately. Because I want to continue being an actor's manager. Even if you don't want to, you can't run away anymore. I can't let you go. Haha. Yes, that's good. Jinbei laughed cheerfully. It's not a joke. While I was hesitating whether to say it sincerely or not, Gentle Eyes looked straight at me. You did a good job, actor. As you said, we will definitely deal with the perpetrator, so don't worry. I don't think anyone will come to take revenge on the chairman or the actor. What on earth did he do to speak with such confidence? I was planning to ask the fog to tell me, but this time, the fog didn't tell me either. Just like Oh Sung-hyun, it only made me more suspicious to see him say things like, "It just worked out, so that's all I know." Anyway, the incident was concluded with Wheein Entertainment issuing an official statement. Although he was a daily part-time worker, it was difficult for him to avoid responsibility because he was employed by William Entertainment. Aside from apologizing to the victim, the chairman, the company announced that it would actively look into the safety of its staff in the future. As he mentioned in detail how he would make changes in the future rather than just a few half-hearted lines, some of the criticism directed at the agency subsided. After a hectic few days, the first day of filming for the Korean Sign Language drama arrived. Yeonji, hello. When we arrived at the filming location, Seo approached us. The makeup had already been done, so she looked like a celebrity. I dyed my hair black. Huh. Pink is pretty, but I think black looks best on me. Is it because of your eyes? I see, but can you please take your hands off my head? Every time I met Seo to get the lines together, he touched my hair, which was very annoying. Seo, how are you feeling? I think it's okay. Seo laughed loosely. It certainly seemed a lot more relaxed than when filming Killing Horn last time. I'm glad. I thought he must have been very nervous as it was his first lead role, but it seems he was born with it. Let's shoot well today. Huh. Shall we go in now? Just take your hands off my head. Huh. Seo responded calmly, his hand still touching my hair. I thought he was joking, but the moment I looked into Seo's eyes, something felt strange. You can't hear me right now. Huh. Shit. I was out of my mind. Chapter 2:17. Seo, come to your senses. Huh. I'm going crazy. A sigh came out of my mouth. Seo had the same face as usual and was only moving his hand to touch my hair. If it weren't for his eyes that were out of focus somewhere, I would have thought he liked touching other people's heads. If you look at it like this, does it mean you're good at acting? I don't know if he was unconsciously trying not to show that he was nervous even when he was nervous, or if he didn't realize that he was nervous too. I don't think we should start filming like this. The bustle of the staff preparing for filming was gradually fading away. It seemed like filming would start soon. No matter how nervous you are, Seo will come to your senses after just a few conversations. Because he's such a sharp guy. Seo, we've been practicing a lot. Huh. You won't make a mistake. There's no need to be nervous. Even if I made a mistake, it didn't matter. I just have to film it again. He grabbed the hand that was on top of my head and slowly lowered it, soothing me as gently as possible. Seo laughed loosely. Huh. Okay. Done. Just touch it. My eyes tasted better. I sighed and took his hand and lifted it above my head. Seo's fingers stopped, then moved rhythmically again. I looked at the guy who seemed to be moving only his hands, but not his brain. Were you this nervous the last time you filmed? If that was the case, I was glad. Anyway, the filming of Killing Horn ended successfully. It could be that he is the type of person who is nervous like this and then becomes immersed in acting once filming begins. As long as it didn't interfere with filming, it wasn't a problem I needed to worry about. But, Grunt, it's your first time acting as a lead character, but it's okay if you don't even remember how you acted. I was even more concerned, perhaps because I knew how hard Seo had been practicing. After hesitating for a moment, I looked at Jinbei. Brother, I'm really sorry, but can you buy me what I'm asking for? It will be sold at convenience stores. Jinbei Hyung listened to me and nodded. When I was told that I would be back soon and that I shouldn't take a single step from here, I calmly replied that I understood. There's no need to run. I looked at Jinbei's back as he quickly moved away and sighed. This method should work. Seo was nervous. Not just a little, but a huge amount. To be honest, I was so nervous that I could throw up at any moment. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday, so there's nothing to come out of. Seo smiled like an adult while receiving greetings from his father and stepmother who saw him off at the door and wished him a good trip. Even when he arrived at the filming set and greeted the staff with a smile, Seo felt like a circuit in his head was broken somewhere. The words that came out of his mouth and the facial expressions he made all seemed to belong to someone else. I was nervous during the filming of Killing Horn, as well as during the filming of minor or supporting roles. But I wasn't this nervous. Is it simply because it is his first lead role? Seo didn't know either. I just felt nauseous. Mom will see it, right? Lee Young-jae will appear as a lead actor in the film. Lee Young-jae is already a hot topic these days. From a practical standpoint, there was a high possibility that my mother would see it. So far, the roles Seo has appeared in have been too minor, and Killing Horn hasn't even appeared yet. So, this could be the first time my mother gets to see Seo's acting. Thinking about that made my mind spin. I was talking to Lee Yunjae when she arrived at the filming set, but I couldn't tell what she was saying. Even though he tried to come to his senses, he was consumed by the thought that his mother would see his performance. The moment I thought, what if I make a mistake? Negative emotions poured out like a landslide. It was a trend that could not be resisted. No, it's not a live broadcast, even if you make a mistake. Just take the picture again. Mom will never see my mistakes. But what if my acting is not good even after repeated filming? Wouldn't Mom laugh at me? What if I don't act as well as my mom? No, I'll make you regret it. That's what I practiced for. I can do it. How did you get it? This is not the time to be an idiot. Wake. Although it was not obvious on the outside, Seogyo was almost in a state of panic. Hey. It was then. A breath hit Seogyo's face. When I opened my eyes, black eyes were in front of me. Eat this. As soon as the other person finished speaking, something entered his mouth. When I instinctively tried to spit it out, the other person immediately covered my mouth. Because his hand was tightly blocked, Seogyo could not spit out anything that was in his mouth. What's this? Small, solid circle shape. Is it candy? My continued thoughts were shattered by the extremely sour taste. Ugh dashed. The expression that Seogyo had been maintaining so well fell. I automatically frowned at the terrible lemon taste of the candy. Yeonji Lee used her strength to stop Seogyo from struggling to spit out the lemon candy. Hold on for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. All Seogyo muttered was words he couldn't understand. In fact, Seogyo couldn't even hear Lee Yunjae's words. The sour taste that filled my mouth was so intense. All I could think was that it was painful. Now spit it out. Seogyo spit out the candy as soon as the hand covering his mouth disappeared. Even after spitting it out, I couldn't come to my senses for a while due to the sour taste that filled my mouth. So, he didn't even notice that the place where he spit out the candy was on Lee Yunjae's palm, and that Lee Yunjae silently wiped his hands and the corner of his mouth with a tissue. What is this? It was a while later that Seogyo opened his mouth. I wanted to rinse my mouth, which still seemed to be full of sour taste. Lee Yunjae handed him a water bottle just in time, and Seogyo immediately took the bottle and drank it. After drinking almost 1 bottle in a row without stopping, Seogyo glared at Lee Yunjae. You? What are you doing? Are you conscious now? What? Seogyo's face was distorted without hiding his sensitivity. Yeonji Lee looked at Seogyo like that and said indifferently, Tell me if you haven't come to your senses yet. There's a lot of candy. Yeonji Lee waved a hand full of lemon candy. It had to look funny to act like he was holding a bomb, but it worked very well for Seogyo. Seogyo told the blackmailer to get rid of the candy because he had come to his senses. Yeonji Lee calmly handed the candy to the manager. Why on earth is that like that? I did it because I thought you were losing your mind. Seogyo let out a laugh filled with astonishment at Lee Yunjae's indifferent words. Thanks to you, I came to my senses. How do you know that I don't like sour food? I wasn't sure. You frowned every time I had lemonade at school, so I thought you might not like sour things. Seogyo was speechless. How did you know that? I can't remember a time when I frowned at Lee Yunjae so openly. Even when Lee Yunjae drank something sour like lemonade or green grape. Drink, she just thought. It's a strange taste, and never once added why she was drinking it. Lee Yunjae sat down next to the dumbfounded Seogyo. I did it because I was worried that I would continue to act like a jerk even after filming started. I can't see you ruining the filming. It was a cold word, not to mention indifferent, but strangely, it didn't sound that cold to Seogyo's ears. Just like before, whenever you get nervous, I'm going to put candy in your mouth, so stay focused. This is my first time receiving a threat like this. When Seogyo laughed as if it were absurd, Lee Yunjae shrugged her shoulders. I don't know what's got you so nervous, and I don't care. There is one thing you need to worry about from now on. When you're nervous, candy comes right into your mouth. So I was told to act the way I had practiced. Seogyo laughed. I don't think I can concentrate because I'm scared. I'm glad. What? Seogyo looked at Lee Yunjae at the incomprehensible words. Lee Yunjae also looked at Seogyo. The black eyes looked at Seogyo without filtering. I'm the only one scared. Don't be afraid of useless things. Do you know what I was thinking? For a moment, Seogyo became truly scared of Lee Yunjae. It's not like he's a mind reader. As I was thinking such absurd thoughts, the staff raised their voices. We are ready to shoot. Everyone, please gather together. Lee Yunjae got up immediately, and Cogio also got up randomly. As I entered the filming set full of cameras, I swallowed my saliva without realizing it. The PD's explanation continued, and the route was adjusted. I was really nervous thinking that filming would start soon, and I tried to think of my mom again. I feel uncomfortable. That thought was broken by the sour taste still lingering in my mouth. Cogio gulped down the water, forgetting to control his facial expression. Lee Yunjae came into his field of vision. When our eyes met, Lee Yunjae spoke. Are you nervous? Although I couldn't hear it because of the distance, the sound automatically played in my ear due to the shape of the mouth. It seemed like if he hesitated even a little, he would immediately shove the candy into his mouth. So he immediately shook his head vigorously several times. Lee Yunjae chuckled and mouthed, Then do well. Let's start filming. The once bustling scene was suddenly engulfed in silence by the staff's shouts. Lee Yunjae stood in place and closed her eyes. Cogio looked at him like that. The drama, February 3rd, was scheduled to be released on the internet on February 3rd, as the title suggests. It was also Korean Sign Language Day. The protagonist suffers greatly from the death of his older brother, who died in a sudden accident a few days ago, and ends up discovering his older brother wandering around as a ghost, unable to go to the afterlife. No one other than the protagonist could see the older brother, and the older brother, after wandering for a long time, is happy to see the protagonist who can see him. The protagonist is happy just to be able to see and talk to his older brother again, but he also has an everyday life. I had family at home and friends at school, and I couldn't mutter into space every time. The means of communication these two people chose was Korean Sign Language. Lee Yunjae was going to play the main character, and Cogio was going to play the main character's older brother, or a ghost. The image that Lee Yunjae wanted of the main character's older brother was clear. Perhaps because it was a script she wrote herself, the more she talked to Lee Yunjae, the more details came to life. I've had enough practice. Cogio practiced until he got really sick of it. How amazing is it that Lee Yunjae smiled with satisfaction after seeing Cogio's acting. I'm sure he will do well. Her mom will be impressed when she sees her own performance. At the same time, maybe, opposite thoughts starting with came rushing in, but each time they occurred, my cheeks felt tingly. The sour taste of the candy, which should have disappeared long ago, remained, as if telling me to come to my senses. Ready dashed. Cogio looked at Lee Yunjae, who had her eyes closed. He's a really strange kid. I knew it wasn't normal, but Lee Yunjae was much weirder than I thought. The corners of Cogio's mouth turned up subtly as he looked at the strange child. Action. And when the PD shouted in a loud voice, Cogio suddenly realized. I no longer feel my mother's presence. Instead, only the sticky lemon taste remained. Chapter 2:18. Miho. I opened the front door, ignoring the voice next to me. Even as she roughly took out her slippers and put them on, Inyoung, who looked blurry, continued to talk. Miho, I know you can hear me. Let's talk. A strong voice that will not be shaken by any hardship. Even in this crazy situation, his attitude of trying to somehow come to his senses was the same. Even the slightly raised tone at the end of the words was the same, so much so that I almost burst into laughter. I guess I went crazy. I sat down on the sofa and washed my face dry. I know you're scared, but I'm at a loss too, Miho. Do you want to see my brother first? As I covered my eyes, my brother's voice became more vivid in my ears, driving me crazy. I felt like tearing my hair out. As I sighed heavily, I heard a friendly question from next to me asking why I was like that. What's the matter? Are you sick? Huh, I feel sick, but I can't go to the hospital. Go to the hospital and say something. My dead brother is talking to me? Isn't it closer to being crazy rather than being sick? In the meantime, my brother continued to speak softly. I couldn't ignore the increasingly anxious voice. Brother. Quiet. Noisy. When I opened my mouth with a feeling of desperation, my brother finally smiled with relief. I'm sorry. I was just nervous when you didn't talk. I'll be quiet now. The guy pretending to stuff his mouth with a zipper really looked like a big brother. If I hadn't seen my brother's body with my own eyes, I would have believed it was real. My brother is dead. I longed for a statement to the contrary, but it was an undeniable fact, regardless of my wishes. My brother died. He died in vain after being hit by a car driven by a very drunk person. I was at school when I heard about my brother's accident. My homeroom teacher hurriedly opened the door and came in during class, and I followed without even knowing what was going on. I gasped when I heard something in the hallway. The feeling of suffocation continued even after I saw my parents crying in front of the hospital. Why? My mind was full of questions. Why did my brother die? This question was so strong and intense that I didn't even feel like resisting it. It was like being trapped in a deep well that I never wanted to come out of. After my brother's funeral, a month or two passed. The doubts still remained, but the only thing that came back to me was, the living must live. After some persuasion from my parents, I started going to school again. I ate when I had time, talked to my friends, and went to the bathroom regularly. Why? Even though half a year has passed since my brother died, the question mark has not disappeared. Why am I hungry? Why? Am I hungry? Why do I want to go to the bathroom? And why do I want to sleep? My brother died, and everything changed. Why? Why on earth is my daily life the same? Maybe I don't mourn my brother's death? Otherwise, there's no way you could live like this without any problems. I was disgusted with myself. Guys, the career application form ends today. Don't forget to submit it to the class president. The homeroom teacher's words blurred in my ears. There was a piece of paper with nothing written on it on my desk. I looked at the paper with unimpressed eyes, then moved my gaze to the window. It's dazzling. As the bright sunlight hit my eyes, I closed them without realizing it. A warm feeling spread across my entire face. Mijo, have you finished writing your career aspirations? I opened my eyes to the class president's cautious voice. When I handed over the paper without saying a word, the class president hesitated. Hey, the teacher said you can't leave it blank. What did you write? Me. The class leader, who only had a familiar face, hesitated and said, he answered. I am a civil servant. He wrote, civil servant, in the blank space and handed the paper back. The class leader looked at me for a moment and then turned his back. I quietly lay down on the desk. I wish time would stop like this. That's what I thought as I felt the sunlight hitting my back. But reality was still far from my hopes. The bell rang, signaling class time, and I had to get up. Repetitive daily life. Helplessness that never seems to end. One day I felt like I was suffocating from all of this. Brother? When I returned home, my brother was sitting on the bed in my room. At first, I naturally thought it was a hallucination. I heard that when someone close to you dies, there are people who cannot accept it and often have hallucinations. I guess I'm like that too. It was a little strange to see it only after half a year had passed. Let's ignore it. I thought if I ignored it, it would go away. After the first day, I accidentally pretended to know. I pretended not to see anything, but the hallucinations persisted. Mijo, look at me, okay? Did you see me flinch just now? Why are you pretending not to know? Even when my brother talks to me, I pretend not to hear him, and even when he fusses in front of me, I pretend not to see him. I can't be dragged to a mental hospital now. However, the hallucinations were much more persistent than expected, and victory was decided after more than a week of fighting. What? It's already been half a year since I died? As a loser, I answered calmly. My brother narrowed his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. That's strange. As soon as I came to my senses, I ran straight home. It's been half a year since he died. Does this make sense? Do you think it makes sense that you're talking to me now? Oh, that's right. My brother wrinkled his nose and laughed as if he was embarrassed. That smile was so brother-like that it felt strange. We talked about the backlog all night long, how my parents are doing and how sad my brother's friends are. He also showed me letters written and sent by children at the orphanage where my brother had volunteered for a long time. The letter was filled with words written in crooked handwriting saying that he wanted to see her. Awesome these. My brother's reaction to the letter was exactly what I expected. My brother read and reread the letter I opened with tears in his eyes. I quietly looked at that figure. Am I crazy? Is he really my brother? I've never seriously thought about the afterlife, but I thought there might be ghosts. If it was there, and it wasn't something I needed to worry about anyway. But if things happen like this, things would be different. Why do ghosts exist? Is it because you can't properly accept that you're dead? But I think he understands very well that he is dead. Since I had been an atheist all my life, I knew nothing. While thinking about movies and novels, words such as ascension, resentment, and achievement of Buddhahood came to mind. If this is a hallucination, then I am truly crazy, and if my brother has become a ghost, then I must help him leave properly. After thinking about it carefully, I nodded. Let's just play crazy. The past half year has been terrible, to the point where I feel like I would rather go crazy. I raised my hand and touched my brother's hair. Because it was a blurry image with no shape, I couldn't feel the touch, but despite that, I moved my hand steadfastly. Brother. I miss you. The moonlight that crept in through the window gently enveloped my brother. It seemed like it would scatter and disappear at any moment, so my eyes filled with strength. I was afraid that if I closed my eyes and opened them, I wouldn't be able to see my brother. I missed you a lot too, Miho. I heard a friendly voice that I had grown tired of until half a year ago. I'm sorry I couldn't even say hello. I'm also very restless. It's still the same. My brother, who didn't know if it was a hallucination or a ghost, was still sweet and foolish. I don't know why he's apologizing when he himself died unfairly. I wanted to be angry, but strangely, no words came out. Maybe it was because I had kept them open for so long, but my eyes felt hot. Miho. What's the matter? Why are you crying? My brother touched my eyes with an upset face. I couldn't feel anything, but it felt warm enough to burn. Are you okay? I'm sorry, bro, Stop crying. My brother whispered sweetly. I felt like he didn't know what to do because he wanted to wipe away my flowing tears. After that, I cried quietly for a while and finally calmed down. I hadn't opened my eyes yet, so it was still dark. As soon as I realized that my surroundings were quiet, my body instantly became cold. Why? Why did you close your eyes? What if I open my eyes and my brother isn't there? It's like a disease. I missed the opportunity to see my brother because I couldn't control my tears. No, you can still have your brother by your side. You might be watching me, but has reality ever gone the way I wanted? I was afraid to even swallow my saliva due to anxiety. I trembled and slowly opened my mouth. Brother. Each second waiting for an answer felt like a year. When I held my breath without realizing it. As if I had been waiting, I immediately opened my eyes when I heard a voice. What's the matter? Bring me tissues. I can't. What can I do for you? What do you need? I saw my brother fidgeting. In an instant, my whole body relaxed and I smiled. My brother wondered if it was strange that he cried and laughed alone, but there was nothing he could say to explain it. How can I say that I'm glad I'm not crazy? It would be strange to say that I was fortunate, but I didn't go crazy that day. After that, I continued to see my brother. Only I could see my brother, and only I could hear his voice. By being with my brother 24 hours a day, I began to regain the person I was before he died. My parents and friends looked puzzled by my sudden improvement, but they welcomed me as if they had been waiting for me. Miho, I need to wear more comfortable clothes. My ears hurt. Stop nagging. Have you caught a cold once or twice without listening to me? Quickly grab your cardigan. Oh, it's heavy. I barely managed to make my voice sound grumpy. I quickly lowered my head because I was afraid my smiling face would be seen. Why don't you listen to your brother like this? My brother continued to nag me without even knowing what kind of expression I was making. Good night. I didn't feel like expressing it simply by saying it was good. It felt like I was finally breathing. The feeling of truly being able to breathe, rather than simply having air come in through your nose and out through your mouth. If this is the feeling you can feel when you go crazy, you want to be crazy 365 days a year. Miho, have a good day at school today. Aren't you coming with me today? When I paused, my brother chuckled. Are you going together? But why do you say that? I was just saying hello. I can't talk properly if I leave this room. My brother smiled bitterly. When I saw that smile, I came to my senses. So far, I haven't considered my brother's position at all. The time I could talk to my brother was limited. I had to go to school every weekday, and there was no time to be alone in a school full of children. Although I was with my brother all day, I only listened to his one-sided words because I was afraid that other people would look at me strangely. When I got home like that, my parents were there, and after dinner, it was well past 8 o'clock. I could only talk freely with my brother for half a day, from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. For the rest of the time, my brother had to repeat the words to himself in solitude. I finally realized that. Chapter 219. After that, Miho begins to find a way to communicate with his brother even when he is around other people. After hearing Miho's story, the older brother declined, saying there was no need to do so. However, perhaps because he felt good that his younger brother was thinking of him, He hesitated and said after refusing a few times. Then, how about conversing in Korean Sign Language? Korean Sign Language? What is it? Are you talking sign language? You think your brother knows how to do that? Aren't you really not interested in your brother? Only then does Miho realize that the orphanage where his brother worked as a volunteer when he was alive was a place for hearing-impaired children. After working as a volunteer for several years, I naturally learned Korean Sign Language. My brother pretends to be upset, asking if he didn't even know that until now, and Miho tries to fix it with a very embarrassed look on his face. No, I thought he was just taking care of the kids, so it's not that I wasn't interested in him. It's just that I dashed. Haha, I know. Why are you so embarrassed? That's because you say strange things. Why am I not interested in you? Miho pouted his lips. He had the expression of a child who was upset by a mean prank. Seo Gio, who was playing the older brother, saw that and thought, this guy is really... Why are you so good at acting? Lee Yunjae is good at acting. It was a sentence that now feels so natural. It was a fact that Seo Gio, who had already worked with him, could not have known. But despite this, I was once again impressed by Lee Yunjae's acting skills. It looks like I've been possessed of some kind. Throughout filming, Miho showed a gloomy and depressed mood. Empty eyes, emotionless emotions, and a gloomy voice. It looked empty, as if it were death personified. Miho's fragments of despair disappeared one by one while he was with his brother. One from my brother's friendly smile, one from my brother's constant nagging, and one from my brother's unreachable touch. Lee Yunjae's acting, which showed in detail how the wounds were slowly healing one by one, was enough to give me goosebumps. Seo Gio followed the script, ignoring the skin growing on his arms as much as possible. You know, our Miho thinks of you. I don't know why. He stroked Miho's head and smiled softly. Miho laughs at his brother's touch that he can't even feel. Good to know. Miho himself was immediately relieved by his brother's words, but grunted hard not to be noticed. Thanks to Lee Yunjae's acting, Seo Gio was also able to act as if he had fallen into the script. The two talk about learning Korean Sign Language one by one in the future. Cut. Hearing the PD shout loudly, Seo Gio let out the breath he had been holding. My shoulders were sore from how much strength I exerted on my body. Every time I act, I put too much strength into my body without even realizing it. I knew that it had to be fixed as it was one of the elements that made acting feel unnatural, but it wasn't easy to fix. Fortunately, there were no NGs that were noticeable, but it was something that Seo Gio himself felt unsatisfied with. Okay, I'll move on to the next scene. As soon as the PD finished speaking, the staff got busy. Because the filming period was so tight, there was no time to waste. Seo Gio, who was stretching his shoulders, noticed that Lee Yunjae was still blinking. Yanji, are you okay? Huh. Yanji Lee responded in a weak voice. The voice didn't sound good at all, but Seo Gio didn't ask any more questions. It seemed that Lee Yunjae would not want to interfere further, and even if Lee Yunjae wanted it, she knew very well that the target was not Seo Gio. And Seo Gio's thoughts were not wrong. Actor, are you okay? Lee Yunjae's manager, and Jinbei, approached holding a blanket. As I wrapped a blanket around Lee Yunjae's shoulders, Lee Yunjae blinked a few more times and fell into Jinbei's arms. I'm dying from this exhaustion. When Lee Yunjae grumbled in response, and Jinbei patted him on the back, saying he had worked hard. Seo Gio looked at that figure and then turned around. It looks like the love of the century between these two. Seo Gio was slightly offended. Just a moment ago, you acted like I was the only one. Miho, who was looking at himself blindly, immediately disappeared with the sound of a cut. Of course, he didn't know that it was Miho, not Lee Yunjae, who was looking at him. He wasn't a kid like No Bai-hyuk, and he wasn't jealous at all. I just felt a little offended. I don't know why. I was sitting in a chair looking at the script, feeling a little depressed, and a few minutes later, Yanji Lee approached me. The sight of him sitting down on the chair next to him had no energy at all. I looked at Lee Yunjae, who was buried in the chair like sagging cotton, for a moment, and then asked, Yanji, I'm sorry for saying the same thing over and over again, but are you really okay? Even if it wasn't okay, I didn't think he would tell me, but I said it because I felt like I had to do something. Are you okay? It's just a little difficult. What's difficult? Yanji Lee trailed off as if she didn't want to say more. It was exactly what Seogyo expected. It's not the time for the two of us to talk about this. Because we became close for profit in the first place. She was different from the bright kids who clung to Lee Yun-jae. Seogyo, convinced, nodded and was about to look at the script again. Seogyo. Huh. What do you think? Miho likes you. What does that mean? When Seogyo made a face of not understanding, Lee Yun-jae hesitated. Don't you feel so immature? It seems like I'm being greedy. Greed? What? It was my brother who died. My brother is also the one who feels lonely. The person who was wronged is also my brother. Miho's hardships are nothing compared to what your brother went through. Lee Yun-jae touched her lips with her hand. But what is the way you smile when you say you like it? Should I say that it seems like you only think about yourself too much? I keep thinking about that. So is it difficult every time you act? Lee Yun-jae hesitated and then slowly nodded. I think so. When I play Miho, I really like him. I'm happy to see my brother. Huh. But once the filming was over, I wondered if I deserved it. I wonder how absurd it must be from my brother's point of view. On the other hand, Lee Yun-jae continued to speak without stopping. Seogyo was surprised to see that. This is a kid who knows how to talk at such length. Aside from acting, this was the first time Lee Yun-jae talked to herself this much. Seogyo nods his head and thinks. Is there any overlap between you and Miho? This scenario was written by Lee Yun-jae. I heard that other writers modified some of the scene changes and locations to make filming easier. In other words, everything else was written by Yeonji Lee. Everyone was very surprised by the perfection of the script he wrote. It was surprising that a video to promote Korean Sign Language used the subject of communicating with a ghost, a dead brother. But it was also because the characters' emotions were very realistic. Characters that seem real, conversations that seem real. Thanks to this, the typical stiffness of the promotional video disappeared, and everyone started whispering that Lee Yun-jae really seemed like a genius. Seogyo had already recognized Lee Yun-jae's genius, but was skeptical after reading the script. I was wondering how such a realistic conversation popped out of my head. If you've experienced it yourself, you'll understand. But didn't you say you grew up in an orphanage? Was there an older brother you particularly followed at daycare? So you're projecting yourself into the character Miho? Seogyo, who did not know the circumstances of Lee Yun-jae's adoption, made a rough guess and then opened his mouth. Yeonji, I can't talk about the emotions you feel while playing Miho. Huh. But as for how I feel playing the older brother, Seogyo spoke slowly as usual. I like my younger brother. Miho doesn't feel immature, nor does he seem greedy. Of course, I don't feel ridiculous. Of course, the person who died must be the most unfair and suffering. But is it wrong just because the person left next to you is having a hard time? He doesn't seem to be able to accept his feelings very well. Seogyo let out a soft sigh. I told you, you tend to care too much about others. Seogyo sometimes didn't understand Lee Yun-jae. Why do you care so much about others? Aren't I the important one? Everyone lives for me. I have to live first. Whether your dead brother feels wronged or sad, it's his business anyway. Isn't it natural for me to feel sad and distressed because my brother died? The subject of your emotions is yourself. Disappointment, sadness, resentment, suffering. All humans can feel such emotions. However, the Lee Yun-jae that Seogyo saw seemed to be too focused on legitimacy. Is it appropriate for me to feel this way? No matter what anyone says, Seogyo was the most important person, and it was a way of thinking that I could not understand for the rest of my life. The sight of Lee Yun-jae blaming herself felt foolish, but it also secretly bothered me. Yeonji, I hope you don't be too mean to yourself. Rather than caring about other people's feelings, first care about yourself. No matter what your brother thinks, if you are Miho, you have to take care of Miho's feelings first. For fear of sounding like he was crossing a line, Seogyo tried to speak as roundly as possible. As a result, without realizing it, I ended up speaking like Miho's older brother, who had been practicing for several days. Seogyo himself said it, and thought it was a mistake, but Lee Yun-jae looked at him intently. Then what if your brother died because of Miho? Still, your thoughts are the same. Huh, didn't he die because he was hit by a drunk driving car? When Seogyo asked curiously, Lee Yun-jae urged him to just answer. So Miho didn't kill him himself, but he died because of Miho? Does that make sense? I guess that's roughly the case. Anyway, assuming that. Still, Do you think it's okay for Miho to like his older brother? Black Eyes looked at Seogyo. Seogyo was suspicious of the sincerity of Lee Yunjae's question, but the answer he would give was still determined. Huh, what does it matter? Unless you're a psychopath who likes killing your own brother. You just like it. Sad is sad. That doesn't mean I'm doing anything. It's literally just a person's feelings. So is that really a problem? Seogyo still didn't understand. However, seeing Lee Yunjae smiling, I thought that her answer wasn't that bad. Okay, thank you for your answer. Are you able to organize your thoughts well? Thanks to. Isn't it a lie? Lee Yunjae had a much better face than before. When Seogyo laughed and said he was glad, Lee Yunjae laughed along and said, but you need to relax your shoulders a little when you act. Tina, not a lot, but a little? Because my shoulders are tense, my jaw muscles also become slightly stiff. Especially this part. When Lee Yunjae pressed Seogyo's chin, Seogyo quickly nodded. That's right. I kept gaining strength there. You need to relax your shoulders first. That's the cause. What do you do in times like this? I am dashed. The two continued talking until the next filming was ready. Jinbei, who was trying to approach Lee Yunjae, stopped after seeing her. You look happy. Jinbei looked at Yanji Lee with a smile. There, two boys who had already become immersed in acting were chatting happily. Chapter 220. Seonji. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was faced with the fog rushing towards me. Hi. I miss you. Me too. But why are you acting like Seogyo? I've seen many forms of fog in the meantime, but this was my first time seeing Seogyo. When I asked curiously, the fog smiled shyly. I told you that what I filmed today was a script written with me in mind. So I deliberately took on this human appearance. How is it? What's wrong? Is there anything you want to say to me? What I said earlier during the filming. I wondered what the fog was saying, but then quietly opened its mouth. I miss you. Not that one. I tried repeating a few lines from the script, but Foggy shook his head vigorously. The more wrong the answer was, the darker the fog's eyes became. Is there anything you really want to say? I'm looking like this? What? What did I miss? The fog that had filled his eyes with a lot of power looked like he would get angry any longer. Without realizing it, I noticed it and spit it out without even thinking about it. Brother? Answer. The fog cleared its expression and immediately embraced me. I was speechless for a moment because I didn't understand, but then I came to my senses due to the weight. What the? Did you want to hear from me? LOL. No. Then he is in the form of Lee Yun-taek. Seogyo is the same age as me. I was a little moved. He's taller than me, so he takes on the role of older brother, but he's still the same age as me. I'm not short either. Since I was surrounded by only tall people, I felt like I was becoming more sensitive to my height. As soon as I woke up, I thought that I needed to drink 2 liters of milk, and I pulled at my cheeks. But why are you my brother? Because I lived longer than Yanji. I don't even know when it came into existence. Yes, grandfather. Don't call me that. I lay down on the bed, playing with the billowing fog. Because we talked every day, we only talked about trivial things, but it was strangely enjoyable. Seonji, so you like me that much? I don't know how many times I hear this question. Good. Hee me too. These days, every chance I get, Fog asks me if I like him that much. That might be because the first script I wrote was about myself. The fog seemed to have no sign of hiding its excitement. It was nice to see, but it pricked my conscience a little. That's right. It's not like I wrote the script with only the fog in mind. Of course, the script was written with the fog and myself in mind. The character relationship between Miho and his older brother was very similar to that of the fog and me. That the time in which his brother and Miho can talk is limited, that only Miho can see and hear his brother's appearance and voice, and that Miho completely relaxes in front of his brother. It was also the first time I cried in front of someone. I wrote the scene where Miho finds his older brother and sheds tears, recalling how I felt in elementary school when the fog disappeared for 3 days and then came back. Seonji, Why are you crying? I remember the mist feeling like I didn't know what to do when I saw myself suddenly shedding tears. It was a few years ago, but it was still a vivid memory. I wrote them down one by one, remembering the fog that had settled into my memory. So, the drama February 3rd is a script written with fog in mind. This is something I wrote for the fog that thinks of me even when I can't talk to me. However, it was not written with only the fog in mind. When I think of my dead brother, there is someone that automatically comes to mind. Jihyun Hyung. Seo was like that. From the perspective of playing the older brother, I like the younger brother. Is Jihyun like that too? My brother died in an accident caused by the misfortune factor transferring to me. Won't my brother blame me even if he finds out? Jihyun now remembered his brother's face in a blur. I will never know for the rest of my life whether my brother will blame me or not. Because my brother is already dead. So what about me? Knowing the truth, can I like my brother? I don't know. Even with Seo's words, I still wasn't convinced. Do I really deserve that? I closed my eyes and thought about the photo shoot I took today. You know, our Miho thinks of you. I don't know why. My brother was clearly a character created with fog in mind. However, it is not appropriate to capture Foggy's speaking style with a lot of force every time, so I usually captured the images that come to mind when I think of my brother one by one. As a result, contrary to my initial intention, I ended up becoming a friendlier brother than I expected. So similar to someone I remember. Jae-hee, aren't you hungry? Shall we have a snack? Jae-hyun was a very kind person. Maybe that's why Jae-hyun kept coming to mind while playing Miho. Miss you. Until I met Eun-taek Lee, the past was just the past. Unlike in the past, when I had to force myself to bury each memory as it came up, the old memories that I accepted without resistance were sweeter than I thought. So I became more miserable and confused. Can I continue to miss my brother? While I was lost in thought, the fog touched my cheek. Yeonji. Huh, I like you so much. It was a random comment, but I heard it so often that it didn't matter. I was about to reply that I like you too, but the fog pressed my cheeks with both hands. Town. So don't dig a hole. Because I like you. What? Why does a tunnel suddenly appear? That's something Eun-taek Lee often says. When I frowned, this time he pressed my forehead, just like No By-hyuk does. Maybe it was because of my complex actions, but strangely, there was a fog, and I felt like I was with many people. I really like you. So the fog's words felt like they were being spoken by multiple people. No By-hyuk, Lee Eun-taek, Jinbae, Jong Hyun-I, and Han Haram. Is Jihyun among them? I suddenly became curious. The filming continued. The final script came out in 4 episodes, and each episode was written with Korean Sign Language content that matches the title of each episode. For example, in line with the title, I Like You, Episode 2 begins with Miho suddenly receiving a confession from his classmate that he likes him. Miho panicked in an unexpected situation and was embarrassed, but was able to calm the situation thanks to his older brother telling him to come to his senses. Miho organizes his feelings by listening to his brother's advice and experiences, and Miho rejects his friend's confession with the words, "Thank you for liking me." In this way, content about Korean Sign Language was naturally included by linking the episode content with the Korean Sign Language that fits the title. At the same time, it also showed Miho getting better every day. Since no major editing skills were needed other than making Seo, who plays the older brother, opaque, filming progressed smoothly. As a result, it was already time to film the final scene. I just need to film it today, and it's done. I know. After talking to Seo all day long over the past week, I have become a lot closer to him. Since it was a script I wrote, it was partly because he asked a lot of questions to get to know my brother. As I was staring blankly at the ceiling, I heard a relaxed voice next to me. Seonji, how was it filming with me? I wonder if you regret telling me my name. I looked at Seo's face, smiling loosely. Good. Filming with Seo was as good as I thought. No, even better. I looked at Seo, who smiled and said it was fortunate, and said once more, I'm glad you played my brother. I hope we can act together next time. Seo paused at my words and remained frozen for a few seconds. I smiled at Seo, who had a blank face, wondering where I had left the languid expression I usually wore. Seo, wake. Yeah. Do you need lemon candy? It was only after I spoke to him in a playful way that Seo came to his senses. As I laughed at the guy who was frowning and begging me not to even take out the lemon, I was ready to film before I knew it. Let's start filming. I changed into the school uniform I had been wearing for the past week. After carefully checking the PD's instructions for the route, I recalled the lines once again. It's already the last time. Of all the dramas I've filmed so far, the filming period was the shortest, and strangely, I felt empty. Is it because I wrote the script? Is it because I was so immersed in the character Miho? Now, ready. I thought that after this filming was over, there would be quite a bit of after effect. Action. Did you see his expression earlier? It was really awesome. Look, you did a good job listening to me, right? I wouldn't have done it if it weren't for me. Do you really have to brag about yourself like that? When I shook my head, my brother pretended to ruffle my hair, saying, "Look at how cocky this guy is." In reality, he didn't move his head, but I shook my head at the right time to annoy him and tell him not to do it. It's already been a month since I spent time with my brother. This timing was a time that could easily be adjusted. I'm so happy to be with my brother. Okay. My brother's answer was a bit late, but I didn't think it was a big deal. I hope it continues like this. Just having my brother by my side changed everything. It was also proof that I couldn't live without my brother. From now on, I will be nice to my brother too. I need to talk to my brother more and learn sign language harder so he isn't lonely. If I work hard like that, we can both live happily. It was a time when I was forcing down the corners of my mouth that were happily rising. Miho. Huh. I think I should go now. Where? Should I at least go to the bathroom? I raised my head to tell a joke. The older brother who came into view was smiling silently. Strangely, as soon as I saw that smile, I realized what my brother wanted to say. In an instant, my blood turned cold. So suddenly? Actually, I listened to it a week ago, but I was putting it off because I was worried you might be too surprised. But now I think it's the limit. A week ago? What are you listening to? Someone came looking for me. You can go up now. What does that mean? What on earth are you talking about? I couldn't understand what my brother was saying, and I didn't want to understand it. I felt like I couldn't breathe. As I was speechless due to the dizzying illusion in front of my eyes, my brother gave me an awkward smile. Oh my, I guess I was more surprised than I thought. If it were you, wouldn't you be surprised if it were you? Even during this time, I was moved to tears by the calm voice. Why? Can't I go? I want to do that too, but I think it would be dangerous to have more. They say it could have a bad influence on you. I don't care. I can't use words like that. It's true. Everything is fine as long as I have my brother. Just stay next to me, brother. I couldn't even understand what I was saying. I was embarrassed by the situation I was suddenly faced with and was just blurting out whatever came to mind when my older brother approached me. Don't worry too much. We have plenty of time to say hello. Should we just calm down first? My brother tried to calm me down, but I couldn't calm down easily. Miho, look at me. Huh. My brother smiled and put his little finger under his chin twice. When I saw that, I was even more moved. No. How can you say that? How can this be okay? Chapter 221. My brother. Is it okay if you break up with me? It was unfamiliar to me to see my older brother look like nothing was wrong. Am I the only one who can't accept this fact? My vision was blurry. Miho, we were lucky. How many people can say hello like this? I enjoyed being able to talk to you properly. I liked it too, it was good. I barely answered in a trembling voice. Can't we continue? I'm really fine, bro, really. To my earnest question, my brother answered with a troubled smile. I'm sorry, Miho, but if it can't be done, it can't be done. I was speechless at the firm tone. The future I had envisioned just a few minutes ago was shattered in an instant. How should I live now? Can I live without my brother? I felt so helpless that I couldn't breathe. My older brother next to me tried to comfort me, but the words were not interpreted and just scattered. I was in a daze for a while. What should I do without my brother? You will do well, just like it was until now. No. She shook her head vigorously. After my brother left like that, I was a mess. It wasn't living. I've barely come to my senses since my brother came back. If my brother leaves, it will happen again. Are you still going? Are you really going to abandon me? My voice shook uncontrollably. When I said this with tears in my eyes, my brother laughed. My Miho, I thought you were all grown up. Still a baby. He's so stubborn. My brother's blurry hand brushed my cheek. I must say that you have been very polite since you were young. You've never whined anything. That really bothered me. If you listen to your friends, they all say that brothers hit and fight with each other, but you follow me so closely that we've never even fought properly. That's because my brother was a person I had no choice but to follow. I wanted to say that, but I couldn't open my mouth. The moment I opened my mouth, I felt like the emotions filling my throat would pour out. When I think about it, I guess that was a shame. I thought I wanted to see you whining at least once. Is that why you were so squishy even after death? As if to lighten the mood, My older brother made up a playful tone, but I couldn't laugh. When I couldn't calm down, my brother groaned and sat down in front of me. Miho, you will do well. Don't worry. I am. I do not know. I know. You will definitely overcome. How can you be so sure? I don't even know if I can handle it. So how do you know? I roughly wiped my vision blurred with tears. When I looked ahead, I was met with eyes full of laughter. Because there are more than me. The people next to you. Your parents and your friends are still by your side. My brother's words brought to mind one by one the people I had recently talked to. When Hiju had a hard time rejecting the confession, Hiju smiled brightly and said that they should at least remain friends. The security guard with the stern face who created many rumors showed me a family photo. They were all people I could talk to because my older brother was by my side and gave me advice. A gift my brother gave me. When you're having a hard time, you can lean on the people next to you. My brother told me to trust the people around me a little more. And just because you won't see me again, doesn't mean there isn't a way for us to talk. What are you talking about? I told you last time. You need language to communicate with people. Whether it's Korean, English, or Korean Sign Language, you need a tool called language to communicate with people. A means to convey one's meaning and understand what the other person is saying. But even if there is no way to talk, we can still talk. How? The eyes in front of me shone brightly. Because I will always be by your side. I will always be in your heart. That way we can always talk. My brother didn't open his mouth after that. But even without saying anything, I was able to fully understand what my brother wanted to say. I slowly raised the corners of my mouth as I met the eyes that were looking straight at me. He answered with a trembling voice and laughed. My brother, who was wiping away my tears, also smiled. I will. I'll do as you say. A gentle hand was placed on my head as if I was being kind. I wasn't supposed to feel anything, but strangely at that moment, I felt a touch above my head. So my brother left. Miho, I have to go after breakfast. I'm late. Just eat this and go. Just one spoonful. No, I'm late. While I was hurriedly putting on my shoes, a spoon came into my mouth. Town. Chew it thoroughly. I hurriedly opened the front door while chewing something I couldn't tell if it was fried rice or something. I'll be back. My mom saw me off and said have a nice trip. As I ran frantically down the alley, I suddenly saw the school in front of me. Miho, hello. As I entered the hallway, Hiju, who had become my friend after rejecting my confession, greeted me brightly. I also raised my hand in greeting and entered the classroom. As soon as I opened the classroom door, the bell rang. Wow, I was really almost late. Young Minho, have you lost a screw these days? You always come late. I slapped my friend on the back who was scoffing at me and told me to be as diligent in my school life as I was. As I sat down, bright sunlight came through the classroom window. The weather is really nice today, too. The bright blue sky came into view. Surprisingly, I am doing well after my brother disappeared like that. I also tried to hold on bravely because I thought my brother would always be watching. Of course, the sadness did not disappear immediately. Sometimes I felt like I was going to die at any moment. I suddenly burst into tears at the thought of my brother not being next to me. So late at night, I went to my parents' room. I asked my parents what was going on as they got up from the bed with surprised faces. Mom and Dad asked me how I can handle it every time I miss my older brother. It was the first story I told my parents after my older brother died. My parents looked at me with surprise for a moment and then hugged me. It's hard for us too. I cry at night too. Really? Then, still, I'm trying to hold on. My parents said they tried harder to endure it because I was there. It was only after hearing those words that I realized the meaning of what my brother said. I see it was something like that. Everyone lives by leaning on each other. That night, my parents and I hugged each other and cried. When I said I missed my brother, my mom said the same. Those words were comforting. I looked at the clear sky beyond the window. Miho, it's your turn to give career advice. Just go to the teacher's office and go straight to the teacher's seat. I answered that I understood what the class leader said. I immediately got up and went to the teacher's office, but then turned around. Class monitor. Thank you. After. Looking at the class president with a confused face for a moment, I left the classroom. When I entered the teacher's room, my homeroom teacher pointed to the chair next to me as if he had been waiting. Sit here. Yes. I'm just going to talk about something simple today. We'll talk about college applications next time, and now. So, you're thinking about being a civil servant? The teacher asked. looking at the paper on the desk. It was a career hope letter that I submitted a month ago. A box with civil servant written on it caught my eye. It's only been a month. I laughed as I looked at the handwriting that felt like it had been written by someone else. No, I'm not interested. What? I wrote it roughly because I left it blank. Ugh. The teacher who was looking at the papers looked at me. One raised eyebrow twitched for a moment. Well, that can happen. The teacher, who I thought would be angry, surprisingly didn't say anything. You don't have to decide on your career path right away, so think about it slowly. Because there is a lot of time. It was a friendly tone, not like a teacher who was always angry. I hesitated and then opened my mouth. Well, there is a job I'm interested in. What? I actually spoke up, but when the teacher's gaze returned, I felt a little embarrassed. I was embarrassed to say the words out loud, so I snapped my fingertips. It was one of my old habits. It was also a habit that my older brother used to nag me not to do. If my brother saw me, he would have said something about me being out of my mind. At the same time as I thought that, the teacher clicked his tongue. TSK, don't snap your fingers. Lose self-confidence. So what is it? I tried to laugh at what the teacher said. I felt like I finally knew why my brother came to see me. An interpreter. What? Brother, I will help you find people who cannot communicate. Let me show you that there is still a way to communicate in the world. I know that. My brother is indispensable to me. So, bro, I'll send it to you. I think I can do that now. I want to become a sign language interpreter. The words that escaped my mouth came back into my ears. Only then did an innocent laugh come out. After all the filming was over, I called Lee Eun-taek to my house. Read this. When I handed over the script without saying a word, Lee Eun-taek suddenly handed it over to me. What is this? The script I wrote. Oh, the drama you filmed this time? But can I read this? Hesitantly, I answered that I had permission. Lee Eun-taek seemed surprised that I was unusually quieter than usual, but he immediately turned over the first page of the script. In the silence that filled the room, only the sound of the script fluttering was often heard. Since there were 4 episodes, it didn't take that long to read the entire script. I read it all. Lee Eun-taek, who had read all the way to the last chapter, put the script down on his desk. I sat quietly and waited for his reaction. While I was expecting to hear something, Eun-taek Lee approached me. Eun-taek Lee immediately hugged me. Because I didn't control my strength at all, the sound came out naturally. Our baby is really all grown up. It's amazing, it's amazing. The hand patting my back was rough, as if it was my first time doing it. I told you not to call me a baby. I wanted to hit him, but I stayed calm as it was a sunny day. I wanted to show the script to Lee Eun-taek before the drama came out. I was curious about what you thought after reading the script. I wanted to get confirmation from Lee Eun-taek himself if I could think like Miho. Lee Yun-jae. Jae-hee. The hand stroking my back took strength. Eun-taek Lee buried his face in my shoulder, as if he wanted to hide his expression. So do I. I miss you too, Jae-hyun. Is your brother watching us doing this? After hesitating for a moment, I answered that I didn't know. It was a script written with the hope that it would be like that. But the reality is that you can't always know. Despite my uncertain answer, Lee Eun-taek spoke once again. I'm just going to believe that's the case. I'm sorry for being so mean all this time. From now on, I will act more maturely, just like Ji-hyun Hyung. I stayed quiet and responded quietly to Lee Eun-taek's words. You can't do it. What, you bastard? Immediately harsh words came out. He sighed and slapped Lee Eun-taek on the back. Brother, get rid of the habit of swearing. Why is an idol so foul-mouthed? Hey, is that just for you? I can take care of it. You'll do really well. You, Mr. Lee. Whenever you call me baby. He's a kid too. I leisurely avoided Lee Eun-taek's hand trying to hit my forehead. Violence is prohibited from now on. Swearing is also prohibited. Hey, take care of yourself first. He always kicks me. Eun-taek Lee rushed in with a tearful face. The room became loud and noisy, as if it had never been quiet before. I thought to myself while bickering with Lee Eun-taek, I think I can do it too. Somehow it seemed possible now. Now I can finally say it. Bye. I smiled thinking that. I could feel the moonlight in the night sky beyond the window. Goodbye, Jae-hyun. Chapter 222. Let's meet Sabiya at Love Bambalove. Bambi. Sister, I'm filming a drama. Me? Yes, I know. Take a picture with Lee Jong-hyun. Bambi, another drama than that. Me? Bambi, by the way, I wrote the script. Me? When does it come out? Bambi, it's already out. Me? We are promoting Lee Bambi, the unfilial son who wrote the script and filmed it without even telling his fans. Drama of February 3rd has a lot to do with it. You can watch the entire episode in 40 minutes. 1. ZI exists in this life at Dizigo Ship 02. I felt this feeling again while watching the drama. February 3rd. The power of stories is very great. I never thought the official promotional video would be this poignant. I would like to praise Lee Yun-jae for bringing out interesting material to the end while remaining faithful to the original purpose of promoting sign language. I thought he was just a good actor, but I watched it again. Title: Lee Yun-jae's drama has been uploaded for free. It comes up right away when you search, so take a look when you have time. Happy face. I turned it on because I had done all my housework and had nothing to watch, but by the end of the drama, I started crying without realizing it. Even though it is an official promotional video, it is fun and not artificial. I was even surprised to hear that the actor himself wrote the script. He's young, but he's good at acting and there's nothing he can't do. I hope my son grows up like this too. Happy face. This guy seems like a really cool actor. From free appearances in videos promoting Korean Sign Language to scripts. Her personality is deep and befitting her young age. We will continue to support you. And I agree with your last words. Sometimes when I see you on TV, you're polite and straightforward, and it's really nice to see that. He's an actor I really want to do well. Happy face. Title: Cooldown is full. Here goes a post bragging about my actors. Serious mode on. Achievements made by my actors so far. 1. Playing 2 roles as a screen debut entered the Cannes Film Festival in France with his debut film. 2. The youngest person in the world to win Best Actor nominated at numerous film festivals. 3. Ranked number 1 in topicality by appearing as a supporting actor in a web drama. Season 2 was aired on terrestrial channels due to the high number of views. 4. Although it has only been 3 years since debut, he has made public donations only 5 times. It is said that he continues to donate privately instead of this. 5. He planned a bed commercial and now he wrote a drama script. He is a genius in other fields besides acting. 6. What is the most difficult part? Even if there is no real name in this article, everyone knows who it is. Is this what a genius actor is called? Haha. It's not so much fun as it is scary. It's already been verified, so let's all try it quickly. A cost-effective product that allows you to enjoy world-class performance as a domestic actor. This is just web novel material. Just a summary of Namjoo's life on the signboard. About being reincarnated as a genius actor. LL. Acting was the easiest. Lee Yun-jae, what's most surprising to me is that she's not on social media. I think if I made an Instagram, I would have a lot more followers, but I don't know why I don't make one. If it were me, I would make it right away and sell it for money. It's a side income. I am actually at Nugyabatalov. After all, it's best to be good at your main job. Singers must sing well, and actors must act well. Nothing makes fans' hearts flutter more than doing your job well. I think all celebrities should know this. Therefore, we request that Lee Yun-jae be included in all future videos. I was reading it well, but was shocked at the last line. Aren't you crazy? Lee Yun-jae fan special. It turns subtly. Serial day at Yeonji_day. Yeonji Lee, 3rd year of virtue. I have an unresolved question. When is he going to rest? Team leader Woo rushed over to ask if he could come to the company. I wondered if something was going on, but this is what I actually heard. You should rest for a while. Yes. Suddenly, you can go on a trip with your friends. You've been working too hard these past few days, so get some rest. I was dumbfounded by the unexpected remark and then asked back. I have a full schedule starting next week. Killing Horn, which was filmed with Hyun-i Jong and actor Suk-joon Kim, was scheduled to be released soon. From production presentations to interviews and events, the schedule was so tight that I had to move by the minute. Team leader Woo looked troubled at my words. That's all canceled. Yes. The drama release date has been pushed back. It was decided that related events would be held again after the public date was confirmed. What does this mean again? Frowning, team leader Woo sighed deeply. I think there is a change in management within the platform. Because of stock-related issues, all other works other than Killing Horn were put on hold. Is that okay? Of course not. So the production companies are also going to sue for violation of the terms of the contract, so it's no big deal. Huh. What has been going on since the beginning of the year? The hands that were pressing the corners of his eyes looked very tired. No matter how much it gets delayed, it will only be delayed for a month or two, so don't worry. They will have sorted out all the crazy things in a month. I nodded when I heard that this was a common occurrence on this floor. Yes. All right. I don't know the details, but they told me to rest, so I rested. Good. It hasn't been long since filming for the Korean Sign Language drama ended. No matter how much I loved acting, there was also accumulated fatigue. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to rest. Then am I really taking a break? Huh. You might get busy in a month, so get some rest while you can. I'll call you if anything happens. Team leader Wu got up and said he had to go to the meeting. The work was so intense that zombies appeared to be crawling. I need to bring some nutritional supplements. TSK. There are too many people around me to take care of. At this point, should I really have a babysitter as well? Actor. Shall we go straight home? Yes. I rode the elevator with Jean Bei. It's been a while since I took a break. Please take this opportunity to rest well, actor. I guess so. The drama will be released soon, as team leader Wu said, so don't worry too much. Jean Bei slowly stroked my shoulder. The tone of voice was that he was worried that I might be anxious. I'm fine. I'm worried that the fans will be disappointed. Oh, I guess so. Yesterday, there was a post asking if we could finally see Bambi with white hair. Jean Bei spoke casually, but I was the only one who felt embarrassed at the mention of white-haired Bambi. I felt a tickling sensation in my ears, so I quickly changed the topic. You did well filming the February 3rd drama. It wasn't my intention, but I think the fans will be less disappointed because I'm not empty-handed. You're right. Time will tell the story of Killing Horn, so you can rest well now. Do you have any special plans? When Jean Bei asked that question, his face didn't look like he had any expectations. He seemed to think that, at best, he would just say acting practice. Yes, there is. So as soon as I said this, Jean Bei quickly turned his head. What are your plans? Are you an actor? The two wide eyes seemed ready to pop out at any moment. I couldn't help but laugh at the foolishness that could only be seen when the two of us were alone. What is it? Would you like to take acting lessons? I think there is nothing but acting in my head. He shook his head and answered with a smile. No, I have to do my best. In front of the express bus terminal, he was standing at the entrance with his hat pulled down. Why are you looking at me? You wouldn't know it was me because I was wearing a mask, but strangely, I could feel people's eyes on me. I should have just asked Jean Bei. Just as I was about to think about nothing else, a red bus came into the terminal. As soon as I saw a familiar figure getting off the bus, I approached it. Hone. Kite. Oh my, you can't call me by name. Park Hone, who was about to shout my name out loud, quickly covered her mouth. I smiled and looked down at Park Hone, whose eyes were like a rabbit. Long time no see. How have you been doing? Huh, nothing's wrong with me. Wow, but you're really tall. It has grown a lot. What? Wasn't it like this when I saw it last year? Thank you. But Baihyuk still has a long way to go to win. Ugh, has Nabi grown taller? It's gross. Park Hone trembled. I laughed while looking at Park Hone, who had a truly fed-up look on her face. I heard that Baihyuk reached 180 centimeters not long ago. Ugh, he really needs to grow up. After Park Hone went to middle school in another area, it became difficult to see her face. Still, everyone somehow made time to meet once every 6 months, and Park Hone and No Baihyuk were shocked to see each other every time. Perhaps because they had known each other since kindergarten, they seemed to have a hard time adjusting to each other's changing appearances. He laughed off Park Hone's suggestion that No Baihyuk should press down on his head to prevent it from getting bigger. I'm serious. Why are you smiling? Hone, I'll help you carry your luggage. Give it to me. I'm really serious. No Baihyuk is also No Baihyuk, but Park Hone has also grown a lot. It was unfamiliar to me that the facial lines were more distinct than when I saw them before. Time flies. I felt the passage of time again. It seems like only yesterday that I was in elementary school, but I'm already in my 3rd year of middle school. Just 1 year from now, I will be a high school student. It's high school. Was he going to the same school as Baihyuk back then? Just a few years ago, the daily routine was just surviving each day, let alone the future. I've changed a lot too. A lot will change in the future. It was amazing to be able to look forward to the unpredictable without fearing it. How about studying? Do you still want to become a doctor? Then, I ended up entering medical school early. Park Haun shouted bravely. It seems like the desire to become a doctor still remains. Amazing. Won't you get tired of studying like that all day? Yanji, isn't that what you want to say? Oh, I see. I smiled shyly. All I do is study on my own, but you are already working. Honestly, I'm jealous. I also want to become a doctor quickly. Why do you want to be a doctor so much? It's cool. Saving people. Park Haun grinned. When I was young, my mom told me about the surgery I had that day. Her confident face looked so cool. It's actually a cool job. I'm sure you'll do great. As soon as I finished speaking, Park Haun laughed. Haha. You're still the same. What? It's okay if you don't know. Oh, when you film a medical drama in the future, come ask me for advice. I will tell you in detail. Wouldn't you be busy then? No matter how busy I am, I have to make time to help this actor. I chuckled at the sight of him shaking his shoulders as if he had already become a doctor. As we chatted so much without noticing how time was passing, we had already arrived at our destination. I'll just leave my luggage and come down quickly. I'm not in a hurry, so take your time. Park Haun hurried into the villa. This was the villa where Park Haun's aunt lived. It was also where Park Haun would stay for about a week. I'll have to contact No Bai-hyuk and tell him I'm leaving soon. The reason Park Haun, who is busy studying every day, took time off for a week to come up is because of No Bai-hyuk. Because No Bai-hyuk's debut is just around the corner. Park Haun and I decided to prepare well together for a week. Get ready to be a real fan of No Bai-hyuk. I should learn the geography of this area in advance. Something might happen, so I have to take you home every time we break up from now on. I stood at the entrance to the villa and opened the map app on my phone. While I was looking at the surrounding geography on the app, someone approached me. Hey. When I looked up, a woman with an unfamiliar face was standing there. I'm really sorry for suddenly saying this. It was a very flushed face. Religious advice? Extortion? The various thoughts that passed through my head disappeared in an instant as soon as I heard the next words. Do you by any chance have a girlfriend? Yes? Chapter 223. I'm not really a strange person. The woman trembled with a red face. This is my first time asking this, but he's my ideal type. If you don't mind, please give me your number. You won't be able to see anything because of the hat and mask. Do you like the mask? I wanted to point out the questions filled with the woman's words, but my voice was shaking so much that I held back. I'm so excited. He wasn't even looking at me properly. I could feel the woman's emotions vividly as her eyes roamed the floor. Yes. For no reason, I was so nervous that I cleared my throat. Perhaps because of my mood, my ears felt itchy. I was trying to decline as politely as possible, but a thought crossed my mind. Camera. I came to my senses right away. If someone catches this, it will be a big problem. I'm a celebrity. I had forgotten. It wasn't the time to be nervous. Let's start by sorting out the situation. I opened my mouth first, thinking that I had to finish it quickly. However, perhaps because of my sense of urgency, I jumped into the main topic without realizing it. I'm a middle school student. Yes. Was it too basic? The woman's eyes became empty. The woman was dumbfounded for a moment with her mouth open as if she couldn't believe it, then made an sound and bent her waist to 90 degrees. Sorry. I'm sorry, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so trash, oh my. How could you do this? No, you can. Really sorry. I thought he was older. I went to high school near here. No, it's not this. First of all, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. You don't have to apologize too much. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. Can I go now? No, I'm going. Sorry. The woman, who was crying, took a step back and then turned around and ran. I looked at the back of the woman who was quickly disappearing. Yanji, I'm sorry. Did I come out too late? Only after hearing Park Haun's cheerful voice did I let out the breath I had been holding the whole time. Is it Yanji? What's the matter? Are you okay? No, it's not okay. He covered his face with both hands and muttered. Park Haun brightly asked what happened. Why are your ears so red? It just happened. I smiled awkwardly when asked if I had met any fans. Everyone is amazing. That courage was amazing. It's not that common to be asked questions, so how can I even think of asking for your number? Did you contact Nabi? It's at the cafe I mentioned last time. Let's catch a taxi first. Then let's go out to the main street. First, he followed Park Haun, who took the lead. I thought quietly as I grabbed an empty taxi and headed to the cafe. I was wearing a mask. The woman said I was her ideal type, but she couldn't see anything clearly because of the mask. Since I couldn't see my face, it probably had nothing to do with my face. Rather, I have never experienced anything similar to this when I went around showing my face. Then again, that's all there is. I guess I like the mask. After finishing the logical reasoning, I nodded. We need to change the mask right away. Somehow, I should have thought it was strange from the moment Jinbei said it was the most popular mask these days. I clicked my tongue inwardly. What? It's gross. It's funny. You're even more disgusting. As soon as Park Hoon and No Bae-hyuk met, they were disgusted with each other. Aren't you really going to be 2 meters tall like this? Park Hoon looked up at No Bae-hyuk for a while and frowned. Why do you keep getting taller? Is it water hyacinth? Water jade? Do you want to die? No Bae-hyuk shouted. Why did you grow your hair so that it doesn't suit you? Why the hair? I grew it to tie it up because it was annoying when I was studying. It doesn't suit me. Just have short hair like in the old days. Disgusting. This bastard. Park Hoon and No Bae-hyuk spoke loudly. As I quietly looked at the scene, Eun-taek Lee next to me muttered, "You two get along really well." I know. They grumbled constantly, but it was befitting of them not to say anything that crossed the line. Good job renting a cafe. Not only did the two get along well, but their voices were also good. As the decibels grew louder, I felt momentarily relieved that there were only 4 of us here. Hey baby. They dash. I told you not to call me a baby. It's my heart. So they're not dating? Are you really friends? Eun-taek Lee made a suspicious face. It would be troublesome if dating rumors broke out right after debut. You two are real friends. He said he was a childhood friend. Isn't it too typical a cliché? Oh, Eun-taek Lee knows those words too. Although I was internally impressed, I answered calmly. Don't worry. Bae-hyuk will take care of it. But the fan's perspective is different. That's right. I nodded my head quietly. That's why I rented here in the first place. Since the debut of No Bae-hyuk and Lee Eun-taek was so close, it was not easy for them to meet together with their girlfriend, Park Hoon. Because being an idol is a job with a lot to consider. It was a job where rumors arose just by looking at a woman or a man for a few seconds. Restrictions will increase one by one like this. It is a very happy thing to receive love from fans, but of course, as a celebrity, there are many things to worry about. I felt sorry for Park Hoon, but I felt fortunate that she was a man. At least there won't be any restrictions. On me meeting Lee Eun-taek and No Bae-hyuk. Hello? Sorry. I was so busy talking to him that I couldn't even say hello. Hey, where are you? My name is Park Hoon. I'm Yeonji's friend. Park Hoon, who ended the conversation with No Bae-hyuk unilaterally, smiled brightly. Ah yes. Hello. Speak comfortably. I'm the same age as Yeonji. Park Hoon answered sadly. Perhaps because he was such a flawless kid, he didn't seem to be pushed aside at all by Lee Eun-taek, who gave him an impressive look from the outside. Eun-taek Lee answered that he understood, but did not let go of his wary gaze. It looks like a cat. Eun-taek Lee chuckled as he seemed to be able to see what he was thinking inside. Heian, you understand. This guy has a really bad personality. Lee Eun-taek's sharp gaze landed on his face. What should I do? Even if I try to stare at it like that, it won't break through. Even when I saw him for the first time in a while, he cursed at me and made a fuss. I'm acting like an angel to you right now. Park Hoon laughed at my words. I often call Yeonji, and I hear a lot about you every time. Is he talking about me too? Sure. I ate takoyaki with my second brother the other day. Ha Hoon. I was startled and quickly intervened. Huh. Wouldn't you like to drink something? Aren't you thirsty? Want a drink? Where is the menu? Oh, there it is. Nabi, are you going to drink too? No Bae-hyuk answered that he would only drink water because he was controlling his diet. Park Hoon raised her voice and asked, where is the weight to lose? And told her not to say anything disgusting. Leaving behind the 2 people who were fighting again, Eun-taek Lee looked at me intently. Why what? When I answered bluntly, Lee Eun-taek laughed and slapped me on the back. My baby is very shy. Ah, that damn baby. Are you going to call me that outside too? Eun-taek Lee shrugged his shoulders and asked, is there anything I can't sing? I couldn't help but laugh. While I was watching Park Hoon and No Bae-hyuk fighting, Lee Eun-taek whispered softly, baby, is he dating you then? Is that the only thing on your mind? When I made a truly disgusted expression, Lee Eun-taek made an aggrieved face. He just said that. I heard you two call often. Then let's call on the cell phone. What are you doing? That's not what you mean. Can't you even call your friends? It's because I live in a different area. Even Park Hoon was just as busy as me with her studies, so she only called me once every month or two. I'm not friends with girls. So what should I do? It might be a little less since you're an actor, but you know you're still a celebrity, right? No. Of course, you need to have actual experience to act. Hey, you have to show me before you get a girlfriend. Get permission and date. Hyung, stop and eat this. It gets weirder the longer you leave it alone. Eun-taek. Lee, who said he was also controlling his diet, put crapple in his mouth. Lee Eun-taek, who had been muttering for a while with his cheeks full, opened his mouth again. So let's just say we're friends with him. Don't you have a girlfriend? Huh, really? Perhaps they had just set the date, but the topic hardly changed. Lee Eun-taek's eyes were full of curiosity. Have you ever dated anyone? Is there any? When I shake my head lightly, he asks if I have a crush. Doesn't exist. I'm so curious about what that is. Of course I'm curious. How long has it been since you and I had no contact? Aren't you curious about who you've been with and how you've been doing? I couldn't say anything more due to the blunt tone, so I sighed. I've never liked anyone. The only girl I contact often is Hoon. TSK, I understand. Hyung, Hoon is a really good girl. He is a kind friend. It was Park Hoon who actively explained things when the kids couldn't approach me because of my rumors, and it was thanks to Park Hoon that I got to know No Bae-hyuk. Although I couldn't see him often because he lived far away, he was a kind friend who asked me how I was every time I called. He's one of the people I consider important. So does my brother. So I wanted the two of you to meet. Hoon knew that she wouldn't be able to see Bae-hyuk once he debuted, so she deliberately took a week off to come up. I want to properly congratulate him on his debut. He was such a sweet and straightforward kid. I could see that he was acting cautiously for fear of being misunderstood as Bae-hyuk or my secret girlfriend. I know what you're worried about and why you're worried, but Hoon will take care of it, so don't be mean to her. Did I behave meanly? I just felt a little awkward. You look so dirty. Well, since the future is unknown, the day may come when Park Hoon and No Bae-hyuk date. However, the two clearly knew what to watch out for now for the future. I know that too. The job of an actor was more free than that of an idol. When Han Se-young and I were acting as a couple, I saw a lot of comments saying we should actually date. But right now wasn't the right time for me to date someone. Right now, fans are enough to give and receive love from someone. Okay, I won't say things like this to No Bae-hyuk or you from now on. No matter what, both of you will do well. Eun-taek Lee grumbled, saying that I was so serious that it made me embarrassed to joke around. But when you meet someone later, be sure to show it to me. I understand. You promised. I understand, so eat more. Eun-taek Lee put the remaining crapple into his mouth. I gently comforted Lee Eun-taek, who was complaining that he would take responsibility if I gained weight, and the four of us had a conversation after that. It was fun spending time with important people. After talking frantically for several hours, No Bae-hyuk and Lee Eun-taek got up first, saying that practice time was up. Brother, I'm sorry, but can I ask you a favor? Eun-taek Lee, who was about to leave, turned around and looked at me. He spoke slowly while looking at Lee Eun-taek, who was raising his eyebrows. Can we change our masks? Yeonji, you really don't have to take me. Her cousin is like this in front of her house too. You go first. Park Hoon rejected her words with a smile. What kind of world is it these days? They're talking about big trouble. As I entered the alley with Park Hoon, a certain person was standing in front of the villa. Park Hoon shouted in a loud voice. Sister, I guess that person is my cousin. As I watched Park Hoon waving her hands with an excited face, I thought I should go home now. Hoon, until I realized that the voice of my cousin was overly familiar. Who is next to you? Oh, my friend. With Park Hoon's clear voice in the center, I made eye contact with the woman for a moment. I thought to myself as I looked at the woman who was looking at me with a pale face and the woman who had asked for my number in the morning. Good job changing the mask. Chapter 224. Look at my mind. I forgot to buy groceries. Park Hoon's aunt sighed after checking the empty refrigerator. Should I at least order delivery? Then dashed. I was about to say that I was just going home when I muttered something. Aunt. Then let's order and eat. Tekbaki. Park Hoon was one step faster. Tekbaki? There is also a series. Let's order something more delicious. Yanji also really likes tteokbokki. It's a series, right? Are you fine? Huh. Who can say to that face that it's not okay? As soon as I heard the word tteokbokki, I avoided Park Hoon's eyes, which were filled with madness. Scared? Then let's order tteokbokki and eat it. Do you know any place? There's a new menu coming out this time. Park Hoon chatted with her aunt about the delivery app with a very excited face. I looked earnestly at Park Hoon, who was concentrating on choosing the menu. Haeun, please take care of me. I'm so obsessed with tteokbokki that I abandoned my friends. What a shallow friendship this is. I sighed inwardly while sitting on the sofa. Of course, I wasn't sitting alone. There was someone next to me like air. Park Hoon's cousin and the woman who asked me for my number. Driving me crazy. The silence covering the sofa was becoming increasingly heavy. I should have turned around and gone home right away. As soon as I encountered the woman in front of the villa, I froze. The woman also looked at me in a frozen state, and while we were both looking at each other, we happened to meet Park Hoon's aunt. When I was told to go after dinner, I didn't even have time to refuse and ended up being dragged home. Lee Yunjae? I think Park Hoon's aunt already knew that I was friends with Park Hoon, but I guess the woman didn't know. As soon as I entered the house and took off my mask, the woman muttered with a pale face. When the woman, who looked like she was about to collapse at any moment, muttered my name, Park Hoon belatedly introduced me, as if she had missed it. Park Hoon said various things to keep it a secret, but it didn't seem like she could hear it properly. Should I at least try to talk to him? It seemed too quiet, so I glanced at the woman next to me. And after checking the woman's face, he immediately looked straight ahead. Let's just stay still. The woman had a face that made her want to die right now. It was a while later that the woman spoke. I was really rude this morning. Are you okay? I was really sorry. I was so surprised. No, please don't apologize. The woman was so pale that she had a sallow look on her face. I'm really sorry, but can't we just pretend it never happened? Because I will live my whole life reflecting on this. If you could at least keep it a secret from just those two. I was a little embarrassed to say something that sounded like it would come out of the mouth of a criminal, but I willingly agreed to understand. Anyway, I gave Lee Eun take the mask I was wearing in the morning. How embarrassed the woman must be now that her favorite mask is gone. Only after hearing my answer did the woman's facial expression return to normal. I heard before that Hoon was friends with actress Lee Yunjae, but I didn't know they were still in contact. You can speak comfortably. You're an actor. When I asked her again to make me feel comfortable with the awkward title, the woman said with an awkward expression, yeah, okay. Yanji, he answered. A woman named Hwang Yunju introduced herself as a third-year student at a high school nearby. After exchanging a few words, the awkward atmosphere gradually eased. Just in time, the tteokbokki arrived. I'm sorry for coming all the way here and giving you delivery food. Next time you come, I'll cook you something delicious. No, thank you for inviting me home. Park Hoon's aunt looked at me happily. How can a child be so pretty and kind? I wish he were my son. Oh, Mom. It's the main policy. As Hwang Yunju scolded her, Park Hoon's aunt snorted and asked if she couldn't even speak. I felt at ease because I felt like I was being treated as Park Hoon's friend rather than a celebrity on TV. Haeun, thank you so much for taking me here. There are a lot of bullies walking around my house these days. Really? Kids in school uniforms smoking and spitting, ugh. I reported it several times, but it didn't get better. Park Hoon's aunt sighed. I also put down my chopsticks with a serious look on my face. From now on, let's watch Hoon enter the house. I thought that would put my mind at ease. I told Park Hoon's aunt not to worry because I would take her home safely for a week. Yanji, I can go in alone just fine. You don't have to worry, dashed. Here are the noodles. Eat. Huh. When I took out the glass noodles from the tteokbokki, Park Hoon ate them with a happy face. Watching him eat rice balls covered in tteokbokki sauce, it seemed like he had forgotten what he was going to say. Would it be that good? I can't believe that so much tteokbokki can fit into such a small body. It was a mystery. I feel relieved because there is a cereal. Thank you so much. As someone raising a daughter, I don't know how anxious I am these days. I was worried that someone might be rude to our performance on the street. Mom. Hwang Yunju's face turned pale again. If someone asks for your number or if you have a boyfriend, you immediately reject it. Okay. I understand, so please stop. Huang Yunju closed her eyes tightly. For no reason, I felt embarrassed and avoided eye contact, and the dinner that only Park Hoon was happy with ended like that. Luckily, Tech Baki wasn't the only thing I got that day. It turned out that Huang Yunju was a person with a lot of experience as an idol fan. I heard that he once worked as a top seed Homa, but I didn't know what that word meant, so I stayed quiet. When the music comes out, the actress tells me to start streaming. They say if you have an air system, you can run it with that, but since we don't have one, let's skip this part. Okay. Thanks to the list of virtues carefully prepared by Yanju Huang, the feeling of helplessness disappeared. Neither Park Hoon nor I know anything about idol fan art, so we planned to study them one by one, but thanks to this, things became a lot easier. What is top loader? I guess they're decorating it by including poker. What is poker again? I felt dizzy. It's probably an abbreviation for photocard. But is this sold separately? Where can I buy it? Park Hoon asked brightly, but there was nothing I could answer. I also need Li Take. As I searched for each word on the list, I realized that they were roughly included in the album one by one. Wow, they said it was sent randomly. I was weak. Because it's better to sell a lot of albums. Oh my god, should I ask the slave separately? I don't think you'll give me 100% if I tell you. So try being cute. Hey, and concentrate. After much deliberation, we decided to buy just one album each. We decided to meet again tomorrow to talk about the rest, and left Park Hoon's house. I flinched for a moment because there was a large figure standing in front of the villa. Actress. Brother, why are you outside? It's cold, and I'm in the car. Jinbei, with a slightly red nose, laughed. It's dangerous. Maybe it's someone like Park Hoon? It seems like a very normal street to use that word against me. I was about to ask my brother if he couldn't see the big streetlight over there, but ended up asking, shall we go by car? Yes. Thank you for coming. Jinbei laughed, saying it was new to him. The great warmth standing next to me was reassuring. After that, I prepared to have a good time with Park Hoon. I contacted Yanju Huang every time I got stuck, and I thought it was great that she answered every question without any hesitation. The more I learned about how fans like celebrities, the stronger that belief became. Everyone is really amazing. I know. I didn't know there was so much to take care of. I think reading an anatomy book would be easier. Park Hoon cried and said she wanted to study. I also had a burning desire to read the script, but I calmly calmed myself down. No matter how hard we try, there will be limits. So let's do as much as we can. Because Baihyuk is cheering for us. Do we really feel like slaves are rooting for us just because we're like this? I couldn't bear to answer yes to Park Hoon's muttering. I searched for videos on how to decorate a top rod and studied how to do it one by one, but I thought this was the right way to do it. So I decided to find another helper. Space Kong Sehyan. Sehyan explained the situation to his brother over the phone and asked for help. There was silence for a moment over the phone, and then bursts of laughter were heard. Going crazy. Hey, someone is studying virtue. You really hit the nail on the head. I knew it, but I couldn't really put it into words. Stop smiling and talk, bro. If you just like something, that's a virtue. Why are you grunting like that? Sehyan said that you can truly practice virtue only if you have a happy heart. I knew you were an unusual kid, but it seems your friend is also an ordinary kid. As expected, I pouted when I heard that similar kids were playing together. Park Hoon, who was listening with bated breath next to her, also wrinkled her face. Hey, sorry for suddenly interrupting. If you say that, won't the listener feel bad? Are you Serial's friend? Yes. Hello. My name is Park Hoon. After Park Hoon, who was unnecessarily bright, finished her self-introduction, she got angry again. So don't treat it the same as Yanji. Are you mad because of that? The camaraderie collapsed in vain. Sehyan smiled and apologized, not knowing that I was quietly staring at Park Hoon. Okay, sorry, but you both need to relax. Baihyuk would be happy just to have you thinking of him like this. Still, I want to support you more properly. Park Hoon muttered depressedly. Me and Yanji decided to be Nobi's #1 fans since elementary school. As the #1 fan, I wanted to do everything that other fans did. Oh my, did you do that? Sehyan spoke sweetly, as if comforting a child. I understand your feelings, but I was once in Baihyuk's position too. Baihyuk is so nervous right now that he doesn't know if the food is going into his mouth or his nose. Other members will do the same. Because they are kids who worked at least several years to debut. No, that's why Park Han and I prepared more. I hope that No Bai-hyuk and Lee Eun-taek will find their efforts over the years more rewarding. We wanted to let you know that we are sincerely rooting for you, rather than just making up for it with a few words. After hearing what we said, Sahayan stayed still for a moment and then spoke. Then how about doing it like this? The night before the long-awaited debut showcase, No Bai-hyuk and the members were shaking in the practice room. We're debuting tomorrow, right? I feel like I'm going to throw up. If you're going to throw up, do it now. You can't throw up on stage tomorrow. After the reassuring leader's words, there was a moment of silence. At that time, the manager approached me and said that there was a gift for No Bai-hyuk. Who gave it to you? They were your friends I saw last time. I asked them to come inside, and they just told me to give them a gift. The faces of Lee Eun-jae and Park Han immediately appeared in No Bai-hyuk's mind. You two cute kids, you two were plotting some kind of plot. No Bai-hyuk smiled and handed over the box. What? Are you going to eat it? Oh, I'll see you first. At the member's urging, No Bai-hyuk opened the box with his hands without even having to cut it with a knife. After a while, the members opened their eyes wide after checking the contents. What is all this? Chapter 225. The first thing that caught the members' eyes was the white canvas. A high-quality canvas that would be used by professional painters. But unfortunately, the picture drawn on it was not professional. What's this? One member asked in the silence. I didn't mean to be sarcastic, but it was a question I asked because I really didn't know what it was. Is it like an abstract painting? He seems like a little guy. Isn't it a drawing of a person? No way. A circle on the canvas. There were 5 things that I didn't know if I could call them, and there were lines drawn underneath them. The members looked at the picture quietly. The leader, who stayed still, pointed out and analyzed them one by one. This line seems like a stage, and this is glitter? I think so. If this is a person, there are 5 people in total, so it probably means us. This. Another member answered hesitantly. Out of respect for the person who gave the gift, no one said it out loud, but they were thinking the same thing inside. What kind of gift is this? While I was thinking this, No Bai-hyuk checked behind the canvas. This was written on the back of the canvas. We sincerely congratulate you on the debut of Nade. This is a picture I drew myself. I hope that bright light will accompany the future of the 5 of you like in the picture. Happy face, Lee Jong-hyun. Is Lee Jong-hyun that Lee Jong-hyun? No. Bai-hyuk slowly nodded at what one member said. When No Bai-hyuk said yes, the members immediately changed their stance and changed direction. Like this. You gave me valuables. It's so touching. Amazing. He is also a wonderful person. The members spit out stiff words like robots. The leader who came to his senses the fastest took control of the situation. Be sure to say thank you, Bai-hyuk. Huh. Let's check something else. No Bai-hyuk, who still couldn't get over the shock of the painting, barely managed to move his body. The second thing he took out was a bundle of A4 paper. A member asked in confusion after seeing the bundle so thick that it was difficult to lift with one hand. What is that? He even looked a little scared. I do not know either. No Bai-hyuk also looked at the paper suspiciously, and as soon as I saw what was written on the paper, I started laughing. Oh, I'm going crazy. Why? What? There was a teaser video posted about our debut. That's the comment written there. No Bai-hyuk laughed. It was a piece of paper that copied comments from fans looking forward to the debut of the group Nade, which includes No Bai-hyuk and Lee Eun-taek. The volume was so vast that it was almost the size of a paper. This is Yeonji Lee's idea. No Bai-hyuk laughed, making a sound like the wind was out. Wow, did you copy and paste all of this? Your friend is really amazing. The members looked at the paper with admiration. When I looked at the warm comments that filled the paper, I felt strange for no reason. There are some drugs. There were a lot of miscellaneous things in the box. It was said to be a painkiller specialized for muscle pain, and there was even a medicine box with explanations and precautions written on a note. The straight handwriting written on the note belonged to Haun Park. Is there an envelope too? Our names are on it. The last thing left was 5 envelopes with each member's name written on them. Do you have any for us? The 3 members, excluding No Bai-hyuk and Lee Eun-taek, were surprised that they had their share. The members quickly opened the envelope and paused. This. Inside the envelope was a top loader, crudely decorated with stickers. Top loader with members' photo cards inside. Of course, it wasn't an official photo card. It was paper printed by cropping the photo No Bai-hyuk had sent to him saying he was practicing. The quality was not bad for a handmade product, but the members had doubts. Why are you giving this to us? The members were confused as they suddenly had to carry their photos in the top loader. It was a sign that Lee Yun-jae and Park Ha-eun showed that they worked hard in their own way, but there was no way the members knew about this. Guys, there's also a letter in the envelope. Wow, it's a handwritten letter. It's been a while since I received a handwritten letter. It was a letter congratulating him on his debut. There was the same sentence at the bottom of 5 letters with different contents. You will receive letters from many fans in the future. I sincerely congratulate you on being one day closer to the start of that love. I will support you. The members who were reading the last part paused. I guess we'll really debut. One member muttered. Even though the debut showcase was scheduled for tomorrow, it still didn't feel real. But when I read the letter, carefully typed, letter by letter, I realized. I know that I will receive countless letters like this in the future. Fans will pour out their love to such an extent that it may sometimes feel overwhelming. And they had to repay that unrequited love. Let's do really well. The leader said quietly. The members nodded silently. You guys cheer in an unusual way. I chuckled at No Bai-hyuk's words. Seeing the smile on his face that filled the phone screen, I guess it wasn't a bad gift. Yeonji, can I talk to Nobi too? Oh yes. I moved my phone and captured Park Ha-eun on the screen. It was my first time making a video call, so the screen shook every time I moved my hand. Has there been an earthquake? Listen carefully. I'm holding it properly. Parka, you just took the phone away. Nabi, how was the gift? Thanks to the support, I feel energized. No Bai-hyuk chuckled at Park Ha-eun's bright words. Okay, my brothers also really liked it. Oh, do you want to say hello? No Bai-hyuk called the members. Suddenly, the screen filled with 5 people, and they all started talking. It was crazy to hear so many people saying thank you at the same time. At that moment, Jong Hyun came out to the living room and found us. Yeonji, what are you doing? I'm having a video call with Bai-hyuk. Do you want to do it too? Jong Hyun and I willingly took the cell phone. Hello. OMG. The members covered their mouths at the sudden appearance of a top actor. Congratulations on your debut. At Jung Hyun-i's words, the members screamed and said they were fans. One member even held his breath in disbelief. Jong Hyun-i, who was leisurely providing fan service, smiled brightly. I sent you a drawing through a series. Did you receive it well? Oh. The noisy mobile phone suddenly fell silent. After a moment of silence, the leader hesitated and spoke. Thank you. The picture was so cool. Thank you. I was a little nervous because it was my first time drawing in a long time. While you said that, the leader's gaze was lost. He held out his hand to save the members who didn't know what to do. Brother, I have something to say to Bai-hyuk. Oh yes. Good luck tomorrow. Go for it. Jeongyeon smiled brightly and entered the room after saying hello. The members also disappeared from the screen with exhausted faces. You really drew it with sincerity. No Bai-hyuk muttered as if he couldn't believe it. I guess I thought you were making fun of me. I could understand how he felt, so I smiled awkwardly. That guy is always serious about his paintings. Space Cian was so sincere that he even borrowed the professional canvas that his older brother uses for painting. I drew it with a lot of effort, so please don't tell me the truth. Just say it was well drawn. Huh. I hung up the phone with a message telling me not to be too nervous tomorrow. Hey, let's go home now. I'll take you there. Huh. What time shall we meet tomorrow? Let's meet around 5 o'clock leisurely. I'll pick you up in front of the villa. The reporter showcase started at 4 o'clock, and the music release was at 6 o'clock. The official showcase, attended by fans and members' families, started at 7 o'clock. I turned around only after confirming that Park Ha-eun had entered the house. We're going too. Yes. Actor. Of course. Jinbei was next to me. We spoke softly as we walked side by side to get into the car. Thank you, brother. Yes? What? You always keep pace with me. I felt it while hanging out with Park Ha-eun for a few days. Walking while keeping pace with someone who is shorter than you means that there are more things to pay attention to than you might think. Jinbei has never walked ahead of me before. I matched my steps with a nonchalant expression. It's already been 3 years since I first met you. I was 20 centimeters taller than then. We've been together since my head barely touched my brother's chest, and now I just pass over his shoulder. While I was growing up, my brother stayed by my side silently. I was grateful for that again. Jinbei listened quietly to me, smiled, and put our shoulders together. What should I do, actor? The warmth that touched my shoulder was warm. I don't think it will work unless you're a real actor. I laughed when I was told that it was a big deal to meet my first celebrity as a very lucky person. Then you can be the last celebrity. Yes. Okay. Jinbei Hyung answered refreshingly. His eyes were so gentle that he didn't realize that I was being 100% sincere. Shall we get in the car now? It's too dangerous to walk any further. It still seemed like a safe street for men taller than 170 centimeters or 190 centimeters to walk on. But there was no refutation. I thought to myself as I quietly followed Jinbei. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to say I'll retire. If you don't become my manager, they'll make a fuss and say you won't act in the future. Then, good Jinbei will inevitably be by my side. It was a satisfactory preparation. Haon, hello. Hi. Thanks for coming to pick me up. Thank you to the manager too. Park Haon smiled brightly and got into the car. You look pretty today. Park Haon paused for a moment at the words I said without much thought and hit my shoulder. Ugh. Don't praise me so carelessly. Oh my God, he's bewitching me too. Park Haon looked more embarrassed than expected and kept hitting my shoulder while shouting, What's going on? It hurts. Han Se-young was something special. I thought of Han Se-young, who always responded that I knew when people told me I was pretty. Got it. Be careful going forward. You'll be in big trouble if you do that. Huh. Please stop hitting me now. As I was chatting with Park Haon, I arrived at the concert hall. A large crowd of people could be seen beyond the window. The performer told me that all tickets for the show were sold out. Really? Huh. It's been a while since a big male idol came out, so everyone is starving? You say this, but I don't know what you mean. I don't know, but I don't want to understand. A large banner with photos of NAID members was hung on the building. It was a strange feeling to see No Bae-hyuk and Lee Eun-taek dressed up like idols. While I was still feeling something indescribable, Park Haon said something unexpected. I'm a little upset. Huh. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm really happy that my slave is doing well. Because I know how hard he worked to debut. Huh. No. I'm so happy. I just keep thinking that way. Park Haon smiled bitterly. Everything will be different in the future, right? Until a few years ago, we used to see each other every day at school. I'm already upset because it seems like we'll grow apart in the future. I quietly looked at Haon Park. Chapter 226. I quietly stared at Park Haon. How? Can you be this honest about your feelings? Even though it wasn't a positive emotion, it was cool to see him admit and share his feelings. It seems like there are only wonderful people around me. If it were me, I would have kept it to myself without saying anything. It's not a good thing to say, but I probably thought that if I said it, it would only be a burden to the people around me. But now, listening to Park Haon's story, I didn't feel burdened at all. Rather, it was comforting. Now that I know I'm not the only one who thinks that way. I see. I don't think it's a bad thing to reveal even negative emotions to others. I smiled at Park Haon, who helped me gain another realization. You're right. Everything will be different in the future. Regardless of Bae-hyuk's debut, everything is bound to change. Because you will become busier too. Maybe there will come a time when even making a phone call will be difficult. No, I wanted to say that we would definitely get along well for a long time, but I couldn't. The reality was right in front of us. And as we grow older, each of our worlds will become wider. I get upset too when I think about us growing apart. It will never be the same. Thinking like that, I held Park Haon's hand. But you just have to try. Let's work harder so we don't become distant. No one knows if that will be possible. I don't know right now whether we can depend on each other in the future or whether we won't grow apart over petty fights. Because the future is always uncertain. There is absolutely no way to know what lies beyond the hazy fog. Okay. At that time, Park Haon gave strength to the hands she was holding. There seemed to be a smile in his clear eyes looking at me. Let's do that, Yeonji. The future is always uncertain. And being uncertain meant not being decided. It's up to me. So all I had to do was make it myself. My future self. Haon, can I do streaming like this? Yes, just set the volume to 0 and keep playing it. As soon as the music was released at 6 o'clock, Park Haon and I immediately turned on the music app. Jinbei, who was sitting in the driver's seat, also suddenly joined us. How should I do this? That's dashed. When I showed Jinbei, who was having trouble even logging in, the methods one by one, he didn't show it, but he felt proud inside. Good job studying. Actor, when did you know all this? You're not good at using your cell phone. It was even more so when Jinbei asked with surprised eyes. Well, it wasn't as big a deal as I thought. I spoke as calmly as I could, but I couldn't hide the corners of my mouth that turned up. After that, I wanted to tell him one more thing, so I chatted next to Jinbei for a while. Actor, can I do it like this? Yes. You can hear the same thing next time by clicking the button next to it. Aha, then what is this button? Strangely enough, Jinbei talked more than usual, but he was so busy explaining things that I didn't have time to pay attention to it. Suddenly, I felt eyes on me and raised my head to see Park Hoon looking at us with strange eyes. Why? I'm just curious. I didn't know you were this cute. Attractiveness? What kind of charm? Unlike me, who had an incomprehensible expression on his face, Jinbei smiled softly. Why? It's cute. It's cute, but don't you think the manager really wants it to be this time? It's because there aren't many opportunities like this. Please take a moment. What are you two talking about? I was absent-mindedly listening to the two people talking and then intervened. What are you talking about? When did I start being cute? Never mind, actor. What is this button? Jinbei naturally held out his cell phone and answered without thinking. Park Hoon shook her head and turned her back on us. At first glance, I heard someone muttering, "It's special, it's special." I waited in the car and entered the concert hall on time. The second floor, where only the members' families and acquaintances could enter, was quiet, while the first floor, where fans gathered, was already full of people. There are so many people. I know. The noise was so loud that it was deafening. As if I had timed it right, the lights went off as soon as I sat down. As soon as the lights went out, huge cheers filled the concert hall. I thought about the guy standing backstage with a nervous expression on his face. I held my breath without realizing it. What brightened up the dark concert hall was the word "Nade" that appeared on the electronic display board. As soon as the words written on the sand disappeared into the waves, a light came on the stage, and the members came out. Let's breathe. The stage started immediately without any other greetings. The first one was No Bai-hyuk, who served as the main vocalist. The guy wearing clothes reminiscent of a marine look made light movements with his feet. I'm swimming to you. Yeah, a refreshing sound that matches the refreshing concept. No Bai-hyuk smiled and nodded to the beat. You're good. It was obvious that he was a little nervous, but his expression was natural for it was his first time performing on stage. No matter how much they practiced, the five members worked well together. The choreography is too intense. Unlike the refreshing and bright tone of the song, the choreography and movement were ridiculously intense. How can you dance like that while smiling brightly? I need to take more nutritional supplements. If you do that, all your cartilage will be gone before you become an adult. As soon as he thought that, Eun-taek Lee jumped and came out to the middle of the stage. Unlike No Bai-hyuk, who was refreshingly decorated with all kinds of accessories, Lee Eun-taek only had white and blue-colored clothes, which felt like the styling team's. Difficulties? Well, if you have those sharp eyes and are wearing a marine look, I think you'll break out a little. Unlike the other members, Lee Eun-taek, who wore a relatively light outfit, rapped in a flowing manner. I breathe where you want, like swimming. It was my first time seeing Lee Eun-taek like that. I had seen No Bai-hyuk sing a few years ago, and we had practiced dancing together before, so I was somewhat familiar with it. I was also worried about what it would be like if Lee Eun-taek sang, or whether it would be strange. After all, worrying about celebrities is useless. In fact, I laughed out loud at the sight of him managing his facial expressions more leisurely than No Bai-hyuk. It's amazing, really. The two guys on stage shined. It seemed like only a few seconds had passed, but before I knew it, the first song was over. The members, now covered in sweat, gathered together and gave a group greeting. Hello. This is Nade's main vocalist, the refreshing Magne, and the visual guy, Bai-hyuk. When No Bai-hyuk winked at the fans, Lee Eun-taek's expression rotted in real time. What was funny was that he also introduced himself like this. I look forward to. This is Eun-taek, Nade's main rapper and real visual. Wow, bro. Where's your conscience? When No Bai-hyuk immediately raised the microphone and refuted, the leader quickly pulled down No Bai-hyuk's microphone, saying that he should finish his self-introduction first. The leader. We'll have a hard time in the future. It must be normal to raise dogs that don't obey you. As the leader finished his self-introduction with an already tired look on his face, the members started chatting with playful faces. I was tired all the time. I need to give that person nutritional supplements. After a brief interview, the stage started again. The members, who changed their costumes several times and danced around the stage, looked like excited dogs. It was nice to see him constantly showing cuteness to his fans and shouting that he loved them. But perhaps because it was someone I knew, I felt nervous for no reason. I glanced to the side and saw Park Ha-eun with her eyes tightly closed. You must be having a hard time too. Oh, Nabi, I wish you would stop winking. You can't throw up here. Ha-eun. Park Ha-eun looked at No Bae-hyuk with disillusioned eyes. The several-hour showcase ended in an instant. When I entered the waiting room where the staff showed me, No Bae-hyuk came running straight at me like a dog. Lee Eun-jae. Ugh. I smell sweat. The guy who hugged me was shaking his feet, not knowing what to do. How was I? Park Ha, did you enjoy it too? Did I do well? His face was flushed, as if he was still full of endorphins. Park Ha-eun immediately responded by raising her thumb. I felt that the slaves in our house were the best. There is no comparison with slaves from other households. Our slave is the best. No Bae-hyuk chuckled at Park Ha-eun's extraordinary praise. I patted the back of the guy who couldn't stay still even for a moment. He gave me the bouquet of flowers I had bought in advance, but no matter how much I looked around, there was no one who could be said to be an acquaintance of No Bae-hyuk. What about your parents? Neither of them are in Korea. I heard there is some kind of meeting in America. No Bae-hyuk answered casually. I looked at the guy for a moment who smiled and said the flowers were pretty. Don't be discouraged. You're not dead. I know, but I'm just saying this just in case. I poked the guy in the cheek. Other people have at most 2 parents, but you have 3. There are more of you. Jinbei is tall, so it would be okay to count him as 1.5 people. So, there were 3.5 people, so No Bae-hyuk had the most acquaintances here. The guy paused for a moment and laughed. It's like you. Thank you. But did I really do well? What is lacking somewhere? Tell me really honestly. I thought I was just born with it. I think it would be good if you refrained from being cute. That's right. I almost threw up halfway through. Please stop going forward. Park Ha-eun immediately intervened. It was an expression full of sincerity. That's too much, both of you. Did you enjoy Jinbei as well? How was it? It was so good. What about my cuteness? Jinbei just smiled. No Bae-hyuk grumbled, saying that everyone was so cruel. The grumbling face was full of laughter. I was just laughing and chatting with that guy. I felt eyes on my face and turned my head. It was Lee Eun-taek, and the 2 people in front of Lee Eun-taek were also looking at me. It's time. After briefly saying that I would see Lee Eun-taek, I slowly walked away. I kept my smiling expression constant while walking. It was something I had already decided on a long time ago. Still, it was surprising that I was this nervous. With each step, the grip on my hand became stronger. Come to your senses. You can do it. It can't be avoided. It was something that could no longer be covered up. In order to continue living with Lee Eun-taek, I had to clash with him at least once. Hyung, congratulations on your debut. He smiled and handed over the bouquet of flowers he had prepared for Lee Eun-taek. Thank you, baby. Eun-taek. Lee hesitated unusually. I could feel him looking at me and the 2 people in front of him. I slowly looked away, still raising the corners of my mouth. A stiff, middle-aged woman and a man made eye contact. I was out of breath for a moment. Long time no see. I was wondering if I had been acting sloppily all this while, and despite my graying mind, the words I had practiced countless times came out smoothly. Okay. It was only after a while that the man finally said a word. The woman avoided my gaze. I double-checked that the corners of my mouth were secure. I was wondering what kind of expression I should make to my adoptive parents when I met them after 8 years. Chapter 2:27. I should have come and said hello to you first. I'm sorry. Still, it's nice to see you after so long. I recited my lines one after another to avoid creating an awkward atmosphere. Since I had run the simulation several times, my mind worked quickly. The adoptive father stuttered and opened his mouth. Like that. Thanks for telling me. We should have contacted you first, but really, what are you talking about? I was immediately cut off by my gloomy voice. I knew it was rude to interrupt an adult, but I couldn't help it. There are many eyes and ears to hear here. It is best to hide as much as possible anything that could lead to speculation about our relationship. Yuntae, I really congratulate you on your debut. You must be very proud. When I smiled and changed the subject, my adoptive father awkwardly laughed along. Eun-taek Lee just rolled his eyes, and Mo Yang was still avoiding my gaze. It's an uncomfortable position in many ways. I guess this is enough. It would have been enough to say hello to the parents of a close friend I haven't seen in a long time. I managed my facial expressions, hoping that others would see it as an awkward situation because I wasn't close to them. I'll greet you properly next time. What the three of you were talking about dashed. I was about to say my last line with a smile. I met Yang Mo's eyes. Excuse me. As soon as I heard a voice like dry firewood, my body stiffened involuntarily. It was the same voice that I remembered, to a point that gave me goosebumps. You seem to be doing well, thank God. Mo Yang continued, speaking hesitantly. I also saw the prize. It's late, but congratulations. A familiar scent of perfume lingered in my nose. Thank you. I gritted my teeth and pulled up the corner of my mouth that was about to go down. I clenched my fists. I could feel the clown trembling. I'm also glad that Eun-taek is doing well. The lines I had piled up in my head evaporated in an instant. It's so nice to meet Eun-taek, and what am I talking about? My mind was blank. I was saying it word for word, but I couldn't interpret it even though it was my own words. Stop. Come to your senses. The fist I was clenching was shaking. Isn't it time to be okay? It's okay to act like a victim, Lee Yunjae. It's time to get out. Don't act like a child. Next, what was the next line? I couldn't calm down to the point where I felt sorry for myself. Every time I smelled perfume, I felt sick. The feeling of wanting to run away, but not knowing where to run. It was a time when I felt like I was being driven to the edge of a cliff. Excuse me. A familiar voice intervened. Actor, I got a call. I think you should answer it. Sorry for interrupting the conversation. Because it's urgent. A large hand wrapped around my back. I could breathe easily in. The familiar warmth. Go quickly. Baby. No, it's Yanji. I'll contact you. See you next. Eun-taek Lee hurriedly answered on my behalf. I should have said something, but right now all I could do was smile. Like that, Eo Yongbang and Jinbei left the place. Woo-nim. When I came to my senses, I found myself in a hallway. Are you okay? Follow me and breathe slowly. I took a deep breath, following the eyes that were staring straight at me. Gradually, my trembling body calmed down. Finally, when I took a deep sigh, Jinbei Hyung hugged me and patted my back. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. You did really well. Kind words continued to flow into my ears. What about the phone? After a while, he asked in a tired voice. It was a lie. You decided not to lie. Yes. Sorry. It doesn't sound sorry at all. I stayed still as a hand patted my back regularly. Thank you for having me. As I muttered in a weak tone, Jinbei patted my back without saying a word. I thought it would be okay, but it wasn't. I decided not to avoid the past any longer. I resolved to overcome the past, and I worked hard. What kind of overcome is not being able to speak properly? After hesitating for a while, I whispered softly. I feel sorry for myself. Is it okay to say this? I thought I was going to be asked why I said that, but I got an unexpected answer. You can do that. Do you have any other thoughts? He hesitated in a low voice. Before spitting out the rest. I feel frustrated, depressed, and like I'm in a swamp. While I was muttering, Jinbei did not refute, but only patted me on the back. I don't like it. After saying the last words, I felt strangely relieved. Yes, I understand. Jinbei still answered with an unwavering voice. Jinbei seemed too big and dependable for my negative words to affect him, so I felt relieved for a moment. I can say this much. I buried my face in Jinbei's shoulder. When I thought that I might have to go, Jinbei spoke quietly. But I'm fine. Yes. I like the actor. Even if the actor hates himself. With those words, my body fell. When I raised my head from the distant warmth, I was met with a faintly smiling face. You know, right? Yes. I nodded slowly. The voice telling me to go home was reassuring. So are you going down tomorrow? The Nobi show ended safely, so I can't follow along with the music broadcasting activities. I have to study as soon as I go. It's a shame, but let's keep in touch often. Park Hoon immediately smiled and replied, Of course. Lee Yunjae also smiled and continued the conversation. And Jinbei glanced at the two people through the rearview mirror. You seem to have calmed down a lot. Jinbei checked the actor's face once again. The color on my face, which had been graying, has returned more than before. I'm glad it wasn't too late. Your actor won't know. How surprised Jinbei was. The actor greeted Lee Eun-taek's parents without hesitation and talked with them with a smile. It was a very natural expression, but it was visible in Jinbei's eyes that the actor is acting now. Because it was so far away, I couldn't hear the entire conversation, but as soon as the woman spoke, the actor's mask began to break. Jinbei noticed that the actor's eyes were shaking and approached him immediately. As soon as he stood next to him, the actor grabbed his jacket as if it were a lifeline. The actor's face was hidden from view during the move, so there would be no talk of other people talking about it. It looks like the treatment is having an effect. The doctor had suggested a long treatment period, so I didn't want to get my hopes up. The actor has improved a lot. Just revealing the feelings I was trying to hide was a huge step forward. Compared to the last hyperventilation, the symptoms were definitely less. It will get better and better like this. Let's do it step by step. Because he will always be next to the actor anyway. And Jinbei gently turned the steering wheel. The day after the showcase ended, Park Han returned home. I didn't know when I would see him again, so I saw him off to the terminal, and just in time, I ran into Park Han's cousin. Park Han's cousin, Hwang Yunju, still found me awkward. But as soon as I mentioned Nade, their eyes changed. Crazy, I saw the video yesterday too. What? I was momentarily surprised by the sudden change in appearance. They're really good live too. I don't know how many videos I watched last night, but my heart started racing for the first time in a long time. Oh, if it's not Gosum, I'll be running on the field. Aside from money, he seemed very distressed as he lamented that he had no time. How about seeing Nade in person? Is it as cute as the video? Cute, well, I also have friends, so that's okay. From the interview, it looked like a beagle. The kids' personalities are also active. Yes, that's right. It definitely looked like a dog. I nodded at Hwang Yunju's words. It's just my style. Should I just pretend like I'm crazy and go crazy? If you just pick an early morning schedule. Calm down. As if she had completely forgotten that she had asked me for my number a week ago, she just talked about Nade for a while and left. I felt a strange sense of betrayal. Actor, shall we go? Yes. Are you okay? I just feel a little bitter. Jinbei tilted his head, but just laughed. As we got into the car, Jinbei said he would stop by the hair shop first. Do I have to stop by the store? First of all, I have to film the video properly. Nade members are even wearing stage costumes. But I felt embarrassed about going to the store even though I didn't have any photos taken. Today was the day of Nade's first music broadcast schedule. It was also the day I promised to film a challenge video. I don't know if it will really help. Will it help Nade know that I'm dancing next to him? Still, I'll like buy-in. You already asked me if I could film a dance video and upload it. After putting on my makeup, I entered the broadcasting station. It was so big that I had no idea where to go, but luckily manager Nade came out to meet me. Oh my, thank you for coming all the way here. The cool-looking manager laughed. You decided to film a challenge video, right? I'm glad I took a picture today. This music room is the only waiting room, so it would have been inconvenient to film if you came next time. Okay, thank you for taking care of us. I followed the manager as I walked through the maze-like hallway. As soon as I entered a room, No Bai-hyuk came running towards me as if he had been waiting for me. Lee Yunjae. Yesterday, I was so busy that I couldn't see it clearly, but now I can see it very clearly thanks to the bright lighting. No Bai-hyuk dressed up like an idol. Hi. I felt a little awkward because I felt like I was a different person. I was so nervous because it was my first broadcast. No Bai-hyuk shook my shoulder. The leader told us to calm down and took the beagle away. Thank you, baby. Bro. Lee Eun-taek was the same when it came to dressing up like an idol. Why is it so unfamiliar? I was trying to control my facial expression so it wouldn't be noticeable, but Lee Eun-taek's expression was too dark. What's the matter? What's going on? I'm sorry about yesterday. I should have paid more attention. What happened yesterday? I tried to tilt my head, but quickly came to my senses. That's right. I met my adoptive parents yesterday. Since I came home yesterday, I had forgotten that I was watching a movie with Jinbei. Wow, how did I forget this? I was shaking, but after we actually parted ways, I completely forgot about it. If it had been, I would have thought about it and pondered it the whole time. Did you forget? Lee Eun-taek saw my expression and asked with a strange look. When I was embarrassed and tried to make an excuse, Lee Eun-taek chuckled. I'm glad. I was worried because I thought you wouldn't be able to sleep well. Indeed, it is useless for me to raise my little brother. I told you to say nice things. He immediately pinched Lee Eun-taek's waist. After saying hello to NAID members who I am now familiar with after seeing them a few times, I learned the choreography. Fortunately, it only took a few minutes because I only had to memorize the highlight choreography from the challenge video. Wow, you dance really well. How about working with us next time? I'm an actor. What do you think? Let's do it, let's do it. The leader also took another beagle. I really appreciated it. After filming the challenge video, I was thinking that I could go home now. Then I'll see you later. Huh. When asked what that meant, No Bae-hyuk was puzzled. You're coming with a fan bag. The manager said he saw you on the list. What? I only bought one album. No way. I heard there are over 20 copies of our fan sign cut. What is this sound? At a time when I couldn't figure out what was going on, Jinbei came up to me with a troubled look on his face and whispered, Actor Jong Hyun ordered it for me. In the actor's name. This guy is real. Chapter 228. This is outrageous. It was really amazing. Of course, it was absurd that I had won a fan sign. But the most absurd thing was that I didn't know about it until the day. Does this make sense? After being blank for a while, I finally opened my mouth. Therefore, this is ridiculous. No, you should have told me in advance. When I questioned Jinbei, an embarrassed smile came back. Actress Jong Hyun said it was a surprise gift. Are you very surprised? Then you wouldn't have been surprised. As I was dumbfounded by the amazing situation, Jinbei hurriedly handed me something. This is the actor's student ID. They say you have to show it along with the verification code to be able to enter, so don't forget to show it. Oh, they say that if you leave in the middle, you won't be able to re-enter, so please keep that in mind. The explanations continued one after another as if they had been waiting. There is no one I can trust. Jeongyeon wasn't the only one to blame. I never thought an accomplice would be this close. Suddenly, everything in the world seemed false. I was shaking with a sense of betrayal, but I came to my senses after hearing the last words. I will be waiting at the entrance. Yes. Aren't you going? Why am I going? I was dumbfounded by his sincerely puzzled tone. Then why am I leaving you, man? No way. Are you saying I should go in there alone? I didn't want to believe it. My eyes shook as if there was an earthquake. Jinbei naturally avoided eye contact. You traitor. You can do it, actor. No dashed. It's about time. Now, wear a mask. Have a nice trip. Jinbei Hyung lightly pushed his back. When I came to my senses, I found myself inside the event venue. Many people were sitting on the seats and talking. I immediately changed my mask appearance. I should have worn a hat at least. I glanced around the venue and saw that I was the only man. It was a condition that could not help but stand out. Naturally, my gaze turned to the floor. As I was about to move towards my seat despondently, an idea occurred to me. No, you wouldn't know it if you had a bare face. You wore a mask. I can't see your face, so how can I know it's Lee Eun-jae? I'm not famous in the first place. The people here are NAID fans, but there's no way they're interested in me. Being so anxious right now could also be due to excessive self-consciousness. Just stay quiet and leave. Thinking like that made me feel somewhat at ease. For some reason, whenever I felt eyes on me, I consoled myself by saying it was because of my mood. No one knows that I am Lee Eun-jae. At the same time, the women in the event hall thought, It's Lee Eun-jae. It's Lee Eun-jae. It's Lee Eun-jae. Everyone quietly exchanged glances. Lee Eun-jae looked distant, like a person who had landed on a remote island. Although he was still as if dead, he was louder than anyone else because of his presence. The woman sitting next to him thought, What kind of rice cake is this? She was the personal home horse of NAID leader Kong Yun-bin. As soon as I saw Kong Kong-bin, I knew, this guy is a great stock, and immediately opened a Homo account. NAID's members were all minors except for leader Kong Kong-bin. In fact, Kong Kong-bin had just become an adult, so he was still full of youth. But a leader is a leader, and it was impossible not to fall in love with him as he tried to appease his beagle-like younger siblings. Why? Because I'm cute. Handsome but cute? The moment I felt that way, virtue was an unavoidable path. Her favorite was Kong Kong-bin. But of course, she also liked the beagles he raised. So there was no way he didn't know about the youngest beagle's friend, Lee Yunjae. I didn't know there would be a fan sign. Lee Yunjae, sitting wearing a black mask, looked like a celebrity even as she rolled down the hill 3 times. I bet you didn't think I wouldn't recognize you. They seem to be really close friends. It will be helpful to Nate if it becomes known that Lee Yunjae, the hottest actress these days, is at the fan sign. Even if he is initially known as a male idol who is close to Lee Yunjae. Once the core fans are established, the name tag will disappear. I should take the opportunity and take 2 shots with Yinbin. Kong Bin Homa shook his head like that and spoke carefully to Lee Yunjae. Excuse me. For a moment, Lee Yunjae flinched. The eyes with pitch-black pupils grew so big that they seemed like they were about to pop out. The eyes seemed to be asking, "Can you really see me?" Kong Bin Homa was dumbfounded. "Then you won't see it? Please eat this." "Yes? Why? I brought it to share with the fans." "Oh, thank you." Yanji Lee didn't know what to do and accepted the snack. The handmade stickers that Homa had printed and individually attached yesterday were attached to the snacks. "I have nothing to give you. What should I do?" "No." Kong Bin Homa immediately turned his head, because it would be difficult if I misunderstood. There was no ill will towards Lee Yunjae, because Homa only had lecture bean. Snacks were a kind of rude concept to ask Nade to remain friendly in the future. When she turned to Lee Yunjae with a look of no interest at all, Lee Yunjae looked slightly relieved. "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" It was a while later that Lee Yunjae, who was snacking on a bag of snacks, spoke to Kong Bin's Homima. "Sure. Usually fans share snacks with each other. There is nothing set in stone, but instead of giving it to the members, we also share it with the fans. Since we are both fans, are we happy with each other?" "Okay. Thank you for telling me." Perhaps thanks to satisfying her curiosity, Lee Yunjae smiled brightly. The eyes visible above the mask were nicely curved. Maybe everyone was looking this way without being noticed, but I could feel the surroundings stirring. However, because her love for Kong Bin was so strong, Homa was able to maintain a poker face. "Is this your first time having a fan sign?" "Yes. So I'm a little nervous." "You don't need to be too nervous. I will forget everything I want to say when I stand in front of the members anyway, so feel free to just look at their faces. Of course, you will watch it in private." Kong Bin Homa swallowed the last words in his mind. "Yinbin is my favorite. Who is your fan?" "Oh, I." Lee Yunjae's eyes shook wildly at her question. Although it was quite cute to see him in trouble, Homa still maintained an expressionless expression. "I like them all." "What is it, OL?" "All fans." "Yes, that's right. All fans." Yanji Lee rolled her eyes and smiled. The surroundings suddenly became quiet due to the small sound of laughter. "Cute." Kong Bin Homa suddenly slapped himself on the cheek in his imagination. "Wait, are you going to cheat on Yinbin?" Dating 2 people at the same time was a sin itself. Simultaneous virtue is a word that should disappear from this world. When Kong Bin Homa was hit by his imaginary self about 20 times, cheers were heard. The fan signing event has finally begun. I'm glad. As expected, the power of the mask was great. I was momentarily surprised when the woman next to me started talking to me, but luckily, she didn't seem to know it was me. Even when I asked him another question after hesitating for a while, I was relieved to see him answer calmly. Studying is worthwhile. While memorizing the word all fans, I wondered if there would ever be a time to write this. I never thought I would use this word so naturally. I was proud. It's not a bad idea to come to a fan sign. I was confused at first by the unexpected situation, but once I got there, it wasn't that bad. No, it was actually good. Perhaps because the same fans gathered together, the atmosphere was friendly. Maybe it's because they didn't find out that I was Lee Yunjae. Next time I come, I'll be sure to bring snacks. I put several snacks distributed around me in my pocket. At that time, I was thinking about having to wear the same mask as I do now. "Hello." Nade members appeared noisily. The fans screamed. "It's my first fan sign, so there may be a lot of inexperience, but I'll do my best. Thank you so much for coming this far." "Nades," leader said. Contrary to his confident words, the hand holding the microphone was shaking. "You seem nervous." As I was looking at it without thinking, I suddenly heard a soft swear word coming from next to me. "Pause. You're so cute." She was the first woman to share snacks with me. I stayed quiet and pretended not to hear. I was a little scared. After that, The remaining members also greeted each other, and the full-fledged fan signing event began. Did you enjoy our performance? Then, it was so cute. Even though it was their first fan sign, the NAID members were more skilled than expected. Even though no Bai-hyuk was like that, even Lee Eun-taek was dumbfounded at the sight of him casually holding fans' hands. I was really nervous. Thinking about my first fan sign, I even felt embarrassed. I guess there are other people who would be celebrities. As I waited for my turn to gradually decrease, my turn came. The first was Lee Eun-taek. Eun-taek Lee, seeing my face, paused for a moment and smiled. Hello, what's your name? I hesitated as he naturally held one of my hands and asked. You shouldn't say Lee Eun-jae here. After hesitating, I said Jinbi's name. Please write as on Jinbei. What? You. Eun-taek Lee spoke immediately. I whispered urgently in a comfortable tone that seemed to anyone to be talking to an acquaintance. Brother, be quiet. What? What? People here don't know that I am Lee Eun-jae. Lee Eun-taek's expression became strange. I think he's just a male fan. Because of the mask. What are you talking about? Even my brother treats me like I don't know him. Be respectful. I was worried that the fan next to me would hear it. He stopped whispering and spoke again in a slightly louder voice. I would appreciate it if you could write as on Jinbei. What the? Eun-taek Lee signed with a face that said he saw all kinds of strange things. Did you enjoy the stage? How was it? I told you not to speak informally. I don't listen to you. Since I couldn't even hit my mouth and was just gawking, fortunately it was my turn to move on. Take care. I quickly let go and stood up, and Eun-taek Lee glared at me. What if I can't take good pictures? TSK. Hello. Not dashed. Please write as on Jinbei. The same was true for other members. I had to hurriedly say my name first because he looked like he was trying to speak informally with a bright face whenever he saw me. The remaining members also looked like they didn't know what was going on, just like Eun-taek Lee. The only one who reacted differently was the leader. Did you say Kong Kongbin? When I quickly explained the situation, Kong Kongbin blinked a few times and answered that he understood. Did you have a hard time coming? As expected, leaders are different. I was relieved to see that he immediately asked with respect. Yes. The guardian brought me to the front. Thank goodness. Did you enjoy today's performance? Yes. You're doing a good job. Kong Yunbin smiled like an adult. It looked quite natural, but it seemed like a lot of strength was put on his shoulders. It seems like a lot of pressure. It was ironic that unlike the members who were smiling brightly, only the leader was nervous. Should I say it or not? After hesitating for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. I briefly heard the fans talking earlier. Yes? Yes. They say your brother is so cute. It's nice to be handsome, and it's nice to work hard. Kong Kongbin blinked his eyes. I said as I looked at the other person who vaguely responded that he was grateful. None of them said they liked my brother because he was perfect. You don't have to be perfect, so just keep doing it. It's really cool now. I got up immediately at the gesture of a staff member behind me. Kong Kongbin's gaze naturally followed. Go for it. He whispered softly with his mouth and then moved away. Now only No Bai-hyuk remains. I was just thinking that I should explain the situation to him sooner. I made eye contact with No Bai-hyuk, and without any time to stop him, he shouted loudly. Lee Eun-jae. No Bai-hyuk smiled brightly. Wow. I was shaking and thought I was going to die. Come quickly. I'll sign it for you. I could feel Eun-taek Lee laughing at me from afar. I quietly closed my eyes. Shit. The disguise that had been so perfect was ruined. Chapter 229. No, really, everyone didn't know. My voice rose in frustration. What do you not know? Even from 100 meters away, it was you. No one really knew until you said it. Although I spoke passionately, No Bai-hyuk's face on the phone was somber. Our fans pretended not to know. No. I even had a conversation with you, but you really didn't know. Jinbei also said he didn't know if it was me. Jinbei wasn't there. That's not important. You bastard. It's true. I felt like I was going crazy with injustice. Why don't you believe me? Anyway, thank you so much for coming to the fan sign today. I looked at you whenever I was nervous, and it worked well. No Bai-hyuk said thank you and winked. His mood became more unpleasant. Have you seen our challenge video? The response was good. I don't know. Why are you upset? I'm not upset. You're angry because you don't believe me. If you tell someone you're mad at them for a long time, they'll get angrier. When I stiffened my face, Only then did he raise his hands. Okay, you're right. They all got caught because of me. Okay, I'm not saying it happened, but it's true. I understand. He really doesn't say a word. No, Bai Hyuk shouted 3 times. I shouted out the name and my identity was revealed. Are you done now? Huh. Hey, I heard you're secretly irritable too. Anyway, what are you doing tomorrow? I have Sanic, so can you come tomorrow too? No. Why? Busy. No. Bai Hyuk whined. It looked like a dog showing symptoms of separation anxiety. I said with a stern owner's face. Now I have to keep my distance from you. What? Why? I studied with Haon, and she said relationships are important for men. Who is your roommate, and what is your usual title? Do you have your own episodes? It was said that relationship is created depending on how close each member is, and that this changes the depth of the friendship. So, the more outsiders, such as me who is not a NAID member, intervene, the more it can interfere with the fan's ability to do well. No, Bai Hyuk, who was listening to me, was shocked. And when did you study such things? If you're going to do it, you have to do it right. As I spoke proudly, No Bai Hyuk shook his head. You are really strange. Then, try Yangtong tomorrow. Huh. Go to sleep now. I hung up on the guy. At the same time, a low voice was heard from behind. Yanji, have you finished calling? Are you still mad? Jiangyan stared at his phone in silence as he listened to his words. I wanted to run some app, but there wasn't one installed, so I just stared at the wallpaper. When I didn't respond, Jiangyi and Hyung started to whisper. Yanji, you're very angry. Can't you let off steam? I brought you something delicious. I snorted when I heard that I had bought a lot of rice cakes. It's so ridiculous. Do you think I'm going to get something to eat? What on earth are you looking at people for? Because you worked hard today, I wanted to feed you something delicious. Should I eat this? I'll give it to you. Jiangyi and Hyung laughed like a snake. I took a bite of the rice cake to avoid confrontation. It's delicious. You're eating well. Pretty. I'm not angry, so don't talk to me. Yes. Jiangyi and Hyung pretended to fasten his mouth with a zipper. After eating 3 pieces of cake in silence, I felt slightly, just slightly, relieved. This house does a good job. Well, there's nothing wrong with rice cake. Only after cleaning up the remaining cake did I look at Jiangyan. Do you know how much trouble I was in because of my brother's surprise gift? Huh. No. It's a shame that everyone didn't know until the last minute, and I was really worried that they would ruin it because of me. It was even the first fan sign, a fan signing event that will be remembered for a lifetime. It must have been an unforgettable day for the NAID members, and I would have been sorry if the situation had gone awry because of me, so I wouldn't have even been able to see their faces. It was only after Jiangyan made a promise that he would never do that again in the future that he relaxed his frown. So, it was a really difficult day? That's not it. I couldn't lie, so I pouted. It was nice to be among the fans. I can imagine the fans being this excited before my fan meeting. It was natural to be grateful, and I felt soft. Of course it feels good when someone likes me this much. When I think about NAID fans, the secret story keeps coming to mind. I can't do this. I suddenly got up from my seat. I need to write a post on the fan cafe. Huh? Suddenly. Actor, write it tomorrow. Jinbei, who had been quiet the whole time, intervened. It's 11 p.m. now. When are you going to write and sleep? I'll write it soon. I can write quickly. When I spoke confidently, Jinbei answered without changing his expression. If I upload it now, fans may get tired. I'm sure there are people going to work or school tomorrow, but wouldn't it be tiring to read everything and write comments? Yes. I nodded at the relaxed tone of voice. That's right. It won't be too late even if you use it tomorrow, so don't worry. Now, brush your teeth and come back. Yes. After answering calmly, I moved my body. I heard Zhong Hai and I whisper behind me. You're really good at handling cereals. Hey, I can hear everything. Title, New Idol NAID Sales Post. This is a NAID sales post. If you are not interested, please quietly click back slightly smiling face. Why you need to dig up NAID right now? First, children's childhood never comes back. Everyone except the leader is a minor, and the leader is also Gakki, who just turned 20. Even the youngest is 16. How many adults have been on the table so far who are idols, but are not children? Don't miss the opportunity to sell your true idol. Second, good-looking kids play cutely. This is not explained separately. I think you will understand just by looking at the picture below. Wow, I'm tired of getting along. But my personality is lively and cute. He's a complete beagle. Third, the capital power of large entertainment companies. He is the first male idol from WB Entertainment to appear after a long time since Space. Just by looking at the music video, you can feel that a lot of money was spent on it. The producer was great, and the song was chosen really well. Throw away your bias and listen just once. If you just listen to the music, it's popular, but if you watch the music video, it has a world view and is fun to analyze. First of all, the face is fun. Let's all dig together. Plus added after seeing comments. Fourth, if you like Nade, Yeonji Lee comes as a bonus. Handsome plus handsome equals good luck? Water clothes? No, it's happiness and blessing. Title. Guys, keep this in mind when operating Bambi in the future. Are you a Nade fan? Then don't bother doing business. There is no reason for us to bother doing business. Some of them have already seen Bambi in person. Rather, there is a strong possibility that they will become more fanatics than us. You should worry about that. Bambi, I shouldn't fall behind in love with anyone, but that's a bitch. Title. Post about seeing Bambi at the fansign yesterday. First of all, authentication. Photo of the fansign event venue. Photo of verification. Code. I will speak informally. First of all, non-reappointment for the second year. Among actors, I only like Bambi. I took a long break from being an Idol fan, but a friend suggested I try digging into it, so I came back for the first time in a long time. As I entered the fan sign and sat down, the surroundings suddenly became loud. What? As I looked, there was a man standing at the entrance wearing a mask. As everyone was looking, the man walked while looking at the floor. My friend next to me pokes me in the side and says I'm handsome, but I can't hear anything. Why? Because anyone could see that it was Bambi. I was so shocked that I couldn't even make a sound. As I got closer, everyone besides me seemed to notice that it was Bambi. I can hear whispers from people around me that it's Lee Yun-jae. I wanted to go right away and get an autograph and take a picture. It was my first real reception, but it was also a fan sign and Bambi was too intimidated, so I stayed still. Maybe they all had the same thoughts, but they didn't say anything on purpose. The woman next to me gave me a snack and Bambi's eyes got so big, ha. He was so thankful that I couldn't help but bite my lip. Seeing that, everyone went over one by one and gave them snacks, which they each put into their pockets like some kind of squirrel. It's not like I'm taking acorns. Members of appear, and the funny thing is that as soon as they come on stage, they all look at Bambi lol. So, naturally everyone looked at Bambi, and Bambi was nibbling on his snack. I was handling each one carefully as if I was taking food for the winter. They were so cute, I thought they were going to die. Everyone was looking at them, but Bambi was the only one who didn't know. Oh, at the end, Baehyuk. Can I mention Baehyuk? He's so famous as Bambi's friend, shouted loudly. Lee Yun-jae, do you know what Bambi did? Baehyuk immediately smacks his lips. Ha 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 ha. Slap. The hitting was so smooth that it wasn't something I had done once or twice. I guess these two are really close, ha. I overheard him talking to the other members, and it seemed like they were friendly overall, no matter how many times I'd seen them. It was the most heartwarming scene I saw this year. Anyway, I hope Bambi does everything he wants to do. I love you, Bambi. The release date of Killing Horn has finally been decided. It's been a month late since I originally heard about it, but I'm glad it's not delayed any further. From filming various contents to be uploaded to the official YouTube channel to previewing, there was a lot to do in the future. We'll have to stay together for 2 weeks. Hyunjong laughed mischievously. Right. I'm going back to your house. Let's live together for 2 weeks. You're still sleeping at my house. If there is no schedule, what can I say about the person who sleeps at my house? Even the place where we are having this conversation was our home. As I looked at him dumbfounded, Jong Hai and I, who was sitting on the sofa, laughed out loud. I just said it once. Let's get in the mood. Anyway, are we living together? I don't mind as long as Jinbei is okay. After hesitating, I asked if the house I was currently living in was rented. Itself, why is that? No. If I had said it was monthly rent, I would have kicked them out right away. That's just a few months' worth of money I lost. I'm glad. Still, it still bothered me. Jeongyeon's house was much bigger and nicer than my house, but I felt like I was wasting a good space for no reason. I thought for a moment and said, if it's okay with you, how about sleeping over at your house for a while? Really? I said this without much thought, but the reaction was surprisingly strong. Jong Hai and I suddenly stood up. It's so good. When? I don't care. I do it when I feel like it. Then, when Killing Horn is released, shall we watch it together at my house? Jinbei and everyone gathered together. I nodded absent-mindedly, seeing that he was more excited than I expected. So good. I guess I should also leave the house cleaning to you. Oh, but there are only 2 beds. I'll have to order another one in advance. Please don't do that. Hyun-jong jumped up and down like a child who received a Christmas present. That excited expression collapsed at Jinbei's words. I think you two forgot, but I'm requesting Killing Horn. You can't look at the actor. Jong Hyun, I looked like he was at a loss for the world. I'm sorry for no reason. Well, then wouldn't it be okay to cover Yeonji's eyes every time a cruel scene appears? Well, please. Jinbei, this is the first time since Tail that I've appeared in the same work as Yeonji. Jong Hyun and I appealed even more earnestly. When the drama comes out, I'll watch it first. All you have to do is check the minutes and seconds of the cruel scenes, and then close your eyes as soon as possible. Why do you do that? Even though I looked at him with a puzzled expression, Jeongyeon only looked at Jinbei. Jinbei hesitated for a while, and then barely nodded. Then I will check too. It will be safer if you double-check. No, why do you have to do that? Can't we just not watch it together? No one responded to my quietly spoken words. There are just 2 people who are making schedules according to the drama release date. I was lonely. Chapter 230. The main poster for Killing Horn came out in 2 versions. Everyone thought this when the first poster was released. It's a typical action movie. It was a poster showing Lee Yoon-jae with white hair and combat uniform holding a gun. Lee Yoon-jae was smiling brightly, and her pitch-black eyes were full of life. Behind him, vintage stickers of guns, grenades, etc. were lined up. Just by looking at the first poster, full of a playful feel, there was an image that was expected. But after the second poster came out, I couldn't think of anything else. Everyone looked blankly at the poster. In the poster, only Lee Yoon-jae was sitting alone in an empty corner. His entire body, including his white head, was completely soaked in blood. The expression was close to nothingness, and it was unfamiliar, as if it were not a living thing. His face was full of moisture that I couldn't tell if it was tears or blood, but ironically, it looked dry and as if it would break at any moment. The reaction was explosive. Oh wow, did you see the poster? Lee Yeonji's facial expression is crazy, ha ha ha, I'm tired. But when is Killing Horn coming out? Why doesn't it come out when I hit it? The release date has been postponed. 2 weeks left. And now that I think about it, isn't this Lee Yoon-jae's first time acting? Did you use a double? A hidden foreshadowing in the poster? Guess the Killing Horn story. Nothing was known about Killing Horn except that it was a science fiction action drama, which made people even more confused. Because the 2 main posters were so contradictory, it was difficult to predict the plot. Some netizens speculated that, like twins, Lee Yoon-jae attempted to play 2 roles this time. And then the long-awaited official trailer came out. I know, I don't understand it anymore after watching the trailer. If you just look at the trailer, it looks like a normal action movie, but I really like the second poster. Excuse me, am I the only one shocked that Lee Young-hyun doesn't appear as the father? I thought they would come out as real father and son this time. Still, if you look at the part where Lee Yoon-jae shouts Hyung, it seems like they are getting along well. Your smile is cute. The comment above, he laughed so brightly that it broke my heart. No, you made the kid who laughed like that line with blood? Is the production crew fighting? I'm already crying thinking about how the mischievousness in the first poster will turn into blood, sweat, and tears in the second poster. Of course, they are tears of joy. The trailer was consistently bright, as if denying the existence of the second poster. A scene where Lee Yoon-jae, smiling mischievously, fires a gun repeatedly. The scene where he runs towards Lee Young-hyun shouting Hyung. It also included spectacular action scenes, such as a truck flipping over. Lee Yoon-jae's action acting, which involves busy moving her body while dealing with numerous people alone, was not bad at first glance. The trailer, which lasted a breathless 1 minute and 30 seconds, ended with Lee Yoon-jae grinning and snapping her fingers. The trailer ended with the sound of fingers clashing and ticking. And Lee Yoon-jae's fan club president, Kwon In-ah, who had just played the trailer repeatedly for the 3,245,762nd time, screamed, "Crazy, when on earth will it come out? Ugh, that's bullshit again." Her younger brother clicked his tongue in a familiar manner. Hey, I also have to use the computer. Get out of the way. Don't you know the seriousness of the incident? After seeing this trailer, are you asking me to leave my seat? Oh, it's my computer. Come out quickly. Hurry. When her younger brother got irritated, Kwon In-ah sighed and spit out 3 words. My desk. Wallet. 50,000 won. Yes. Enjoy your writing, sir. I will step down. My younger brother walked out of the room quickly. Kwon In-ah, who was finally alone, played the trailer for Killing Horn once again. The trailer was full of fast-paced action scenes along with BGM that was very entertaining. Of course it was good. Happy. White-haired Bambi is good on its own, but it also has action. The problem is that something gets caught. I would enjoy it without a poster. The impact of the second poster was so great. Kwon In-ah carefully turned on the second poster with a broken heart. Ah, my bastard. What is the development of Yoon-jae, who is smiling innocently in the trailer, making that kind of facial expression? Why are you soaked in blood? Why are you making that face? What on earth is a story? You can tell me at least roughly, you production crew bastards. Unfortunately, there was no one who could stop her gradient anger. But there were enough people to share the pain with. In this way, complaints were posted nonstop on Lee Yoon-jae's fan cafe. On the day of the Killing Horn production presentation, reporters were crowded into the conference room. Sir, it looks like all the reporters from all over the country are here. It's so stuffy that I'm dying. There's nothing to write about these days. I'm coming here at this hour too. What's the big deal? It was so crowded with reporters that there was nowhere to step. Lee Jong-hyun and Lee Yoon-jae don't even appear on entertainment shows. I'd say get rid of it by chance. Miss, doesn't that bastard Lee Jong-hyun even meet women? I've been chasing you all week, but I haven't found anything. But if Killing Horn comes out, I won't have to worry about news stories for a while. I will be satisfied with just that. The reporters' complaints ended with the appearance of the main actors. Reporters holding cameras in a professional manner moved their hands quickly. Lee Yoon-jae, please just look here. Among them, the one who reacted the most was, of course, Lee Yoon-jae. Since the Korean Sign Language drama February 3rd did not hold an offline event, it has been a long time since he appeared at an official event. Even after the excited atmosphere subsided, there was a barrage of questions directed at him. This is your first time doing action acting. Did you do any special training? How much of the role is played in action scenes? In response to the reporter's question, Lee Yoon-jae slowly took the microphone. Like the other lead actors, I attended action school before filming. Regarding the bandwidth ratio, first of all, I filmed all the action scenes. Yes? So does that mean you did it without a stuntman? No. A professional stuntman was present for all filming in preparation for safety accidents. I also filmed a stuntman just in case, but I heard that it was decided during the editing process that only my acting would be used. The PD picked up the microphone and said that what Yeonji Lee said was correct. Yeonji used his body better than I expected. I also heard that the director of the action school offered me separate training as a stuntman, but I was so angry that they were taking such a valuable actor away that I finally stopped him. I burst out laughing at the PD's playful words. The reporters laughed along and typed so fast that their hands were not visible. Photo, Yeonji Lee. My first action performance was easier than I thought. A Killing Horn Lee Yoon-jae's action acting. The reason why there was no double revealed. Comprehensive, Lee Young-hyun Lee Yoon-jae captured the hearts of both women and men with action. Reporters were pulling out stories in real time with just one answer. Without knowing that Lee Yoon-jae was watching their quick hand movements closely, a reporter asked another question. There is almost no story revealed. Is this part of your intention? Yes. I would like to recommend that you enjoy the drama completely without any spoilers. The PD answered, confidently. No matter what story you expect, I can assure you that it will be more shocking than that. The writer wrote a scenario that I couldn't stop reading. That's right. We also said a lot while looking at the script. Wow. How do you think about this development? When Lee Jong-hyun picked up the microphone, the typing speed on the laptop became faster. The author hurriedly waved his hand in response to the series of compliments. No, I actually had a lot of thoughts while watching the actors while filming. Thank you for executing more than 200% of the script I wrote. It was truly a friendly atmosphere. Just when I was getting bored with the expected flow, the author unintentionally threw a bomb. I did some ad-libs in the middle of the serial, but it was so much better than the original script that I even changed the content. Yes. The reporter's eyes rolled quickly. So you're saying the story has changed due to Lee Yun-jae's ad-libs? I heard that Lee Yun-jae wrote the script for February 3rd herself. Could this be related to that scene? Do you have any plans to pursue a career as a screenwriter? Lee Yun-jae, please say something. Whoa, everyone calm down. I will take questions one by one. The announcer quickly got up from his seat. Lee Yun-jae looked around with her mouth wide open, perhaps surprised by the sudden buzz of reporters. Of course, he quickly returned to his original expression, but the scenes he was watching in real time were also quick. The captured images were posted on social media in real time. Our reporters are going crazy, so look at Bambi's face, ha ha ha. He's noble. Doesn't it look like a squirrel? I should have looked into it when I was stocking up on snacks at Nade Pansa. We recommend squirrels as MOA animals in our series. How is everyone? Not buying it. Bambi is eternal night rain. Inade is the youngest. He saw a cereal and said he looked like a hedgehog. I think squirrels are better than hedgehogs. Mention of other celebrities. In that situation, the writer ignited the fire. Originally, because the story was so hard, I was thinking of an actor in his 20s to play the main character. Even when the PD asked me what to think about serializing it, he was honestly skeptical. The writer continued by saying that Yun-jae acted so well that his worries were in vain. If it weren't for serialization, Killing Horn would never have come out. Lee Yun-jae made a perplexed expression at the writer's confident words. Actress Lee Yun-jae, please also say something. I think everyone is giving me too much credit. Personally, I think I realized my shortcomings while filming this drama. It was a time where I learned a lot in many ways, not just acting. It was such a standard answer that it seemed like it was written in a script. In other words, it wasn't fun. The reporters spoke with their eyes. Something worth writing about in an article. Provocative. Words, just one. As if she couldn't ignore those intense eyes, Lee Yun-jae picked up the microphone again. A slight look of hesitation passed through his eyes, but then he burst into cool laughter. Yes, I was satisfied with the shooting. I have no regrets. That means? Lee Yun-jae grinned at the reporter's anxious questions. I also think that without me, Killing Horn wouldn't be what it is today. That's right. Reporters played their laptops quickly with stern faces. Lee Yun-jae, Killing Horn, you can't do it without me. No. One in topicality, Lee Yun-jae's confidence. I will show you acting without regret. Fan club president Kwon In-ah almost lost her breath when she saw that. Did our Bambi say something like that? Bambi always gave stiff answers at official occasions. Are you a quiet person who never says anything that might cause controversy? How confident are you to say something like that? Yun, who knew Lee Yun-jae's personality well, became even more upset with anticipation. This is why I am going to the challenge of holding my breath until the drama comes out. Together. If it's a rainy day, you should at least watch the drama with apnea. Yun life is tough. Just before so many tragic scenes made it difficult to breathe, Killing Horn was finally released. And within a few hours, Lee Yun-jae's last words turned out to be confidence with reason. Chapter 231. What filled the introduction of Episode 1? Her eyes. Black eyes contrast with snow-white hair. Lee Yun-jae did not blink once until the camera moved further away from her black eyes and captured the full shape of her face. The pupils were empty and motionless, as if dead. The acting was so realistic that people watching the drama momentarily thought, maybe they filmed it with a corpse. All I could do was look at the boy lying down. But strangely, I felt like I was looking at a graphic crime scene. The people watching the drama were frowning in strange discomfort. Wake up. Finally, the suffocating silence was broken. Agent Jang Yosuk is scheduled to enter. At the same time a modulated voice came out of the speaker, Lee Yun-jae blinked slowly. At the same time, everything changed. Oh my! The corners of Lee Yun-jae's mouth rose. I almost died of boredom. Why are you here so late? A childlike voice rang out. Lee Yun-jae jumped up from the mattress and changed her clothes. It seems like the clothes are getting smaller and smaller. Is it because of my mood? Lee Yun-jae chattered nonstop while changing into her combat uniform. The cold atmosphere that felt like looking at a stuffed animal disappeared, and a sense of vitality filled the screen. Only the people who were watching the drama became dazed. What? What just happened? People stared blankly at the screen. In the drama, Lee Yunjae was moving lively as if she had been dead for some time. I felt like I was spying on the unusual phenomenon of a pale corpse regaining warmth in an instant. At that time, the door as strong as steel bar opened, and Kim Suk-jun came inside. Lee Yunjae, who had just changed into combat uniform, responded refreshingly. I'm ready. I'm fully dressed. Sik-jun Kim looked at him expressionlessly and handed him the gun. Now take it. Oh, my gun. From the moment you go outside, you must strictly follow my instructions. Don't move it arbitrarily and don't set it up. Okay, how many times are you saying this? There's going to be scabs on your ears. Lee Yunjae joked and grabbed the gun. Despite the charming appearance of a child, Kim Suk-jun's expression was still hard. Keep in mind. Otherwise, what? Just shoot me and kill me. Lee Yunjae chuckled. It was a fairly cynical laugh for a mischievous child's prank. Sik-jun Kim answered with a businesslike expression. I don't have the authority to do that. Gee, it's not fun. Yeonji Lee pouted her lips and left the room first. Sik-jun Kim followed him, looking at his back for a moment. When the two people left, the door closed automatically. It rattled. The door was so heavy that even the sound of it closing was dull. The camera that remained in the room, instead of following the two people, slowly turned to the side. The mattress that Yeonji Lee had been lying on and the white clothes she had thrown off were captured on screen. And there was nothing. There was only an empty room with no sense of life at all. After a while, the words "Killing Horn" appeared in the middle of the screen. The red text slowly flowed down and disappeared, like drops of blood. So only the letter H remained. The only remaining H held on alone and soon disappeared in the opening scene. The opening began with the names of the director and actors appearing one by one, and the OST played. People who were watching the drama let out the breath they had been holding the whole time. And my younger brother, who was forced to watch the drama because of his older sister, was inwardly impressed. Lee Yunjae's acting is crazy. Since he is a celebrity that his own blood relatives like so much, there were a lot of things he picked up from those around him. I also saw a tale where he appeared as an extra wearing a yellow hat, and I also saw a butterfly flower riding on a Zelkova tree, where he appeared in his first supporting role. Moreover, he was forced to watch Twins, which was said to have won the world's youngest Best Actor award at Cannes, once because of his older sister, and then once more with his own money. Lee Yunjae is good at acting. This was a fact that any Korean who uses the internet to some extent already knew. Nevertheless, Lee Yunjae's presence that filled the screen was so overwhelming that I was once again shocked. Kim Suk-jun's expressionless expression while wearing combat uniform was also impressive. It was an unfamiliar appearance for him, who had recently mainly played the male lead in romantic comedies. It was quite an impressive performance, but unfortunately Lee Yunjae's acting swallowed it up. What would he have done if he hadn't acted? It was when my younger brother was blankly thinking about that. Black. My younger brother turned his head at the sound of crying coming from next to him. Kwon In-ah, the president of Lee Yunjae's fan club and her own blood relative, was crying. What? Why are you crying? Poetry. I'm already sad. Was there just a sad scene? When her younger brother looked confused, Kwon In-ah rolled her eyes. You idiot. Instead of explaining to her stupid younger brother, Kwon In-ah just shed tears quietly. She got the feeling after watching the drama countless times. I have a feeling that this drama will end with a very sad ending. Why is my instinct never wrong? It was already heartbreaking to think that Yunjae, smiling so brightly, would be covered in blood like the second poster. Bambi, please stop being so heartbreaking. There are also roles like being born into a rich family and raised immaturely. Kwon In-ah wiped away her tears and thought that the next time she met Bambi, she would ask him to play a bright role. Anyway, my younger brother watched the opening scene ending with a nervous expression on his face. Why am I so nervous? The drama hadn't even started yet, but there was a strange sense of tension. Lee Yunjae's dead expression that I saw in the introduction did not easily disappear from my mind. The opening ended, leaving behind the siblings who were thinking differently. The two barely left the building after passing several security checks. And Lee Yunjae, no, Han, came out of the building for the first time in her life, and her eyes widened. Wow, it's really spacious. Step back. Wow, did you see that? It's crazy. Is that tree alive? And this is my first time seeing a living tree. Horn's voice grew louder. His cheeks puffed out when Agent Zhang told him to follow his instructions, but his eyes still scanned the surroundings. The camera captured black eyes shining in the sunlight. In the dense forest and cool air, Soul smiled brightly without realizing it. The mission begins. Agent Zhang's harsh tone intervened. Target 3. The two in black suits are the heads, and the two in white suits are the legs. Okay, keep in mind, never hesitate. The moment you hesitate even a little, everything is ruined. Horn immediately took out the gun from his waist. His gun was pointed at 3 men moving cautiously through the woods. Bang, bang, bang. A loud gunshot filled the forest. Horn smiled in satisfaction after seeing that his target had fallen to the floor. Hi, I did well. Your brother will praise you. It was a bright smile with no discomfort at all about having killed someone. The 2 men who had been hit squarely in the head were motionless, and the man who had been hit on the leg was screaming in pain. Should we explode now? No, 5 minutes later. Explode it right before you die. Ugh, it's absolutely disgusting. It's a request from the client. Viewers who were listening to the conversation between Horn and Agent Zhang tilted their heads. What are you blowing up? My curiosity was soon resolved by watching the scene that followed. 5 minutes have passed. Explode it. At Agent Zhang's words, Han smiled and raised his hand. When he made a finger snap with his thumb and middle finger, there was a tick sound, a light sound made when his hands hit each other. At the same time, puck, the person lying down exploded. From the leg where the bullet was lodged to the head, everything. A completely shattered body was clearly displayed on the screen. Crazy. People's mouths opened. I thought it was a science fiction action movie, but was it like this? Even before the viewer's shock subsided, Han burst into laughter. It burst cleanly. Wow, I feel praised. It was an innocent appearance that did not fit the gruesome scenes of the role. When Agent Zhang asked if he thought it was disgusting, Han made a puzzled face. Is that gross? What? A boy who doesn't even realize that he has just killed someone. Done. Never mind. Mission cleared. Go back to headquarters. You. Always ignore what I say. Horn's grunting voice was unusually cheerful, and it made viewers feel uncomfortable. Yoziak Hyung. I told you not to call me that. TCH. Okay. Agent Zhang. Then can I blow up the remaining 2 and go? Do whatever you want. Horn laughed and repeated the finger snap. Every time Horn's fingers collided, the sound of something exploding could be heard in the distance. LOL. The sound is good. Pure evil that plays with corpses like toys. Viewers were even more shocked by the cruel side that did not match Horn's delicate face. There was a reason for the request. It was nothing more than a gore-like scene of a person's body exploding. Rather, Li Yunjae's facial expression as she kills people with a bright smile was even more horrifying. Although it was uncomfortable, I couldn't take my eyes off the screen. It was then, with a huge explosion sound, Agent Zhang and his soul were thrown out. Miss, it hurts. Horn, who fell on the hill several times, frowned. I glanced to the side and saw Agent Zhang collapsed. Judging by the large amount of blood flowing from his abdomen, he looked like he had been exposed to a bomb. As Horn quietly rolled his eyes, wondering what kind of situation this was, masked people came rushing towards him. Horn quickly closed his eyes. Target captured. Both appear to have fainted. A masked person reported on the radio. What about the test subject? Are you hurt? The test subject is fine. Kill the other guy, capture the test subject, and bring him back. Keep this in mind. We must capture him alive without causing even a single wound. The man answered the voice on the radio that he understood. You and you, pick up the test subject and put it in the car. You are following me. Yes. The men who received the order held up the soul. Soul's body hung limp as if he had lost consciousness. The man was about to change his posture because of the soul that kept flowing out of him. Excuse me. A bright voice intervened. I felt a cold touch on the temple of the man holding my soul. What dashed? Before Horn could say anything, he pressed the trigger of the gun. With a loud gunshot, the head of the man holding his soul exploded. Ugh! The soul that fell to the floor immediately rolled to the side. The hands of enemies everywhere narrowly grazed my soul. Horn, who moved nimbly using his small body, aimed only at the enemy's head without hesitation. Bang! Bang! As 1 or 2 people fell, the excited enemies raised their guns. At that time, the man who answered on the radio shouted in a loud voice. No, Don't shoot. Don't hurt me. Ball. Then how do you subdue it? The men's feelings of injustice were conveyed to the viewers. Meanwhile, Horn continued shooting without stopping, and Agent Zhang, who came to his senses belatedly, also helped. Horn, who was taking out the enemies one by one, seemed to be annoyed and threw the magazine away. A magazine full of bullets made from the blood of the soul fell into the space where the enemies were gathered. When I did a finger snap, the magazine exploded all at once, leading to a large explosion. Before they could even scream in horror, all the enemies exploded and died. All kinds of flesh and blood covered the hill. And Horn laughed as he touched the flesh that had fallen on his shoe. Hee hee, my brother will praise me. Chapter 232. It was truly a shocking opening. The surprising fact is that we are not even halfway through episode 1 yet. I just wanted to see Bambi with white hair. Why did you put me through this ordeal? Who among you guys is watching Killing Horn? It was a lot crueler than I thought, so I freaked out while eating. Lee Yun-jae's acting? I'm tired. Oh wow, but the action scenes were amazing. The feeling of hitting is not there. This seems to be a hit overseas too. This is the Lee Yun-jae that people have seen so far. Polite and upright posture. Indifferent eyes compared to the soft impression. An incredible award for being the youngest actor in the world to win an award. Despite his fame, little is known about his private life. From orphanage, bullying theory, news of several donations, quiet and calm way of speaking. After going through the previous elements, this phrase came to mind when I thought of Lee Yun-jae, a good actor who is sincere about his acting. This imprinting effect occurred without anyone being aware of it. He was a kind, remarkable, and proud actor who was able to overcome difficult situations. As strong as Lee Yun-jae's good image was, it may have been even more shocking. The way he smiles innocently even when he sees a shattered corpse in front of him. Agent Zhang. Saw. Did I shoot them all? Did Suk see this too? The soul skipped down the hill covered in red blood. On screen, he looked like a pure devil. Stay calm. There may be more enemies hiding. Agent Zhang stopped bleeding from his abdominal wound and requested assistance from headquarters. Headquarters agents quickly arrived, and the two returned safely to the facility. Horn, who entered the facility, smiled brightly as soon as he saw someone. Brother. Horn ran down the long hallway without hesitation. As he ran to the point where his white hair was fluttering, an actor familiar to viewers hugged him. It was Lee Jong-hyun. People who had been tense at his appearance released the breath they had been holding. I can finally breathe. Jung-hyun's father, I missed you. In the meantime, look at him saying, brother. Not just a brother, but a hyung-ah. Dignity. There was nothing known about Killing Horn other than that it was a science fiction action drama, and that Lee Jung-hyun and Lee Yun-jae appeared. Since the two people were famous for having a very close relationship, I naturally felt relieved to see Lee Jung-hyun hugging Han warmly. We each did well on our first mission today. His character, Kang Suk, smiled sweetly. Did you see it too? I exploded 3 in a row. Then I saw it all. My brother is watching everything. Suddenly, the bloody atmosphere disappeared, and only gentle laughter flowed. From now on, you just have to do this every mission. Got it? Huh. I think I can pop 5 more today. Really? Then do you want to go to the lab now? Kang Suk gently folded the corners of his eyes. Han, who looked tired by all accounts, paused for a moment, but then smiled and played with Kang Suk's gown. Are you going to go with me too? Then, let's go. Afterwards, a scene ensued where Kang Suk joked around and called Han Gonggungri. Kang Suk, dressed in a doctor's gown, and Sol, dressed in combat uniform, disappeared to the end of the hallway. The camera stayed in an empty hallway, and at the bottom, the sentence, H Project Day 1742, appeared. Day 1741, Day 1740, Day 1739. The number gradually goes down. Day 765, Day 542, Day 257, Day 56. Along with the tense music, the numbers quickly went down with unstoppable momentum. Thump, thump, thump. The music that had been squeezing my heart disappeared in an instant. Numbers that stopped together at the same time. Day 28 of H Project. The screen was still a hallway. Someone forcefully opened the door that Kang Suk and Sol had just entered and came out. What is your condition? It was Kang Suk. His white robe looked much stiffer than it did in day 1742. Hands and feet are tied with restraints. Conversation still doesn't work. If you get close, it barks like an animal. You seem scared. The employees next to me responded while sweating. Kong Suk roughly nodded and walked forward. He soon reached Han's room and signaled the staff to leave. The thick iron door opened, and Kong Suk went inside. "Hi, I'm Kong Suk. Please feel free to call me Suk Hyung." In the room, someone was tightly bound in restraints. It was a young boy with white hair. Ugh! The boy, a young soul, threatened Kong Suk by making unintelligible animal sounds. "Other people say you act like this because you're scared. I'm confused because I don't understand everything right now." Kong Suk smiled and said, "But I think differently. Do you understand what is going on right now? That you were created as an experiment. Ugh! There's no need to make animal noises like that. We're not filming any kind of drama right now, so let's not lose energy for no reason." Kong Suk explained calmly, and Han was convinced by his logical words. "Here, even if you commit a violent act, you will only tire yourself out and nothing will change." After that day, Horn no longer resisted. "Do you want to eat this? It's cream bread. Of course, you know that. Isn't it time to stop staring? Doesn't it hurt? Your eyes. Just because I didn't resist didn't mean I let my guard down." The soul was constantly wary of Kong Suk, but Kong Suk did not give up and clung to him. Kong Suk was seen staying by Han's side 24 hours a day. Kong Suk did paperwork, ate, and slept next to him. Han looked at the man blankly. The project date at the bottom of the screen changed quickly, and finally, when the number reached day 247, the soul's mouth opened. "You can just go to the side." The facility staff who were observing the room with a camera were dumbfounded. On the other hand, Kong Suk smiled calmly. "Look at this. There is no courtesy between people. I'm not human. What are you talking about? A guy made from human DNA. Then you are human too. I know everything, but I'm trying to pretend I don't know anything. From now on, call me brother." The young soul just looked at the cheerfully smiling man in silence. For a long time, with eyes that I couldn't understand. When more than 300 days had passed since the start of the project, Han started calling Kong Suk brother. The boy who was just breathing with dull eyes disappeared. Horn grew up with a lively personality, unable to sit still for even a moment and chattering loudly. In that way, Han opened his heart to Kong Suk. Horn, who had grown into a boy, participated more actively than anyone else in all kinds of experiments. On one occasion, during an experiment, his blood exploded at a nearby location, mortally wounding Horn. "Everything is okay." Kong Suk came running in a huff, and after looking at his sweaty forehead for a moment, Han exclaimed, "Humph." He turned his head. "It's too late. What are you doing now? Next time, do you want to come when I die? Someone younger than me says all sorts of things. Why are you dying?" Horn ticked with a pouty face, but raised the corners of his mouth. Viewers looked on blankly as he smiled like a child. "Why are you so sad?" "I'm drooling alone in my room. Everything that is provocative is included in this drama. It's spicy, salty, tight, and even sad. Just a moment ago, I was horrified to see Lee Yunjae's face, but now she looks pitiful. In the end, he also wanted to be loved. But who is the child actor Lee Yunjae? The face looks similar. Is that so? Wow. I was so absorbed that for a moment I thought this was actually a photo taken of Lee Yunjae when she was young. Some people paid attention to Han Haram, who played the younger version of Han. There were only a few words that could be called dialogue, but the strange way he looked at Kong Suk seemed quite natural. Viewers chatted, saying, "Aren't they real brothers? I want to see a shot of the two of them together. And please, I desperately need a two-shot." I could only say this because I didn't know that Han Haram was already nicknamed Lee Yunjae's gumball. Scattered. If today's experiment goes well, let's eat something delicious with my brother. Cheer up today too. I told you not to call me Horn. The drama entered the middle of episode 2, and the point of view changed to the present. Han, who entered the laboratory bickering with Kong Suk, looked bored. In front of him stood 15 prisoners dressed in death row uniforms. The prisoners looked at Horn with tense faces, but Horn was just bored with the repeated experiments. Project 433rd experiment begins. As soon as a voice came out of the speaker on the ceiling, Horn pulled out a gun from his pocket. Horn's hands quickly moved through the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. There was no hesitation in the gunshot, and Horn's gaze was cold. Soul, don't just shoot. You have to explode. Miss, I understand. Horn was irritated by the voice in the speaker. He rolled his body to the side and snapped his fingers to avoid the rushing prisoners. The people who had been shot burst out with a tick and a sound. Before we knew it, the lab had become a sea of blood. Ugh. At that time, Horn, who was so busy snapping his fingers that he missed the enemy hanging from behind, was strangled. The gun fell to the floor, and Horn rolled his eyes quickly. The remaining prisoner is the one currently strangling Han. With only one person left, Horn somehow managed to reach for the gun that was far away. Hey! The soul made a sound as if it were out of breath. The prisoner who was strangling Horn secretly looked into the air. Hey, can we stop now? The prisoner had only heard the warning that he should never kill this child. It also says that even if you take a gun and use it, you should not point it to the head and shoot directly. If a child were to fall into an irrecoverable condition, they would have to live a life worse than death. When the prisoner noticed, the staff outside the laboratory discussed whether the experiment should be stopped. Flaw dash. Meanwhile, Han was so out of breath that his eyes were on the verge of rolling over. Kong Suk's words passed through my increasingly dazed mind. If I finish today's experiment well, let's eat something delicious with my brother. For a moment, something strange came to his eyes. Horn, whose veins stood up to his temples, raised his hand, and he bit his arm hard with his teeth. Crack! The soft flesh of the soul was torn by the hard teeth. Horn rubbed his arm, which was starting to bleed, into the other person's face. Ugh! The prisoner, whose eyes and nose were covered in soul blood, suddenly withdrew his hand. Without missing the moment of separation from his opponent, Han snapped his fingers. Tick! The other person's face exploded with a light finger snap sound. Perhaps because the bullet burst the blood on the surface of the skin instead of entering it deeply, the opponent let out a deathly scream and died in agony. OMG. Huh. Horn sat down on the floor for a moment and caught his breath. There was blood all over his white hair. Horn stared blankly at his arm, which was still bleeding. Then the thick door opened. We are separated. Today was a blast. The best. Han chuckled as he saw Kong Suk come in with a bright face. Have there been days when I'm not at my best? Haha. This is how it is. Horn trembled and hid his arms behind his back. But Kong Suk didn't even care about his arm. He just smiled and repeated the words, experiment successful. Viewers looked at the screen in vain. I see, what is this? What is it? I got stabbed in the back by the production team. Production crew children. Nothing fit the story they expected. Contrary to the soft, smiling eyes, Kong Suk's harsh attitude towards Seoul. Even Lee Jong-hyun, whom I trusted, felt betrayed by a character like this. It's already past 12 o'clock. Before we knew it, episode 2 was over. It's time to lie down in bed to wake up tomorrow. What would you do? Yes. Most people held back tears and pressed the play button for episode 3. I expect it will be a tiring day tomorrow. Chapter 233. Dr. Kong. Please stop. Agent Jang burst into the doctor's office in the middle of the night and suddenly spoke. You've done enough. Stop it now. A hard voice came out from his cold face. In contrast, Kong Suk, who was facing Agent Jang, was smiling gently. The saying that they suddenly come in and do it. What are you telling me to stop? You only smile like that in front of H. It's creepy. As Agent Jang frowned, Kong Suk slowly lowered the corners of his mouth. I don't know what Agent Jang is telling us to stop. If you have something to ask for, you have to say it straight away. Is it all about the weight? You're not going to write and post a report like this, are you? Contrary to his sarcastic remarks, Kong Suk was expressionless. Agent Jang sighed at the words spat out with an expression of disinterest. Stop experimenting now. The actual mission was successful, and the experimental results so far were good. Haven't your expectations already been exceeded? Kong Suk's eyebrows twitched. He laughed bitterly. Expectations? Do you think H only has this much power? This is not the Jang Yoziak I knew. You're not the Kong Suk I knew. You are overdoing it now. Don't be stupid. I think it's you who's acting stupid now, not me. Ironically, the conversation between the two changed to casual language and seemed more bloody than before. Yoziak, the time you and I invested in Project H is 5 years. The existence we have been talking about over and over again will soon be completed. That too, a being created with our own hands. But are they saying we should stop the experiment? Kong Suk's eyes became as sharp as possible. Agent Jang remained silent and recalled their childhood. The two have been together since they were so young that they can't even remember. Whenever I was abused by my parents, that is, when we gathered at the hideout every night. In their hideout, which was clumsily built with boards, there were comic books featuring superheroes. The two read the comic book again and again. At first, it was the only fun way to escape the daunting reality. But as time passed, my emotions grew heavier, and later I started to have doubts. Why aren't there superheroes like this in real life? Every time their father broke the furniture in the house, every time their mother slapped them, they waited. The moment when a superhero appears like in a cartoon. But no matter how long I waited, the hero did not appear. Waiting became thirst, and eventually the two realized. If it doesn't appear no matter how long you wait, you can make it yourself. The being we have been longing for will soon appear. Kong Suk's eyes were shining with madness. Agent Jang answered with a troubled face. H has already become what we hoped for. It's enough. Not even one is enough. You saw it last time. He survived even though his arms and legs were cut off. After less than a day, it was back to normal. That's already perfect. The soul's resilience was incomparable to that of humans. After repeated experiments, his killing ability was improving significantly. It was an ability worthy of a superhero who saves people in the face of crisis. To save the innocent, we must be able to eliminate the wicked. Agent Jang has helped H with his experiments with that mindset. An experiment to help see if H can eliminate human lives faster and more efficiently. The more the experiment is repeated, the more perfect the superhero will be. The problem is that other companies also want H. H was something that all organizations, including the weapons industry, could not help but covet. Just by having a monopoly on such an entity, their company was able to make a huge amount of money. This is enough. Agent Jang judged the situation calmly. A series of experiments have failed recently, right? Don't you think you set the experiment goal too high? If something breaks down like that, can you take responsibility? Stop the experiment at least for a few days. Kong Suk was silent for a long time. What he meant was to make the test subject a friend. Agent Jang frowned at the unexpected remark, but agreed with the opinion that it would be able to lower H's stress. Until he found out that his nephew had been chosen as that friend. It's crazy? What if H does something to Jahan? Then who else deserves it other than Jahan? If you go around leaking information, you should be killed, but if it's your nephew, you can't control it. Agent Jang was opposed to the end, but with Kim Ji-hoon's consent, the meeting with Han was eventually accomplished. When Agent Jang and Jahan Kim entered Horn's room, Horn suddenly stood up. Yoseok Hyung, I told you not to call me that. Hey, you didn't show up today either. Okay, Agent Jang. Han looked at Jahan Kim with a puzzled look, then smiled and said, I don't have a gun right now. I left it in the lab earlier. Should I bring it back? Why the gun all of a sudden? Then how do you kill him? Can I just get the blood on the outside like last time? Hey, why did you kill him? It's a surprise. Why are you yelling? It's killing me, Maine. Don't talk nonsense. This is my nephew. Agent Jang growled and patted Jahan Kim on the head. Jahan, if anything happens, shout out. Because I will come right away. Got it. Horn's eyebrows twitched when he heard Agent Jang's friendly tone. Kong Suk looked at that figure closely. H, don't be rude and be nice. Who is the rude person right now? What? Either explain it in advance and bring it in. Why do you lose your temper when you suddenly bring a stranger with you on your own terms? Is this my fault? Did you have the courtesy to eat without eating? I call you brother. Ah, Foot. I know what that guy's nickname is. Agent Jang paused as Horn cursed to the point where blood appeared in his neck. Han also stiffened, probably surprised by his own actions. Good. Kong Suk smiled softly at the emotional side of Han that he had not seen before. Little bit more. Kong Suk wanted it. May his own test subject be stimulated. I need to develop my skills further. His test subject had the ability to do so. It's just hidden. But it's okay. Because you just have to find it yourself. Agent Jang Yoseok, I want you to come to the main conference room right now. Kong Suk deliberately isolated Agent Jang. No matter what happened in Horn's room, Agent Jang should not have intervened. Because this was another experiment. I live with my uncle. I've lived with my uncle since he joined this company, and for the past 5 years, I've only heard about you every day. My story. Agent Jang's nephew, Kim Ji-hoon, treated Han kindly. As Kim Ji-hoon continued to smile sweetly, the spirit, which had been tickling at first, gradually relaxed its guard. Hey, do you know Suk? Kong Suk. Are you talking about Dr. Kong? Of course I know. No wonder. The way they spoke was similar. I am very close to Dr. Kong and my uncle, so I have seen them often since I was young. It was thanks to Dr. Kong that I was able to meet you. Kim Ji-hoon said that Kong Suk wanted to make Han a friend. We had dinner together yesterday. And do you know how many times Dr. Kong told you to be nice to him? He is a really kind person. Han looked blankly at Ji-hoon Kim. Did you have dinner together yesterday too? Huh? What? Good job. So stimulating. When the expected information came out, Kong Suk's smile deepened. Han had not seen Kong Suk's face for over a week. No one knew that Horn was full of dissatisfaction because of that. Except Kim Ji-hoon. I didn't hear it. Can you say it again? Kim Ji-hoon, who knew nothing, asked back kindly. Horn was blank for a while, then smiled slowly. Okay, you can just be friends. Let's be friends. If Suk wants it, I should do it, he muttered, and his smile seemed childish and playful on the outside. However, those at the facility who had seen Horn for a long time immediately noticed that he was unstable. Obvious abnormal reaction. It was what Kong Suk had longed for. Because there must always be stimulation for development. So Kong Suk waited quietly. Even when Han asked Ji-hoon Kim to shake his hand to commemorate becoming friends and made a bizarre smile, no action was taken. Ha ha ha. Horn laughed so hard that the corners of his mouth were torn. Ji-hoon Kim tried to step back, but Han did not let go. Give me this. Why? Han didn't let go of the hands he was holding and brought the other hand to his mouth. Crack. Horn bit down on his hand without a moment of hesitation. Blood was flowing from Horn's hands, and his mouth was covered in blood. Let go of this. Ji-hoon Kim was scared. He didn't know what to do and struggled to get away. Friend, what's the matter? Han smiled brightly and playfully touched Ji-hoon Kim's cheek. I was wrong, sorry. Please let me go. Don't worry. If you were in real danger, your uncle would have come. Or not. Haha. Even Dr. Kong would have come. As he said, the thick iron door did not even move. Horn's eyes turned to the CCTV. This is probably just an experiment anyway. Originally my life was. Is this probably an experiment to see how I react when I have a friend? Kong Suk faced a soul that seemed to be looking at him through the CCTV. Also, Kong Suk laughed bitterly. This is how my test subject should be. Facing the pale-faced Kim Ji-hoon in front of me, my soul kept smiling. It was a laugh that seemed to be driven by madness, but the way the eyes were distorted and the forced smile looked more like a person crying. Then I will now show you my reaction. The blood flowing out from between the torn flesh quietly soaked the floor. Horn raised his blood-covered hands and cupped the boy's face. After seeing that there was some of his own blood on the other person's face, Han slowly raised his hand. Kong Suk, who was watching CCTV, muttered, "Yes, kill me." The employee next to him looked at him in shock. Either way, Kong Suk's eyes sparkled with the light coming from the screen. Get out of your limits. The soul is already complete. It's just blocked by something. All you had to do was provide a stimulus that would break this limit. Kill me quickly. Here, if Horn kills Ji-hoon Kim, it means that he has advanced to the next level. Because the experiment made its own decisions and moved without any commands. Kill. Hurry dashed. There was no need for a good toy that obeyed commands. The soul had to become something greater and more brilliant than that. His H had to be like that. Kill. Kill me. Kong Suk was yelling without realizing it. A dangerous atmosphere, as if something could happen at any moment. On the screen, Kim Ji-hoon with a pale complexion, Han smiling with tears in his eyes, and Kong Suk screaming with crazy eyes appeared alternately. At that time, I felt dizzy due to the BGM that made my heart tense. Horn's thumb and middle finger touched, fingers moving slowly, like in slow motion. Just before the tick sound is heard, the screen turned black. Is everyone breathing? Only then did viewers realize that episode 3 was over. Chapter 234. By my standards, episode 3 of Killing Horn seems to be Special. Watch up to episode 3. Hi guys, 0 people. If you haven't seen Killing Horn yet, watch it without any spoilers. I'm getting goosebumps. I've only seen episode 3, but it's mind-blowing. Was this promoted as an action film? I sincerely sue the production team. Episode 3 was the episode where Kang Suk's character became clear. There were some intense scenes before that, but he was so kind to Han that viewers stayed calm until the end. However, his kindness was only a means to deal with his test subjects. From the breathtaking conversation between Kang Suk and Agent Jang, to the soul being neglected in increasingly harsh experiments, to the constant raids by other companies targeting test subjects. Overall, it was an episode filled with tension with no time to catch your breath. Lee Young-jae, please be gentle with your acting. And I still can't get out of Lee Young-hyun's eyes. It keeps ringing in my head. Why is no one talking about Kim Suk-jun? This acting was really different. Looks like a career high. I know. I asked you to tone down Lee Young-jae's acting. The actor's acting also played a role. The acting of Kang Suk, who is caught up in the madness, proved that Lee Young-hyun is not a top actor for nothing. And the acting of Kim Suk-jun, who played the cool-headed yet hard-hearted Agent Jang, was also decent. Of course, the one that stood out the most was Lee Young-jae. The viewer's mentality was shattered by the look in Horn's eyes as he was devastated in real time. Lee Young-jae's facial expression, trying to smile with tear-filled eyes, was breathtaking. His acting, clearly expressing complex emotions that were difficult to digest at the age of 16, was truly perfect. While praising the actor's acting, viewers clicked on episode 4 thinking that the production team who wrote this story must be a swindler. And their mentality was not only broken but turned into powder. What's in episode 4? I believe you will definitely do it. Brother, why? Please don't disappoint me. Kang Suk's suicide scene appears. Episode 3 ended right before Horn snapped his fingers. Episode 4 begins with the soul staring at an iron door that won't open until the end and ends up doing nothing. Kim Ji-hoon fainted from fear, and his soul moved without any power. He slowly climbed onto the mattress and rolled up like a bean bug. Horn's eyes were empty as he looked at the wall. It wasn't just Horn who was hit. As Kang Suk stared blankly at the screen, the employee next to him asked cautiously, "Dr. Kang, are you okay?" He wasn't okay. Kang Suk was frustrated. However, he did not give up and planned to shock Horn with a fake kidnapping. However, Kang Suk and many employees had vague expectations. I don't think Han would suffer any mental trauma if he were kidnapped. Hey, and Horn behaved as expected. Please relax your hands a little. I tied it so tightly that I cut off my wrists. In the dark of dawn, a spirit chattered from the trailer behind a quietly moving truck. The strangely mysterious atmosphere felt by the white hair, white skin, and white clothes was cruelly shattered when the soul's mouth opened. My whole body hurts. If you're going to be moving around for this long, shouldn't you have common sense and bring a cushion? In the tense situation of being kidnapped, Horn seemed so calm. My hands are really hurting. When will Suk come? Han waits for Kang Suk with a calm face. Kang Suk, who was watching the situation inside the trailer with a camera, eventually had no choice but to admit it. The basis for the soul's mental stability is Kang Suk. And unless Kang Suk disappears, Han has no intention of leaving the safety net. I need to disappear. It was the only way. Only then can it be completed. Become your own true superhero. I wanted to see the finished product. Kang Suk muttered bitterly and picked up the radio. Experiment aborted. Go to Plan B. The employee's expressions hardened at Kang Suk's command. After hesitating for a while, Agent Jang finally picked up the radio. Check. Go to Plan B. To stop the kidnapping, the field team dropped a bomb next to the truck. Bang dash. With a huge explosion, the car body shook. The agents, knowing that Horn wouldn't die anyway, shot at the truck without hesitation. Hey, drive properly, you bastard. Contact headquarters first. A confusing situation inside the truck. The sound of the kidnappers fighting among themselves and the sound of successive shootings filled the speakers. Immediately afterwards, a loud explosion sound rang out, incomparably louder than before. At the same time, the truck left the road and flipped over. Bang dash. The heavy car body fell cruelly to the ground. It was an action sequence that clearly showed a generous investment of production costs. Viewers watching from under their blankets felt a thrill of pleasure. I'm going to die. and the soul barely escaped the pile of corpses. Blood was flowing from his torn forehead, and his right arm was broken. My soul felt nauseated as if my internal organs were mixed up. When I came out of the half-distorted trailer, I was surrounded by helicopters and cars. It was hard to believe that it was pitch black in the morning, and white lights were pointing at the soul from all directions. Agent Jang. What about Suk Hyung? Han immediately looks for Kong Suk, but recognizes Agent Jang by his facial expression. That this was another experiment. Somehow. Something was strange. Horn let out a laugh. To think that Kong Suk would save him. His miserable and complicated feelings were revealed in his expression. Are you really angry, Suk? Agent Jang looked at the scene for a moment and asked. Are you not angry? Is Kong Suk important in this situation? What? You broke your arm. Blood is dripping from my forehead. If you want, you can kill us all with that blood. Why don't you do it? Why do you wait for Kong Suk every day? Agent Jang seemed to be filled with resentment for some reason, and in some ways he also seemed desperate. Like who knows what's coming after this conversation. This experiment was designed by Kong Suk. Your kind brother planned it. No, Han answered curiously, as if asking why he was saying such an obvious thing. Agent Jang gritted his teeth. But you're not angry? What's wrong with you? Why are you pretending not to know? If I get angry, will you help me? What? What will you do if I get angry? Are you going to steal me away and raise me instead? Why should you play the role of Suk Hyung instead? Agent Jang was silent. Horn smiled, saying he knew that would happen. Do what you do, do what you do. I'm already playing house with Suk, so don't bother me. It was a cynical expression, different from his usual bright smile. Agent Jang swallowed a deep sigh at the cold words he couldn't believe had come from the boy's mouth. I've done enough. Goes. What? Agent Jang disappeared, and someone appeared behind Horn. Horn knew who it was before he even turned his head. A familiar smell. We are all separate, goodbye. Brother Suk. Soul's eyes, which had been very tired, suddenly sparkled. Why did you come? I failed the experiment. Horn's face suddenly brightened, like a child receiving an unexpected gift. Kong Suk smiled bitterly and held Han's hand. Han laughed like an idiot and then froze. A title I've never heard from him before. I was happy throughout the H project. I was so happy to meet you, and it was the best 5 years of my life. Why all of a sudden? I believe you have great power. A power that is greater and more wonderful than my current abilities. It must be in here. Kong Suk's fingertips touched Han's chest. I can't use it right now, due to limitations in my consciousness. All you have to do is provide enough shock to break your mental limits. All you need is a momentum. Kong Suk stroked Han's head affectionately and then took out a gun from his arms. Brother, why? Kong Suk smiled as he put the gun in Han's hand. He guided Horn's finger to the trigger and placed his own finger on it. Horn was about to shout, wait a minute, in a situation he couldn't understand. I believe you will definitely do it. Horn met soft eyes. Please don't disappoint me. That's how the bullet was fired. Alice? And, what are you crazy? Did you turn? What? I know this is it. The moment the bullet was fired, viewers were so shocked that they covered their mouths. There were even people who couldn't stand it and pressed the stop button. Huge shock. It was truly shocking. Before the goosebumps all over my body could disappear, the scene in question appeared. Brother? At first Horn looked somewhat puzzled. Kong Suk's blood poured out like a burst. Han watched blankly as Kong Suk fell backwards helplessly. Brother. This? Wow. Is this an experiment too? Kong Suk, blood pouring out of his mouth. Han still held on to Kong Suk's stomach with a look of incomprehension. Sigh. I think I'm going to die soon. Cough. I wanted to see it before I die. I guess that was too greedy. Kong Suk smiled softly, folding his eyes. It was only after seeing that friendly smile that Han came to his senses. Why? Only then did Han move his hands vigorously with a pale face. He quickly took off the white shirt he was wearing, rolled it up, and pressed it hard on Kong Suk's wound. It hurts. Quiet. Han was at a loss, like a person whose hair had turned white. Soul, who was barely breathing like a frightened child, eventually had tears in his eyes. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Ball, don't just sit around and do something. Horn cried like a child, and then screamed at the agents who were just watching from the side. Meanwhile, The two people's clothes were soaked with Kong Suk's blood. It was only then that the soul had an intuition that this person is really going to die. In the end, you abandoned me first. Why? What did I? Did you do that wrong? The soul whispered softly, like a breath. Kong Suk, who was still on the verge of losing his breath, smiled slightly. It seemed like he was trying to say something, but it wasn't something that could be interpreted. Just like that, Kong Suk completely closed his eyes. Ugh. Horn hugged the body that was no longer moving. With a very sad face, Soul cried and screamed. Eyes that wander aimlessly, eyes that are sore from crying, cheeks wet with tears. Meanwhile, whether unconsciously or consciously, Han's hand continued to stop the bleeding. On Kong Suk's wound. The pain that came out of his mouth was more vivid and devastating than I expected. People watching the drama thought, can I express this as I got goosebumps? This was not a scene that could be expressed so lightly. People were completely overwhelmed by the soul's screams. The sound of him crying was so painful that I wanted to press the pause button, but I couldn't move a finger. Vivid, soulful emotions felt beyond the screen. Complex emotions that seemed impossible to express with any words were expressed through soulful tears. I think I'm going crazy. I'm so good at it that it gives me goosebumps. And no, you know that Lee Yun-jae is good at acting. Of course I know. But did you do this well? Really? Seriously, what am I looking at? I am someone who has seen Twins more than 5 times in theaters, and Lee Yun-jae's acting was great back then. But killing Horn seems to be just too much. The word great cannot describe it. Lee Yun-jae's form is crazy. Are those the tears of a child who lost a parent? It breaks my heart to think that my child will cry like that when I die. The acting is so realistic that it's painful to watch. It feels like it was secretly filmed from a real, living person, not a character. It was then. The reason why Han stopped crying for a moment. Chapter 235. Horn literally stopped crying in an instant. Her cheeks were still wet with tears, but there was not even a slight movement on her body, including her eyelashes. As if the batteries had been taken out of a doll, the soul suddenly stopped everything, including breathing. A clear change in the pupil of the light disappearing. Viewers held their breath without realizing it. What? This is a horror story? No, I kept saying it. Am I talking into the air? Lee Yun-jae, please make her acting better. Someone tell me about it for me. Black eyes filled the screen. There was no BGM. There are only black eyes and silence. Scared. Viewers were filled with chills. The young face covered in Kong Suk's blood was extremely creepy. It's just a drama. It was clearly just a character on the screen. But strangely, I had a feeling that the spirit would come to me at any moment. In a situation where the viewers were grouped together, Han's eyes moved slowly. The soul looked at Kong Suk's cold body for a moment and then stood up. Hey, put this in my room. I'm going straight to the experiment building. He looked very calm as he checked to see if his broken right arm was fixed and gave orders to the agent next to him. When the embarrassed agent failed to respond, Horn stopped twirling his wrist and frowned. Are you deaf? No. But if this is, are you comfortable calling me a corpse? Then do that. Han's voice was cold. His tone was bold, as if he was out of bounds. Agent Jang, who was looking at Kong Suk's corpse with a confused expression, opened his mouth. HU. There's no time, so go back to the facility right away. I have to make sure Suk Hyung's wishes come true. The soul that was about to pass by Agent Jang suddenly stopped. He tilted his head and poked Jang Yo-suk on the cheek. Just in case, don't play around with that. There was a mischievous smile on his lips. After the experiment, I went to my room. If you don't have that, you all die. No. Han smiled and pointed to Jang Yo-suk's cheek. Jang Yo-suk absent-mindedly followed his gesture and raised his hand. When he touched his cheek, a small amount of blood came out. Han's message was clear. I can kill you now. Jang Yo-suk looked at Kong Suk's body lying on the floor. You? Is this what you wanted? There was no answer to questions about the corpse. It felt like his future, so Jang Yo-suk fell into a deep sleep and closed his eyes. That night, the facility staff had an epiphany. Agent Jang, we are now? What are you looking at? Fortunately or unfortunately, Kong Suk's last bet worked. Shouldn't Agent Jang be given the title of director? What is the director? He's doing his job so well, so he should at least be given the job of moving. Haha, I made a mistake. You're right. A conference room where company executives gather. The sound of cheerful laughter continued to flow. Agent Zhang responded to his praise with a stern expression. Thank you. By the way, what I reported to you last time dashed. Look. Don't be too hasty. One of the executives laughed and cut off Agent Zhang's words. Dr. Kong did a great job. Didn't you say that you and Agent Zhang have been close friends since you were young? I must be proud that my friend did such a great thing. Agent Zhang kept his mouth shut to suppress his disgust. The management team, blinded by financial gain, seemed not even willing to listen to what they had to say. Did you know that the H project would be this successful? There are so many people who want to invest in our company that my secretary is crying. Just organizing it takes half a day. This is all thanks to Dr. Kong. The management team smiled with satisfaction. Agent Zhang remained silent. It definitely worked. Aside from the sadness of his friend's death, it was true that Kong Suk's death helped H. Because the soul's ability to break free of its limitations was growing stronger day by day. The destructive power contained in the soul's blood has grown to an unimaginable degree. While the number of people who could be killed with a single drop of soul blood was only about 10, the number has now increased to nearly 100. In other words, a bottle of soul blood could easily kill tens of thousands of people. The birth of the perfect killing machine. The company executives smiled brightly, but Agent Zhang's anxiety grew. That's because the destructive power of the soul's blood did not simply increase. Sorry for interrupting, but what do you think about the abnormal ability of the soul that I reported on last time? That. The management laughed heartily. I read the report, but isn't Agent Zhang being overly sensitive? I have the same opinion. Is there any need to describe it as an abnormal ability? The development of the test subject that Dr. Kong, we so desperately wanted, has been achieved. The management's response was very carefree. It is not an issue that can be taken lightly. Agent Zhang gritted his teeth. If Kong Suk were alive, it could have been described as development. But what if the teeth of an off-leash dog become increasingly sharper? What if no one can afford the dog? It was only the beginning of destruction. The soul has begun to control its own blood. It's an ability that isn't in the scenario we expected. The biggest problem is that there is no way to deal with it. Agent Zhang eventually raised his voice. His eyes were full of fear. It was the eyes of someone who witnessed the scene directly. The night Kong Suk died, as soon as Han returned to the laboratory, he picked up a knife and cut his own arm. Sigh. The delicate flesh cracked and blood leaked out due to the movement without any hesitation. Drop, drop, drop. Soul's blood fell to the floor. Horn stared at his own blood blankly, then slowly tilted his head. And then that scene happened. The blood of the soul that was falling to the floor began to move slowly at some point. Soon, dark red blood drops began to rise into the air. One drop, one drop. The blood droplets increased, ignoring gravity. What is that? Agent Zhang. We are now? What are you looking at? Facility staff were shocked. One employee even took a step back and dropped a document. Agent Zhang also looked at the screen with a stern expression. On the screen, Horn was expressionless. Blood floating in the air swirled around Horn. Horn stared at his own blood with eyes that could not read his thoughts. After a while, Soul laughed and blood drops fell mercilessly to the floor. That's funny. A drop of blood hovered above Horn's head and landed on his cheek. It was this easy. A smile appeared on the lips of Soul as he mumbled that. There was a trace of blood dripping down Horn's cheek, as if tears had covered the dark red color. At first, it was just a few drops of blood floating in the air. As time passed, the area that the soul could control expanded, and it reached a point where it could freely manipulate its own blood. Drops of blood were lumped together into a certain shape or divided so finely that they could not be seen. Meanwhile, Horn quietly carried out all experiments and missions ordered by the company. The more this happened, the more Agent Zhang's anxiety grew. You're so cooperative. Not knowing what Horn was thinking was also an unsettling factor. When Kong Suk was alive, I knew right away what he wanted and what he was thinking. But right now, my soul seemed detached like a dying plant. Hey man, why are you suddenly screaming? One of the management staff members looked displeased. Is there a problem with the experiment now? Or is the experiment just not listening? It's not like that. Then what's the problem? The other management clicked their tongues. At best, isn't this a test subject in our hands? You're a rat that can't go outside unless we open the door. Why are you shaking like a mere rat? If the soul starts not listening, what will you do then? Then all you have to do is fill the restraints like before. I'm already worried about useless things. Now that things have come to this, how about Agent Zhang becoming friendly with the test subject? I think you can stop Dr. Kong from now on. Agent Zhang eventually had to leave the conference room due to the conversation not being able to work, driving me crazy. I knew that Dr. Kang's position had become solid as the soul only followed Kong Suk, and that the higher-ups valued this. With Kong Suk, the threat to his superiors, gone, Han's abilities have grown to their full potential. It was pathetic that they only foolishly liked the results in front of them, not even realizing that the soul's only control device was gone. I'm no different. I was equally disgusted with myself for not being able to stop it until it got into this state. Agent Zhang returned to his room, wondering what to do with his superiors who had no solution. And then I saw the CCTV screen showing Horn's room. The Horn was on the mattress. Blood of a certain size was densely filling the room at regular intervals. Meanwhile, Horn was lying expressionless, with Kong Suk's half-decomposed body next to him. You have to do something. Agent Zhang muttered. The soul is dangerous. No matter how I looked at it, that wasn't normal. After Kong Suk died, the soul never rebelled against orders or acted irrationally. If there were no missions or experiments, it would crouch in a corner and remain silent. The peaceful silence felt like the eve of a storm to Agent Zhang. It can't go on like this. Even if Kong Suk wanted to be like this, he couldn't just stay still. Because we cannot ignore the clearly visible future. Agent Zhang, is this really an order from above? How many times do you say yes? But no matter how much I think about it, stop. If you repeat the same words any longer, it will be considered failure to comply with the order. Agent Zhang's cold voice silenced the team members. Finally, in a quiet atmosphere, Agent Zhang silently assembled the firearm. Today was the day of H's demonstration, a place to bring together company investors and show them how much their products are worth investing in, as it is a place where everyone related to the H project gathers. If Horn did something, the most likely day was today. And Agent Zhang had given an order to his team members. If the spirit behaves even slightly strangely, kill him immediately. Reducing casualties is the priority. Since it was his one-sided order, there would be no harm to the team members even if it were discovered later. Agent Zhang and his team moved in fully armed. Oh my, Boss Zhang. Long time no see. Your face has become clearer than the last time I saw you. While investors and management chatted, the field team stood by in a very tense state. As the start time approached, the lights came on the stage. The curtain surrounding the stage opened automatically. Oh, that's... Horn was standing on stage. Inside the specially made tempered glass, he looked like a rose in a glass bottle. Horn slowly looked around at the people in silence. His black eyes, which had been moving slowly, finally met Agent Zhang. Chapter 236. The demonstration ended without incident, to the point where my nervousness was in vain. Agent Zhang did not relax until he received the report that the investors had arrived home safely. But nothing really happened. Why? Agent Zhang was puzzled. Why didn't you do anything? Now I don't even have Kong Suk. There was no way he didn't know what Kong Suk meant to Han. So it's even more questionable. That precious Suk Hyung is no more, so why is Seoul still here? Even if there is 24-hour surveillance, there is no way there will be any gaps. Isn't it natural to take advantage of that gap and run away? Was there ever a time when there were as many empty spaces as today? My mind became confused. Even after lying down in bed, Agent Zhang had difficulty falling asleep. It was already past dawn. Agent Zhang, who had been staring at the ceiling with clear eyes for a long time, suddenly stood up. It won't work. I just grabbed my car keys and quickly ran out of the house. Perhaps because it was early morning, it took less than 5 minutes to get to the facility. Agent Zhang? Why at this time? I have something to say to H. Open the door. Would you like to go into that state? The employee asked with a puzzled expression. I came out without any intention of changing clothes, so I was wearing comfortable, everyday clothes. The employees glanced at Agent Zhang when they saw him wearing clothes other than his combat uniform for the first time. Just open it quickly. Agent Zhang furrowed his eyebrows and urged. In an uncharacteristically impatient manner, The employee pressed the button with a puzzled look on his face. As soon as the thick iron door was opened, a terrible stench escaped. Ugh! Agent Zhang frowned without realizing it. How on earth can I sleep here? There was a dizzying scent mixed with sour smells that irritated the tip of my nose. It was as deep as a swamp, and it was a terrible smell that I felt like I couldn't escape. The smell of a rotting body. Horn was lying on the mattress with his back turned. Beside him, Kong Suk's decomposed body was neatly laid out. I want to ask you something. Han answered without taking his eyes off what was once Kong Suk. Can't we do it tomorrow? I'm busy right now. Horn's fingers gently touched the corpse's forehead. It was a time when the flesh would collapse if you touched it even a little too hard, so you had to touch it carefully. Agent Zhang looked at Han, who was not even looking at him. Still, give me time. Please. Even though there was no specific intention, a soft tone flowed from Agent Zhang's mouth. A friendly tone that reminds me of someone. Horn's fingers, which had been moving slowly, stopped. Sol, who had been quiet for a while, slowly stood up. What are you curious about? Perhaps due to his mood, Han's face was unusually pale. Today, Agent Zhang hesitated for a moment. Now, this conversation is being exposed to other people in real time and is even being recorded. Once words come out of your mouth, you cannot pick them up. Nevertheless, Agent Zhang asked a question. Why didn't you run away today? I know you could have done it. Why? Why are you still here? There was a breathtaking silence. Horn stared at Agent Zhang without saying a word. That means, it sounds as if I have a reason to run away. Agent Zhang frowned at the unexpected words. Don't you want to run away? Well, why? Suk is here too. As Horn pointed to the side and laughed, Agent Zhang cooed and fell silent. At that time, maggots from the corpse wriggled and stuck to Sol's hand. The soul looked sadly at the creature that was constantly moving to survive. No, Brother Suk is dead, and this is nothing more than a piece of meat. There is no reason for me to be here. Then why? Running away? Yes, running away is good. Let's say we get out of here. And then, Horn's black eyes slowly turned to Agent Zhang. Is there somewhere I can go? Huh? Where should I go? My soul trembled and laughed. The corners of his mouth rose and his cheeks became thin. Either here or outside the building. To me, it's all the same. There are ways to live a normal life outside. Ordinarily? How can you live normally with a body that isn't normal at all? Are you going to live your life worrying about when you might get caught? It sounds very attractive. Han laughed bitterly. There is no point in running away. Even if I die, I will die here. Right here, on this mattress. Next to my brother. Han, who spoke as if making a promise, had a strange expression on his face. Unlike the raised corners of his mouth, he was shedding tears, and unlike his trembling body, his voice was calm. Agent Zhang looked at the soul quietly. He opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but then closed his mouth. Okay. Thank you for your answer. Agent Zhang nodded his head a few times, and then sighed deeply. I feel a little more relaxed now. Hey, move to the side. Horn's eyebrows twitched. The mattress is wide. Even if I lay down with you, Kong Suk, there's still a lot of space left. Please hug me too, just for today. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? You lie down. I couldn't sleep. Agent Zhang ignored Horn's embarrassed expression and quickly laid down on the mattress. The disgusting smell almost made my head tingle, but I ignored it as best as I could. He even closed his eyes as if he was really trying to sleep, and Han frowned. Are you doing that on purpose? What? Are you imitating Suk? Agent Zhang opened one eye at the sharp voice. For the first time, Sol, who had always been aloof, looked like a scared child. Agent Zhang once again realized something bitterly. Your swamp is still like a river. Why am I imitating Kong Suk? What good is this guy who won't help me in my life even after he dies? Then why are you suddenly acting friendly? I have no intention of becoming friends with you. I just want to sleep for a while. You can just go home and sleep. If I leave here, I can't come back. If the conversation we just had was relayed to the higher-ups, he would be dead. No matter how kindly you look at it, it will still be a demotion. Even if you manage them more closely, you encourage them to run away by putting on their hats. Even in his opinion, it was disqualification as a manager. Agent Zhang muttered with a relieved heart. I just gave in to you because of the circumstances. I also couldn't say hello to Kong Suk properly. Let me stay here just one night. You won't have to see my face tomorrow anyway. Horn didn't answer for a long time. After a long time, Agent Jang felt someone lying down next to him. One corpse, one test subject, one person. Silence and clutter coexisted on the mattress. How did you two get to know each other? After a while, Han asked in a quiet voice. Now that there was no need to hide it, Agent Jang spoke without hesitation about his first meeting with Kong Suk. When I was young, there was absolutely nothing to eat. You and Kong Suk searched all over the village? Even though I searched the trash can, it didn't come out. So, I picked up bugs and ate them. I ate it because I was hungry, but Kong Suk said it was really delicious. Really? They say bugs are delicious. How do I know what's inside of him? Look, there's a bug in its mouth right now. Even after death, it eats bugs. That idiot. Han chuckled without realizing it. It wasn't a situation to laugh at, and I knew it wasn't meant to be funny, but it was strangely funny. The conversation between the two continued without interruption. The atmosphere was strangely cozy. Before we knew it, a smile appeared on Agent Jang's lips, and Han also started chattering like before. Agent Jang, I have a question. What? Why didn't I let you call me Hyung? Did you hate the sound of your voice that much? Oh, that. Agent Jang smiled and turned his head. Then, I was shocked when I saw Han's face. Hey, your face. Huh, where are you hurting? Why are you so pale? Wait a minute. Han's face was not white, but was pale. Agent Jang, who was startled, tried to get up, but Horn laughed and stopped him. Why is it over? If it had been strange, the employees would have already come in. It was natural to be told to answer questions. Is it? Agent Jang suddenly sat down and looked at the CCTV. Well, if there was something wrong with Han's health, the staff would have come in right away. So, why didn't you let me call you brother? In the meantime, Han was barraging me with questions, which made me even more confused. Agent Jang naturally opened his mouth, even though he thought something was strange. I didn't want to pretend like I wasn't. What does that mean? Because I came here for the H project. Agent Jang's eyes turned to Han. The eye area, which was always businesslike and hard, became loose. Because it is my role to help you with your experiment. No matter what I do, it doesn't change. I thought. I shouldn't forget that. I don't get it. Because I didn't ask you to understand. Agent Jang shrugged his shoulders. He was a much inferior human being than Kong Suk, so he couldn't maintain his sanity while being called an older brother by the experiment. The reason I could not feel sorry for the boy covered in blood as a result of the harsh experiment was because I constantly reminded myself that he was an experiment. So it was like that. I deliberately kept my distance from Han. Because in order to perform my role properly, I shouldn't have been emotionally swayed. If Kong Suk hears this, he will laugh at me. If he really thought that Seoul was an experiment, he shouldn't be here right now. Are you truly wondering why the test subject didn't run away? In the end, he was paying attention to this boy the whole time. It was the attitude of a completely disgusting bystander. It's better to treat him like Kong Suk. Kong Suk gave Han at least some breathing room, but he didn't do anything to help Han. Agent Jang mocked himself when he finally realized the truth. I'm so pathetic. Try it now. What? Calling you brother. You can do whatever you want. Horn looked at Agent Jang blankly and then quickly turned his head. It's okay. What's so cringy? I know. I was surprised to hear that too. I thought it was a line from some kind of drama. As Agent Jang laughed, Han also laughed along. The conversation, somewhat desolate, but with a subtle warmth, continued. How many hours have passed like that? Agent Jang's eyes blinked slowly and then closed completely. The soul stared at the sleeping human. I slowly looked at the angular face, thick eyebrows, and large ears, which were completely different from Suk's. The soul wriggled and moved its body little by little. A moment later, Horn's forehead touched Agent Jang's shoulder. Horn laughed, astonished at how warm he could feel from this small touch. The soul felt this warmth for a very long time, and then he quietly raised his hand. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of Horn's fingers clashing continued for a long time. A few hours later, it was morning. Agent Jang opened his eyes, squinting against the bright lights. Where is here? Agent Jang, who was unable to grasp the situation for a moment, felt a tingling sensation in his right shoulder and turned his head. Horn was asleep with his head buried in his shoulder. Agent Zhang laughed at the sight of something he had never imagined in his life. On the one hand, I was puzzled. Why am I still here? I thought the employees would come in and kick me out. But did you give them enough time to say their final goodbyes? It was time to grab Horn's head and slowly place it on the mattress. Agent Zhang was appalled at the sight coming into view. Horn's face was covered in blood. Chapter 237. This episode contains somewhat cruel depictions of bloodshed. Please be careful with your impressions. Agent Zhang was shocked and shook his head. Hey, why are you like this? Horn was bleeding from the nose. Agent Zhang changed the target of his shouting. My soul is strange. Open the door immediately and bring the medical staff. What on earth was the kid doing until he ended up in this state? I felt like my blood was boiling. Can't you hear the surveillance team? I told you to open the door quickly. He's in a strange state. No matter how much I screamed at the CCTV, the iron door would not open. I tried kicking, but the thick door didn't even budge. Cold, cold. Are you okay? Meanwhile, I came to my senses. Every time he coughed, dark red blood poured out. Wait a minute. Are you okay? The doctor will be here soon. It was so massive that the matrix got wet. Before I knew it, Agent Zhang's shirt was also soaked with the blood of the soul. Agent Zhang patted the soul, which was trembling in pain, and rolled its head. There's no way the surveillance team will just let Horn die. The iron door had to open at any moment, and the employees had to rush in. That was normal, unless there is no one outside the door. A strong sensation passed through my back. Agent Zhang's eyes slightly wavered. No, that can't be possible. Agent Zhang swallowed his saliva, struggling to gather his thoughts. Just wait a moment. Just wait a little while. No. One is coming. The soul responded, gushing out blood. As Agent Zhang stiffened at the unexpected answer, the soul made a squeak. It really hurts to die? Suk wasn't exaggerating. What are you saying? Agent Zhang's voice wavered. Horn laughed and said, You look so stupid right now. Agent Zhang became even more confused by the playful laughter that did not fit the situation. What do you mean? No one is coming. It really hurts. When will this end? What do you know? Tell me. Why are you doing this? Why are you dying? Is this my experimental camera? My heart exploded at Agent Zhang's question. Haha, it was a little funny just now. A smile appeared on the boy's face, which was frowning in pain. Agent Zhang clung desperately to the momentarily lively appearance. Soul, you need to tell me what you know so I can help you. As Agent Zhang persistently asked, Han slowly raised his head. The black eyes looked like beads that had faded today. I killed them all. What? They killed them all. Han smiled softly. It was a smile that seemed reassuring, yet somehow complex. Everything, no one left out. Same time. A call was made to 119. Hurry. Please come quickly. My husband is dead. Calm down. Who died? Say how many times. My husband is dead. When I wake up, he's next to me, huh? The police officers have arrived now. Don't hang up. Are you sure her husband isn't breathing? Check 2. See if there is any breathing sound. No. You don't understand. He's dead. He's definitely dead. A frightened woman's voice came through the receiver. Everything is torn. Yes. I don't know either. As if it was about to burst, the room was filled with blood and flesh. Oh my God. Please come quickly. She repeated the same words as if she had completely lost her senses. I slept with my husband, and when I opened my eyes, there was something that looked like a lump next to me. At first, I didn't even know it was my husband. I only realized it was my husband when I saw his clothes that were torn as if they were exploding, etc. It was an absurd statement for the paramedic to believe. The paramedic ignored the horrifying feeling and handed the case over to the field team in as businesslike a manner as possible. There's a lot going on. He tried to smile at his colleagues, but quickly lost it. This is because calls pouring in with similar content as before were merciless. The camera, which was out of sight of the paramedics, moved around the city. The alley on the way to work was covered in blood and flesh, and bloodstains filled the back seat of a luxury sedan. An ordinary morning commute to work became chaotic. People's screams could be heard everywhere, and everyone was moving dizzyingly. The camera leisurely passed through the terrified people and entered a company. It was a building that looked ordinary on the outside, but Robbie was so full of blood that his ankles were soaked. The suits and lab coats that people would have been wearing on their peaceful commute to work were torn and submerged in a sea of blood. The camera slowly showed the blood-covered lobby and then took the elevator up. The elevator opened with a ding sound. The long hallway filled with only white lights was no different from the lobby. Flesh was sticking out here and there, and everything was full of blood. The camera went into a room. The room was full of monitor screens, probably because they were in charge of managing the facility. This place, too, was full of blood and flesh. An employee ID card with a young man's face on it was lying on the floor, stained with blood. The monitor showed CCTV footage from the lobby, elevator, and each floor. It was all a sea of blood, except for one place. The camera moved closer to the monitor, which was the only one among the many screens where movement was captured. Agents Horn and Zhang were there. You killed him? Han chuckled, looking at Agent Zhang with a blank expression. I didn't lie. I still have no intention of running away. But running away and killing are completely different problems. Horn laughed lightly. Every time he opened his mouth, dark red blood flowed out. How did you kill him? They put it all in people's bodies yesterday. My blood. From investors, management, field team, maintenance team, and surveillance team. On the day of the demonstration, Horn gave his blood to everyone involved in the H project. I've been practicing splitting blood into molecules, so small that it feels like air. Compared to changing a liquid into a gas, putting blood into the human body is incomparably easier. Eyes, nose, mouth, ears. There are many passages you can enter. After injecting blood into all the employees, I just waited. Optimal timing. I wanted to kill you when you let your guard down. The soul could feel each and every person with its blood. A person leisurely buying coffee before work, a person riding in the back seat with guidance from a secretary, and a person going into an alley to smoke a cigarette. No matter how much you think about it, it's not a good time to die. In such a peaceful moment. I wanted to die like that. Horn could feel them laughing. And every time the scattered blood exploded one by one, I could also feel the chaos spreading around me. Only after blowing up all the humans did Horn realize that his actions were motivated by a sense of revenge. When I realized that, my soul became happy and unhappy at the same time. Horn laughed as he looked at Agent Zhang, who froze after hearing the story. Oh, I made a mistake. Not everyone was killed. One person was removed. The blood-covered fingers moved slowly. The boy's finger pointed towards the man. You. It's in your body now. Can you feel it? Horn wrinkled his nose and laughed. At the same time, Agent Zhang vividly felt something moving around the ship. Oh, right. It's there. I put more in your body. Because I want to kill him more surely than other people. The boy's eyes as he said that were filled with a sad smile. Why did you come to visit me this morning? I thought you came here on purpose. No. You didn't think anything of it. That's why I didn't kill him. I feel so stupid too. I was talking to you yesterday. It was good. So you decided not to kill him. I just wanted to do that. Agent Zhang looked at Han with an expression that he still did not understand. Horn let out a cough that he had been suppressing throughout the conversation. Blood mixed with saliva ran down Horn's chin. You? What does it mean to die? How did you die? Is that possible? Han grinned, asking why he was asking such an obvious question. The sight of him laughing mischievously with a face covered in blood was quite bizarre. These are the people who attended the demonstration yesterday and are employees of our company. One or two. Of course it's excessive bleeding. Actually, I was very upset too. I survived last time when my arms and legs were cut off. Horn coughed again. But, Kalak, I don't know what this ability is. I wonder if my recovery is also being reduced every time I use it. The more I exploded one by one, the more my body lost strength. I guess I wasn't completely immortal either. Horn smiled mischievously and rolled his eyes. His breathing gradually became heavier. Agent Zhang grabbed the torso of the dying boy. It didn't feel real. Her head felt dreamy. He did everything he could, rushed towards the iron gate. He repeatedly pushed and kicked with his body without stopping. At first glance, I heard a sound like my foot was breaking, but I didn't have time to pay any attention to it. But the solid iron door never opened. Helplessness. In this way, Agent Zhang perfectly understood what Horn must have been feeling for 5 years. Finally, more vividly than anyone else. The ending was crying. Agent Zhang held his soul and cried, saying he was sorry. Soul, who was barely breathing, barely opened his mouth. Brother, What? Suk Hyung. The boy's young voice was desperate. Agent Jang gritted his teeth and held back tears. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not Suk Hyung. He whispered continuously into the boy's ear. At that time, I heard the other person faintly laughing. When I raised my head, I saw Sol smiling faintly. What is he saying now? Yoziak Hyung. That's what I said. As a brother. Even if I call you. They said it would work. Agent Jang. No. Jang Yosuk slowly raised the corners of his mouth. In contrast to the upturned mouth, the corners of his eyes were filled with tears as he looked at the boy. Jang Yosuk's tears fell on Han's cheeks, and the tears pooled in his ears. Huh. My brother. Call. You. Do whatever you want. Han looked blankly at Jang Yosuk's smile. I thought I wanted to laugh together. It was strange. For some reason the face didn't listen to what I was saying. After a while, there was the sound of a hand falling on the mattress. Huh. At the same time, the man's cries became louder. The camera that was capturing the two people moved further and further away. In the room there was a mattress, a corpse, and a man holding a boy. Soon, the words "Killing Horn" appeared in the middle of the screen. It was a title I saw every time it opened. The red text slowly flowed down and disappeared, like drops of blood, and only the letter H remained, as always. The only remaining H disappeared after the camera turned 180 degrees and showed a tightly closed iron door. And black screen. Viewers watched the ending credits in silence. Even though the names of the director, actors, and production crew appeared one after another, I couldn't say anything. After about 2 minutes of ending credits, I was just about to get out of my complicated mood. The screen suddenly became brighter. Some viewers who wanted to go to the bathroom quickly sat down. The screen still showed a thick iron door. And wing dash. Along with the sound of machinery, a sound as if an iron door was being breached was heard from outside. After the iron door was broken over a long period of time, people in white robes came in. The camera also turned 180 degrees again to match that. People found 2 corpses and an unconscious man. A doctor drew blood from an unconscious man and ran it through a small machine. Everyone's eyes turned to the small machine. As soon as the word match appeared on the machine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. That's strange. I heard that the H project test subject has the shape of a boy. I guess I got the wrong information. It is difficult to know accurate information about other companies' projects. The woman declared that since she passed the blood test, it must be this man. Now, we have to move quickly before other companies smell it. We'll be out in 30 seconds. Do it. What should we do with the body? Throw away. I only take care of men. People were busy moving around. The man who carried Jang Yosuk to the stretcher asked a question. Doctor, where can I move this? The woman smiled brightly. To our company's laboratory. The camera finally captured the face of Jang Yosuk, who had lost his mind. Above his face, the letter H that had just disappeared appeared. That's how Killing Horn ended. Chapter 238. Wandering Ghost at Deadshive. Killing Horn. See it all in one day. I'm really tired. I woke up to episode 1 without thinking about cancer, but then I couldn't breathe and watched all of episode 8. As it happens to be a first period day, I'm on my way to school, and I can already hear the professor's lullaby. Office Worker Lab at Himmelsumjum. Before coming out, I'm going to watch 1 episode a day while eating dinner haha. After leaving dinner, I can't even go to the bathroom and run for 8 hours. If you want to watch Killing Horn, I recommend making sure you have enough time and clicking episode 1. Especially if you are an office worker with limited physical strength, that's you. Just endure it and watch it on the weekend. Media Addict at Dopamine Lover. Ignore the above tweet and just look at it, guys. It's been less than a day since the drama came out, but Tamra is a spoiler minefield. If you want to watch it without spoilers in this rough world of social media, you just have to watch it now. Title. Who is it? The person who asked to reveal the Killing Horn on Sunday evening. Come out and hit me in the head. Are you going to come to work on Monday instead? You bastards. What is it? Why are you so excited? Calm down. Didn't you watch the drama? I don't think I've seen the drama. There is no way you would react like this if you saw it. Hey, I went to work tonight, and the assistant manager, the manager, and everyone else looked at me lol. Only the manager was so clueless. But honestly, I don't think it's our fault. This wasn't a development that could be stopped in the middle. I just watched the drama and my mind went crazy. Title: What was the most impressive scene in your Killing Horn? I am the god who cries over Kang Suk's death. Lee Yun-jae's acting was so good that it really gave me goosebumps. Every scene is legendary. There are so many famous scenes that I can't even name them. Lee Yun-jae said, "Brother." Shouting God underscore. Haha, that looks really hot on shorts, haha. This scene is so cute when I first see it, but I can't watch it until the end of the drama. It's my tear button. Who knew Lee Young-hyun would be so good at playing a villain? What I'm saying, haha, I heard it was filmed with Lee Yun-jae, so I thought it was a sweet healing drama. What is healing, haha? The more I watch the drama, the more I feel mentally broken. Lee Yun-jae is at some level of possession. He didn't even think it was acting, and it seemed like he just filmed it with the real H. I hope the behind-the-scenes footage comes out soon. Too much immersion, making daily life difficult. Before Killing Horn was revealed, the production team made predictions. I think this drama will be a hit. And the production team's expectations were cruelly shattered. Killing Horn recorded 100 million views in just one day after release. The K-drama craze sweeping the world, with rave reviews pouring in from overseas media. Number 1 in the non-English language category, number 1 overall in the global top. Killing Horn sets new records every day. This is because it went beyond being a medium hit and was literally a huge hit. The response, which was extraordinary from the day of release, grew hotter as time went by. In less than 5 days, it ranked first in the TV drama category in 29 countries, including Korea. It was a kind of syndrome. No matter where I went, there was talk about Killing Horn, and no matter who I met, stories about Killing Horn came up. Of course, there was a lot of talk. But wasn't it more cruel than necessary? I think the directing was too much. It's a request, so there's no need for it. Is asking for fire meaningful these days? Even elementary school students saw it. All of that needs to be taken into consideration before production. I think it would be good to instill a prejudice among foreigners that Korean dramas are all cruel. No, why do you care about foreigners? It's so frustrating. Due to the easily accessible nature of the OTT drama, the cumulative number of viewers continued to rise despite the rating. The fact that lead actress Lee Yun-jae has now turned 16 also became a source of controversy. Some people pointed out that minors were not appropriate subjects for filming, while others countered by saying that these comments were disrespectful to child actors professionally. As the controversy intensified, the production company issued a statement saying, medical staff were always on site to ensure safe filming for the actors, and the actors' condition was always checked before filming began. The controversy died down when a behind-the-scenes video of Lee Yun-jae laughing and chatting between shots was uploaded. The problem was not Korea, but foreign countries. Some scenes from Killing Horn were shared through the Shorts platform, but some foreign viewers mistook it for an actual video. After seeing a boy soaked in blood crying, an incident occurred that was reported as child abuse. As several foreign influencers familiar with K-culture began uploading videos with the title, "This is fiction and the crying boy is a famous Korean actor," the scope of mentioning the drama gradually expanded. Oh my god, I couldn't even imagine it was a drama. The boy's expression is so realistic. Is this the video that's been popping up on TikTok these days? What is certain is that Korean dramas are provocative, and I love it so much XD. After it became known that it was a drama, the story progressed differently. Horn's supernatural ability to burst blood with a finger snap caught the attention of foreigners. Unlike the gothic background with blood bursting out, Han's mischievous smile had an element that strangely attracted people. Even the ticks and sounds he made when he snapped his fingers sounded attractive. In other words, it was enough to capture people's attention. The first to move was the TikTok influencer. They started making videos where they attached balloons filled with red liquid to various places on the ceiling and made it look like the balloons were popping when they snapped their fingers. As soon as one person uploaded a video, similar videos started coming up one after another. This video, which was even named Killing Horn Challenge, took the world by storm. The number of people purchasing food coloring to make red liquid increased, and as coloring became difficult to obtain, it even spread into a humorous video of substituting cranberry juice or tomato juice. Many people were fascinated by this challenge. I took a picture of it because it was a trend, but there are a lot of foreigners who don't know why it's a trend. Within a few days, the challenge video spread to foreign celebrities. when famous foreign celebrities that even Koreans would know started filming the challenge. It was Korean viewers who became confused. Why do you like it so much? When I thought I could never understand the interests of foreigners. Videos like the one below began to be uploaded one after another. A Korean drama that shocked people all over the world. Summary of reactions from foreigners who watched Killing Horn. America is currently obsessed with OOO challenge. Experience the Korean wave as told directly by LA students. Overseas reaction. This is a K-drama. American students surprised to see Killing Horn. Yes, the gukpong line, which Koreans cannot stand, has a killing spirit. At that time, Netflix also began to engage in aggressive marketing, and the number of foreigners actually interested in dramas increased. Although it started out as a provocative challenge video, Killing Horn was a pretty good piece when viewed as a drama itself. The drama's ratings were also high due to the thrilling plot and refreshing action scenes typical of Korean dramas. As the drama became popular in the United States and Europe, interest in the actors naturally increased. Among them, it was natural that attention was focused on Lee Yoon-jae, who had a youthful face and a performance that overwhelmed adult actors. Blood Boy. Lee Yoon-jae began to be known by the nickname Blood Boy, and it was less than 2 weeks after Killing Horn was released that Lee Yoon-jae appeared on the popular American TV talk show, The Jim Fury Show. Talk show. One eyebrow rose at the unexpected remark. Yes, it is a famous American talk show. It will be hosted by a comedian named Jim Fury. Jinbei immediately handed me a cell phone with a video on it. You can think of it as the most popular talk show in America. It has a significant impact, and it is a place where existing Korean actors also went. I feel like I've seen this before somewhere. I nodded and checked the remaining video. They say they contacted CEO Jang directly. What does the CEO say? There was a rough answer, but I asked just in case. As expected, Jinbei answered with a smile on his face. They say you can do whatever you want, actor. I think the CEO is becoming more and more strange. What are you going to do if I say I won't do it? As I shook my head, Jinbei patted my shoulder and smiled. That's because the actor is so good. We can't appear on these famous talk shows no matter how much money we pay. I didn't do anything special, but since it turned out so well, I think the CEO decided to leave it to the actors. Thank you for trusting me. What do you think, brother? Me? Of course I like going out. It's an opportunity you never know when it will come, and it's even a solo appearance. Yes. I blinked. Did you just call me? What about Jong Hyun-hyung and Sik Jun-hyung? It means that I am interested in actress Lee Yoon-jae, not the actor who appeared in Killing Horn. I laughed out loud when I heard Jinbei's voice say he was dying of pride. Why do you like it so much? Cute. It's a solo appearance. It's a bit burdensome. Jinbei must have read the hesitation on my face and calmly lowered his voice. Actor, don't you want to do it? Well, it's not a recorded broadcast, it's live, right? Yes. If you feel uncomfortable speaking in English, you can go with an interpreter. That doesn't really matter. Anyway, I always talk to Han Haram in English. Since I had been taking classes consistently for over a year, English was not a problem. The problem is that it's real time. A 100% live broadcast that cannot be controlled even if a mistake is made. I don't know anything about American culture, so I wonder what I'll do if I do something that gets criticized for no reason. Jinbei nodded as if he understood. You have enough to worry about. You don't have to decide today, so think about it a little more. Yes, thank you. But I think you'll do well as an actor. So I'm not worried. The softly smiling eyes were full of trust. I smiled and whispered, thank you for saying that. I have no choice but to worry, right? Yes? What? Why? I made a dumbfounded face without realizing it. Of course I'm worried. I'm not going to ask you about the drama when it goes on. So, I sighed as I looked at Jinbei's still confused face. And I won't be able to answer. I haven't seen the drama. No, I haven't seen it. Only then did Jinbei smile awkwardly. That's right. You never said it was okay to look at it. It's too cruel for the actor to see. As soon as I finished speaking, a rebuttal came back. Jong Hyun's promise to gather at his brother's house to watch Killing Horn was shattered by Jinbei, who watched the drama first. It was a promise made possible with the premise that I would cover my eyes whenever a cruel scene appeared. But Jinbei Hyung's opinion was, it can't be done because everything is cruel from beginning to end. Because Jinbei had such a stern face, Zhang Hai and I, who was almost crying, finally gave up. In this way, I became an actor who had not actually seen the drama even though it had been 2 weeks since it was released. Officially, I've already seen everything with the fog. As soon as the drama was released, I was pricked by my conscience as I watched episodes 1 through 8 in one go. Even more so when I see the determined face that says it will protect me. I can't do this. Let's change the topic. Let's finish today's schedule first. Yes, let's go to the studio. Jinbei took the wheel. When I arrived at the studio, a familiar figure came running to me. When I lifted the child who ran into my arms without hesitation, he giggled and whispered in my ear without anyone knowing. Hello, Yanji. Today was the day of the photo shoot with Han Haram. Chapter 239. The guy was giggling in his arms, wondering what was so funny. Wow, that's really heavy. I felt like my arm would break. As I pulled the boy up while controlling my expression as best as I could, Han Haram's mother came running. Oh my Haram. I keep telling the actor not to do that. Her loud voice attracted the attention of surrounding staff. No matter how close you are, that's true. You too. Despite her accusatory tone, the smile on her face was bright. I was truly puzzled. Why aren't you debuting? I really think I could be an actor. I saw my mother after a long time, and her acting was still great. The good news is that Han Haram's acting has also improved. Sorry, Mom. I like you so much. When I heard my mother's words, I flinched for a moment, but I couldn't help but laugh at her slightly sly answer. Well done. Yeah, that's how I pass it up. I heard people go through puberty early these days. Han Haram, who is now in the 2nd year of elementary school, will soon enter puberty. There will come a time when you ignore what your mother says and act as you please. You just need to stay by my side until then. I can do that much. I nodded to myself and naturally lowered Han Haram to the ground. Hello, Mother. It's been a while since I saw you. Oh my actor. You can treat me like you normally do. There's no one watching, so what's going on between us? What is our relationship? I was puzzled. I've only seen it a few times when picking up Han Haram. I didn't know what she wanted. That's why she's even more curious. Is there any good in showing off your friendship with me? I wondered what the benefit was, but they responded calmly. A few minutes later she left, and Han Haram made an embarrassed face. Xianji. Sorry. Because of my mom. Don't say you're sorry. I stroked the guy's head. I didn't want to receive an apology from a child who hadn't lost her breasts yet. The sullen expression on his face showed no signs of calming down, so I changed the topic. Han Haram, do you know the Jim Fury show? As I asked, I wondered what this child would know, but I got an unexpected response. Huh? Of course. Come to think of it, Han Haram was American. When told that he had received an offer to appear on the show, Han Haram opened his mouth wide. Really? On the Jim Fury show? He was so surprised that he seemed to have forgotten Korean. Yes. Really? Wow. This is a program I watched every week when I was in America. It's amazing. You're going on that? Oh my. Han Haram was excited. As expected, you are amazing. You are truly the best. How can you do this? You are truly amazing. Thank you. But I haven't responded yet. I'm worried about whether to leave or not. What? Why? Han Haram made an expression he had never seen before. It was like the expression on the face of someone who heard that humans could fly. Why on earth are you worrying about that? I hesitated at the reaction, which was stronger than I expected. Just if I go, I'll have to converse in English. I'm not confident I'll be good at it. What are you talking to me about now? Even as Han Haram spoke, he had a look on his face as if he was making such an excuse. Calm down. Get out now? I have to brag to my friends. Okay, I'll think about it. Don't think about it, just get out. Shit, I brought it up for no reason. When I hesitated, he grabbed my body and shook me, telling me to answer quickly. He was not the innocent boy I knew. Where has my Han Haram gone? Haram, calm down. You can't calm down. Fortunately, Han Haram's running stopped as the time for the photo shoot approached. As the staff approached, Han Haram became quiet as if he had never shouted before. I was shocked. The guy who had been quiet the whole time, changing clothes, whispered as soon as he stood in the photo zone. Brother, you must do what I said earlier. Huh? Why aren't you answering? I quietly looked at the shy guy who had even changed his name in front of people. Okay. A bitter voice came out of my mouth. You promised. I said I understand. My mouth was sore. When I first met him, he definitely looked like soft tofu. How can something change like this in just half a year? After all, kids grow up quickly. It's bittersweet. For the first time, I hoped that Han Haram would never reach puberty. You should be a model. As soon as the photo shoot with Han Haram was over, words came out without me realizing it. Huh. The guy who tilted his head and asked what that meant gave a look that was unfamiliar to the camera just a moment ago. Is this talent? Even to me, who knew nothing, Han Haram was an outstanding model. Eyes that do not avoid the camera, poses that change every time a click is made, and even natural gaze processing. It was nothing compared to when I was filming Killing Horn, where I could barely imitate according to my guide. Thanks to this, the shoot ended with the photographer shouting bravo hundreds of times. I heard you worked as a fitting model in the US as well. No matter how you look at it, Han Haram seemed to be better suited as a model than as an actor. Still, I think it's still too early to draw a line with a child, so I changed my stance. I think I did a good job filming today thanks to you. Thank you. No. I had so much fun filming with Yanji. Hee hee. Han Haram's smiling face was very flushed. It's like glutinous rice cake. After stroking the guy's cheek, I headed to the interview location. Hello. This is V Magazine's editor, Yu Hyun-suk. Nice to meet you. You two already look alike, but when you dress like that, you look like real brothers. I just laughed at the editor's words, which were obviously meant as a greeting. Really? The funny thing is that Han Haram, who usually does not speak in front of other people, was the first to open his mouth. Are you really like brothers? I held back laughter at the sight of Han Haram crossing his feet in embarrassment. Anyway, the editor seemed to be feeling the same way as me, smiling brightly and repeating the word brother a couple of times. Thanks to this, the interview was conducted with Han Haram relaxed. You both played Horn in the popular drama Killing Horn. Today's pictorial was also conducted accordingly. Can we hear each person's thoughts? The interview questions were simple. It wasn't a bad shoot for me, so I was able to answer in a good mood. It was worth seeing Han Haram twitching. It's not a common sight to see a guy wearing the same clothes as me come into my arms and strike a pose. There were a lot of questions about the drama, whether Killing Horn was hot or not. It was easy to answer because I had filmed a lot of interviews with Young Hyun-I and actor Kim Suk-jun over the past 2 weeks. Have you heard anything about Season 2? Haha. He answered the editor's vague question with a gentle smile. The editor saw the smile on my face saying, "Why are you acting like this between people you know?" and immediately moved on to the next question. Anyone in the industry already knows that Season 2 of Killing Horn is being secretly prepared. Season 2 will take place from the perspective of Jang Yo-suk, who has become the new H. I heard that the story becomes much more complicated due to the mutation of abilities in the process of soul-blood mixing. Well, it has nothing to do with me. Season 2 will feature actor Kim Suk-jun, who plays Jang Yo-suk, and new actors. Actor Kim Suk-jun is also great. Killing Horn was known for its 2 top leads, Lee Yun-jae and Lee Young-hyun, but toward the latter half, Jang Yo-suk's role became the main character. Actor Kim Suk-jun found out about this only after passing the audition, and fell into a panic for a long time. His acting was so great that it was funny that he felt so much pressure. From what I saw after working with him in person, he had enough talent to play the lead role. I hope we can act together next time. So much so that these thoughts come naturally. And there was one more actor who had that thought. You really came. Then it really comes. I really didn't know it was coming. Seo Gio opened the door with a puzzled look on his face. Is there anyone home? Huh. Her dad was at work, and her stepmom went to her parents' house with her younger siblings. Seo Gio's house was quite spacious. You live well. Take this. Why did you buy something like this? Still, it's my first time coming here. So how can I come empty-handed? Seo Gio was handed the fruit basket with an awkward expression. Why is he so awkward? At school, he was acting like a snake, and perhaps because it was his house, he kept creaking. As Seo Gio entered the kitchen, something suddenly rustled beneath his feet. Meow. It was a cat. Hi. Thunder. Are you angry? When I looked up in surprise, the cat was circling around me, making gurgling noises. Seo Gio, who was organizing the fruit basket, laughed. I guess I like you. If you like it, do you make sounds like this? Aren't cats supposed to meow? Perhaps it was just me who was confused, But Seogyo answered with a natural expression on his face. Huh, is this your first time seeing a cat? I only saw kids sitting still on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the cat continued to mutter. When I asked him if he was in pain, Seogyo gave me that loose smile that I knew only then. No, that's what a kite usually sounds like. That's interesting. It looks like the owner. I sat down on the sofa, leaving the unusual cat behind. But the cat jumped up and sat on my lap. I froze. Why is the lemon here? Did you buy a separate lemon just to make fun of me? Is it Yanji? When there was no answer from me, Seogyo came out of the kitchen. As soon as I saw him, I screamed with my eyes. Take him away. It's a kite. Why are you so attached to a guy you just met for the first time? Did you notice that they were of the same race? In the midst of this, Seogyo picked up the cat while making strange noises. Mayan. As if the cat didn't like it, it tried hard to get out of Seogyo's arms. If the sight seemed familiar, Seogyo asked while holding the cat tightly. I didn't know you were afraid of cats. Sorry, shall we go to the cafe? It's not scary. Then. It's a lot softer than I thought. The feeling of it touching my knee was closer to a liquid. It's so stiff that it feels like it will fall off if it moves even a little. Seogyo burst out laughing after hearing what I said. Haha, are you really? Seogyo smiled and placed the cat next to me. Are you okay? These guys are stronger than you think. Don't be scared. Seogyo took my hand and placed it on the cat. I was once again surprised by how soft the fur felt to my hand. Yes, I see. A soft and solid feeling coexisted. That's interesting. After being stroked a few more times by Seogyo, I was clearly relieved. The child won't get hurt if I touch him. After making sure that I was calmly petting the cat, Seogyo disappeared back into the kitchen. When he brought out the neatly peeled fruit, the cat was completely mushy. I think Yun really likes you. Seogyo smiled slowly and handed me a fork. After eating some of the fruit, he got to the point. So, why did you suddenly come to my house? I have something I want to ask you. The question I asked over the phone was somewhat similar. The guy smiled in surprise and asked what it was. I hesitated for a moment and then asked. Our drama came out. Huh. Have you contacted your mother? Seogyo paused. Light Eye slowly looked at me. It looked like a cat. Chapter 240. Seogyo looked at me in silence for a long time. Why do you look at me like that? Because it's fascinating. The guy's eyes relaxed. I thought you were kind. It's truly amazing. If you live like that, won't you get tired? Seogyo. This guy is doing well and is always like this. If you don't want to answer, just say no. Don't be sarcastic. Seogyo sighed softly at my words. Sorry, I don't often talk about my mom. No, I acted needlessly. When I tried to get up from the sofa, Seogyo quickly grabbed my wrist. I'm sorry. It's a series. I made a mistake. The guy swallowed his saliva. It wasn't a matter of getting annoyed with you. I'm really sorry. To Mom. I didn't hear from you. Seogyo laughed. The eye area, which was loose as usual, looked more sensitive than usual. I think the cat is Seogyo, not me. Seogyo was disguising his sensitivity with a calm smile. Like a cat ready to run away at any moment. I didn't think you'd ask that. I think I reacted sharply without even realizing it. I'm really sorry. I crossed a line, okay? I won't do that next time. When I said it casually, Seogyo hesitated. No. What? You? You can cross the line. Are you okay? The person who said that also spoke in a very plain tone. I had no hobby of tormenting a confused child, so I waited quietly, and only after a while did he open his mouth. Thanks for asking first. No one knows that I'm waiting for my mom to hear from me. Father too. Don't mention your mom at all. Your stepmom might be disappointed. I don't want to hurt you because you're a good person. Seogyo, smiling like that, looked like the most childish person I've ever seen. I looked at that guy blankly and said, Then call me when you want to talk about your mother. Why do you do that? Well, am I a fanatic? I didn't particularly have a crush on this guy. What's good about a kid who gets harsher the more he extends his hand? It just bothers me. Because you feel sorry for me? I burst out laughing at the guy's words. Why do I feel sorry for you? Are you kidding me? Seogyo must have then remembered that I was from an orphanage and apologized awkwardly. I looked at the guy who seemed distracted for some reason. Is there anything else you want to say? I heard you haven't contacted your mother. How do you feel? When I asked indifferently, the guy looked confused. Honestly, I thought it would be okay. Huh. Cogio hesitated for a while and muttered, I don't feel good. As I stayed still, he continued talking. Of course, since it was a minor role, I know it wouldn't have gone unnoticed. But if she had watched the drama, she wouldn't have recognized me. I guess so. I wonder if he just didn't watch the drama, or if he watched it but is no longer interested in me, or I do not know either. The guy's words were scattered in a blur. I didn't say any words of comfort. Instead, he answered in a callously flat manner. I read an article yesterday, and it said that now there will be no Korean who doesn't know Lee Yun-jae. But I don't agree with it at all. Because, even if I just wear a mask, people won't recognize me. Does it make sense that fame is only covered by a mask? It's just that they're not famous. Cogio's expression was strange. What is that? I still have a long way to go before I become famous. I continued what I was saying, either that or not. Your goal is to become a famous actor. It's too early to be disappointed now. I should take a few more pictures here. That way, you won't have to worry about whether you're disappointed or not. Even I, who has starred in a few films, don't feel much of a difference. So, let's postpone it for at least 2 to 3 more years and be disappointed. Cogio looked at me with a strange expression. Do you really think you're not famous? Only the internet is crazy. Real people don't care. If you just wear a mask, no one will recognize you. That means, huh? Cogio was about to say something, but eventually closed his mouth. First of all, I understand what you mean. I will do that. The guy answered by pressing his temples. I seem to have come to my senses to some extent, so I brought up the real point of why I came here. Then come to Win Entertainment this Saturday at 2 o'clock. Just say you're here to meet Team 1 leader Hyunwoo Woo in the lobby. What? There is no set script, you just need to prepare a performance that you are confident in. I'm sensitive to time, so don't be late. When I spoke calmly, the guy made a stupid face. What are you talking about? Aren't you going to audition? Not if you're not interested. When I got up from the sofa, Cogio grabbed my wrist again. It was faster than before. You mean audition? He said he wanted to become a famous actor. Then the right order is to start with the most famous entertainment company. I recommended you to the CEO. They asked me to audition first. Cogio made an even more strange expression. The guy with his eyes wide open opened and closed his mouth for a while, and then finally spoke. Why? It was a question with many implications. I just shrugged. Why? Is there anything special? I want to act with you. If we're under the same agency, it won't be easy to get projects. I don't think it's a particularly bad condition for Cogio. Why is your expression like this? I was exhilarated by the lighter response than I expected. After patting the cat lying next to me a few times, I got up. I'm really going now. Don't be late for the audition. Cogio saw me off blankly. Goodbye, Yanji. I waved my hand roughly. My wrist was full of cat hair. You don't have to come pick me up. Jinbei was waiting in front of Cogio's house. It wasn't even dusk yet, but I was being too overprotective. Actress, do whatever you want. I will do whatever I want. Anyway, I really don't listen. I shook my head and fastened my seatbelt. I took out my cell phone to contact team leader Woo, and there was a message. Lee Yun-jae's real best friend Bai-hyuk. If you see this, call me, Omega. Second brother. If you see this, call me. What? I looked at the messages sent to No Bai-hyuk and Lee Yun-taek. As I stared at my phone without saying a word, Jinbei glanced at me. What's wrong? Actor? No. I'm going to call you in a moment. I looked at the two people's messages alternately and moved my fingers. There was no need to worry about who to call first. Hello? A very embarrassed voice was heard over the phone. Hello? Brother? Hi. Why did you suddenly call me? Someone who knows why says that. Hearing what Nade leader Kang Kangbin said, he chuckled. I think I have to choose between Bai-hyuk and Yun-taek, but I like Yeonbin the best. As soon as I finished speaking, a loud voice, like a thunderbolt, came pouring out. Lee Yun-jae, you traitor. Oh wow, you said you were happy to see Yeonbin. Are you crazy? They were No Bai-hyuk and Lee Yun-taek. Guys, calm down. And the dog owner stopped the beagles. You've had a hard time today too. I'm not stupid either. Is there any way that Nade members don't know that they are currently filming their own content? I had already shared a week's schedule with No Bai-hyuk. It was the same message that was sent to both people around the time they were filming Jackin. So if it wasn't a mission, what could it be? I ignored the babbling beagle and spoke to the leader. Brother, have you seen the killing horn? Come back. Week had passed, so there would have been time to rest, and Kang Yun-bin was 20 years old, so there was no reason not to watch the drama. Then I saw it. You were really good at acting. I already tried to contact you today. The voice that spoke calmly was clear. Perhaps because he had the image of a model student who was not seen around him, a sense of playfulness arose. I am jealous. I didn't see it. Jinbei, who was driving, flinched. Oh, because it was a request? Yes. It's hard because my guardian is so strict. Can't you? Show it to me in secret. Mimi? Even though it wasn't a video call, the leader's shaking eyes were clearly visible. There will be a lot of cameras in front of you, but you don't know how to answer. Just once without anyone knowing. Yes, that is. He spoke calmly and slowly raised the corner of his mouth. At the same time, I made eye contact with Jinbei through the rearview mirror. It's disgusting. Actor. I suppressed laughter at the words he said. At that time, the dogs shouted to protect their panicked owner. Why are you harassing our leader? That's right. Well done. Why am I bothering you? I heard that Bin Hyung is the best. Despite the relaxed rebuttal, the dogs continued to insist that they not bother their leader. The picture is nice. These are members who care about their leader. Relationships will become stronger. I ended up hanging up the phone by answering. I'm just going to protect the same member and live in sorrow. This created a better environment for Nade fans to fantasize about. Me too. I was so proud that my heart swelled. As expected, studying was worthwhile. At this level, I can get a meal from the Nade members. It was with that feeling in mind when I arrived home. There was a text message from the leader confirming that filming for Jackin was over. Kang Yeonbin, Nade leader Yanji. Actually, I was filming earlier. Please don't misunderstand because I didn't answer because I didn't want to show it to you. And I can show the drama, but I live in the dorm now, so I can't show it secretly. I'll show you later when I become independent. I looked at the message blankly. Then you didn't know I was filming? I can't believe there is someone else this naive besides Song Yijun. I was shocked. When are you talking about becoming independent later? I will also be an adult by then. Are you kidding? I looked at my phone quietly and made a decision. Let's not mess with the leader from now on. I got a feeling. I have a feeling that if I mess around with someone like this, I'll get seriously hurt. Not even a week has passed since then. What? This burdensome hotel. Even if I try to manage my facial expressions, I couldn't. The light reflecting from the hotel's stained glass was brilliant. All guests appearing on the Jim Fury show will be staying at this hotel. Filming will begin in 2 days, so please rest comfortably until then. The man who picked me up at the airport spoke politely and then disappeared. And once again, I looked at the high-end hotel located in Manhattan, in the middle of New York. As I live, days like this always come. Before I knew it, the stylists on my team had the same reaction as me. I was busy looking around the large hotel with wide eyes. Among us, Jinbei was the only one with a calm expression on his face. I guess the world of the rich is different after all. I once again felt the distance between me and Jinbei. I entered the hotel, controlling my facial expression so as not to show that I was upset. Title: Real-time Yanji Lee just filmed in New York. I guess it's true that he's on the Jim Fury show. The cheapest room in the hotel here costs over $200 per night. Crazy class. I look at Lee Yunjae's relaxed expression. Looks like I was born here. As expected, Bambi born in Baycroft Dam is different slightly smiling face. Stop being a fanatic. Chapter 241. Title: Does Lee Yunjae own stock in WB Entertainment? Why are you so close with the kids from WB Entertainment? It appeared on the Space B app the other day, and it looks like Nade and Lee Yunjae are also very close. I knew that Nade went to the fan sign, but I was surprised to see that he appeared on Jackin yesterday. I only spoke on the phone briefly, but he seemed really friendly. Nade's youngest friend has been Lee Yunjae's friend since elementary school. Before her debut, she slept at Lee Yunjae's house every day. How did Eun-taek become friends with Lee Yunjae? I don't know. It's been a long time since we've known each other. Even before debut, there were many reports of Baehyuk, Eun-taek, and Lee Yunjae playing together. I think Baehyuk introduced the two of them. Title: Does everyone know that Eun-taek calls Lee Yunjae baby and become a fan of him? First of all, my favorite is Eun-taek. Since the beginning, he has been a child with foul-tempered tastes and tearful eyes. Naturally, Eun-taek became his favorite. I honestly didn't believe Eun-taek because he said he cared for Lee Yunjae so much. Baehyuk's official. Who cares about a kid who doesn't even take care of the G members lol. However, if you listen to a 36-minute conversation on a video app on the 24th, Yintake, what are you doing now? Baihyuk, they say they're doing a photo shoot. Yintake, I'm busy. At $#, this part is not audible. It's hard to hear because the conversation was whispered, but if you turn up the volume, the baby can hear it clearly. There was a lot of fuss about who the baby was on the scaffolding that day and whether he already had a girlfriend. Lee Yunjae pictorial.jpg. It turned out that it was Lee Yunjae. LOL. If you compare it to what Yeonji Lee wrote on her fan cafe, the timing is perfect. No, honestly, Lee Yunjae's fans are flattering her. If you look at it from the outside, isn't it just a boys' high school student? He's actually taller than my younger brother, who is a high school student. Being a baby to a child who is only 2 years younger than you. Baby writing done by my favorite. How should I accept it? Oh, why is the author's tone so funny? Untake is your favorite? If you just look at the description, it's anti-LOL. The actual members are abandoned, and other actors and favorite male idols appear. New. That's so funny. I like him because he's not pretentious, haha. It's nice to see that he doesn't get into strange positions with the members and just says whatever he wants to say. That's right. Please take care of everything you need for the members. I'm just saying I'm just born with a nasty temper. The author is really not an anti. I'm so tired I'm dying. No Baihyuk's face on the screen was dull. When I saw the face of the child dying, I felt uncomfortable. Did you get some sleep? About 3 hours? Still, I slept more than yesterday. You must be tired. Perhaps because he was a rookie, No Baihyuk was always busy even though his promotional period was over. Isn't it better to sleep during video calls? It was a reasonable thought, but the moment I said it out loud, it was obvious that he would make a sad expression. What about Untake? Everyone fainted except me. No Baihyuk turned his cell phone and showed the scene inside the car. All members except No Baihyuk were wiped out. It was sad to see everyone sleeping with masks and blankets on. You're having a hard time. Still, the response to this entertainment show was good. Did you see that I organized the comments and sent them to you? Huh. I watched it with my brothers. Thank you. His voice was full of sleepiness. I guess I'll have to quit now. Go to sleep quickly. Let's talk tomorrow. You too, cheer up today. Don't be too nervous. Just keep doing what you're doing. Huh. It looks like you're really not nervous. You are really amazing too. No Baihyuk muttered with a shocked expression on his face. How can you not be nervous when appearing on America's representative talk show? We even have to communicate in English. Aren't you worried about making a mistake? Of course I'm worried. Is that the expression of someone who is worried? No Baihyuk shook his head. You are also truly gifted. Anyway, do well. I said I understood and hung up. Outside the window, the sunset was already setting red. There's nothing to do. Perhaps because I stayed in the hotel for 2 days after arriving in New York, I felt bored rather than nervous. At first, I thought nothing of it being a foreign country and went out without a mask, but I was startled when someone shouted at me at the hotel entrance. Well, there must be a lot of Koreans in New York too. So I immediately put on a mask. However, I felt strangely strong gaze. Because it was not a level that could be ignored, I ended up having to return to the hotel after 2 hours. I guess it's because of Jinbei. Even if it were me, I would naturally look at a 190 centimeters man. However, I couldn't go out alone without Jinbei, so I had no choice but to stay in the hotel for 2 days. Actor, I think you can start preparing now. Yes. The time is now 5 p.m. The live broadcast of the Jim Fury show started at 9 o'clock. A team of stylists came into the room and handed me clothes. I felt like a suit was too much, so I mainly brought jackets. Thank you. As always, the clothes given by the stylist team were great. I changed into the prepared clothes and was about to get my makeup done when the stylist looked at my face closely. Seonji. Yes. Are you really not nervous? Why are you so calm? It was a truly puzzled face. From No Baihyuk to his sister, why is everyone like that? I thought he was trying not to show it, but now I see that he really wasn't nervous. That's right. It's so compared to the fan meeting. I was really worried about clothes back then, but now I'm not saying anything. I responded with embarrassment to another employee's comment. You can't compare it to a fan meeting. How does appearing on a TV show compare to a fan meeting? The MC and the audience won't be interested in me anyway, so I'm just coming to say a few words to promote the drama. If you think about it that way, There was no reason to be nervous. Everyone was busy shaking their heads at my words, but only Jinbei smiled and patted his shoulder. The actor is right. So don't be nervous and come say whatever you want to say. When I answered that I understood the friendly words, the employees responded one by one. Looking at it, the manager also plays a role. I thought the same thing. As expected, people continued to say that they got along well. What do you mean? I didn't understand, so I tried to ask, but Jinbei told me not to worry about it. Oh, Mr. Lee. Nice to meet you. Jim Fury, whom I met before the live broadcast, was kinder than I expected. He asked if there was anything he needed to know before the show started, so he asked me to speak slowly so I could understand. The crowded waiting room was similar to a Korean broadcast, and as I was chatting with Jinbei, it was almost time for the show. When I give you the signal, you can open the curtain and leave. I stood behind the familiar curtain, guided by the staff. Jim Fury's high-pitched voice was echoing outside the curtain. After a few minutes, I heard someone introducing me. The next guest is the much-talked-about Bloody Boy. He is the lead actor in Killing Horn and the youngest actor to win Best Actor at last year's Cannes Film Festival. Wow, the shouts are so loud. Oh my God. My face burned at the offensive comment. The cheers were unusually loud, perhaps because they were part-time audience members. Please welcome Yanji Lee. My name, pronounced slurred, rang out, and at the same time, a staff member gave a signal from the side. As soon as I opened the curtain and went out, a huge cheer came out along with the sound of the band music. What? There is no way Bayan came to New York. Is this really a part-time job? Shouldn't this be double the hourly wage? I was taken aback by the enthusiastic cheering. I did my best to control my facial expression and shook Jim Fury's hand lightly. Oh, I want to bow down and say hello. I can't believe I'm greeting someone much older than me this way. The Confucian spirit within me stirred. I desperately wanted to bow down even now, but I waved to the audience as I had practiced beforehand. The cheers got louder. It became even more painful. Sorry. I felt guilty, but I tried my best not to lose my smile. I knew that if I came to Rome, I had to follow Roman laws. Nonetheless, American greetings were harsh to Koreans. I'm already exhausted. As I sat down on the sofa, the drum roll became quieter and the cheering barely subsided. Wow, he must be a hot actor these days. This is the first time I've seen such a warm response from the audience. I smiled and said thank you to the obvious words. Jim Fury was a polite, yet pleasant man. I felt that they paid attention to pronunciation and word selection so that I could easily understand them. Thanks to this, any remaining tension was completely relieved. We were talking for a while about the drama, starting with the challenge videos that are popular these days, and Jim looked at me closely at some point. Then he suddenly said something like this. Are you American by any chance? Do you think so? When I tilted my head, Jim laughed. I don't mean to be rude, but your English is better than I thought. You said you had just learned English before the show started. It's been over a year. That's what I said. Even if I studied Korean for a year, I wouldn't be able to speak it as well as you. This person is really good at giving things a